Like, share and subscribe Rabbit Fanfiction audiobook channel for more parts. Chapter 1. A Letter to All Lords. Dear Lord, in order to give you a pleasant experience in the Lord's world, I will provide the following information about the introduction of arms, territories, and exotic beasts to help you better understand this world. Facilitator public information. The levels of troops and territories become stronger as the Lord becomes stronger. The Lord can become stronger through training and killing all races. Lord types: summoning, mechanical, elemental, martial arts. Summon, recruitment. Machinery: create machinery and build a mechanical world. Elements: the Lord's world is mainly composed of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, etc. The Lord can directly use the corresponding elements. Martial arts: there are Confucianism, Kendo, martial arts, etc. You can use the laws of the Lord's world to strengthen the Lord himself. Talent level: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, S+, SS, SS+, SSS. S level 0.0001%. Grade A 0.1%. BE grade 99.8998%. Grade F 0.0001%. Please note that arms and talents are not everything. Hard work will pay off. Talents above S and are legendary, and are infinitely close to zero. Lords, please keep a calm mind. Levels: dust, iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, master, void breaker. You can travel through the worlds above the void. The primordial world, as the world where novice lords are born, is not a comfortable breeding ground. The primordial world is fair, it gives all lives the same opportunity to become stronger. Novice lords can have 7 days to become stronger in the primordial world, and after 7 days there will be an invasion by a tide of beasts from all races, commonly known as the invasion day. The Lord can kill all kinds of beasts, gain spiritual power to increase his strength, and use all kinds of beasts as stepping stones to become stronger. But at the same time, all races will kill the lords and get the opportunity to evolve and awaken their bloodlines. Killing and opportunity coexist. Lords, please face the reality. During the invasion day, there will be a map in the minds of all races with the locations of the novice lords marked. Lords, please prepare in advance. Unless the Lord successfully resists the beast tide, any attempt to hide will most likely result in a failure to survive. Due to race and other reasons, there is no possibility that the opposing sides will let the other go. All races will never show sympathy to humans. My lord, please take seriously the test that the primordial realm has given you. The invasion day lasts for 3 days. When the time is up, the orcs will be directly summoned back to the realm of all races. The surviving lords will enter the Kaiwan world and become a part of it. In order to complete this survival trial, our AIDS family has specially prepared for everyone in the core area weapons for defending the city against the beasts of all races, as well as various supplies that can enhance the strength of each lord or strengthen the lord's army. There is a defense function around the supplies. To be on the safe side, the defense will be automatically activated only when the number of people within a 1 kilometer radius of the supplies reaches 2,000. At that time, all material functions will be directly announced on the public screen for all lords to view. All humans in the Kaiwan world will do their best to narrow the gap between the two sides. And we are waiting for your arrival in Kaiwan world. Please note again, Lord, that novice lords are not extremely evil. In the novice stage and the larvae stage of all races, the victory rate is 3:7. Give up illusions and unite as one. Gentlemen, I wish you all the best and prosperity in military affairs. In the original world, the AIDS family led the group. Chapter 2. Lord's Space, Novice Village number 10,086. Jiang Wang, Summoning Department, Insect Lord. Lord's Power, Level 1, Level, Dust. Can be upgraded through killing by individuals or soldiers. Jiang Wang looked at the panel in front of him and the body that could stand up, still a little confused. An elderly guide next to him frowned as he saw that the newcomer seemed to have not accepted reality yet. Young man, don't be discouraged. Although the Insect Lord is not strong now, he will still be very powerful in the later stages. He is a lord who has accumulated a lot of experience and is about to explode. Su Bo consoled him kindly. By the way, this old man comforts everyone with this sentence, right? A few people with sharp ears heard what Su Bo said and couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. They are a group of lords who have awakened quite well. They are waiting nearby to see if there are any powerful lords, so as to form gangs and add them as friends. Unexpectedly, there were only a few powerful lords, but quite a few weak lords, and Su Bo always used the same rhetoric. Jiang Wang staggered down the awakening platform. It wasn't that he was very lost, but an hour ago he was a terminally ill man with his lower body paralyzed in bed waiting to die. But a sudden blue light summoned all the humans on Earth. And he was instantly healed from a dying man. Life's ups and downs are just like this. In this primordial world, even if you were shot to death just a second ago, as long as your life has not been completely cut off, you will be adjusted to a healthy state. According to the information in a letter to the Lord on the public screen, everyone will awaken the world within. Depending on the type of world, it can be divided into different types of lords. And Jiang Wang, as the insect division under the summoning department. Among the many outstanding lord attributes, it is obviously not good enough. But it doesn't matter. For him, being able to survive is a gain. Suddenly, a line of words appeared in front of Jiang Wang. The world type has been confirmed. Start randomly drawing talents. Detection of the Lord's spiritual power reaching S level, an additional extraction opportunity is obtained. Mental power? Jiang Wang thought about it for a moment and then smiled knowingly. As expected, there is gain and loss. He was paralyzed with a terminal illness due to his brain, but now he has a chance to change his fate because of his brain. While Jiang Wang was thinking, the two talents had been extracted. F level, Cultivation, 0/100. F level, Evolution, 0/100. You can obtain evolution points through various methods such as fusion genes, creation genes, evolution genes, etc. Evolution points directly affect yourself, your followers, and your troops. Attention! You can only choose one between becoming stronger through evolution points and becoming stronger through killing, training. Double F? Is it because I survived and used up all my luck? 2 chances. Both FS? Jiang Wang looked at it again without giving up. A letter to the Lord. S level 0.0001%. Grade A 0.1%. BE grade 99.8998%. Grade F 0.0001%. It can be said that 99% of the people here on Earth are BE, but why am I a double F? The probability is the same, so why isn't it a double S? For a moment, Jiang Wang was a little confused and couldn't tell whether he was right or wrong. You say he is lucky. He has double F. You say he is unlucky. He has double F. The chosen one? The ancestor of non-chiefs? Soon, Jiang Wang got rid of his decadent mood. After all, he had experienced many such unfortunate things in his life. The Lord's talent is double F. Triggering the original world's fairness law. Get the compensation gift package, Red Flame Star. Get the consolation gift package, First Level Insect Nest, Larval First Level Insect Queen, Anna, hatched after 3 hours. As most people finished drawing their talents, the public screen was already buzzing with excitement. Excuse me, if the army type is orcs, is it considered very powerful? Vans? My troops are 3 FG dwarves. What do you mean? To be honest, how big is your territory? I have a B-level talent, which is the same as the Hulunbir grassland. The one above, Do you have a partner? I am also a level, which should be a circle larger than yours. It should be that the better the talent, the larger the territory. Big brother, please take me. Is it true that the better the talent, the greater the gain? Jiang Wang looked at the public channel and saw the huge planet comparable to Saturn in the Lord's space. Then what am I? Colorful black? A talent that is both rubbish and awesome? Although the territory is large enough, the entire planet is basically filled with erupting volcanoes, various toxic gases, and flying sandstorms. Forests and freshwater resources account for only 1% of the planet. But even so, this is enough to make Jiang Wang happy. Although the environment is harsh, the mineral resources are rich. The money from selling them is enough to support myself. After placing the insect nest in the only forest, he prepared to go in and see his insect queen. The entire insect nest is about 5 meters high and as big as a football field. The fungal blanket can only cover 2 meters around the hive. In the core area of the hive thieves, Anna was curled up quietly in a crystal-clear egg sac. It has a humanoid body, about the size of a 12-year-old human girl, and has 2 small tentacles on its head. Suddenly the tentacles moved slightly. Owner. A childish and intimate voice sounded in Jiang Wang's mind. Jiang Wang couldn't help but be stunned. After glancing at the young eggs, he turned his head away and faced the insect nest to reflect on his mistakes. Anna. It's Anna, Anna is here. The voice of joy and a hint of anxiety sounded in Jiang Wang's mind, as if she was afraid that Jiang Wang could not find her. But Jiang Wang remained unmoved, for no other reason than that he had broken the law. After talking to Anna casually for a few words, Jiang Wang regained his composure. At this time, more and more people around Jiang Wang were completing the test. A panel appeared in front of everyone. Hello to all the lords of the original world, from now on, all of you will receive a 7-day novice protection period. During the protection period, the novice village you are in is in an undetectable and unattackable state. After 7 days, the protection will disappear, and you will face an invasion challenge in your lord career. If the village is destroyed, you will die. If they survive, the remaining lords can scramble for resources from each other, or wait for guidance. The above information is provided by the Xingchen Chamber of Commerce. I wish you all good luck in fighting. Without waiting for the other lords to react, Uncle Su, who had a kind face and a friendly attitude just now, started cursing. You shameless thief! It's our turn for the AIDS family to recruit. The deep voice resounded through the air, showing no trace of the old and kind person he had just appeared. As he spoke, his figure rose from the ground, and several huge trees instantly appeared behind him, and he rushed straight towards the void in the distance. Ha 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 ha, don't be angry, I'm leaving now. I saw a figure in a black robe tearing through the void and disappearing. The 10086 novice village fell into deathly silence. Then the public chat screen started to ring non-stop. Li Pingan, what the hell? Shatter the void? If you want to do that, then I, Li Pingan, have a sword. Tang Si, humph. I, Green Yinko, am not willing to be outdone. Xiao Yan, damn, I'm the Fire Lord, can I be so strong? Zhao Ye, what's going on? The letter didn't mention it. Even though each person can only post 10 messages a day, the public screen will still be refreshed at a rate of more than 1000 messages per second. Perhaps it was because of the disruption caused by this Star Chamber of Commerce. After Su Bo came back angrily, he popularized the letter to all the 10,086 lords. Dear lords, I believe you have already learned the basic information in the letter. At this moment, countless forces are watching the primordial realm. And they are always ready to recruit lords who escaped from the primordial realm alive. My family is one of them. Our family will provide the best service and the most detailed explanations, and strive to make you a member of the Kaiwan world. After Su Bo finished speaking, he continued to preside over the awakening of the lords. If he encountered anyone who was suffering from a bad awakening world, he would also provide comfort services. After a brief silence, a lord walked quickly out of the village. Seeing this, the people who were still hesitating just now followed one by one. For a moment, all the awakened lords walked towards the outside of the village under the pressure of life threats, wanting to seize the protection period, kill monsters, upgrade, and redeem points. Jiang Wang is still staying in the novice village due to his physical discomfort. Looking at the empty square in an instant, Jiang Wang calmed down. He doesn't like crowded environments. Because he has been bedridden for many years, he has some social phobia. Tisk, I don't know how many people can survive this time. Suddenly, not far from the square, two young guides looked at the large group going away and said with emotion. I think there are only 4S level people in this village, and one of them is a plant type. Tisk, that's a mess. Plants have no combat power in the early stages. Who says it's not? Then it would be fine to bring back 4S rank ones. At least I can get some rewards. Damn, what bad luck. Lie. Although Jiang Wang was a little nervous after being caught eavesdropping, he still walked straight towards the guide with confidence. Although he was socially anxious, his IQ told him that if he just left at this time, he would leave a bad impression of being an eavesdropper. Hello. The two guides were somewhat surprised when they saw the handsome novice lord in front of them, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. There were some who dared to come and talk to them, but this was the first one who was discovered to have come and greeted them openly. Li Qing and Wang Wu crossed their arms and nodded symbolically. Excuse me, are all the novice villages under the charge of the AIDS family or just a few villages? Li Qing and Wang Wu were stunned. They didn't expect Jiang Wang to ask such a question, as if he was not worried about his death at all. More than a few villages. Li Qing said lightly. Okay, thanks. Looking at Jiang Wang's decisive back, Wang Wu was still a little surprised. They were also novices once, and they certainly know that every novice's fear of the unknown will prompt them to ask 100,000 questions. Hiss, quite interesting. Li Qing looked at Jiang Wang and touched his chin with interest. And the reason that surprised him was, this person asked the most informative question and was not greedy. As Jiang Wang walked, he thought about whether there were any details he had overlooked and where he could get more information. More than a few villages means that the AIDS family is one of the many guiding forces, and should be a good one among them. The fact that the people from the Star Chamber of Commerce would rather offend the AIDS family and break the void to show their face shows that what was said in the letter is indeed true, and there is indeed another world outside the primordial world. Suddenly something passed by. Jiang Wang stopped, hesitated for a moment, turned back and walked into the tailor shop. Chapter 3. Inside the tailor shop. Jiang Wang, holding a floral dress and looking at the smiling boss in front of her, fell into a situation that a socially anxious person could not face. No money. It's like encountering an ice cream assassin, put it back? Shameless. Not letting go? What will I pay with? Using my peerless and beautiful face? The mature young lady boss in front of him seemed to see Jiang Wang's embarrassment and smiled sweetly. Okay, I'll give you this dress as a gift from my aunt. This is my business card. If you get out alive, remember to come find me. The boss didn't try to seduce her on purpose, but her every frown and smile seemed to have infinite charm. Jiang Wang put away the business card silently. Can you really get something for free by scanning your face? Sister, I can, ahem, thank you, sister. Hearing this, Carrie smiled brightly and said. I like young people like you, come, take this dress, and this one. Jiang Wang returned to the square and looked at the 9 long skirts, 12 sets of clothes, and even Jiang Wang's 8 sets of clothes in the Lord's space. Carrie's enthusiasm made the socially anxious Jiang Wang feel embarrassed. The only thing left is to give the store directly to Jiang Wang. Looking at the black business card circulated by the stars in his hand, Jiang Wang couldn't help but be curious about this force. Star Alliance, Ant Li Shuet. Although he visited all the shops he could, he still only had this one business card. Suddenly, a voice appeared in Jiang Wang's mind. Master, Master, I have broken out of my shell. When Jiang Wang set foot in the insect nest again, the entire insect nest had changed drastically. The fungal blanket extends directly outward to 5 meters. A lot of ear chamber spaces are also separated inside the insect nest. The wriggling flesh walls and various hatching pools gradually formed. Soon Jiang Wang saw Anna squatting on the ground in the core area of the insect nest. Crack! Sensing a familiar breath, Anna turned around and looked at Jiang Wang. It has big eyes and snow-white skin, 2 tentacles on its head that twitch from time to time, and purple gold scales covering important parts such as the neck, but they do not appear abrupt, instead giving it a strangely enchanting beauty. Especially the contrast of wearing a floral long skirt. If he ignored those Zerg features, Jiang Wang would have thought this was a little middle school girl from Earth. Master! Anna's intimate voice rang in Jiang Wang's mind, giving Jiang Wang goosebumps. Don't call me Master, just call me Lord. Anna tilted her head and thought for a while, as if trying to understand Jiang Wang's meaning. After a long time, Anna's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, Master. Forget it, anything is fine as long as you don't call me Master. Seeing that Jiang Wang didn't say anything, Anna continued to bury her head in her meal and eat her eggshells. This shell can be regarded as the first starting capital for every Zerg Queen. It can play a protective role in her infancy and can quickly replenish the energy needed by the Queen after she breaks out of the shell. The only sound left in the entire space was Anna's crunching. As Anna ate, the scales on her body became brighter and more noble, and several options appeared in front of Jiang Wang. The initial soldiers are randomly selected by gene. Ant, beetle, mantis, flea, cockroach. Choose 3 from 5. Looking at the pictures of 5 insects in front of him, Jiang Wang did not hesitate and immediately chose fleas, cockroaches, and ants. From a genetic perspective, the reproduction and strength of ants, the jumping ability of fleas, and the defense and survival ability of cockroaches can be said to be the big gangsters in the insect world. Gene selection completed. Army type construction. In an instant, countless gene points appeared in front of Jiang Wang like stars. At this time, Anna also stood up, closed her eyes, and her whole body was glowing with golden purple light. Genes like stars merge and break in the air, or form new gene sequences. Jiang Wang did not just stand there and watch, relying on his strong memory and brain computing ability. After Anna had marked the functions of the genes, he personally took charge of the process and continued to carry out gene fusion evolution. A long time. Eventually 3 arms were formed. Springtail. It is mainly a product of the fusion of genes of ants and fleas, and the cryptic wing gene of ants was discovered, which allows it to carry out short-distance flying combat. Cockroach. The cockroach genes combine the ant's shell and tremendous strength. Assume the role of defense and transportation. Tank. Cockroaches combine with fleas to instantly break through and destroy the enemy's formation using their powerful jumping and defensive abilities. Complete genes and create soldiers. Evolution points plus 50. The types of troops were confirmed, and Jiang Wang quickly allocated the resources, 40% for springtails, 20% for cockroaches, 20% for tanks, and the remaining 20% for storing insect nests. As commands were given one after another, the hive began to run rapidly like a clockwork machine. 30 minutes later, Jiang Wang and Anna looked at the springtails in front of them. The pure black carapace full of barbs, the sharp sickle-like claws and teeth seemed to be able to tear the enemy into pieces at any time. The strong thighs and the hidden wings on the back also fully demonstrate its maneuverability. Killing machine. Jiang Wang couldn't help but sigh, no wonder the Zerg were so powerful when he watched StarCraft 2 before. There is no rush to hatch tanks and roaches. After all, the energy required for these two hatchings is several times that of springtails, and what the hive lacks most at the moment is energy. Both hatcheries are operating at full capacity. An hour later, a team of 12 Zerglings quickly disappeared into the forest. Looking at the killing machine going away, Jiang Wang breathed a sigh of relief. This was his territory, and he knew of course that there was nothing on this planet that could stop this team from killing. After explaining the rest of the things to Anna, Jiang Wang calmed down. After all, the genetic selection and fusion just now had placed a huge burden on his brain and mental strength, and he had already suffered from an unbearable headache. Novice Village. Back in the novice rest area, Jiang Wang fell asleep. Have you heard? The Tiger Squad went to explore the central area last night and was completely wiped out. Aren't they full staff B-level talents? They died just like that. Who knows what kind of monsters they encountered? Now only 3 S-level leaders dare to go to the central area, and the others can only wait for the outside. When Jiang Wang was taking a break, the guide taught him some other basic knowledge about this world directly on the public screen. For example, the characteristics of exotic beasts, the advancement of territories and arms. This greatly stimulated people's enthusiasm to enter the forest to fight, especially under the limit of life. As people around him were talking, Jiang Wang also woke up slowly, rubbing his head. My head still hurts, but it's bearable. After closing my eyes and meditating for an hour, the headache gradually faded away. This is how he copes with every headache he has. And every time the mental power is squeezed, as the meditation mental power gradually recovers, the quality and volume of the mental power will be better than before. With the recovery of his mental strength, Jiang Wang even felt clear-headed and refreshed. Concentrate your mind and return to the Lord's space. Just one night. Jiang Wang was extremely shocked by the development of the Zerg. The fungal carpet outside the hive has covered an area of 30 meters around it. The number of springtail troops also increased dramatically from 12 to more than 400. There are even 2 armies of 100 cockroaches and tanks, mining and transporting minerals. Click on the Lord information panel. Lord, Jiang Wang. Strength, Dust level 0. Spiritual power, S level. Territory, Red Flame Star. Zerg units, Zerglings, cockroaches, tanks. Expandable. Zerg building, Zerg nest. Expandable. Zerg Queen, Anna, expandable. Click on the Zerg unit. Springtail. Breeding, 7/20, LV1. Attack, 10/20, LV1. Devouring, 3/20, LV1. Defense, 4/20, LV1. Remaining evolution points, 50. Jiang Wang hesitated for a moment, thinking of the war that would come in 6 days, and directly raised Devour, Attack, and Reproduction to level 2, all becoming 0/50. Leave 10 evolution points for backup. As for defense, in the face of the Zerg's explosive power, death has no meaning. Chapter 4. Out of curiosity, Jiang Wang clicked on Anna's panel. Zerg Queen, Anna. Combat power, 10/100. Intelligence, 64/100. Looking at such a concise and specialized panel, Jiang Wang immediately understood the direction of Anna's training. After all, if it weren't for Anna's help in deducing himself, he would not be able to undertake genetic selection and evolutionary deduction on his own. After returning to the novice village, Jiang Wang took some dry food and walked out of the novice village. Although you can hide in the novice village and accumulate troops, but in the original world there is still such a thing as fair rules. This means that the difficulty level of the exotic beasts in the primordial world must be acceptable. The Zerg is a race that needs to devour in order to evolve, which means good fight equals restaurant. The village outside which others feared like a tiger inexplicably became Jiang Wang's canteen. Jiang Wang turned on the public channel to learn about the latest information. FK. It's over. There are 8 to 12 giant wolves in the east and west directions. Come and divide them up quickly. Bury the ones upstairs. There is basically no way to deal with the pack of giant wolves. Goodbye. Outside the novice village, we are short of 4 men. 4 strong wild kings are coming. My sister is a very strong assistant. Photo. Good legs. Wait, brother will be here soon. Friendly reminder, don't rush into the central area, upgrade in the periphery first. Xiao Yan stays. It's too damn difficult. My troops are trolls, and I can't afford them. Outer Monster Guide, Central Monster Guide stick to the top and can be supplemented at any time. Jiang Wang quickly scanned the information. Apart from the last one and the photo of that leg, none of them are useful. Jiang Wang quickly moved towards the forest and summoned 6 jumping insects, 3 to clear the way and 3 to protect. Outskirts of the forest. Jiang Wang moved quickly under the protection of the 3 springtails, while half of his mind was on the 3 springtails that opened the way. Little brother, do you want to join us? Jiang Wang passed by quickly without noticing. He ignored the delicate young lady at all. When the young lady saw that the recruitment failed, tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. The muscular man standing next to him became unhappy instantly, and quickly stepped forward to block Jiang Wang. FK, why are you pretending? I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? Li Hao, don't be like this. Maybe she's in a hurry to get on the road. Wai Wei's tearful look immediately made the muscular man in front of Jiang Wang want to protect her so much. Jiang Wang came back to his senses and looked at the crying woman and the angry man in confusion. I hope you can apologize to Wai Wei and let this matter go. If we meet in the forest again, maybe I can help you. Li Hao exuded the unique pressure of a martial arts lord, and his words were full of threats. Li Hao looked at the 3 jumping insects that surrounded him and sneered. What did I think? How dare a piece of trash like the insect lord be so arrogant and ignore others? Why should I apologize? Jiang Wang, who was in a hurry to get on the road, was a little confused, but he still asked politely and began to recall everything that had just happened. You made my girlfriend cry. Jiang Wang? If his IQ had not lost 99% during the journey, he would be 100% sure that if these people were not deliberately trying to scam him, then they were simply idiots looking for trouble. You mean, I left in a hurry and didn't hear what your girlfriend said, which made her feel ashamed and cry, so I went to apologize to her. Jiang Wang spoke as if he hadn't encountered anything so outrageous in 800 years. Yes. You made my girlfriend cry. Li Ang looked at Jiang Wang arrogantly. Excuse me, but your girlfriend is so awesome that Diao Chan has to kowtow to her before leaving. After hearing Jiang Wang's apology, Li Hao felt a little proud, as if he was showing off his power in front of the goddess. But after hearing her apology, his face turned as dark as pig liver, as if Jiang Wang and he had an irreconcilable feud. Court death. No holding back. Li Hao swung his fist straight at Jiang Wang's face. The red light wrapped around his fist made it clear that this punch would either kill or cripple him. The nearest springtail hit Li Hao like an arrow shot from a bow. The sharp blade pierced through his shoulder blade and hung Li Hao on the blade. The remaining 2 quickly surrounded Jiang Wang. Ah! A shrill scream echoed throughout the forest. This was the result of Jiang Wang asking the Zerglings to hold back, otherwise it would have either simply passed through the body or been chopped into pieces by the sharp blade. Apart from Li Hao's heart-wrenching screams, the entire area was dead silent. They knew Li Hao. He relied on his brother and the martial arts lord's early strength to act tyrannically. Recently, in order to lick Wai Wei, he made people around him angry, but no one could punish him. As a result, he ran into a tough guy this time. Everyone stopped and watched, some were happy, some were sad, and some were very confused. Wai Wei was one of those who were worried. She was afraid that Jiang Wang would implicate her, so she held back her tears and hid behind her teammates, not daring to say a word. Confused Jiang Wang used his 268 IQ but still couldn't figure it out. What was he trying to achieve? Why? The scene was awkward for a moment. Li Hao's face turned pale as the blood flowed, and he was about to go into shock. My friend, it shouldn't be that serious. We all come from the same place. There's no need to be so cruel. The boy in front of Wai Wei stepped forward reluctantly. After all, if something happened to Li Ang, they might not be able to withstand his brother's wrath. No, brother, you didn't eat enough nutrition to get to your brain, right? Is there something wrong with these people? Even a clay man can still get angry. Li Hao wanted to beat him to death just because of a disagreement. In the end, was he considered to be cruel? Wang Qi's face turned pale, but he didn't dare to get angry. He nudged Wai Wei behind him with his elbow. After all, the incident was caused by her. Seeing that Wai Wei was unmoved, Wang Qi pushed her even harder and even looked threateningly at her. Wai Wei then walked out with an innocent look on her face. After all, she was able to get to where she is today thanks to Li Hao's care. I admit that Li Hao was a little impulsive, but putting aside these facts, are you really not at fault at all? If you hadn't ignored me and had that attitude, Li Hao wouldn't have acted like this. Wai Wei became more and more excited as she talked. I'm a girl, why do you have to force me like this? Jiang Wang was silent, and the audience standing around him were also silent. I shouldn't be here, I should be under the car, put all that aside, what else are you talking about? I'm sorry, I overestimated your education level. I'm socially anxious and not good at speaking. I'll only say this once. Either you apologize or we'll have a fight. Jiang Wang's face was calm. He had already understood that people like her just wanted to pull you down to their level and then defeat you with their shamelessness and disrespect. And even if you win, you'll find it's as disgusting as eating a fly. The springtails that were conducting the exploration also quickly rushed back from the forest. The scarlet eyes looked straight at Wai Wei and her group. Tisk, this dog licker must die a horrible death. Who said it wasn't true? Wai Wei takes advantage of the fact that she has Li Hao as her bootlicker and wants everything she wants. She deserves it. To be honest, I think this guy is still a bit sick. If I had his strength, would I still be nagging them? How can you say that? Wai Wei is just a girl. The girl who said this was instantly shunned by everyone around her, for fear that they would be affected by his saintly sentiments. Damn, idiot, it's so damn unlucky. The person closest to her was dusting herself off and cursing, as if she had been cursed to death for standing next to her. Everyone was talking about it, but Wai Wei could not hear the insults they were saying. Just one word of support filled her with courage despite her fear. We are both at fault in this matter. Let's both take a step back. You apologize to me and I apologize to you. Vivi held her head high, like an indomitable warrior. Wang Qi's face turned black. He originally wanted Wai Wei to come out and apologize. Who was this idiot who lost herself because of being licked by the bootlicker Li Hao? Jiang Wang gently stroked his fingers, looked at Wai Wei calmly, and suddenly smiled. The handsome boy looked like an angel fallen into the earth, which made Wai Wei a little dazed for a moment. The springtail suddenly moved. Li Hao was thrown hard by the springtail onto a big tree, and instantly vomited blood and fainted. The three springtails formed a battle formation and charged straight towards Wang Qi and others. Damn it, done! All of a sudden, all kinds of soldiers were summoned, including winged tigers, scorpions, and centaurs. When Wang Qi raised his hand, a frost storm appeared, which turned out to be the elemental Frost Lord. Chapter 5. Jiang Wang's expression remained unchanged. With a thought, another jumping insect rushed out from his side and joined the battlefield. In the Lord's space, more than 400 springtails stopped all activities, waiting for the call of the Overlord at any time to destroy all creatures that stood in the way of the Overlord. Even Anna was keeping her eyes on the battlefield. Unfortunately, they are destined to be disappointed. Of the 4 Zerglings, except for one that was controlled by the frost storm and died from concentrated fire, the rest of the Zerglings fully displayed their killing instincts. After just one encounter, all the summoned soldiers were killed in a bloodbath. The Scorpion's armor was as brittle as paper in front of the Zerglings' sharp blades, and the fight was almost a crushing one. Deal with the vulnerable troops. Next are the lords who live in dreams. The Zergling's sharp blade was placed on Vivi's neck. No. You can't do this, I'm a girl. Wei cried, completely ignoring her teammates who were seriously injured and unconscious because of her. Etc. Looking at the strong man walking out of the forest. Brother, I'm from the Shadow Group. Let me say this. Although they are wrong, they don't have to kill us. After all, we still have to fight against the invasion together, right? The Shadow Group, Jiang Wang knew, was a team led by an S-level talent. But now Jiang Wang doesn't want to sell anyone's face. He looked at the sturdy man with cold eyes. In an instant, Leon's team felt as if they were being stared at by an extremely terrifying creature, and their entire bodies were chilled. If I hadn't been quite strong today, I would have been the one lying on the ground dying. I'm just a passerby, so who among you would have spoken up for me? Jiang Wang is a social phobic, but he is not a fool. I was inexplicably blamed by someone, and then I was beaten up before I could even say a few words, and then I was falsely accused of being cruel and ruthless. Is there still a king's law? Is there still law? A flash of blue light flashed, and all 400 springtails descended. I want to see who wants to be a saint and who wants to be a reasonable person today. Jiang Wang said the most domineering words with the calmest expression. When others say that you are bullying and cruel, you'd better really be a bully and cruel. The swarm of insects, sensing Jiang Wang's anger, let out cruel hisses, and stared at everyone present with their scarlet eyes. The sturdy man looked at the black swarm of insects, swallowed in shock, then turned around and went back to the forest. The onlookers also dispersed. Holy crap! So many? Where the hell are these big guys from? My goodness, you call it social phobia? The object of social phobia. It's so FG cool, why don't you kill these bastards? They're pretending to be naughty all day long, hee, they deserve it. Sometimes, being unconscious is a good thing. Otherwise, being surrounded by more than 400 ferocious Zerglings would make you scared to death even if you didn't die. Just like Wei at this moment. With dull eyes, he murmured unconsciously. I'm a girl, you can't do this. In fact, she was the one who should have been injured and unconscious, but she didn't even have a scratch and was simply frightened out of her wits. Seeing this, Jiang Wang did not continue to embarrass these people. Killing people? Not that I can't, but I certainly won't do that. Jiang Wang has only one summary for this dramatic conflict. A bootlicker cannot get a house, and female boxing is a dead end. Horizontal banner, delaying my upgrade. Jiang Wang looked at the barbed back of the Zergling and gave up the idea of mounting it. Under the protection of the swarm, he charged into the forest in a mighty manner. Anna saw all of this. He put down the eggshell at hand and started designing. Watching the swarm of insects go away, the muscular man came back and walked towards Li Hao with big strides. When passing by Wei, he paused, turned his fist into a palm and slapped Wei's back of the head with such force that Wei's head was deformed. Humph! Deal with the body. Then Liang walked quickly towards Li Hao, carried him on his back and rushed towards the novice village. Although he was very disappointed with his younger brother, he was still his brother after all, and he already had a general understanding of the cause of the incident. And Wei had just died in his hands. Looking at his brother's pale face, a cold light flashed across his eyes. Jiang Wang. At this moment, Jiang Wang was escorted by the swarm of insects and quickly passed through the outer area to the central area. At the cost of more than a dozen springtails, Jiang Wang gained his first base. Looking at the two-headed black tiger in front of him that was already riddled with holes. Jiang Wang understood why countless people warned later generations not to come to the central region. It is indeed very terrifying that it takes the sacrifice of more than a dozen of 400 fierce and fearless jumping insects to kill the monster. But what Jiang Wang didn't know was that this two-headed tiger was almost the top exotic beast in the central region. Jiang Wang, who was unaware of the situation, thought for a while and then moved the insect nest directly out. Only the insect swarm on the fungal blanket was invincible. Anna carefully poked her head out of the insect nest. The purple gold eyes sparkled with curiosity about the world. Seeing her change into a white sweatshirt and jeans, looking like a normal human, Jiang Wang couldn't help laughing for a moment. Is this the world where the Lord exists? Yeah. Do you like it? Jiang Wang asked Anna, who was curious but never walked out of the insect nest. Anna thought for a while and said innocently. Anna loves wherever the Lord is. Although the Zerg are naturally 100% loyal to the Overlord. But in Anna's eyes, the Lord seemed unhappy. He turned his face away and didn't want to look at her. This made her a little anxious and nervous, fearing that she had said something wrong. These words of hers are also what she has learned and understood from observing and studying human society through the perspective of the Master. Her original intention was to be loyal and follow the Master forever. Following Anna's command, the Zerg directly entered strategic mode. The fungal blanket extends directly outward 50 meters. The springtails will directly drag the hunted alien species into the fungal blanket, which will quickly absorb and decompose them, and store the useful genes in the gene bank for the Queen and the Overlord to use and create. The swarm of insects expanded at a rapid speed. In just 3 days, the swarm took over 1/3 of the central region with an unstoppable trend. The radiation range of the springtails has increased from 10 kilometers at the beginning to 80 kilometers now. Whether it is biological or mineral resources, all valuable materials will be transported back by cockroaches. At this time, Jiang Wang was lying on the sofa recliner made by Anna in the insect nest, checking the information on the public screen. Damn it! Boss Jiang Wang is awesome. He killed 12 giant wolves with all his might. I finally survived. At Jiang Wang, can you give me some alien corpses? My trolls are about to rebel because of hunger. Crying. I hope my brother can take care of my sister. My sister is very good and not clingy, with picture of High Street Queen. Don't be fooled by the above, Mr. Jiang Wang. This is a photo scam. At Jiang Wang, we, the Shadow Group, the Magic Flame Group, and the Dandelion Alliance, would like to form an alliance with you. In order to better resist invasion, we would like to discuss with you about the strategy for the core area. I look forward to your reply. Top. Seeing this message, Jiang Wang rubbed his fingers and thought for a while. Jiang Wang, thank you for your invitation, but my type of soldiers is not very suitable for cooperation. However, I will share the useful information I encounter with you through the public screen. I've caught the boss. Boss, take care of me. Please take me with you. Jiang Wang looked at the dazzling public screen and simply exited without paying any attention to it. It's not that he hasn't tried cooperation. Other types of troops will only disrupt the rhythm of the Zerg's attack, so directly refusing to fight each other is the best option. Chapter 6. Rubbing his slightly swollen brows, Jiang Wang lay on the sofa that Anna had specially made for him and closed his eyes to rest. Anna, who was free now, quietly walked to Jiang Wang and gently massaged his temples. Oh, no need, forget it, whatever you want. Since Anna has the deepest spiritual connection with Jiang Wang, she can also feel what Jiang Wang feels when he has a headache. It feels like 1,000 needles piercing his brain back and forth. Even just 1% of the feeling is unbearable. The method of massaging Jiang Wang to relieve the pain is something she learned from the public screen. Although Jiang Wang kept trying to stop her from doing so, Anna still insisted on helping him relieve the pain without saying a word. This was also the first time Anna disobeyed his orders. I don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. Feeling the pressure of Anna's cold little hands, Jiang Wang's frown slowly relaxed. This time the headache was more severe than any before. After all, this time the Zerg expansion not only brought back the genes of alien species, but more importantly, insects and various genes. Jiang Wang has been trying to understand and combine genes in the hope of creating stronger soldiers. But things did not go as planned. After 3 days of hard work, he only created 2 types of soldiers, and one of them was even transformed from a failed product. About an hour later, Jiang Wang's headache gradually began to subside. Hatching is complete. Seeing the message in front of him, Jiang Wang jumped up from the sofa and walked towards the cultivation pool with Anna. Squeak! Oh! Larvae! A defective product, consisting of 100 million genes, which can be continuously increased in the future. It has extremely high defense capabilities and can release genes when necessary to transform into all forms controlled by the hive. Evolution points plus 100. Gongfeng. The huge and sturdy blade can cut into pieces any known mineral resources, and the oval-shaped fan can ensure that the worker bees maintain their body balance while moving forward quickly. Evolution points plus 30. After reading the introduction of the arms, Jiang Wang couldn't help but be shocked. Although these 2 types of soldiers are not combat soldiers, they can be said to be essential for building and expanding the hive. Especially this larva. As long as there is enough energy, it can even replicate a hive in a short time. And enough culture pools. And it even gave Jiang Wang a full 100 evolution points. As for this worker bee, it is the carrier of resources and the creator of happiness. Without hesitation, put it into mass production immediately. Not even 10 minutes old. The newly cultured larvae received instructions to be transformed into hatching pools. Its body expanded and it spit out a crystal. Then it drilled into the crystal and its body slowly melted until it filled the entire crystal. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the crystals gradually melted, and the fungal mat continued to inject energy into the crystals. After about 2 or 3 minutes, an incubation pool with a diameter of more than 5 meters was formed. The size of the incubation pool could also be controlled as the fungal mat energy was injected. The appearance of larvae refreshed his understanding of biology. He didn't expect that the failed product that fused all genes together in a prank would actually be a panacea. Jiang Wang returned to the hive and looked at the string of possible evolutions on the Lord's panel, and fell into confusion. F. Cultivate, 0/100, to evolve. F. Evolution, 0/100, evolution is possible. Arms, evolvable. Anna, evolvable. Jiang Wang rubbed his fingers unconsciously, thinking. Then directly invest 100 evolution points into the talent evolution. After all, only when this skill becomes stronger can more Zergs become stronger. Evolution is complete. E-level talent, evolution, 0/1000. You can get more evolution points by creating soldiers or genes. Mental power plus 100 points. Current mental strength is 174 points. Oh! Jiang Wang's mental power has never appeared on the Lord panel, but by comparing with Anna, he also knows that his mental power should be a little higher than Anna's. But I didn't expect that it was 10 points higher than Anna. Including the 10 evolution points left over from last time. Jiang Wang also invested all the remaining 40 points in Anna's intelligence column. Only when Anna's intelligence is higher can she master higher Zerg units and assist him better. Anna suddenly evolved and hurriedly asked Jiang Wang for permission to undergo a short evolution, leaving all Zerg actions to Jiang Wang. After obtaining Jiang Wang's consent, he directly formed a cocoon on the spot, or a crystal shell, and quickly wrapped Anna in it with the continuous energy supply from the fungal blanket. Jiang Wang took over the Zerg directly. Although he was a little unfamiliar with it, he quickly became proficient in the operation as he had 174 mental powers to use at the moment. Compared to Jiang Wang's leisurely mood, the defenders are in a bit of a tough spot. Bang! This is too crazy. If the defense fails, everyone will die. A captain of the shadow group slammed his fist on the table, filled with indignation. Tisk, even a madman has his own strength. If you can take down 1/3 of the central region, you can even overturn the table, not to mention pounding it. Xiao Yan, leader of the Flame Demon Corps, glanced at the Shadow Legion, who were all weaklings, and said nonchalantly. He had long been dissatisfied with the Shadow Legion's bullying practices. You. Okay, even though they said they won't join us in the raid, they didn't say they won't cooperate with us. We can share information when the time comes. Do you want to fight alongside the bugs? Tang Si, the leader of the Dandelion Alliance, came out to smooth things over. Then he said to the Shadow Legion. Leon, your leader. As you know, the leader has special characteristics and has gone to the core area to explore first, so I have to go back and forth to meet you guys. Li Ang immediately looked at Tang Si with a smile on his face and said. Looking at Li Ang's perfect answer, Tang Si, who had wanted to take the opportunity to make trouble, nodded helplessly. Okay, tell me something useful. Xiao Yan stood up and looked at the map in front of him. Since Jiang Wang said he wants to fight on his own, let's give him the core area in the south, and we'll divide the rest of the area equally. Who chooses first? Xiao Yan looked at the two of them and wanted to cut the Gordian knot quickly. After all, time was running out. The guide said that there were supplies in the core area that could help resist the invasion. Tang Si hesitated for a moment and chose the west. Li Ang still had a smile on his face and had no choice. Seeing this, Xiao Yan directly chose the north. Then he stood up and was about to leave. Finally, whoever gets the supplies will own them. The invasion is imminent, so we can settle all grudges after the invasion. I hope the two bosses can control their subordinates. He knew about the grudge between Jiang Wang and Li Hao. After saying that, Xiao Yan led his people and left the meeting room directly. Looking at Xiao Yan's back, a hint of coldness flashed across Tang Si's eyes. With the innate thinking of a strong man, he would not allow anyone to talk to him like this. This scene happened to be captured by Li Ang, who had been observing. As combat orders and restrictions were released on the public screen, Jiang Wang also learned about his mission and area. There's something about these guys. Looking at the realistic battle plan, Jiang Wang smiled with satisfaction. As long as no one disturbs me. Then he started preparing a strategy plan. In the alley outside the meeting room, Li Ang took out his treasured Zonghua cigarette and handed it to Tang Si. Seeing that Tang Si was unmoved, he smiled, lit the cigarette and started smoking. Chapter 7. The smoke swirled in the air and then gradually dissipated. Li Ang closed his eyes and enjoyed the stimulation of nicotine, then said to Tang Si. According to the guide's instructions, if nothing unexpected happens, after we finish taking over the core area, there shouldn't be any problem resisting the invasion. What are your plans? Looking at Li Ang, who was smoking in front of him, Tang Si's eyes narrowed slightly and he said indifferently. It seems that our relationship is not yet at the point where we can discuss this. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Looking at Tang Si, who was about to leave, Li Ang took a deep puff of cigarette and said lightly. I heard that after resisting the invasion, we can start the plundering mode. It is also called killing mode by the guides. You're not interested in this either. Looking at Tang Si, who stopped, Li Ang smiled slightly and spoke slowly. Fire defeats grass, but if you can kill a fire lord, I heard you can get a higher reward, or even make your own soldiers resistant to fire, or even become a dual attribute lord. And the probability of this happening is especially high for S-level talents. Tang Si suddenly turned around and stared at Li Ang. How did you know this? Is this what Wang Tian meant? Wang Tian? Li Ang thought of his head and smiled disdainfully. Looking at Tang Si, who had taken the bait, Li Ang slowly finished smoking his cigarette, then stomped out the cigarette that was about to burn his hand. Don't worry about it. You can go and verify it with the guide. I have some grievances with Jiang Wang. If you agree, the fire will be yours and the worm will be mine. After saying that, Liang turned and left. Just as Liang was about to walk out of the alley, Tang Xi's voice suddenly came from behind him. How many people can you command? Tang Si looked at Liang's back with a gloomy face. Liang, with his back turned, smiled. 70%. There was a long silence. Good. Liang walked out of the alley with a smile on his face. Not long after, Tang Si also walked out of the alley with a calm face. Manpower from all parties is gathering, preparing to launch an attack on the core area. Roar! Phew! Phew! The huge ape was pierced by the sharp blades and died in the northwest. And this is just one of many battlefields. The worker bees quickly followed, placed the giant ape's corpse on their backs with their huge claws, and moved quickly towards the insect nest. Under the control of Jiang Wang's huge mental power, the insect nest is as precise and elegant as a precise scalpel. You can even command multiple teams to carry out interspersed attacks and micromanagement. This very realistic command battle also made him realize what the current Zerg is still lacking. That is vision. Even if the Zerg launches a large-scale attack, there will still be some blind spots in vision, although the scope of these blind spots is very small. But if there really was something hiding inside, even a person, then relying on the Lord's space, he could instantly deploy a huge army in the center of his battlefield, directly threatening the insect nest, which was unacceptable to Jiang Wang. But alas, that's as of now. He has not yet found such a gene in the gene bank that can carry out large-scale, all-round reconnaissance. Jiang Wang suddenly stopped all offensive operations and only commanded the springtails to enter the core area in batches and in small numbers to explore. Because of the high efficiency of the worker bees, the resources in the hive are now very abundant. There is no need to enter the core area in batches to fight those high-level monsters. As long as you build up troops and store resources at the base, you can then push forward. Under his command, hatching pools sprang up one after another. The springtails hatch rapidly at a rate of every 10 minutes. Then Jiang Wang closed his eyes and waited for Anna's rebirth. 40 minutes later. Ding! Mutant Springtail X1. Jiang Wang suddenly opened his eyes, and his mental power instantly covered the entire insect nest. Then he noticed a springtail that was slightly different from the other springtails, with strong hind legs and unique webbed feet. In addition to the fact that the sharp blade and the entire body look more advantageous, the aura it exudes is also one of the characteristics that distinguishes it from ordinary springtails. Ordinary springtails are in a low consumption, relatively quiet state when ready to fight, but this one keeps swinging its blade or pacing in place, ready to fight at any time. As Jiang Wang's will came, all the Zerglings waiting for battle began to get a little agitated, especially the mutated Zerglings, which even directly pressed down the Zerglings that were raising their bodies around them, and roared at the Zerglings around them. Through Jiang Wang's brief observation, the new springtail is full of desire to attack. Hiss! Initially named the violent springtail, it is always full of fighting desire. As for the rest, you can only know by experimenting, and the easiest way to experiment is attack. As Jiang Wang gave the order, the surrounding Zerglings rushed towards the violent Zerglings without hesitation. The violent springtail is not to be outdone. It wielded a sharp blade and madly harvested the lives of ordinary Zerglings around it. Its jumping, attacking, and speed were nearly 2 or even 3 times that of ordinary Zerglings. In the end, after sacrificing the lives of 36 ordinary springtails, this violent springtail finally fell down. Before it died, it even pierced the body of a springtail and bit the body of another one. Hiss! So awesome! If this level of troops can be bred on a large scale and in large quantities. Jiang Wang felt both fear and excitement. He feared such power and killing, but he was also excited about controlling such power. The fungal mat directly absorbed and decomposed the dead springtails and the violent springtails. Soon, all the genetic information appeared in front of Jiang Wang. But he soon got into trouble. Damn, there used to be notes and support for Anna, but now there's nothing. Looking at the densely packed gene chains, Jiang Wang could only comfort himself that good things never come too late, as Anna would be out soon anyway. Keep calm and open the public screen to see what new fun there is today. Charcoal grilled lamb chops. Fresh lamb chops. Excuse me, where did you get your sheep from? Share your address, I will reward you handsomely. I am the Animal Lord, this is my army, it grows fast, has no attack power, and is pure and natural and harmless. A ruthless person. Ah ha 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 ha, this is so funny, I'm a plant person, how about I grow some vegetables? Can we open a restaurant? +1, take me one, the charcoal grilled lamb that has been handed down from generation to generation. Looking at the public screen, Jiang Wang suddenly had an idea. As of now, he had basically absorbed all the alien genes in the central area, and the life energy provided by those dead bodies could not be compared with that of ore. Since there are still so many people whose arms cannot fight and cannot earn points, then couldn't he use the points from the corpses of alien beasts to exchange for his lord's troops? How many lords can there be in one village? The preliminary estimate is close to 100,000 people. Throwing out 20% of the self-sufficient combatants, there are nearly 80,000 troops that can be exchanged. No more hesitation. At everyone, I am Jiang Wang. If anyone cannot obtain points normally with their arms, you can use your arms to purchase points from me. I will give you reasonable points based on your arms. The price is reasonable and fair. Location, Southern Forest, Outer Area. Time, tomorrow at 9:00. The public screen was dead silent. Just when Jiang Wang thought that such behavior was being boycotted, someone asked a question weakly. Boss, do you need my sheep? Can I exchange it for points? Sure, as long as it's a type of soldier, I'll take them all. Chapter 8. With the successful sale of the sheep-selling boy, a large number of non-combatants began to sell their own types of soldiers. The public screen was hot. Jiang Wang has been spending all his time in the forest killing monsters and gathering soldiers. Even when he meets other people, their soldiers are either suitable for fighting or their own lord's space is suitable for fighting. This led Jiang Wang to believe that no one would sell his own arms. But today's lamb chop guy completely woke him up. No matter what time, the strong are always the minority. If it weren't for his double F talents, his birth territory would be dozens of times larger than others, and he would also have the Zerg Queen. Then I can only watch others fight, while I become a carrier of the corpses of alien beasts and earn meager points. Click. As Jiang Wang looked back, the cracks on the crystal shell gradually widened. Master! As Anna broke out of the shell, a wave of mental pressure came over her. Anna, mid-larval stage. Combat power, 30/100. Intelligence, 120/500. As Anna frantically waved her tentacles, the mental pressure gradually subsided. Anna also showed a look of shame and panic. After all, in the Zerg's genetic chain, the Overmind is the supreme god, and any disrespect to the Overmind can be regarded as a betrayal of the Zerg. Not bad, although not proficient enough, but the quality and pressure of mental power are full. Jiang Wang rubbed Anna's head while speaking. It should be said that the humanoid Anna is almost the same as a human in both shape and hair. Except for the increasingly noble and beautiful scales and tentacles, she is almost a human. After comforting Anna a little, Jiang Wang immediately took Anna to work. It can be said that the Zerg are ruthless 007 machines. Once they start working, any unnecessary emotions will be blocked. With Anna's assistance, Jiang Wang quickly decomposed the genes of the violent springtail and found out why it was so powerful. Adrenaline, and a large amount of corresponding enzymes. Adrenaline can keep the springtail in a violent state at all times, while the corresponding enzyme can accelerate the springtail's physiological functions. But due to adrenaline and accelerated metabolism, the lifespan of springtails is greatly reduced. But, for the Zerg, lifespan? As long as the hatching rate is faster than the death rate, those who understand will understand. Once sufficient analytical data was obtained, the vulture springtails began to be put into mass production. By analogy, Jiang Wang also began to evolve cockroaches and tanks. Evolution points plus 200. Evolution points plus 100. Evolution points plus 100. Evolution points plus 50. This was purely an unexpected surprise, an evolution point picked up for free. Just by developing the corresponding enzyme and opening the adrenaline valve, you can directly get 450 evolution points. Invest 100 evolution points into talent F cultivation. Evolution is complete. E-level cultivation 0/1000. Increase the training speed of soldiers by 60%. Invest 150 evolution points into Zerglings. LV3 reproduction, 0/100. Level 3 attack, 0/100. LV3 devour, 0/100. LV1 defense, 4/20. The remaining 200 are all invested in collection and transportation by worker bees. Directly raise both skills to level 3. When all this was done, it was already late at night. But facing tomorrow's transaction, I can't even take out a single exotic beast. Master, leave it to Anna. Anna is very strong now. Mustering up the courage, the big purple gold eyes looked at Jiang Wang shyly but bravely, and even the tentacles began to shake at a higher frequency under the excitement. Jiang Wang's feelings towards Anna have always been complicated. On the one hand, in the Zerg system, everything is a tool of the master. But because of this spiritual connection, Jiang Wang prefers to regard this humanoid little queen as his own sister. Stroking her slender fingers, Jiang Wang actually didn't want his sister to do such a thing. Suddenly, Anna's disappointment and despair were reflected in the mental link. In Anna's simple mind, when the overmind was thinking about whether she could do the job, it meant that she was not capable enough and she was not worthy of being the overmind's tool. For any Zerg, this was something more terrifying than death. Okay. I believe you will complete this task very well, right Anna? Anna was like a drowning person who suddenly grabbed a swimming ring, and her originally dim eyes suddenly became bright. The Lord can totally trust Anna. Jiang Wang rubbed Anna's head helplessly. Really, why are the Zerg not happy even though they are not allowed to go to work? The birth of the King of Roles? Jiang Wang shook his head and went back to the soft sofa to rest. After a day of high-intensity work, it is a bit too much even though my mental strength has been greatly improved. And Anna, with her overlord's expectation and endless fighting spirit, caused the entire hive to operate at overload while Jiang Wang was sleeping. In the night, teams of monsters glowing with orange-red light began to sweep across the entire forest at an extremely fast speed. Vertical day. Rubbing his still aching head, Jiang Wang woke up slowly. He originally wanted to get up in the middle of the night to see how Anna was handling the situation, but because he had overdrawn his mental energy the day before, he could hardly get up from his sleep. Jiang Wang casually took out a processed beef leg from the Lord's space and started eating. After all, only when he was full could his mental strength recover faster. Taking advantage of this gap, Jiang Wang opened the public screen. Brother Jiang Wang is awesome. Picture, a mountain of strange beast bodies. Top. FK, are you going to exchange it for the exotic beasts in the core area? Such a big deal? People will die if compared with others, and soldiers will be thrown away if compared with others. Sorry. Troll sauce. Can you believe it? I exchanged 2 sheep, 3 pigs, and 7 chickens for a demon tiger. With pictures. Me too, I exchanged my various species of mushrooms and plants for 2 giant wolves. Photo. To be honest, this little sister is so damn cute. With photos. Jiang Wang looked at the public screen in confusion. Etc. I haven't even left the house yet. Who did you exchange it with? No. Isn't this Anna? Only then did Jiang Wang notice the time. 11:20. In order to ensure Jiang Wang's sleep, Anna always keeps the temperature and humidity in the core area of the insect nest in the optimal range. As a result, Jiang Wang suddenly broke his habit of many years and slept until almost noon. Master! Anna's voice sounded not far away. Look at Anna in front of me, and then look at Anna on the public screen. You went out. No, they are larvae. Anna looked at the confused Jiang Wang with her big eyes and suddenly wanted to laugh. This always calm and powerful master would actually feel panic. After confirming the spiritual connection, Jiang Wang breathed a sigh of relief. Later I thought about it and it was a little funny. How could Anna, a stay-at-home workaholic who occasionally liked to watch the cartoons he remembered and the Queen on the public screen through mental connection, walk out of the insect nest? Jiang Wang directly took over the control of the larvae and implemented remote trafficking. And began to clarify on the public screen. If you like other looks, she can also change into other looks. As she spoke, Anna's look began to change towards Jiang Wang. He didn't want to expose Anna to others. Who knows what others think when they see Anna in this strange world? Chapter 9. With this sale, Jiang Wang obtained a large number of genes from various types of soldiers, the variety of which far exceeded what he had obtained in the forest. Whether it is spores, elements, or even advanced soldiers, they are all included in the gene bank. But one stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Deeper problems are brewing. Holy crap! Did Jiang Wang slaughter all the animals in the forest? I've almost walked from the outer area to the core area, but there's not a single beast. Kill like crazy, kill like crazy. Those above can enter the core area without worry. If there are any signs of Zerg activity, there will be no one alive within a 10-mile radius. This is a bit too much. You guys eat meat, can't you just let us drink some soup? Actually, I am confused as to why Jiang Wang wants to collect other people's troops. What is his purpose? It's terrifying to think about it. Oh my god! What the above person said is right. Once Jiang Wang Bar kills all the monsters, we can only exchange points with arms. After resisting the invasion, then. FK, I was saying, what insect lord? I think he is just a bug. When the invasion is complete, I am afraid we will all be his food. Big guy or bug? As unfavorable comments continued to appear on the public screen, although the exchange was still hot, the number of people was decreasing. Looking at these unfavorable comments, Anna lowered her head in self-blame. In order to show her role to the Overlord, she put the violent Zerglings, evolved cockroaches, and tanks into use last night. Almost all the people in the central and outer areas, as well as parts of the core areas, were massacred. Seeing Anna's tentacles hanging down, Jiang Wang smiled and then tried to comfort her. In fact, he doesn't care about conspiracy theories on the public screen or insults against him personally. During the years he spent in the hospital, he saw too many fickle things in life. There are filial sons who take care of their parents at their bedside for several years, and there are children who force their parents to reveal their bank card passwords before they die. At first, Jiang Wang was terminally ill and disabled. Countless scholars and experts cared about him and pitied him, thinking that he was a talent that was envied by God. But when he made achievements that shocked the academic world on his sickbed, these people became jealous and wished he would die. Because of Jiang Wang's existence, many people lost their reputation, wealth, promotion channels, and research funds. Jiang Wang became the object of everyone's disgust and hatred. Until he crushes them all. Anna, this is how the world is. If you are weak, others may not necessarily sympathize with you or pity you, but there will definitely be people who will step on you and scold you. If you are strong, not everyone may like you, but they will respect you and fear you. Especially people like us, Zerg, hey. Jiang Wang laughed at himself. In fact, when he started to sweep across the central region, some people expelled him from the society and directly called him a bug or a stink bug. He didn't care about the insults on the public screen now. Relax, I'm not angry. As long as we are strong enough and stand high enough, no one will slander you. They will only fear you and worship you. Looking at Anna's confused expression, Jiang Wang smiled and rubbed her head. In fact, being expelled from the human race is not a big deal. Sometimes, compared to the killing of the Zerg, the darkness in people's hearts is more terrifying. The sales continued, and the questioning and insults on the public screen did not stop. Due to the large number of hunts Anna did, the exchange did not end until the evening. Such a large-scale exchange also attracted the attention of the leaders. I heard that this was the work of an insect lord. Yes, sir. Tisk, I didn't expect that. Send someone to find him and give him your business card. Don't mess it up. Even if you can't recruit him, you have to leave a good impression. As the old man waved his hand, the waiter prepared to leave. Wait, hasn't Wang Tian been found yet? No. The remaining S-class hasn't been found yet. No. Bang. The cup next to the old man was smashed to pieces. The invasion will begin in 2 days, and I don't want us to return empty-handed. Yes. Go find it. The old man was the plant lord, Subo. Not only them, but also countless chambers of commerce, alliances, and even other empires are paying attention to this large-scale lord recruitment event and want to poach top talents. Therefore, even the old people around his young master were under tremendous pressure. As the public screen fermented and the invasion day approached, everyone's emotions reached the most sensitive moment. But Jiang Wang remained unmoved and continued to implement the original strategic plan, advancing the core area from the south. And began to transfer resources and military forces to the Lord's space as a backup. Ding! A letter from Xiao Yan. Can we advance into the core area normally? Xiao Yan Liu. This private message function is exchanged with points and can make personal contact more convenient. But since Jiang Wang didn't have many friends, he didn't enable these functions. But just because he doesn't contact others doesn't mean others won't contact him. Xiao Yan took the initiative to pay for this function for Jiang Wang. No problem. What do you think about what happened after the invasion? Protect yourself and wait for guidance. I want to form an alliance with you. If something unexpected happens after the invasion, we can advance and retreat together. How about that? Aren't you afraid that I will eat you alone? Ha, come on, I'm very good at judging people. Let's not talk about whether you have the ability or not. Even if you do, you won't do such a dirty thing. Can you please say it quickly? Can. Seeing Jiang Wang's reply, Xiao Yan felt a little calmer. Although his talent was in the fire element, it didn't mean that he was hot-tempered and simple-minded. On the contrary, his sixth sense was extremely accurate, especially since his right eyelid had been twitching recently, which made him upset. How far have we advanced? March into the core central area immediately. Speed up the attack, it's best to get the supplies before others. With that, Xiao Yan walked out of the operations room. He had never been a commanding boss. Go for me or go with me, the latter is always more attractive. Tang Si frowned slightly as he watched the slow progress despite the attacks of various types of troops. Don't show mercy to the troops. As long as they can be regenerated and recruited, push them all forward. Speed up the progress. While in the secret room, Leon looked at the shadow soldier in front of him and revealed a cruel smile. The storm is coming. Even the sky over the novice village began to turn blood red. Everyone felt the oppressive, almost suffocating atmosphere. Crack! It tastes good. Anna looked at Jiang Wang with starry eyes. I was so greedy for the potato chips in Jiang Wang's hand. Seeing Anna drooling, Jiang Wang smiled and handed her all the potato chips in his hand, and also threw her 2 bottles of Coke. This was developed by Jiang Wang after obtaining many genes. Under the ripening and genetic configuration of the insect nest, what pepper, potato, cumin, or fruit, cola, fried chicken? Anything produced by insect nest must be of high quality. Pure natural, pollution-free, say goodbye to Hextech. And these little snacks that he made in minutes actually provided him with 1 evolution point. Although it is small, the quantity is better than nothing. Lying on the soft sofa and enjoying the short happiness. After all, we have done everything we can, so how can we not enjoy ourselves? Suddenly, the two seemed to sense something and turned their heads at the same time to look in a certain direction outside the insect nest. Anna's tentacles kept shaking, and the entire hive entered a state of combat readiness. Jiang Wang's mental power continued to extend outward under the magnification of the insect nest, as if looking for something. Chapter 10. 1/3 of the violent springtails were distributed in a fan shape in the direction that Jiang Wang had just looked at. Just now, Jiang Wang and Anna both felt a fleeting danger. The danger was not directed at Jiang Wang, but his presence forced the entire hive into a state of combat readiness. 500 meters outside the insect nest. Wow, your perception is quite sensitive. Your mental strength must be 120, right? Besides, the individual combat power of this type of soldier is a bit ridiculously high, it should have reached dust level 6. I think there are more than that. Look at the number and the speed at which they are moving. They are born for killing. Tisk, if he kidnaps this guy, do you think we can get a promotion? Come on, have you forgotten Ye Chen? Thinking of this ruthless man, they both shuddered at the same time. As they spoke, the two of them immediately unhidden and walked out. The moment they were exposed, the surrounding violent Zerglings immediately surrounded them. Look at the ferocious Zerglings and the sharp blades flashing in the dim light. Wang Wu muttered. Tisk, this level is FG 7th level dust. Li Qing took off his hood and spoke loudly in the direction of the insect nest in the distance. Guides Li Qing and Wang Wu have come to visit brother Jiang Wang to discuss important matters. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang was a little confused when he saw the two familiar faces. Why did the guide come to him? Aren't they just responsible for guiding? Jiang Wang rubbed his fingers and pondered for a while. He let the Zerglings make way, but all the Zerglings in the hive started moving. Currently, Jiang Wang's combat power is all concentrated on controlling the hive. Apart from being able to attack with mental power, his own combat power is only slightly stronger than that of ordinary people. Li Qing and the other person looked at the road in front of them that led directly to the insect nest. Do it with a smile on your face. After all, with their bronze 5 level, even if they directly touched the insect nest, Jiang Wang might not be able to find it. Revealing the chi is just a test of Jiang Wang. Under the moonlight, the swarm of insects lined the road to welcome them, and at the end of the road was Jiang Wang, who had already prepared tables and chairs. Nice to meet you again, brother Jiang. Li Qing and Wang Wu were not at all arrogant and greeted Jiang Wang naturally, as if they were old friends who had met again after a long separation. The two guides have come to visit us. I wonder if they are. Looking at Jiang Wang, who was so straightforward, Li Qing and the others actually felt a sense of familiarity and relief. It's nothing. The two of us have seen your hive and the configuration of your troops. I think it will be no problem for you to pass the novice village trial. So I wanted to ask if you have any plans for what to do after the trial. Wang Wu and Li Qing sang the same tune and revealed the real purpose of this trip. After hearing this, Jiang Wang slowly stopped Anna from moving the insect nest to the Lord's space. What do you two mean? Li Qing and the other person put a business card and a document on the table and pushed them in front of Jiang Wang. This is the name card of our aide's family. It can resist 1 damage below bronze 9th level when you are under fatal threat. It can increase the possibility of survival in the trial. And the purpose of our trip is to invite you to join our aide's family. Looking at the business card in front of him, Jiang Wang suddenly remembered the business card of Aunt Li Shui in the Lord's space. Seeing Jiang Wang thinking, Li Qing and the others were not in a hurry. They took out a booklet and placed it next to the business card. When our family recruits talents, we emphasize mutual consent. Even if you don't join, we still adhere to the principle that one more friend is better than one more enemy, so you don't have to rush. Take your time to think about it. Just give us an answer before leading you out of the novice village. This booklet contains some basic information about the Tianyuan world. It can help you get information faster than others and also help you better understand the situation of our family. They are not afraid that Jiang Wang will take a fancy to other forces. After all, as long as this thing leaves the primordial realm, other forces will also distribute it. It is better to do a favor. After the two men conveyed the message, they stood up and prepared to leave. After all, with the Yechen incident, all forces now follow the principle of not seeking merit but avoiding offending others when recruiting new lords. Wait, the two guides have come from afar, and I haven't had time to prepare any drinks. These snacks are foods I researched when I was free. The two guides can take them back and try them. Jiang Wang took out all the potato chips, Coke, fried chicken, in the Lord's space. After all, people came with good intentions and he couldn't let them go back empty-handed. Li Qing and the others smiled knowingly when they saw Jiang Wang's attitude, and after some refusals, they put it away. Ah ha ha ha, then the two of us won't eat your food in vain. Let me tell you a piece of information in private. According to the news from outside, the intensity of this invasion may be different from the past. You have to strengthen your insect nest. And you have to get the resources in the core area. Li Qing said this quietly and then said goodbye and left. Watching the two people's fleeting backs, Jiang Wang stood outside the insect nest, not knowing what he was thinking. It wasn't until a cool breeze brushed his cheek that Jiang Wang slowly came back to his senses. In fact, from the time he traveled to this world to the time he became the master of the hive, he had been in a trance, as if it was a dream, real yet unreal, and full of a sense of separation. So he stayed in the insect nest all the time and rarely went out. I was afraid that when I opened my eyes, I would see white sheets in a room full of medicine again. But now it's different. When he really communicates with people in this world, that sense of reality and truth makes him excited and at ease. Just in that brief moment, he actually felt that he had integrated into this world. It felt like thoughts are clear. Sug. The fresh air slowly filled my lungs, and then I held my breath for 1 minute. Call. Due to lack of oxygen, the heart beats particularly clearly and powerfully. Looking back at Anna who had been standing beside him for some unknown period of time, Jiang Wang smiled and pulled Anna back to the insect nest. Orders were quickly transmitted from the hive to every Zerg. No one is destined to sleep peacefully in the forest that night. Latest news, the Zerg are moving. Photo, a large number of Zerglings marching. Moving now? We have almost defeated 2/3 of the Flame Demon group. Photo, Xiao Yan's heroic figure burning the 4 directions. We are almost 2/3 of the way to the Dandelion. Photo, a large number of plants and soldiers. I envy Dandelion, there are so many girls. For some reason, most of the lords of plants and auxiliary systems are girls. The male-to-female ratio of Dandelion is 3:7, and Tang Si is surrounded by beauties. Holy crap! What the hell is this? Video. Jiang Wang's reputation became even worse as a video went viral on public screens. In the video, the Zerg faced the giant wolves living in a group and tore through the giant wolves' defense line in almost one encounter. Even though more than 30 giant wolves, under the command of the Wolf King, were fearlessly blocking the Zerg swarm, they were still like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It was soon destroyed in the endless charge of the Zerg, and the bodies of the Wolf King and the dead Zerglings were quickly carried away by the worker bees. The video should not exceed 30 seconds. More than 30 giant wolves didn't even make a splash. Xiao Yan and Tang Si both looked slightly gloomy when they saw this scene. After all, the strength shown by Jiang Wang is a bit beyond expectations. But Leon's face was full of excitement, and his bright eyes reflected an emotion called desire. Chapter 11. But Jiang Wang didn't have time to pay attention to what was on the public screen. His order to the Zerg was to kill their way through the core area with the highest efficiency. Bring back the resources. According to the guide's underlying meaning, this invasion must be no simple matter. He does not want to, and cannot, fall here. On the other hand, Anna returned to the Lord's space and quickly replicated a hive with the help of the larvae, developing on two fronts to maximize the use of resources. In the forest. Oink oink. What's that sound? All members of Dandelion Team 7 stopped. Team leader Jiang Xian frowned and looked around. The vibrations on the other side were getting stronger and stronger. There are even annoying roars from time to time. It makes the hair on your body stand on end. The girl with a bad mentality was already squatting on the ground with a pale face. From the tiny particles of dust bouncing off the ground, it could be seen that this level of alien beast march was likely a large-scale counterattack by alien beasts in the core area. It's over, it's over. No. That's the sound coming from behind. The captain of the 7th team turned around quickly and saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. Countless small orange lanterns quickly attacked them. Enemy attack. But it was too late. Due to the widespread fear, the entire team was almost in a state of unconsciousness. The army of Zerglings is already close to our face. The leading springtail jumped directly over their heads and glided past with the help of its hidden wings on its back. The Zerglings that couldn't escape also leaped high, and the army dispersed to both sides, without directly colliding with the 7th squad that had collapsed to the ground. Ah! Looking at so many bugs, a team member who had a mental breakdown waved his stick around and released water-based abilities. Jiang Xian, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, vowed to kick the crazy team member 7 or 8 meters away and make him unconscious as quickly as possible. Jiang Wang, who was controlling the springtail, also breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that they crossed the border and were out of his attack range, but that these people lost their way and happened to run into Jiang Wang's march. This video caused an uproar on the public screen that had just calmed down. The Zergs all over the mountains and flying in the sky gave everyone an indescribable shock. To be honest, this is not the fault of the teammates. If this happened to me, I would also go crazy. Mr. Jiang really showed no mercy to women with this kick. Tisk, if it weren't for Boss Zhang's kick, they would probably be dead. Latest battle report, Zerg arrives at the outer core. Latest, Zerg arrives at the core area. Each force sent a different number of people to monitor Jiang Wang's actions. Core area. There were dead and wounded worms all over the ground. Jiang Wang looked at the rhinos standing in front of the Zerg and stopped the Zerglings from attacking. On the other hand, the huge rhino, thanks to its heavy armor, made the springtail's sharp blade have little effect. The black rhino snorted and looked with red eyes at the ants who dared to challenge it. Suddenly, there was a commotion behind the swarm of insects, leaving 3 straight passages. Boom, boom, boom. Under the control of Jiang Wang, the 3 tanks simultaneously rammed towards the black rhino. A huge crash echoed throughout the forest. The huge black rhino was knocked all over the place, and fell heavily to the ground. Hee hee. Hee hee. A dozen cockroaches sprayed streams of corrosive liquid at the black rhino. This is a long-range attack version of the cockroach that was improved by Jiang Wang after absorbing the genes of many types of soldiers. On the basis of weakening the armor, cystic glands were added, which can secrete and store various corrosive or toxic liquids. Therefore it is called Splatoon, also known as poisonous cockroach. Surrounded by tanks and corroded by poisonous cockroaches, the black rhino collapsed to the ground and felt the fear of death in just a moment. It screamed and struggled to stand up, but the tank's repeated impact made the black rhino unable to move. As corrosion increases, the outcome is decided. The springtails also bypassed the black rhino battlefield and rushed quickly towards the more core areas. The remaining springtails quickly moved forward to save the black rhino's life as its armor corroded. The worker bees immediately stepped forward to dismember the body for transportation. Everything was going on in an orderly manner under the command of Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang sat on the sofa in the insect nest, rubbing his aching temple. In fact, he didn't have to give personal command, but the price would be greater casualties. This was hard to accept for Jiang Wang, who had less than 2 days left before the battle. Close your eyes and rest for a while. The battle has begun again. The Zerg dismembered the black rhino in just 10 minutes. The Zerg killed the two-headed tiger. Zerg. But in the eyes of others, the black rhino is an 8th level dust monster that is simply invincible. The two-headed tiger is a monster of level 9 in dust. They are existences that require huge casualties to kill. But all this was broken by Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang killed one strange beast after another at a speed that no one could understand. In his eyes, these are excellent genes, life energy, and hope for survival. Report, Jiang Wang has surpassed our progress, and will continue to surpass. The 3 major attacking groups received the news almost at the same time. Everyone was shocked to find out who they were insulting and mocking. Seems like it can push them. Some people are happy and some are worried on the public screen. With Jiang Wang, we don't need to worry about invasion. Jiang Wang is so scary. For everyone's safety, he must hand over 2/3 of the Zerg. Zerg is invincible. Boss Jiang Wang is awesome. What if Jiang Wang attacks us? Then, there are admirers and fearers alike. The ignorant and the greedy coexist. People long for a strong Jiang Wang who can protect them and resist invasion, but they are also afraid of the greedy and powerful Jiang Wang and hope to kidnap his strength, his power, and everything he has. But they were destined to be disappointed. The Zerg are like passing locusts, harvesting all valuable lives. Jiang Wang, killed through the core area. Just 2 hours. Under the unstoppable offensive, no matter it is the giant crocodile in the mud or the hidden poisonous snake. All of them become nutrients on the fungal mat. By this time, Jiang Wang had already found the supplies. In addition to a variety of high-tech defense materials, there are also various precious resources needed by the lords. Notice, Insect Lord Jiang Wang was the first to arrive at the core area and received a special reward, Primordial Stone. This reward is provided by the Star Alliance. Among the supplies in front of the Zerg, a square jade plate that looked like a piece of Hessian jade slowly flew up with a faint glow, flying straight towards where Jiang Wang was. After a while, Jiang Wang looked at the jade plate in front of him that was emitting a warm luster, and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Silver level, Primordial Stone, incomplete, nourishes the spirit and speeds up mental recovery. Silver level incomplete. An extremely simple introduction, but it has extraordinary functions. After all, no matter when, things that directly act on the spiritual level are considered rare items. Through the introduction of the booklet, the current Tianyuan world is divided into dust, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, master, and void. I heard that there is something above Paku, but this is not something Jiang Wang can access. Chapter 12. 2 hours later, various attacking teams entered the core area. Everyone looked at the supplies on the ground and fell into silence. Logically speaking, in the original covenant, whoever breaks through first can take 40% of the supplies, the second 30%, the third 20%, and the last 10%. The original intention was to motivate everyone to attack the core area to the greatest extent, but when they actually saw the supplies, everyone fell into a strange silence. Boss Jiang Wang is so strong. We worked hard to get to the core area. Can you give us 10%? In the public screen, the Dandelion Alliance took the lead in launching the attack. After all, they are mostly plant and auxiliary types, and they only enter the core area at the end. They only have the least 10% of the resources, but they have the most people. Yes. You are alone, and there are many girls here. To be fair, I think it would be best if everyone gets an equal share. After all, we are all here to get through this together. Yes, you died of the Zerg, and many of us died. If you ask me, Jiang Wang doesn't need these supplies at all. He's already so strong. I'm having a hard time even beating a 4th level dust now. The public screen overwhelmingly hopes that Jiang Wang can give up some of his vested interests. From giving up 10% to 20% at the beginning, and finally giving up all the interests. Even Jiang Wang, who was used to seeing the fickleness of human nature, was still shocked by the shamelessness. If the supplies had not been protected by an inexplicable energy, he would have already moved out the supplies he was entitled to. Why would he still be waiting for them to come and complain? As everyone arrived, the protective shield slowly disappeared. First of all, congratulations to all the lords for arriving at the core area. The following materials are jointly provided by the AIDS family, Lotus Chamber of Commerce, Star Chamber of Commerce, and Star Alliance to help all the lords successfully survive the invasion day. I wish all the lords good luck in military affairs. This information technology is provided by the Mechanical Alliance. Jiang Wang narrowed his eyes slightly in the insect nest. The participation of so many forces made him think of the sponsors on Earth. The design of this protective cover, at best, is to ensure that materials are fully used by the lords. At worst, it will cause disagreements among all lords over distribution. Whether it is good or bad depends entirely on the humanity of all the lords. Oh! Human nature! It was a naked conspiracy, and Jiang Wang was the center of it. Novice Village, Village Chief's Attic. Su Bo and the middle and senior leaders of this tour, as well as Li Qing and others stood in the corner of the room. The huge virtual screen reflects everything that happens in the core area. What would you do? Everything in the novice village is actually a test for potential lords by major forces. A strong person is not just strong in physical strength. Rather, it is his performance in the face of various conspiracies and even desperate situations that can determine whether this person is worth investing in. At this time, Jiang Wang happened to be on the key observation list. Core area. How about this? Each team gets an equal amount of supplies. They're all used to fight the invasion, so it doesn't matter how you divide them. What do you think? The deputy head of Tang Xi's team spoke first. It seems to make sense, but in fact it is secretly changing the concept. Oh, if that's what you mean, just give them all to me. When I'm invincible, I can just protect you, and that way I can also resist the invasion. The deputy leader of the Flame Demon group did not indulge him at all. His arm is still broken because of the last battle, and he fought hard to get the second place. You say we should split it equally? Why is he like this? Really, it's not easy for us to break in. The words of the Flame Demon deputy leader caused him to explode on the public screen and he was hit hard. Don't be so angry. Did we come here so hard just to quarrel? Li Ang stepped out with a smile to smooth things over. Where is Wang Tian? Xiao Yan glanced at him and said directly. Judging from other people's evaluation, Li Ang is undoubtedly perfect, but from his personal perspective, he hates Li Ang and thinks he is too hypocritical. Hearing this, Li Ang's eyes instantly turned red. Boss Wang, when he was deep in the core area, he was besieged by strange beasts and accidentally bitten by a poisonous snake. He died of poisoning. Li Ang was crying as he spoke. It was so sad to see the tears and hear the sadness. Dead. An S-level soldier with S-level talent died from a poisonous snake bite. Xiao Yan and Tang Si frowned. Under Tang Xi's shocked and sad expression, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Dead. Others don't know, but he knows that Li Ang controls almost all the forces of the Shadow Group. He is powerful himself, loyal to his brothers, and caring for his subordinates. Except for having a useless brother, he is simply a perfect boss. But Wang Tian died just a few days ago when he reached an agreement with such a person. Jiang Wang, who was far away in the insect nest, also frowned. Something is wrong. It's not that you can't die, but the timing of death is not right. Although there were many casualties in the core areas of the attack, a broad look revealed that among the middle and high-level officers of the three attack groups, many were injured, but only a few died. It's such a big deal. Under the temptation of material and other emotional differentiation, Wang Tian's death was diluted to the maximum extent. Boss, you did this for us, Wu. I'm sorry, boss, I'm sorry, brothers. It is hard to imagine that a strong man of 1.78 meters tall was crying so hard. It even evokes the sadness that many people have suppressed in their hearts. Whose battle was without casualties? Suddenly, the sentimental girl group behind Tang Si burst into tears, and even the big men from the Flame Demon group had red eyes and looked sorrowful. From an emotional point of view, Jiang Wang also feels sad for those who have passed away. But from a rational point of view, Li Ang's words put himself in a very unfavorable position. With his understanding of human nature. Why? Why should Jiang Wang take away 40% of the supplies without killing a single person? Pay attention to the public screen and Jiang Wang's size. What is coming will eventually come. Why? One stone caused 1,000 ripples, and everyone found an outlet to vent their sadness. They did not blame the alien beasts that caused their deaths and injuries, did not care about the casualties of Jiang Wang's Zerg, and did not care about Jiang Wang's contribution to this battle. At this moment, Jiang Wang seemed to have become an unforgivable evil person. As long as he is a human being, he shouldn't take the supplies. Since he has so many Zergs, why can't he contribute them? Can't he think about the team? Under deliberate guidance, Jiang Wang became the opposite of everyone. At this time, Anna forced her way out of the Lord's space. The cute little face is full of anger. Master! Anna's eyes were filled with tears of grievance. The little girl didn't understand why this happened. Looking at the aggrieved Zerg Queen and feeling the anger coming from all the Zerg, Jiang Wang suddenly felt that he was not standing against these people. It was them. They stood against Jiang Wang. First. Jiang Wang's voice sounded in the core area. The larvae are temporarily transformed into signal receivers and small speakers. In an instant, the noise in the core area gradually stopped until it was dead silent. I feel sad and sorry for all those who have passed away in this raid, but their deaths were not caused by me. The raid was decided by the four parties and was everyone's choice. Secondly, I will personally conquer the entire southern region that I am responsible for, and arrive there first. According to the alliance agreement, I am entitled to 40% of the supplies. I can give 10% of it free of charge to the relatives and families of those who died in the war. But these are all my personal wishes and respect for the war dead. It is my freedom to decide who I give the supplies to and how to use them. I can give, but you cannot take them. 30%, I'll pick first. I've finished speaking, who's in favor, who's against? Jiang Wang's calm and elegant voice became the only sound in the night sky. As Jiang Wang's voice fell, the Zerglings instantly deployed into battle formation, staring at everyone with eager eyes. The orange-red eyes flashed with excitement and bloodthirstiness. Chapter 13. Dead silence. Thousands of people in the huge core area were all shocked by Jiang Wang's firm attitude. Several team leaders narrowed their eyes and looked at the Zerg that were about to pounce on them, and fell silent. I agree. Xiao Yan's voice rang out in the night sky. Not to mention the alliance he secretly signed with Jiang Wang. He would agree if it was only for the invasion day and the brothers who were killed and wounded under his command. Although he took the lead in the charge and did it himself. But in fact, everyone is still an ordinary person who has just traveled through time. They are not like Tang Xi's team, which mostly provides support and healing. In order to compete for the second place, their Flame Demon group suffered many casualties. The 1% of supplies that Jiang Wang gave up just helped him relieve the tremendous pressure. Tang Si Liang looked at Xiao Yan who expressed his opinion, his eyes slightly narrowed. I don't agree. A familiar voice sounded. Li Hao walked out from behind Li Ang and shouted loudly. Although we signed the agreement, you were not there at the time. To be precise, the agreement was aimed at 3 parties. And you were not among them. But we all see the contributions you have made to everyone, so I think that you only need to have 10% of the resources. Only when everyone is strong can we be truly strong. Li Hao spoke passionately with a flushed face, and his speech also pointed out Jiang Wang's less fatal shortcomings. Is that what you mean? Obviously, Jiang Wang did not think Li Hao had the ability to speak such targeted language. The anthropomorphic larva looked at Leon, who was silent in the darkness. After a brief silence. Understood. The larvae personified Jiang Wang said expressionlessly, then looked at Tang Si. And you? Tang Si pondered for a moment, then showed his signature smile. I think we should move the supplies back to the novice village first. Let's sit down and talk slowly. There's no need to do this. Let's wait. The smile instantly turned into panic. Back off. Li Ang in the darkness suddenly shouted at Li Hao, who was closest to the insect swarm. Puff. Ah. The sharp blade of the springtail pierced through Li Hao's shoulder blade, which had just recovered, with lightning speed. In that case, let's go to war. Jiang Wang's voice spread throughout the battlefield. Jiang Wang in the nest cut off the larvae's connection. Devote yourself fully to commanding the battle. Zerg, no need to compromise. Zerg, there is no need for a compromising overlord. With the advent of the Master's will, the entire swarm of insects fell into a frenzy. Wait. We can discuss this. Ah. Defense. Attack. The springtail rushed to Li Ang, Tang Si, and others in just one breath. Scarlet compound eyes and sharp blades shining in the moonlight. Boom. The battle is about to break out, the Zerglings are fighting on 2 fronts, and the tanks are dropping directly from the sky. The anthropomorphic larva stood in the center of the Zerg army, looking straight at Xiao Yan opposite him. At this time, Xiao Yan was in a dilemma. Betray or help? The clenched fist loosened and clenched again, and finally fell down helplessly in compromise. He would not risk the lives of his brothers, nor would he take down the butcher knife on humans. The sound of a sharp blade piercing the body and the hissing of a springtail before its death. Blood and screams became the main theme of the forest. Novice village. This. The subordinates around Su Bo were somewhat shocked by what Jiang Wang did. Not only him, almost everyone was shocked by Jiang Wang's toughness. No negotiation, no hesitation, no compromise. Uncle Su, should we? Do you think he looks like a human being? Su Bo did not answer his subordinate's question, but said with a hint of relief. You mean? Ye Chen. A hint of excitement flashed across Su Bo's eyes. Send the message outside and win him over and make friends with him at all costs. Also, tell the people below to keep their mouths shut. Core area. Li Hao was lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. The cries changed from shock to disdain at first. It turned into panic and fear. Only when we truly face the Zerg, the overwhelming and endless killing machines, people finally return to rationality. When a strong person is no longer bound by morality, he will become stronger. With only a few days of combat experience, compared to the combat genes carefully selected by Jiang Wang, he is like an ignorant baby facing a bloodthirsty wolfhound. Stop. We can talk. Tang Si released a large amount of green grass to resist while shouting at the larvae. And there was no place to use the hidden weapon in his hand. Although the larva looked like Jiang Wang, he was still a larva after all. If they continue as they are now, they will not be able to gain any advantage. I'm afraid many more people will die. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang watched everything with indifference. The worker bees continued to transport supplies to the insect nest, leaving only 30% and placing it directly opposite Xiao Yan. He looked at the supplies in front of him and then at the larva Jiang Wang opposite him. His expression was complicated. He still underestimated Jiang Wang's courage. Originally, he wanted to share 20% of Jiang Wang's spoils and then join and help Jiang Wang. But, looking at the people wailing around him, he shook his head helplessly. After taking the supplies, he quickly retreated. After Jiang Wang completed the transportation of supplies, he gradually retreated. At Jiang Wang's command, the cockroaches standing in the back fired a volley directly in front of Liang and Tang Si. Venom mixed with corrosive liquids stood in front of them. It is a cover and also a threat. If I can block you in front, I can shoot you from behind. Don't push me. Save me. Ah! Please! Save me! Screams rang out one after another. This is what fighting is like, people will get hurt and die. The Zerg are already on their way back, and strategic measures around the hive have been completed. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang lowered his eyes. Although he tried his best to control the mass casualties. But in the end, many people still died at the hands of the Zerg. Dominate. Anna felt Jiang Wang's pain and entanglement and didn't know what to say. After a long time. Well. The heavy sigh seemed to let out all the depression. As a human being, he could be too cruel and ruthless. But as the ruler of the Zerg, he was not wrong. If we must discuss it. That's where the mistake is. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Liang and Tang Si looked back at the people wailing everywhere and the empty supplies. There was a hint of fear in his eyes, but more of it was anger. How dare he, how could he wield the butcher knife against his own people? Jiang Wang! You killed your own people just for supplies. You killed your compatriots. You are hated by both humans and gods, you shall not die a good death. The Shadow Group announces, from now on, we will cut all ties with Jiang Wang and regard Jiang Wang as an alien, a bug. All members of the Shadow Group regard Jiang Wang as an enemy. This hatred, the Shadow Group, will definitely avenge. The Dandelion Alliance announced, because Jiang Wang acted recklessly, killed his compatriots, and had no humanity, Jiang Wang will be listed as a blood enemy. This feud is irreconcilable. Jiang Wang! You will pay the price. Everyone who heard about this was outraged on the public screen. But those who witnessed this incident remained silent. When the Zerg scythe cut through their chests, they realized that this world was different from Earth. This world needs strength. Liang stood in front of Li Hao's body with an expressionless face. Even though he had released the shadow soldiers to the rescue. But it was still a step too late. Jiang Wang didn't care about Li Hao's life or death. But Anna, who served as an assistant, remembered this hateful human being. And let 3 Zerglings send him off, one beheading him and one piercing his heart. The dead can't die anymore. Chapter 14. Liang placed his hands on Li Hao's body, trying the last possibility. With the faint glimmer in my hand. Soon he had a second talent. A-level talent, Martial Arts Lord. That's his ability. Wang Tian died, but not from a poisonous snake bite. He was killed by a pierced heart from behind, for his S-level soldiers. And he is the last S-level talent that Subo has been trying hard to find, devouring. You have 3 chances to devour other people's arms or talents. Looking at my younger brother, who had once been in danger of murder, robbery, and kidnapping together. The brother who had depended on each other since childhood, who was always noisy and would not allow anyone to bully him, suddenly became so quiet, lying in front of him without a sound. He had the opportunity to obtain better talents, but he chose to devour his brother's abilities. Although his brother was reckless and stupid, when he really died in front of him, his ambitions suddenly turned into a strong sense of loneliness. So he devoured his brother's abilities, as if that would relieve him from the feeling of loneliness. After burying his brother's body with his own hands, Liang then returned to the novice village with the remaining injured people and corpses. After comforting everyone, Tang Si also set off to return, but always kept a safe distance from Li Ang's shadow group. At this time, Xiao Yan returned first and used the remaining supplies to build his own fortress. After all, because of his inaction, he was already tied to Jiang Wang's warship. In other words, even if he explained, no one would listen to him. The supplies provided by various forces were quickly deployed. There are various advanced technologies in the mechanical empire. There are also spells and runes from the elemental empire, and even fruits that increase one's own strength. When everything is ready. At the end of the distance, the figures of Li Ang and Tang Si slowly appeared. Xiao Yan clenched his fists. Under his orders, all members of the Flame Demon group had entered combat readiness, ready to deal with the counterattack and anger of the two of them at any time. Unexpectedly, Li Ang held Li Hao's body and entered the novice village with an expressionless face. There was no conflict and no angry accusations. Everything seemed very quiet. Eerily quiet. Jiang Wang deserves to die. Even though the people who stayed in the village had heard about this, when they actually saw the injured people, their eyes were still red and they denounced Jiang Wang's actions. Kill him. If everyone distributes according to the established rules, then things will not develop in this direction. Amidst the many accusations and insults, a discordant voice suddenly emerged. He is so slight, but he pierces the heart of every cynic, pitiful person and saint like a steel needle. FK. You bought a lamb kebab. You sold out your conscience. Didn't you see so many deaths and injuries? FK, why are you so angry with me? If you are not greedy, why is it so? I support you. +1. The kebab trio was not to be outdone. Are you kidding me? Who the hell isn't a keyboard warrior? He really thought he was the supreme god. I think you are Jiang Wang's dog, not even as good as his bugs. At least his bugs can kill people, but you can only sell a bunch of dog barks. Ah, yes, I'm selling skewers, and you're being chopped. FK, just wait for me. Actually, I also think that Jiang Wang did nothing wrong. Amidst the numerous insulting voices, a group of insect protectionists gradually emerged. And amidst numerous insults, they still insisted on their own ideas. Jiang Wang was stunned when he saw this fleeting message. He thought that all the remaining people at this moment would curse him and think that his death did not deserve a pity. But these people were beyond his expectations. The condemnation continues. What did Jiang Wang do wrong? Which of you combatants treated us logistics as human beings? You combatants are human beings, but we are not FG human beings? The shadow group threatened us to go explore the way, and 12 auxiliary teams died tragically. Our lives are not lives. Also, Dandelion used coercion and bribery to use our lives to test whether the alien beasts were dead or not. They would rather let us die, rather than let their soldiers get hurt. How can this be accounted for? Jiang Wang is not good at speaking, so you use moral kidnapping to threaten him and make him give up resources. Why? Are the lives of your combatants noble? To put it bluntly, you are greedy and want to kidnap him morally, but you failed. He dared not fight back after being beaten. He only dared to bark at us. At least, Jiang Wang is the only boss who is willing to treat us equally and let us eat meat. The grumpy old man started to rant on the spot, pouring out all the unfair treatment he had received in the novice village. For a moment, everyone was speechless. The logistics staff looked sad. Yes. The lives of combatants are lives. Aren't they? Everything happened one by one, as vividly as if it were a movie. If Jiang Wang hadn't exchanged the corpses of the exotic beasts, they would have starved to death long ago, or would have been tricked to death by the major groups for the sake of points. No matter why he wants to redeem points, or for what purpose. But eat the food that is given to you, remember the kindness that is given to you. If I stand by and watch coldly today, who will cheer for me when disaster strikes me in the future? All of a sudden, many auxiliary personnel stood up and suppressed the one-sided criticism. Jiang Wang looked at the constantly refreshing public screen and felt a little move. As a scientific research and business giant on Earth, he has seen too many intrigues and deceptions. Only by being calm and ruthless enough can he protect his assets and his lifeline. As the current Zerg ruler, only by being ruthless and indifferent can the continuation and survival of the Zerg be guaranteed. But now, those ordinary auxiliary staff, those logistical staff who made jokes and begged for help every day, were like a ray of light, shining into his cold and lonely heart. The past is full of right and wrong. We can talk about it after we resist the invasion. I hope everyone can unite and overcome the difficulties. Xiao Yan spoke up in time, and if such remarks were allowed to continue, the combat and auxiliary personnel would have disagreements and become enemies. Then there will be no need for us to resist all races. Just wait to be slaughtered. Village Chief's attic. What do you think? Uncle Su looked at the farce on the public screen and asked the people around him. People who are used to the law of the jungle actually don't quite understand such behavior. The winner is the king, the loser eats dirt, and the weak eats dust. This is the law of survival in this world. Everyone was silent. The justice and kindness of the weak are meaningless. Li Qing said loudly at the end of the crowd. Oh? Continue. Su Bo was obviously interested. Facing the gazes of many big men, Li Qing straightened his clothes and looked at them bravely. But if it can resonate with the strong, it will be the best weapon and investment. Ha, that's right. So, standing in line is very important. Su Bo's sharp eyes swept over everyone present. He took this opportunity to suppress everyone again, telling them not to betray, not to have any bad thoughts, and not to reveal everything here. Chapter 15. In the depressing atmosphere, time seemed to last for everyone, but it passed in a flash for the guide. The guide left the original world under the illumination of beams of light. Jiang Wang looked at Li Qing in front of him and waved goodbye. See you in Tianyuan world. As the beam of light suddenly became brighter, Li Qing had left this world. See you in Tianyuan world. Jiang Wang murmured. Under the bloody setting sun, the invasion day began. Dark clouds are pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. Pa! The raindrops gently streaked across the dark barrel and gently hit the crowd waiting in anticipation. Deep in the forest, spaces were torn apart by dark claws. Countless dark monsters rushed into this space one after another. This is a disaster for the Lord and a feast for all races. The original world was fair. It granted space to human overlords, but the gift of fate had already been secretly marked with a price. Myriad races are their price. If one's virtue does not match his position, he will suffer the consequences. Only those who can stop the invasion of all races are the real lords, otherwise, they are the nourishment for the evolution of all races. The heavy rain gently brushed over everything, as if shedding tears of sorrow for the slaughter to come. All kinds of cubs rushed towards the novice village of 10,000 races. Jiang Wang was still stationed in the southern part of the forest, using a lot of supplies to make the insect nest indestructible, and he also made preparations in the Lord's space. It's not that the novice village rejects him and doesn't allow him to go back. Instead, he directly rejected Li Ang and Xiao Yan's suggestion to put aside their past grudges and fight the enemy together. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Here it comes. As the outskirts of the novice village, Jiang Wang was naturally the first person to sense it. The reason why he sent out the signal for the novice village was to reduce the number of casualties, especially those logistics personnel. Dominate. Anna was ready. News has just arrived from the outpost. All races have broken through the core area and are rushing towards the novice village and the insect nest. Through observation, the 10,000 races seem to know the location of everyone. Start. In the past, the Zerg might just have to fight and it would be a matter of life and death, but Jiang Wang is not like that. He is a human being with a high IQ. A master who understands the art of war plus a fearless Zerg equals a devastating existence. In the world when everyone returned to the novice village, the worker bees continued to dig the ground and grass around the insect nest and set up various traps. Jiang Wang also used modern weaponization knowledge to create a lot of new gadgets. Corrosive mushrooms, ground spikers, poisonous fog sacs. Boom! On the only way for all races to reach the novice village insect nest. More than a dozen strange beasts were covered with green slime. The most terrifying thing about this mucus is not corrosion, but spore invasion. Once it enters the body through the blood, 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 3. Eventually, it becomes a huge mushroom of flesh and blood. Roar! When the leading members of the 10,000 clans saw this, a trace of disdain flashed in their eyes. Humans can only hide in the novice village and use these insidious means. Spread! A huge black tiger spoke in human language. He was one of the leading clans in this invasion of all clans. The beast tide, like a torrent, quickly dispersed under his command. Boom! 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 There was another explosion of several mushrooms. But the deaths of dozens or hundreds are nothing to the huge tide of beasts. Boom boom boom! Sizzle! After suffering nearly 10,000 casualties, the beast tide finally made it through the various traps set by Jiang Wang. It was impossible to tell the expression on Haihu's dark face, but his eyes were filled with anger. The endless mushrooms and the thorns that sprouted from the ground. And a large area of poisonous fog. These difficult to defend against biological and chemical weapons caused them to suffer considerable losses. The novice village was not far away. Haihu focused his eyes and saw all kinds of gun barrels on the city wall. Prepare! Emission! In the novice village, on the city wall, hundreds of cannons were spewing flames crazily. Missiles fell on the herd that had just arrived. Giant turtle! Under Haihu's command, more than a dozen giant turtles were carried out, and as waves of blue light curtains emerged from the giant turtles, hundreds of cannons smashed into countless dazzling fireworks on the light curtains. Impossible! Tang Si leaned against the city wall, veins bulging on his hands. A humanized sneer appeared on Black Tiger's face. For so many years, humans have always liked to be like this, without any care. Now all they have to do is wait for them to panic and slaughter them indiscriminately. Reload. Ready. Shoot. Xiao Yan's voice sounded. He just noticed that although the blue light curtain could block the artillery shells, it was not unscathed. There are big holes and cracks in several weak spots. At times like this, you have to fight ruthlessly. You must not be intimidated by these myriad races. Boom boom boom. Rounds of volleys exploded on the blue light curtain. Gradually, some giant turtles could no longer hold on and exploded and died. Report. The barrel is red. Logistics water attribute cooling. Elemental team, get ready. And all the races finally waited for this moment at the cost of the deaths of 8 giant turtles. The black tiger's eyes are red. These damn humans. Kill. For evolution and awakening. Black Tiger took the lead and rushed towards the novice village like a black lightning. And the other side. The blue blackbird and the red giant ape looked at the densely packed Zerg with shock. Through the map in my mind, there was only one human being here. I thought he was a human who was hoping for a lucky break, so I just sent a small team to search and kill him. Unexpectedly, there was not even a splash of water. A team lost their lives silently. A whole team followed. And then there is this large army. Suan Yao looked at the injured animals behind him with an unpleasant expression. She couldn't even think about what she had just been through. The hardships along the way were no less than those encountered by Black Tiger on his way to the novice village, and were even worse. A huge pit filled with corrupted mushrooms. The canyon is filled with poisonous fog and swelling. And the assassins who set ambushes along the way. After the 20,000 Wanzu arrived at the Zerg, only 10,000 were left. They didn't even see the enemy. Although there will be more myriad races coming in later, the casualty ratio and death rate are already at a level that myriad races cannot accept. How about waiting for backup? Sun Yao looked at the insect nest and the large number of Zergs not far away, his heart pounding, and asked the giant ape tentatively. The giant ape, who was almost losing his mind due to annoyance caused by the trap, ignored the black bird. He roared at the remaining tribes behind him. All races! Never fear! Warriors! Kill! Roar! Countless beasts, filled with anger, followed their leader and charged forward. As the giant ape charged, all the ground spikes in front of him were crushed into the ground by his powerful defense. All the beasts behind him followed his huge body and passed through the ground spike area smoothly. The earth spiker needs some adjustments. Jiang Wang in the insect nest watched this scene and silently noted down the pros and cons. He was not panicked, after all, the battle had just begun. Kill! Countless violent springtails followed the command of the Overlord. He drew out his sharp blade and charged towards the invaders. The black bird flew high up and looked down at the battlefield from above. The various torrents of all races and the black army of Zerglings collided violently like two tanks running at full speed. There were broken limbs and arms, and blood was everywhere. For a moment it was difficult to tell which side was stronger or weaker. The myriad races were coming with great momentum, but the insects' sharp blades and fearlessness of death held back the myriad races' advance. The poisonous cockroaches in the back are constantly spewing corrosive liquid. And all the races are not willing to be outdone. A giant centipede that breathes fire, a water snake that uses the power of ice. Boom boom boom. One after another huge figures slammed down from the sky. The addition of tanks was like dung beetles joining the battle, instantly disrupting the enemy's camp. The most fatal thing was that the tanks, with their powerful defensive capabilities and their own powerful hind limb strength, made all the races a little helpless for a while. Chapter 16. Roar. The red giant ape stood up, beat his chest, and roared at the tank in front of him. And he was surrounded by countless Zerglings with twisted bodies. They were all crushed to death or hammered to death by him, and the wounds all over his body proved that he was not as relaxed as he looked. The giant ape rushed towards the tank with big strides, and the tank also gathered its strength and prepared to crash into the giant ape. Boom! Bang! Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang looked at the scene in amazement. The tank was actually flying straight towards him in the air, but was hammered down by the giant ape. Boom! Smoke and dust rose up, and in the huge pit, the tank was struggling to stand up. But the giant ape didn't give it this chance. It jumped on the tank's back and punched it on the head. Blood splatter! Roar! The giant ape looked at the lifeless tank, stood up, and roared towards the direction of the insect nest. Roar! Countless beasts also roared along with the giant ape, as if declaring their strength and fearlessness. Jiang Wang could hear the roar of thousands of beasts across the insect nest. He narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "I'm pretending to be your mother." The Zerg certainly would not be deterred by such a demonstration. Dominate what the Lord wants, fight to the end without regrets even if you die. Venom, blade, tank. Countless springtails didn't give the giant ape any chance to breathe. They rushed forward in a swarm. Seeing this, the blackbird in the sky dived rapidly. A breath of icy air accurately froze the pile of insects that was as big as a hill. Then there was another breath of scorching flames. In an instant, whether it was a heavily armored tank or a crazy jumping insect, all under the stimulation of cold and hot, they turned into pieces one after another. The giant ape in the center was also emitting scorching flames all over its body. This is how they work together. After exhaling twice, Sun Yao quickly rose, but Jiang Wang noticed that compared with the lightness at the beginning, Sun Yao's rise this time was a little weak. Looking at the giant ape that looked like a demon, Jiang Wang smiled slightly. "Okay, I can't kill you, right?" Huge cannon barrels were pushed out one after another. Did your father give you face? Can't you tell the difference between the big and small kings? You know, Jiang Wang took away 70% of the supplies, even exchanging some city defense supplies with the novice village for some soldiers and other supplies. Then he also has 50% of the supplies in hand. Boom 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 boom. Full coverage of artillery fire. Not only the giant ape, but also the beastman behind him. Huge fireworks went up. The blackbird in the sky was worried but helpless. Too strong. She was a little worried. The giant ape that released the magic flame was actually at the end of its strength, but it just persisted for the sake of morale and did not fall down. However, as long as there is 10 minutes, not even 5 minutes of rest time, under the effect of the magic flame, the giant ape can quickly recover. But Jiang Wang's attacks came one after another, leaving no room for breathing. After 3 rounds of salvos, the poisonous cockroaches quickly followed, and this time they used spore poison mist. The purpose is to allow the injured orcs to absorb the spores. Bong bong bong. A fungus ball carrying a large number of spores fell on the battlefield. In an instant, the green poisonous fog almost covered half of the battlefield. No. Disperse. The blackbird kept warning the people below in the sky. But it's too late. Withdraw. She could no longer take care of the giant ape. Deep in the enemy territory, surrounded by swarms of insects, life or death unknown, all these circumstances forced Sun Yao to give up the giant ape. The strange beasts that were not covered by the poisonous fog retreated quickly under the leadership of Sun Yao. As she was retreating, she looked back at the poisonous fog that represented death. Countless roars of resentment, anger, and fear emanated from the poisonous fog, but the end of death is already determined. After a long time, the poisonous fog dissipated. A row of flesh and blood mushrooms stood in the center of the battlefield. The red giant ape survived because the magic fire on its body burned the surrounding spores. After the springtails cut off all of the giant ape's hands and feet, they were taken back to the hive by the worker bees that were cleaning up the battlefield. After all, according to Li Qing's explanation, this time the invasion of the 10,000 races was different from usual, and they only found out that the intensity was different, and they didn't know anything else. Therefore, the life and death of the giant ape became important. The worker bees continued to drag the corpses and flesh mushrooms towards the hive. Spore poison mist is extremely precious, and even Jiang Wang currently only has enough in stock for about 20 rounds of salvos. What's the difference between this and nothing? This thought made Anna feel very safe having such a master. The fungal blanket has expanded outward to 1,000 meters. But even so, the accumulation of so many corpses made the fungal blanket a little insufficient. You can imagine how cruel war is. Jiang Wang is also constantly sorting and integrating genes with Anna's assistance. Over at the novice village, the black tigers quickly rushed through the elemental coverage area, with one tiger leading the way and rushing towards the top of the city. A red light appeared on Li Ang's hand, and Tang Xi's green grass continued to block the black tiger. Seeing such a ferocious black tiger, there was a commotion on the city wall. Suddenly, Xiao Yan was engulfed in flames. He immediately jumped off the city wall with flames flying in his hands. The huge phoenix pounced straight towards the black tiger. The black tiger, with no escape possible, emitted a dark glow all over his body and forcibly withstood the attack. Sizzle! Even with the dim light blocking its way, the black tiger was still burned by the scorching flames. Shaking off the unextinguished flames, the black tiger stared at the human lord in front of him. Different from Li Ang and Tang Xi's shock at his strength and the excitement of everyone on the city wall, Xiao Yan was more thankful. If it weren't for his S-level talent being the god of fire Zerong, if he hadn't used the strongest god of fire form right away, then he just died. He looked at the wound on his chest that was so deep that the bone could be seen, and it was gradually recovering under the healing of the flame. When the black tiger in front of him saw that his attack failed, a faint light flashed all over his body and he disappeared. The reason why he charged so fast as the leader was that he wanted to use his racial skills to be the first to kill a human leader and cause chaos. As long as there is chaos on the city wall, the myriad races can take advantage of the situation and capture the novice village in one fell swoop. But things never go as planned. He also didn't expect to meet a rare elemental lord, and even open the elemental body ahead of time. If it was Liang or Tang Si who came to fight, then his plan might have really succeeded. Unfortunately, there is no if. If the attack fails, flee thousands of miles away. The black tiger returned to the herd and was breathing heavily. The dim light is turned on twice a day, once for a short moment. For him as a young child, the burden was too great. Attack the city. Test your skills. Retreat if it doesn't work. Following Black Tiger's order, the orcs rushed towards the city wall one after another. As the vanguard, even if we cannot defeat the enemy, we must test the enemy's level. Provide effective information for the next attack. The attack and defense lasted for an hour. After all, if they can't attack the city, then the siege is just a fearless sacrifice and a training ground for the enemy. Behind the forest, the camp of all races. Hai-Ho looked grim when he heard the news brought by Suan Yao. Even I had to put in a lot of effort to kill the giant ape, but I don't know whether it's alive or dead. This is with the cooperation of Suan Yao and gigantic ape. You know, the combination of these two beasts is powerful enough to fight even a bronze leader. Nearly 15,000 tribesmen were killed, including a leader. And the one who caused all this was just a human insect lord? Add to that the losses I suffered along the way. On the first day, the losses were huge. This is rare in the history of invasions into the primordial world. After all, on the day of the invasion, it was basically all the races that overwhelmed humans. Humans could only stay in the novice village for 3 days before ending the invasion. This time the situation was reversed. The strength of the novice village is average. Except for the elemental body, it is even considered weak in terms of artillery and other aspects. The real variable is the insect lord in the southern forest. Hai-Ho thought about it for a moment and figured out a key point. If it's not a special tactic, then it's probably because the two sides are at odds. As for other possibilities, Hai-Ho no longer had the energy to investigate them in detail. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he instantly thought of a brilliant idea. Chapter 17. His teacher had taught him when he first went hunting. If you want to eat the big calf, you have to play with the small calf first until the big calf can no longer bear it and attacks you, then you will have the chance to eat the big calf. All kinds of strange beasts retreated comprehensively, waiting for the follow-up reinforcements. There are a total of 120,000 exotic beasts that can enter this time. 20% higher than before. Vanguard Army 5W. There are another 70,000 troops to follow, and the 4 leaders will all arrive early tomorrow morning. This is the novice village. Since Xiao Yan displayed his great power today and the attack of the strange beast was not actually very strong, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It has to be Captain Xiao. You don't know that I saw it clearly from the top of the city today. The way he confronted the big black tiger with his whole body bathed in flames was like a god descending from heaven. I'm so jealous, I want to watch it too. Captain Xiao, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Upstairs, Captain Xiao likes people, not monkeys. On the public screen, people were excitedly discussing everything that happened today. Hey, you guys, what happened to Jiang Wang? The relaxed and happy atmosphere was suddenly broken. There are tens of thousands of people on their side defending this city wall, while Jiang Wang is surrounded on all sides, and the monsters can attack from all directions. It's better to die, but it's a pity to waste so many resources. That's not the case. I hope Jiang Wang is still alive and can help us attract some firepower from the alien beasts. Looking at the prefixes before their names, they are basically combatants. No matter how much the logistics staff support Jiang Wang, once the war breaks out, everyone will have to crawl under the tyranny of the combatants. After all, their lives need to be protected by combatants. Although combatants also need subsequent guarantees, such a relationship is not equal at all in the eyes of combatants. Hey, you, come here and massage my legs. Zhao Lu looked at the fighter who was waving at him, clenched his fist, then turned off the public screen and walked towards the man. Damn it, I risked my life to protect you bastards. Don't you like Jiang Wang? Why didn't he say anything and come to protect you? Looking at Zhao Lu who was massaging his legs, Li Jin became more and more angry. Bang! FK! You didn't eat. What the hell can you do? You're useless. You're not even worth feeding the monsters. Haha. A mouthful of thick phlegm was spat directly onto Zhao Lu. His fists were clenched so tightly that his nails even pierced his palms, causing scarlet blood to flow out. Looking at Zhao Lu who was still unconvinced, Li Jin raised his hand high and was ready to hit Zhao Lu in the face the next moment. Enough! On the city wall, Xiao Yan, who saw this scene, stopped Li Jin's behavior. Looking at Zhao Liu's lonely back, Xiao Yan felt a little helpless, and this scene was happening everywhere in the novice village. In fact, this Li Jin cannot even be considered a combatant. He is just a loader of artillery shells, yet he dares to bully the logistics personnel like this. It is conceivable that the seemingly harmonious surface is actually full of cracks. Jiang Wang, who was far away in the forest, was unaware of this. After learning from the public screen that the novice village was safe and sound, he began to fuse the genes and interrogate the giant ape. Looking at the 3000 evolution points, Jiang Wang upgraded both talents to level D. D level, Proliferation. 0/10,000 points. Cultivation speed, construction speed, and hatching speed increased by 100%. D level, Evolution. 0/10,000 points. It can initially evolve the host body and further comprehensively evolve the arms. There is a chance to see the evolution direction of the arms and increase the number of evolution points obtained. Then upgrade the Zerglings to LV5. All remaining evolution points are invested in poisonous cockroaches. As a ranged unit, the poisonous cockroach actually requires more evolution points. Just to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, each item requires 50 evolution points, which is 30 more than the jumping worm. But the improvement is also huge. Having done this, Jiang Wang turned his attention to the giant ape. Looking at the giant ape that was still unconscious, Jiang Wang's mental power turned into a fine needle and gently pierced into the giant ape's spiritual world. Just a light touch. The giant ape seemed to be in great pain and began to tremble all over. Looking at the giant ape whose face was full of pain but still woke up, Jiang Wang's voice rang out in this space. Hello. Roar. Can you speak human language? Roar. The giant ape struggled violently, but with his hands and feet broken, he had no way to break free from the cage built specifically for him. Can't you? Then forget it, just kill him. Despicable human. Listening to the giant ape's fluent language, Jiang Wang understood instantly. Damn, this FG red-haired gorilla is pretending to be nice to me? Let me make it short. First, you introduce yourself, and then explain the scale, quality, quantity, and strategic intention of your invasion. The giant ape's eyes rolled and he spoke haltingly. What are you talking about? It's just like the Japanese who just learned Huaxia, f-ed up and stupid. Jiang Wang didn't give in either, and stabbed the mental needle again, and this time it went deeper than last time. Roar. The giant ape seemed to be in great pain, twitching all over and foaming at the mouth, as if the next second would pass away. Jiang Wang was stunned. Does it hurt so much? Then I stabbed myself, it was okay. Under Jiang Wang's warm and kind questioning, and inhumane interrogation, the giant ape told him everything he knew. And Jiang Wang gave him a quick death as he wished. There was no pain in death. As the genes of the great ape were uploaded, Jiang Wang discovered a bright spot like a morning star. Magic Flame can be used as a weapon to burn enemies, and can also help you quickly recover from injuries and restore energy, twice a day. This thing? Is it the black fire on the giant ape? When Jiang Wang tried to integrate it into the springtail genes, a strange scene happened. The simple and stable springtail gene collapsed in an instant. This is something that Jiang Wang and I have not encountered. I think that even if the creation fails, there will always be fragments of genes left behind. But this time it was a complete collapse, not even a slag left. Jiang Wang rubbed his fingers and thought for a long time. Anna looked at the master who was thinking and gave up asking for instructions, and took the initiative to dispatch troops and arrange traps. Chapter 18. It is obvious that magic flame should be an advanced gene, and ordinary gene chains should not be able to withstand it. Jiang Wang kept trying, dividing the magic flame into 100 portions and adding them one by one, but even so, the effect was still unsatisfactory. Worker bee genes, collapse. Cockroach genes, 3 copies collapsed. Tank gene, 8 collapses. Another set of genes was extracted, which were from larvae. The long gene chain seems endless. Jiang Wang slowly added the genes of the magic flame to the larvae bit by bit. 1 copy. 2 servings. 3 servings. 98. 99. 100 copies. Just as Jiang Wang was excited, the entire gene chain that seemed to have no end suddenly collapsed and fell apart. No matter how many genes he put into the larvae, it always crashes at the 100th copy. Jiang Wang slumped on the sofa helplessly. He had been fighting with this gene for 6 hours. Almost everything in the hive was left to Anna's management. Everything he had done before, including personally directing the battle, was to set an example for Anna. Look, this is the minimum standard. These were Jiang Wang's original words, and this request almost brought Anna to the brink of collapse. Fortunately, her learning ability is extremely good, and she has reached 80% of Jiang Wang's level. Jiang Wang lay on the sofa like a corpse, with the milky white original stone on his forehead, emitting a cool breeze that soothed the pain in Jiang Wang's head and accelerated his recovery. Unconsciously scanning the insect nest and various ambush and trap points in my mind, and carefully check the details everywhere. Suddenly he seemed to have discovered something. The view was pulled back to the insect nest. A tank that was crippled in a previous battle was instantly healed by the larvae. The treatment of larvae is also very simple. Small wounds will cause silk to condense. Great injury and self-sacrifice. The larva drilled directly into the tank's body, and in just 10 seconds, the gushing blue liquid, with the help of the energy replenished by the fungal blanket, actually restored the half-damaged tank to its original state. Jiang Wang's eyes lit up. If the larvae can bear genes, so when the larvae merge into other insects, can they also merge their genes into them? Just do it. In the efficient hive, everything Jiang Wang needs is ready. As the larvae with magic flames entered the body of the disabled tank, fusion begins. The amount of magic fire in the tank gradually increases as the larvae recover. Increased from the original 8 to 28. But if the number is increased any further, it will collapse on the spot and turn into a mass of flesh and blood with no energy. No matter how serious the injury is, the number is 28. As the larvae integrated into various types of troops, their upper limits of resistance to magic flames were raised. But Jiang Wang gave up the idea and sealed the magic flame. Because of this thing. What AFG waste of resources! To hatch a larva with demonic flames, the resources required can hatch 32 springtails, 8 cockroaches, 4 tanks. If it's for that little bit of recovery and burning ability, that's just not worth it. But that doesn't mean he has given up on researching this advanced gene. It's just that he doesn't have the ability to do so at the moment. As Jiang Wang gradually fell asleep. Core area. A dark mass of beasts gathered. And the pair of huge hands that could tear apart space slowly retracted. The beastmen have reached the limit of what the primordial world can endure. If they continue to be released, all the beastmen will die. As the cracks close, 4 beasts of different shapes stood in front of the herd. 2-headed dog, gale wolf, burning bull, and heaven-shaking phenomenon. If there was a guide here at this moment, he would be shocked. The quality of the invading races this time is comparable to the highest in history. Almost all the leaders are from the upper clans among all the clans, and even Han Tianxiang belongs to the top upper clan. Although they are all larvae, this scale and herd are like. You start out in a bronze promotion match with no runes and your opponent is also full of runes. If you start out with a big item, and you need to ensure that the crystal is not pushed down within 30 minutes. I heard that the giant ape's life or death is unknown. The 2-headed dog looked indifferently at the Suanyao Legion not far away. Humph, waste. Han Tianxiang said with disdain. Hiss. Why hasn't that person been dealt with yet? Fenyu asked puzzledly as he looked at the yellow dot hanging alone outside the novice village in his mind. Because he was an insect lord with a large number of followers. The giant ape was also defeated there. The black tiger slowly walked out of the darkness. Due to Xiao Yan's fiery phoenix, his dark and smooth fur was now charred and curled in patches. You, permed your hair. Wind Wolf said while trying to hold back a laugh. He and He-Hu have always been at odds, so naturally he would not give up the opportunity to mock him. Humph. There is a Fire Lord who has awakened his elemental body in the novice village. I believe he would like to eat roasted whole wolves. Black Tiger angrily scolded Wind Wolf. I believe that there will be many humans awakening high-quality Lord spaces this time. Whether you can grab the awakening talent depends on your ability. After saying this, He-Hu led his men back to the front army tent. Although the leaders were not in harmony with each other, they still followed together. After all, this is the only chance in this life to come to the primordial world to plunder talents and gain opportunities for promotion and awakening. From now on, you can only fight on the battlefield of all races. Following He-Hu's explanation, the 6 leaders fell silent. I think we should eliminate the Zerg Lord first. Suanyao said viciously. She and the giant ape had a tacit understanding. Now that the giant ape's life or death was unknown, she naturally wanted to avenge him. What are your opinions? He-Hu looked at the other leaders. It's not worth it to fight that bug. According to you, that bug is well prepared. Even if we fight it off, we will suffer heavy losses. Gale Wolf said calmly. He-Hu nodded secretly. Although they were not on good terms, he never looked down on this old enemy. If we attack the novice village by ourselves, how can we divide the battle? We have to fight on our own. Han Tianxiang said in a muffled voice. I think that we can't kill the bugs. The loss is too great. Since he is waiting for us to attack him, we can also wait for him to fall into our trap. Oh, your brain is still sharp even after being burned. Wind Wolf understood Black Tiger's meaning almost instantly. Let's attack the novice village. If he is just a bait, he will come back for help soon and we can ambush him. If they are just at odds, that's even better. We can attack without worry and take down the novice village before we come back to deal with him. Black Tiger's orange vertical pupils swept across the eyes of each leader and he said with confidence of victory. Agree. 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 Except for Suanyao who remained silent, all other leaders agreed. Suanyao looked unhappy. Without the giant ape, she, a member of a middle-class clan, had no way of competing for superior talents among this group of superior clans. Ignored the silent Suanyao. Black Tiger immediately began to make combat arrangements. After all, there are only 2 days left. The sky was slightly bright, and the faint sunlight shone through the thick clouds, bringing some light to the world. The faint light was refracted into a vague image under the influence of Tyndall. The faint light mixed with the drizzle sprinkled sparsely on the Lord and the beasts. Fire! Boom boom boom. The smoke from the artillery fire rose up, announcing the beginning of a new battle. Chapter 19. The Black Tiger set up ambushes along the way, while the Blackbird conducted reconnaissance from high altitude, watching the movements of the insect nest from afar. According to everyone's arrangement, Han Tianxiang and Fen Niu would attack from the front, while the two-headed dog and the Gale Wolf would serve as flanks. The Blackbird and the Black Tiger were waiting on the way for Jiang Wang to come back for help. Jiang Wang in the insect nest seemed to be in a deep sleep. The primordial stone on the forehead emits an even stronger milky white glow. Due to Black Tiger's arrangement, the pressure in the insect nest dropped suddenly, and Anna had time to squat in front of Jiang Wang and became entangled. Thanks to the public screen and the existence of the reconnaissance larvae they sent out, they have of course understood the situation that the novice village is facing at this time. She understood that the Lord had extremely complicated feelings towards those people, especially after someone spoke up for the Lord on the public screen last time. Although the Lord did not say anything, he clearly felt the Lord's happiness. And making the Master happy is also one of her strategic goals. If the novice village is full of combatants, Anna can of course not send out troops. But there are still many auxiliary personnel, especially those who have received information from the larvae reconnaissance. Because they helped Jiang Wang to speak out last time, they are not having a good time at the moment. The lamb kebab trio are being bullied in various ways, and even the girl who helped Jiang Wang to speak out is being teased and insulted in various ways. Whether to send troops or not became Anna's dilemma. Looking at the master in front of her who had become gentle and elegant due to relaxation and relief of pain, Anna clenched her fists, suddenly stood up and walked towards the center. She would not risk the safety of her master. If we send out troops at this time, we will be confronting a beast tide of nearly 100,000, a situation that even the current Zerg nest is unwilling to face. But she understood that once Jiang Wang woke up, he would send troops to save those who were worth saving. So all she can do is to increase the troops. Even if it means overdrawing resources. Even if it means overdrawing her genes and vitality. As the Queen injects her genes and huge life energy into the hive. All Zergs, even overloaded Zergs, have one layer of restriction opened. Extinction mode. When the Queen opens this restriction, it means that the Zerg is facing a huge crisis. In this mode, both combat capability and production capacity. All are raised to the creature's upper limit. All for extinction, for fighting, for survival. Novice village. Shaking the sky, bearing the endless artillery fire and elemental attacks, arrived at the front of many arms. Huge body, sharp fangs. All the novice lords turned cold at the sight of this scene. Can this really be stopped? A lord murmured unconsciously on the city wall. Seeing that all the battle lords on the city wall had low morale, it even affected the troops below. Xiao Yan gritted his teeth, his whole body emitting flames that shot up into the sky, and he jumped off the city wall again. And following his figure, the lord behind him seemed to have found hope. Boom! A flaming lotus slammed heavily towards the heaven-shaking phenomenon. The heaven-shaking phenomenon, which had not stopped all along the way, finally staggered back a few steps under this blow. Ah! Countless lords shouted wildly upon seeing this. The low morale to fight gradually turned around. And Han Tianxiang also looked at this elemental body and said in a muffled voice. You are the most powerful being here. Seeing that Xiao Yan didn't say anything, his eyes like copper bells lit up. You belong to me. The battle is about to begin. Li Eng's fists were flashing red light as he fought fiercely with Fenyu. Tang Si brought several high-level fighters and deployed a plant field. The green grass fought 1 against 2, whipping and entangled the Gale Wolf and the two-headed dog frantically. The Wind Wolf is as swift as the wind, dodging left and right, and can easily avoid all kinds of traps and entanglements of the green grass. Weakling! In a flash, the Wind Wolf came directly in front of Tang Si and grabbed him, knocking him away. And he was also surrounded by many arms. Tang Si, who was knocked away, had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He smiled at the trapped wind wolf. Retarded. Swish. Countless green grasses broke out of the ground, wrapping up the other soldiers and the wind wolf into a big ball. The green grass on the periphery continued to thicken, and a green glow appeared on the green grass. This is the ability of his talent, fusion. He combined the properties of various plants into the green grass, which enabled him to firmly sit on the throne of one of the three major groups. And one of them is the carnivorous plant. Leon, who was fighting the burning bull, also noticed this scene. The artillery fire was still venting his anger madly. Various types of soldiers and various beast tribes fought together. The mechanical overlord fired wildly with his machine gun. The sword lord brandished his long sword, and his three-fingered green blade harvested the lives of the beastmen as freely as splashing ink. The battle lasted all morning. Xiao Yan and others looked at the four leaders in front of them breathlessly. It was a heaven-shaking phenomenon, with bits of it charred and blackened all over, and one could even smell a faint smell of barbecue. Li Ang broke one of the burning bull's horns, and Li Ang was not in a good situation either, as a big hole was poked in his waist. And Tang Si was the worst. His hair was disheveled and there were signs of burns all over his body. But the other party is not having an easy time either. The wind wolf used the power of its bloodline to tear a hole in the wall and escape, but even so it was badly injured and almost missed out on the feast. As for the two-headed dog, one of its heads was seriously injured and unconscious. Han Tianxiang stared at the many A-level talented lords who still had combat power on the opposite side and chose to retreat. Although the strongest members of the other side were weakened, they were not that strong. They are here to awaken, not to risk their lives. Use your own death to exchange for the awakening of other races? It's better not to wake up. As the leader retreated, the beastmen also retreated like the tide. Everyone stopped and watched the beastmen going away. Weave. Ah, help! On the city wall, someone collapsed and cried. Someone was injured and calling for help. On the city wall, the bodies of humans, soldiers, and beastmen were scattered all over the place. 3 times. The orcs attacked the city wall 3 times. The logistics and support personnel, armed with spears and swords, and everything they could get their hands on, rushed up to the city wall, throwing themselves at the wall with all their courage. Even though it has a minimal effect. All the soldiers were killed or wounded, and countless of them even resorted to hand-to-hand combat, gathering all their courage to rush towards the beastmen. In the end, he even had no choice but to release elemental attacks towards the city wall. Countless people died at the hands of the beastmen and their own people. Weave. Silence and despair became a shadow over everyone. Blood slowly flowed down the city wall. The drizzle washed away everything. The larvae not far away watched this scene and slowly shrank into the ground. Insect nest. Jiang Wang looked up at the drizzle gently falling on his body, and then reluctantly sliding off his body. He has sent out nearly 30,000 Zerglings from 3 directions to help the novice village. But it's still a step late. The 3 groups of Zerglings fought fiercely with the ambushed Black Tiger army. There was no preparation at all. Carrying various traps and ranged attacks. The crazy jumping worms killed 30,000 orcs. The Black Tiger was besieged by more than a dozen tanks and hundreds of Zerglings. They left behind more than 10,000 beastmen corpses and retreated first. The Zerg, which had lost nearly half of its population, devoured the corpses of the orcs directly on the spot to recover, and then rushed non-stop to the novice village. Jiang Wang is caught in the rain. He thought he had it all under control, he was fully prepared. His hive is impregnable. He has so many reasons. But when he woke up from his deep sleep, he saw Anna, who chose to sacrifice herself for him, so that he would have the ability to protect the people he wanted to protect. When I saw those people who spoke up for him, recognized him, believed in him, and even sent him private messages to comfort him, fearlessly rushing up the city wall, only to be killed tragically by beasts or elemental attacks. He suddenly felt he is too weak. Chapter 20. Inside the novice village, everyone was filled with despair. Boss Jiang Wang, please, come back. Both the combatants and the auxiliary personnel remained silent when faced with this statement. They didn't even know if Jiang Wang was still alive. Because according to other people's judgment, Jiang Wang faced at least 40,000 beastmen alone during this siege. They were just calling out in vain, calling out for the hope in their hearts. Damn it! You still want Jiang Wang at this time? If it weren't for him, if he defended with us, would so many people have died? Li Jin slapped the woman in front of him hard. The last time Jiang Wang went on a killing spree, he was also at the scene and was terrified. If the sharp blade of the hopper had not just grazed his thigh, he might have become a two-legged person. But based on his strength, if Jiang Wang had not been so murderous, he would have died on the spot. That's why he hates Jiang Wang so much. And he was almost scared to death today. He was reloading when the orcs rushed over. If the logistics person next to him hadn't pushed him away, he would have been the one who died in the mouth. His legs were shaking a little just thinking about it now. He is actually a giant lord, but because of his rubbish talents, he can only be a loader. It can only play a tiny role, but even so, he can still bully and control those whose troops are not strong or can only provide weak auxiliary treatment. For example, the woman in front of him. This is the woman he has been coveting for a long time. Enchanting figure and pure appearance. At this moment, she was in tears and naked. Please, let me go. Damn it, we're going to die anyway. Let me have some fun first. Bang. The door was knocked open. Beast. Let go of my wife. The man, who was dirty, had messy hair and red eyes, stared at the man who kidnapped his wife. FK. You scared me. How did you see the door? Oh my god, he's like crazy. Besides. Can you hurry up? Two people came in from the door and pushed Wang Ho to the ground. Then they dragged him back. You will be punished. This sentence made Li Jin laugh directly. Wait. Since you want to see it so much, I'll let you watch it. Ah ha 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 ha. Li Jin grabbed the man's head and pressed it on the table, facing the bed. The prince's eyes were wide open with anger, and blood was almost seeping out of his eyes. He hated this world. He hated that blue light. He struggled madly, his jaw was rubbed to a bloody mess, and his hair was torn out. But he could only watch the BD walk towards his wife. Please, please, let my wife go. The prince was desperate. Li Jin looked at the delicate and weak woman on the bed with a lewd smile on his face. Suddenly, a unique neighing sound came from the door. The larvae slowly emerged from the ground. All the fighters around looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar milky white larvae. The larvae slowly changed and gradually became like Jiang Wang. Everyone stopped, including Li Jin who had already taken off his pants. He stared at Li Jin intently, and his cold eyes made Li Jin feel as if he had returned to that night in the core area. Looking at the two people who were pressing down Wang Wu. Then he looked at the silent fighters around him. Seeing Shan Shan coming late, Li Ang, Tang Si and Xiao Yan. Scantily clad woman. Seeing the man being pinned to the ground, Xiao Yan understood what was happening here in an instant. Did you know? Jiang Wang said coldly as he looked at Xiao Yan who was rushing over. Looking at Xiao Yan's lowered head, Jiang Wang smiled. Why? Why can you treat these people like this? Today, the casualties among logistics personnel are close to 10,000. They are more heroic than you so-called combatants. Jiang Wang's cold voice rang out in the battle camp. Them. That's enough. What have you done for them? At least we kept them safe. At least we kept them alive. Besides hiding in that forest, what have you done? Tang Si shouted at Jiang Wang loudly. Zerg. The sound from the city walls was transmitted to the battle camp through loudspeakers. The Zerg army has arrived. I'll tell you what I did. Jiang Wang walked towards Tang Si closely. In my first battle, I stopped 20,000 Zerg and killed 15,000. I killed a leader. In my second battle, I faced an ambush of 30,000 orcs and killed 15,000. And my third battle. Kill all the races. Jiang Wang spoke one sentence at a time. Looking at Jiang Wang, who was so close, Tang Si swallowed his saliva. Protecting means you can be insulted? If I kill all the beastmen, will you just wait for me to be slaughtered? You. Tang Si was furious, but facing the current Jiang Wang, even if he was a larva, he felt incomparable pressure. The Zerg are entering the city. Countless insects quickly rushed into the battle camp. Larvae emerged from the ground. One by one, the fighters were walked to the square with springtails holding sickles on their necks. Jiang Wang. You still want to attack your own people at this time? Liang also shouted sternly, because half of these people were his subordinates. Jiang Wang walked into the room without saying anything. The prince had been released, and he hugged his wife tightly, as if nothing could separate them. Sorry. Jiang Wang lowered his eyes. Wang Ho was the first boss who sold him sheep and the first person to speak up for him. The huge man burst into tears and hugged his wife tightly. An expressionless larva finally showed a hint of human-like anger, which was not something it was capable of. The fact that he had such an expression only showed that Jiang Wang's anger could no longer be suppressed. Bang! The huge mental power directly pressed Li Jin to the ground. Jiang Wang wished he could just crush Li Jin to death. But that would be too easy for him. Jiang Wang looked around, sweeping his cold eyes over everyone. Since you think that protecting others gives you the right to kill or humiliate them, then open your dog eyes and take a good look. Suddenly, a dozen larvae formed a screen. On the screen, countless Zergs were marching. And their destination was the Orc territory. No traps, no tactics. Nearly 200,000 Zergs rushed straight towards the Orc territory. This is Anna's achievement, and it is Anna that allows him to avoid having to compromise. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang glanced at Anna, who was in deep sleep, with tenderness in his eyes. Anna, advancing. Combat power, advancing. Intelligence, advanced. Ability, advanced. Everyone, looking at that screen. Of course, the orcs also detected a march of this scale. All the beastmen were on high alert. Several leaders' eyes were filled with shock. They all had a question. Where the hell did all these Zerg come from? As the leader who was fighting the Zerg head-on, Black Tiger immediately felt that something was wrong with this group of Zerg and quietly retreated behind the crowd. Almost every type of soldier in this group of orcs is a killing machine generated by the extinction mode. With the Queen's will, expectation, unwillingness, and anger. The birth of a super soldier. The battle is about to begin. A group of springtails jumped high into the air and glided quickly into the orc position. Puff, puff, puff. Poisonous cockroaches sprayed corrosive liquid towards the orc positions. Boom! The tank slammed into the blue screen of the giant turtle like a cannonball. Boom boom boom! Click! With the impact of more than a dozen tanks, the blue curtain finally couldn't hold on and broke. Bang! The rain is getting heavier. Under the gaze of the crowd, in the fear of the beastmen. From then on, the dreaded Queen's Guard began its first killing. Chapter 21. Puff. Under the shocked gaze of the giant bear, the sharp blade directly cut through the fur armor that he was so proud of. A springtail passed by him in an instant. Swish! The bear's head flew high into the air. He still doesn't know what happened, but he died just like that. Such scenes were also played out elsewhere on the battlefield. Roar! The two-headed dog, one ice and the other fire, constantly harvested the lives of the springtails. But the next moment, the jumping insect leaned over, wiped the flame, and swung a knife in an instant. Puff! Roar! A knife slashed across the eyes of one of the dog heads. The sharp blade was swung again, trying to strike again before the flames burned his body. But the gap in strength is too great. It was reduced to ashes in a fraction of a second after being sprayed by flames. Although the knife was not fatal, a small gap appeared in the perfect defense of ice and fire in an instant. Puff! Swish! Although that springtail died, 3 more springtails rushed in from the narrow gap. The gap keeps getting bigger. Soon, the two-headed dog was surrounded. Ice and fire still burn the life of the springtail. But soon, the ice melted and the fire went out. All the leaders were under siege, especially Han Tianxiang. The attacks of the springtails can only leave shallow white marks. And Han Tianxiang can kill a large number of springtails with just one strike. But ants can kill elephants if they are in large numbers, and they are killing machines. With the corrosion of poisonous cockroaches, Han Tianxiang gradually lost his strength, and he finally began to get scared and ran away. But as far as the eye can see, there is an endless sea of insects. Moo! With endless reluctance and despair, the celestial phenomenon rushed left and right, struggling desperately. But the result was inevitable, the huge body fell into the endless sea of insects. The same fate befell the burning ox and others, who died in despair and unwillingness in the face of an endless sea of insects. The black tiger and the swift wolf were galloping quickly in the forest. When the battle just started, the black tiger fled the battlefield directly. Seeing this, the swift wolf did not hesitate and followed the black tiger out. Just hit and run. You don't understand. These bugs are not afraid of fear, let alone death. Then you. Suddenly, a star shattered in their minds. That is the star that represents the life of the two-headed dog. Then there's the burning of the cow. Shake the heavens. Wind Wolf couldn't help but be glad for his decision, but deep down he was even more shocked. You know, only 3 hours have passed since they left the battlefield. 4 battles of more than 100,000 scale. Even if these leaders were to die, it would take them 5 hours to die. Besides, they all have legs, so they can always run away. You knew this would be the outcome. The Zerg this time is completely different from what I encountered. What do you mean? The Zerg I encountered during my last ambush were fearless, but they gave me the feeling of tools, bugs that only knew how to kill. Then this time, based on the original foundation, it has emotions, that kind of anger, unwillingness, and wisdom. Do you know what this means? Hey Hu continued with a palpitating heart. I relied on ambushing ordinary Zergs to achieve a 1:1.5 score. Black Tiger and Wind Wolf were not the only ones who were thankful. There is also the blackbird above the 9 heavens. Since Jiang Wang still lacks anti-air capabilities, he has no way to deal with this blackbird that occasionally comes down to spray a few times. But when she saw several leaders fall one after another, she rose high above the clouds. I will not give up. I plan to hold on until the invasion date. On the front battlefield, countless orcs are still fighting with the Zerg. Countless lives are lost every second. Many beastmen have begun to fear fighting and are considering fleeing. Can face the dark swarm of insects. Except for the orcs who have the ability to fly for a long time, the possibility of escaping the Zerg encirclement is very slim. In the novice village, the rain is still falling. The raindrops fell gently on everyone like feathers. The raindrops hit everyone's heart like iron ingots. People watched with mixed emotions, watching the once brutal and bloodthirsty orcs being slaughtered by the Zerg like chickens and dogs. Watching the invincible heaven-shaking phenomenon being overwhelmed by countless Zerg. Woo. Countless auxiliary staff members fell to their knees on the ground as if their souls had been sucked out, crying blankly, crying for the dead and the grievances of the past. Countless people prayed and remembered the dead. The killing continues. When the dawn light rises, people see. The land is full of beastmen corpses. The land stained with blood. Looking at Jiang Wang, who looked like a king, standing in the dim light. Jiang Wang looked at the screen expressionlessly. Open your lips slightly. Now, am I qualified to judge your lives? The voice came from the mouths of all the larvae Jiang Wang at the scene, resounding throughout the novice village. Liang and Tang Si trembled slightly, for no other reason than that all the larvae Jiang Wang were staring at them and saying these words. The suffocating feeling of oppression made it almost impossible for them to breathe. Xiao Yan's face was gloomy. He knew that Jiang Wang would not put down his butcher knife so easily this time. Orc camp. Jiang Wang stood on the body of Han Tianxiang. This was his first time leaving the insect nest. But he had to do this, for Anna, for this Zerg. Facing all the crawling Zergs, Jiang Wang used his mental power to sweep over all the Zergs present. As Jiang Wang's mental power passed over, the Zerg's head lowered even lower. It's like a pilgrimage. There was dead silence on the huge battlefield. Jiang Wang carefully took Anna, who was still evolving, out of the Lord's space. For a moment, all the Zerg present had a special feeling. I, the Lord of the Zerg, officially name you the Queen's Guard. Use your reluctance, anger, and ruthlessness to tear apart everything that dares to stand in the way of your Queen. Hiss, hiss, hiss. All the Queen's guards trembled their antennae and made hissing sounds. They are cheering, swearing, and thanking. Following his orders, they completely separated themselves from the ordinary Zerg and had their own numbers. In memory of all Anna did. Now, let's go. The Zerg vanguard marched towards the novice village in a mighty force. The black bird above the sky hesitated for a long time but still did not dare to swoop down, and finally flew away into the distance. She always had a feeling of being locked by a powerful mental force. Feeling the black bird flying away, Jiang Wang sighed. He had originally wanted to use her to test his mental power. Nearly 100,000 Zergs faced the dawn light, guarding their master and marching towards the novice village in the rain. The storm is coming. But this time the rain was not from the beastmen, but from Jiang Wang. The guards on the city wall soon saw the Zerg vanguard at the end of the horizon. It was rushing towards the novice village like a wave. Countless Zerg leapt onto the walls, ignoring the anger of the guards and driving everyone off the walls, taking over the defense. As for who to defend, Liang and others looked unhappy. Extra springtails entered the city, staring at all the combatants with their orange-red compound eyes. Raindrops slid down the sharp blade and dripped onto the muddy ground. But it seems to be dripping on everyone's neck. This was the Queen's first order. This is the first time that the Overlord leaves the hive, and any possible threat to the Overlord must be eradicated, eliminated, and destroyed. Suddenly, a strong vibration came from the ground. Everyone saw the Zerg army and their Overlord on the big screen. Outside the novice village, Jiang Wang helplessly looked at the springtail etiquette team lined up in 2 rows and laughed a little. Obviously, this was an order from Anna who was still in the crystal shell. Suddenly, the swarms of insects on both sides advanced quickly. In everyone's shocked gaze, a staircase made up of Zerg appeared in front of everyone. Unparalleled shock. After a brief moment of shock, Jiang Wang stopped smiling. This was arranged by Anna for him, so he would not let Anna down. Pa! Jiang Wang steps on the carapace of the first layer of springtails. Climb up the stairs. Jiang Wang is like the one and only Supreme Emperor. Lonely, noble, powerful. I hope that next time you arrange a similar occasion, you will come with me. Good master. When Jiang Wang appeared on the city wall, everyone understood that the time of judgment had come. Chapter 22. Jiang Wang just stood on the city wall, looking at everyone, looking at those who had been his enemy and slandered and insulted him. Looking at the people who once spoke up for him and were bullied because of him. He finally saw with his own eyes the first prince who spoke for him. Looking at his miserable appearance, Jiang Wang was filled with grief and anger. Puff! Ah! Li Jin screamed heart-wrenchingly at the sharp blade of the springtail, but he did not dare to struggle. The more he struggled, the greater the damage caused by the blade. Puff! Puff! The once arrogant fighters were hung on the sharp blades by the Zerglings like dead dogs. FK! I'm going to fight you! Zhao Xin threw water attacks at the jumping insects like crazy. Swish! Puff! Ah! A shrill scream echoed throughout the novice village. Blood gushed out and Zhao Xin's hands fell to the ground. Jiang Wang! Are you crazy? Li Ang looked at Jiang Wang on the city wall with his eyes wide open and shouted loudly. He had no choice but to be anxious. Among all the fighters whose shoulder blades were pierced by Jiang Wang's wormholes, nearly half were from their shadow group. Oh? Are you anxious now? Jiang Wang watched Li Ang's performance expressionlessly. He didn't believe that Li Ang was unaware of what his men were doing. For example, Zhao Xin, whose hands were chopped off. Without his connivance, how could he dare to bring the girl to his room and humiliate her in such a high profile? Jiang Wang swept his cold eyes over everyone. I destroyed the beast tribe and protected you. Doesn't that mean I have the power of life and death over you? Everyone present here, count them all. Who dares to say that they haven't bullied the logistics personnel? Maybe they have, but these real warriors have died on the city wall. Died in front of you, the so-called combatants. No. It's all because of you, Jiang Wang. Zhao Xin's eyes were red, and he retorted loudly while enduring the pain in his body. If you hadn't betrayed everyone, if you had killed all the beastmen earlier, how could they die? We wouldn't have made mistakes out of desperation. It's all because of you. You killed everyone. Zhao Xin seemed to be going mad. He is an A-level talented deputy leader, so what's wrong with playing with a woman? Anyway, he has been abolished, so he also wants Jiang Wang to die a miserable death. Everyone looked at Jiang Wang with complicated eyes. Yes, Jiang Wang, please stop causing unnecessary killings. Tang Si spoke hypocritically. You farted. I saw a woman with pretty face and good figure rushing out of the crowd. Fearless killing. Li Shui was forced to death by that beast. Jiang Wang. I beg you. Please kill them. They are in cahoots with each other. Li Shui will die with regret. The woman knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, constantly telling Jiang Wang about their grievances. Li Shui was the woman who was RD by Zhao Xin. When he found out about it and tried to stop it, it was too late. Li Shui couldn't bear the humiliation and wanted to commit suicide by jumping off the city wall. But after being persuaded by her best friend, she was bullied by another group of people and eventually committed suicide with endless resentment and humiliation. Tang Si knew about this, Li Ang knew about it, and even Xiao Yan knew about it. But an A-level talented fighter, an insignificant woman. Everyone remained silent. Except for those who work with him in logistics. But the voices of the weak in this world can only bring the wrath of the strong. All those who spoke out were suppressed and insulted. At that time, Jiang Wang, who was not strong enough and was far away in the forest, could do nothing except contact Xiao Yan to stop it. Did I cause you to make a mistake? Jiang Wang suddenly raised his head, and his huge mental power pressed down on everyone like a heavy hammer. He had seen Li Shui's eyes, which were still open. Despair, unwillingness, and overwhelming resentment. When a brave man is angry, he draws his sword against the stronger, when a coward is angry, he draws his sword against the weaker. Coward. Jiang Wang's words deeply hurt Xiao Yan's heart. For the sake of everyone's survival, he resisted these things at first, but later turned a blind eye to them. Li Xin was thrown by the springtail in front of Li Shui's best friend. I'm sorry I'm late. Whether it was Jiang Wang slaughtering the beastmen or the current bloody suppression. All the victims endured the grievances, they hoped Jiang Wang would speak up for them, but they were also afraid that Jiang Wang would end up compromising like others. Wu. The people finally couldn't hold it back anymore and burst into tears after hearing these words, muttering about the grievances they had suffered during this period. Xiao Yan and others looked at this scene with complicated expressions. Puff! A snow-white sharp blade stabbed Li Xin's body fiercely. This was the dagger she used to commit suicide in Li Shuet. She didn't stab Zhao Xin to death with one knife. Instead, she stabbed him with one knife, and one knife. Ah! Crying, screaming. But in the end, there was only crying. Li Xin has died in great pain. Li Jin also died at the hands of Wang Wu. He cried bitterly and begged for forgiveness before his death, but he still died. Wang Wu stabbed the dagger into his heart without hesitation. Li Jin and Zhao Xin had a common problem. They never thought until their death that these cowardly logistics staff would actually dare to kill them. The adjudication has begun. All the bullies that Jiang Wang remembered and recorded were destroyed and released by Jiang Wang. All of them took revenge for their grievances and revenges. For a while, the novice village was like hell on earth. I still don't accept it. Even if he did something evil, so what if you killed him? What's the difference between you and them? Tang Si and Li Ang said respectively. Jiang Wang's thoughts are now extremely clear. I suddenly remembered a sentence. As long as I have no morals, you can't use morality to hold me hostage, right? Jiang Wang felt extremely comfortable at the moment. What the hell was the difference between him and the evildoer? He just needs to follow his own heart and not let others down. The friendly exchanges and cordial venting continued. The outside world also noticed something strange about novice village number 10,086. All the beastmen in this village are dead. Several bigwigs in charge of admissions looked at the sand table representing the 10086 novice village. On the huge virtual sandbox, there are only a few scattered light spots representing the beastmen. This means that someone has defeated the orcs. But there is a strange phenomenon that although the beastmen are almost extinct, but the human population is still decreasing. But the speed of reduction is not as fast as a direct massacre by a powerful being. More like Baogong beheaded people one by one. Hiss, how strange. Is this the first village to deal with the beastmen? The 23rd one. All the big guys' eyes lit up. In the past, if there was one person who could defeat the beastmen, it would be considered a new genius among humans, but this time there were 23 at once. And Su Bo, who was behind the boss, kept telling something to the rich young man next to him. Aunt Li Shui also looked at the familiar village with her eyes moving. Chapter 23. The friendly exchange lasted until noon. The kind Zerg continued to help clean up the battlefield. Looking at the bodies of all the damned people, Jiang Wang nodded with satisfaction. It felt like seeing the invaders, with corpses piled up like a hill, which was a feast for the eyes. Looking at the smile on Jiang Wang's lips, all the fighters couldn't help but shiver. They suddenly remembered that Jiang Wang used to be a social phobic, and facts proved that he was indeed a terrifying existence to the society. Another group of people think that Jiang Wang is a great judge and a kind man. Social phobia is really a beautiful thing in the world. But he himself doesn't care much. The swarm of insects gathered. Jiang Wang looked at Li Ang from the three groups. Slowly teased. Actually, I didn't really want to bother with you. But you're really jumping. You killed someone and got some benefits, so you shouldn't keep a low profile. Are Wang Tian's shadow troops useful? Jiang Wang's words rang in Li Ang's ears like thunder in a clear sky. Under Xiao Yan's shocked eyes and Tang Xi's ugly face, movie Emperor Li Ang was possessed. What do you mean? Li Ang was still struggling. Although it was only a flash, when I killed Li Hao, the shadow soldiers rushed out of his body. Anything more? Jiang Wang's expression was as if he was reminiscing with an old friend. Oh, I thought you were going to say something like this. This is what our leader gave me before he died. But I kept it as a backup and never used it. Li Ang said this in a casual manner. Really? Swish! 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 3 jumping insects came forward and kept swinging their sharp blades at Leon. Liang, with a red glow all over his body, easily blocked the attack. What are you doing? Liang's eyes were fierce, and he was afraid that today would not end peacefully. It's okay. I just want to kill you or be killed by you. Several more springtails joined the battle. Tang Si rarely spoke up to help. Instead, Xiao Yan stood up. Jiang Wang, I know you have grudges, but there is no need to. Pong! Liang burst out with martial arts shock, directly pushing away the surrounding Zerglings, and then flew towards Jiang Wang like a cannonball. Jiang Wang's expression remained unchanged. The fact that he dared to stand here today meant that he had the ability to overthrow everyone here. Bang! The huge mental force was like a fly swatter, swatting Leon straight into the ground from the air. Oh, you're pretty stubborn. Jiang Wang directly used his mental power to capture the shadow army that was trying to approach in the dark, exposing them to everyone's sight. What else do you want to say? That was what Boss Wang gave me before he died. Liang said with blood spitting out and a look of unwillingness on his face. Jiang Wang! You're going too far. Blood oozed from the corner of Liang's mouth, and he stared at Jiang Wang fiercely. Everyone thought a war was about to begin. Not good. In just a blink of an eye, Liang, who was originally hiding in the deep pit, instantly appeared behind Tang Si. Puff! Tang Si looked at his still beating heart in his chest in disbelief. He didn't understand how Leon came behind him. He didn't understand why Liang came to kill him at this moment. I'm sorry. Liang stared at Jiang Wang with cold eyes, completely unlike his previous recklessness and stupidity. Suddenly, the surrounding space distorted, Leon disappeared instantly, and was replaced by a dull shadow soldier. Pong! The shadow soldiers were crushed by Jiang Wang on the spot. If Liang had just said a few harsh words, he could have stopped him from leaving. Damn it! Tang Si covered the big hole on his chest, and weakly grabbed Xiao Yan who was nearby. His weak but struggling hands covered Xiao Yan's body with blood. After several battles, Xiao Yan looked at the pale, dying Tang Si and felt scared for the first time. Ahem, help, help me. Tang Si murmured weakly, he longed for someone to save him. He is an S-class soldier. He has an S-class talent. He doesn't want to die. He still has too many tricks that he hasn't used yet. He doesn't want to die. Bang! Tang Si fell heavily to the ground. Die with eyes wide open. Everything happened so fast that Tang Si died in front of everyone, and then he slowly realized what had just happened. Countless Zerglings rushed out of the novice village and searched the surroundings. Jiang Wang also released his mental strength and searched inch by inch. He didn't believe how far Liang could run in this state. He absolutely could not tolerate such an enemy living. Xiao Yan was still in a daze. If Liang attacked him, he would probably die. What a great wish, what a dream of the strong. He wiped the blood off his face carelessly. At this moment, he was like a child waking up from a dream. Helpless and scared. At this moment, Liang was hiding in a safe house dozens of meters underground in the novice village, gasping for breath and coughing up blood. The loss of 2 replacement shadow soldiers in a row and the slap from Jiang Wang left him seriously injured. This is the escape route he left for himself, just in case he couldn't resist the beastmen, he could hide here and wait for the invasion. I didn't expect that I would use it now. But this isn't his only safe house. His experience since childhood told him that even a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows is considered few. Because of this habit, he was known as the most cunning and vicious criminal. Ignore the physical injuries. Liang tried hard to hold the still beating heart, trying to sense Tang Si's talent from it. The heart beats weaker. Finally, a panel appeared in front of Leon. S-level talent detected, fusion. S-level soldier detected, green grass. Choose one of the two. Li Ang looked ecstatic. It really is it. I chose fusion without hesitation. In fact, his first choice was Jiang Wang. According to his observation, Jiang Wang's talent was probably the function of accelerating the training of soldiers, and the lowest level was A, which was in line with his shadow soldiers. That was why he kept the last devouring and waited for the opportunity. He originally wanted to wait for the day of extradition, when everyone's vigilance was at its lowest, to have a heart-to-heart talk with Jiang Wang. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wang took the lead without hesitation. From Jiang Wang's first sentence, he knew he was exposed. That's why he didn't hesitate to sacrifice a substitute shadow soldier to get close to Jiang Wang. He didn't expect that his mental power was so strong that he controlled the shadow soldier in an instant. I had to settle for the second best and choose Tang Si. As for Xiao Yan, it should be an S-level talent related to fire, which is of no benefit to him. As Tang Si's talent appeared in his personal column, Li Ang's spirit was shocked. Lord, Li Ang. Army type, S-level shadow soldier, ordinary soldier, A-level martial arts domain. Talent, devour, completed, S-level fusion. With the start of fusion, the martial arts field is directly integrated with S-level shadow soldiers and ordinary soldiers. Ding, fusion completed. S+ grade military shadow. At this moment, if Li Ang's shadow soldiers face Jiang Wang again, although they may not be able to defeat him, they will definitely have no problem struggling. And he is still a martial arts lord, but his military shadow has become more powerful because his fusion has raised the upper limit. Ha 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 ha. Ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, Li Ang looked with red eyes at the shadow of the military weapon in front of him that was glowing slightly red. It was the power given to him by his brother, and it was the type of troops he carefully integrated. Jiang Wang. Like the growl of a wild beast, the sound of the evil spirit seeking revenge echoed in the safe house. Chapter 24. Countless springtails were scattered by Jiang Wang. It's not that he is a pushover who has to help Wang Tian get revenge, but the vague murderous intent and greed in Li Ang's eyes when he looked at him, as well as his actions, are enough to make Jiang Wang regard him as an enemy. Jiang Wang was also very ruthless and was determined to kill Li Ang even if he had to dig deep into the ground. Even with such thorough preparations, he still managed to kill a regiment leader right under his nose. If he were to run away. Now that I have taken action, I must kill him. Even many sensory auxiliary personnel joined the search team for Leon. But they are indeed too weak. If it could be a little stronger, even the first level of black iron. They can also search for Li Ang who is buried deep underground. The search lasted until the evening, and Jiang Wang had no choice but to return to the insect nest first. After all, Tang Si, who was so big, died in an instant in front of him. What if Li Ang still has some tricks up his sleeve and is having such a heart-to-heart talk with me in the dark? That would be a huge loss. The insect nest is the safest home. Again. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. On the other side, Black Tiger and Gale Wolf narrowly arrived at a location 1 kilometer away from the insect nest. The orcs were almost wiped out by one man. But it also illustrates a problem. It is the talents and arms of this insect lord that are extremely powerful. It could even be the legendary S and or higher. This is why they took the risk to come here. If they can kill and absorb it, then their bloodline talents may be raised to the top level in the clan. But you are a real tiger. Wind Wolf couldn't help but admire Black Tiger's courage. Aren't you afraid that you might be killed but not spent? Looking at the serious face of Black Tiger, Gale Wolf couldn't help but tease. Then go ahead, why are you following me? Hey, who said quietly without even looking at him. Wait for you to attract the damage, and I'll take advantage of it. Gale Wolf said in a mean way. Nightfall. Black Tiger watched the batches of springtails return. Here I come. Jiang Wang moved forward slowly under the heavy protection of the springtails. And his mental power almost covers an area of 1,000 meters in radius. He was not afraid of Li Ang confronting him openly, but he was afraid that Li Ang would launch a sneak attack on him. In fact, Jiang Wang's caution is not wrong. A 3-member military shadow team was tightly guarding the 1,000 meter safety line. Far away in the safe room, Li Ang looked at Jiang Wang, who was so cautious, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If Jiang Wang lets down his guard because he was severely injured, then his most glorious moment today will be the day of his death. He has used this trick to kill countless famous gangsters. Then I will have some fun with you, he he he. Li Ang, with ruthlessness in his eyes, licked his lips excitedly. It was not until Jiang Wang entered the insect nest that Shadow waited for a while without any results, and then returned leisurely. Just as Jiang Wang entered the insect nest, he felt that there were at least 3 waves of people waiting around. After entering the insect nest, his mental power would be increased by the nest. In an instant he discovered 3 military weapons, a black tiger, a wolf, and a black bird hidden in the clouds ready to dive at any time. Jiang Wang, who just felt that he had some strength, calmed down instantly. Strength is the most delicious forbidden fruit, especially when Jiang Wang's mental power is unfolded and he can look down on everything from a god's perspective. His spirits were infinitely high. If it weren't for the long-standing habit of being cautious, there is at least a 20% chance that we will perish under the siege from 3 sides today. What's the difference between an 80% chance of survival and death? Jiang Wang, have you become inflated by the smooth sailing? Haven't you ever fought such a prosperous battle? If you don't have the aura of a king, you must have the aura of a turtle. Only by staying safe for a long time can you live a long life. Jiang Wang, who received a life threat the first time he went out, began to warn himself without limit. I even prepared to compile a survival manual. 3,000 ways to survive. While I was still thinking about the outline, Black Tiger and Wind Wolf were brought back covered in wounds. If the Shadow Soldier had not moved quickly, the 3 Shadow Soldiers would have become nutrients for the fungal blanket. It's all your fault. You run so slowly. You got your dad into trouble. You act like you're worth a fortune every day. You must be dumbfounded. You must be dead. Even though the Wind Wolf had its torso pierced by Zerglings, it continued to chatter and curse at the Black Tiger. But He Hu lowered his head and said nothing. Jiang Wang watched this interesting scene. Of course he knew why Wind Wolf was cursing. If it weren't for Black Tiger, the mistake would have caused Wind Wolf to turn around and shoot out a wind blade to save him. Maybe he could escape from the encirclement. Of course, this was just Wind Wolf's fantasy. Even if he ran with his head down, there were still a large number of Zerglings waiting for him ahead. A tiger and a wolf were trapped in the same insect nest. You're dead, right? I knew you were black all over, and you must be a bad boy. Following you is bad luck. It's a pity that my father, who is so romantic and charming, has to be buried with a black coal ball like you. Haha. Gale Wolf cursed. In fact, they are enemies on the surface, only because their blood powers are similar. One can ride the wind at high speed, and the other can teleport with a faint light. The 2 races have competed for countless years for the fastest. As the first echelon of the new generation, they naturally went from contempt and fighting to mutual respect, and finally still despised each other. But in fact, they have already confirmed each other in their hearts. On the one hand, they are arch-enemies, and on the other hand, they are close friends. I really envy you community wolves, you can curse in other people's homes. Jiang Wang's voice came from the door. The 2 beasts watched as one man slaughtered all the humans who invaded the beast tribe. Showed surprise. They have always believed that such a ferocious and cruel character must have a fierce and vicious look in his heart. He may not be big and strong, but he must be more or less vicious. But Jiang Wang is unexpectedly young and elegant. If they had not been in the insect nest, the two of them would have thought they had met the legendary Confucian Lord on the battlefield of all races. You can kill me or chop me up, it's all up to you. He Hu turned his head away very arrogantly. Oh, Jiang Wang narrowed his eyes slightly, emitting a dangerous light. Wait. Boss, don't listen to this bullshit. What do you want to know? What do you want us to do? Just tell us. As long as we don't die, we can do anything. Gale Wolf quickly took over the conversation. He became a Shinio wolf because of his keen perception of various emotions. He just clearly felt that Jiang Wang might not want to kill them. That's why I'm making this final struggle. You. Black Tiger stared at Wind Wolf with his eyes wide open. He had always believed that although Wind Wolf was unreliable, he was also a man of steel. Okay, if you just help me do 3 things, I won't kill you, how about that? Jiang Wang was unexpectedly easy to talk to. It wasn't because the swift wolves looked like huskies and their noisy behavior was amusing to him, but because there was not much point in killing them directly like this. Really? The Black Tiger, who was so strong just now, was stunned for a moment. How could the ruthless man who slaughtered the beastmen without hesitation be so easy to talk to? I always keep my promises. Let me tell you something first, and you guys think about it. First, help me find someone. I know you seem to have a positioning system in your brain, so this shouldn't be difficult for you. Second, give me 1000 milliliters of blood and some fur. Third, as my insider in your beast tribe, you can guarantee my safety and convey some information to me without betraying your own race. Of course, words are not enough. If you agree to the above conditions, I will implant 2 of my spiritual seeds in your minds. If I die, you will say goodbye to this world with me. Of course, as I become stronger, this seed will also nourish your spirit. After saying that, Jiang Wang looked at the 2 beasts who seemed to be thinking about something. Chapter 25. They are not thinking that this condition is too difficult for them. But is there a trap hidden in such simple conditions? Are the first 2 also considered conditions? Not to mention finding one, you can even add a few zeros at the end. There is still 1000 milliliters of blood and some fur? Forget about that, it would be fine even if you cut off one leg. The only one is the last one, but they have already stated the prerequisite, don't betray your own race. It would be a bit ungrateful to refuse this. My ancestor god of all beasts. This feeling is like you are looking for a job when you are hungry. Not to mention 996, you are even ready for 007. As long as the company gives you a meal, you will work hard for it. As a result, the boss makes you work 4 days a week, 6 hours a day, 30,000 yuan a month, including accommodation, 6 insurances, and 2 funds, and overtime is not allowed. 30 days of paid annual leave throughout the year. The beast is numb. It's a deal. No regrets. Come on, sign your soul. The husky-like Gale agreed immediately, but the boss went back on his word. Black Tiger is still in deep confusion. Under the teaching of the Wind Wolf, Jiang Wang signed a soul contract with them. And planted spiritual seeds in their minds. Things went so smoothly that both parties were a little bit unbelievable. Looking at the excited Wind Wolf, Jiang Wang somehow touched the wolf's head, or to be more precise, a dog's head in Jiang Wang's eyes. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Wind Wolf thought he had offended this big guy and that the other party was going to kill him, but he found that the other party only rubbed his head. If there was anything more excessive, it was that he pinched his handsome wolf, dog, face. In this inexplicable situation, Jiang Wang looked at He Hu a little like he looked at the hungry big orange. Ahem. Jiang Wang took his hand back. Then please help me find it. Jiang Wang took Li Ang's clothes out of the Lord's space. And put it before the wind. Ji Feng looked at the clothes and then at Jiang Wang. Finally, under Jiang Wang's expectant eyes, I smelled the clothes. Take this thing with you. This person will most likely not move around. If you need, I can also mobilize the people in the novice village to cooperate with you. Tomorrow is the last minute. I hope you can find him before the extradition tomorrow. This was the first time that He Hu and Ji Feng felt such stagnant murderous intent from this elegant and easy-to-talk young man. After solemnly agreeing, Jiang Wang left the cell. The flesh walls that originally imprisoned them also began to supply them with energy to help them recover from their injuries. When they passed through the thickets of springtails and stood in the endless wilderness, everything seemed like a dream. By the way, the little bird seemed to have witnessed the entire process of you being captured and released. You decide what to do. Jiang Wang's voice rang directly in their minds, proving that everything that had just happened was real. Upon hearing this, Hung Hung and Ha Ha's faces darkened. As for the name? As long as you survive, who cares about the name? After petting the dog and playing with the cat, Jiang Wang felt happy. Under Anna's resentful gaze, he began to fuse and recombine his genes. After all, in this war, nearly 100,000 beastman genes and 3 leader-level genes are waiting for his favor. Due to the existence of the spiritual seed, he can observe the situation of the two generals Hung and Ha at any time. Anna felt the change in the master. By the time the overmind came back, Anna had already evolved, but for safety reasons she was not released. In fact, she has been paying attention to Jiang Wang in the crystal shell, watching his every move. From her memories in Jiang Wang's mind, she discovered something very strange. The overmind is just too cold, which is undoubtedly the best quality for a Zerg, but for a human. Since childhood, because of his outstanding IQ, everyone either admired and envied him, or was jealous of him and hated him. Coupled with his orphan status, adults use his intelligence to gain fame, and experts use his wisdom to complete their unfinished wishes. He is an emotionless machine, a tool for everyone. Few people are friends with him. Later, Jiang Wang raised a big orange cat and rescued a local dog. This is Jiang Wang's only regret. As he became disabled and saw the ugliness of human nature, he didn't care because he had no feelings for the world. However, in order to make his cat and dog live a better life, he established a business empire and published books when he had some creative ideas. Until Fat Orange died in his bed. The dog knew that his time was up, so he left and finally accepted his fate in a reed marsh. This reed marsh was where Jiang Wang first found him. And it is their passing. It was the first time that Jiang Wang truly understood death. As he traveled through time, he faced threats to his life and moral kidnapping. Jiang Wang handled everything using his established method. Until Anna sacrificed her life energy and precious class genes for Jiang Wang's uncompromising and unrepressed happiness. Jiang Wang finally experienced it again. The warmth that people bring to him. Only then did he realize the feeling of home that the insect nest gave him. It's like a bird without feet that has been flying for a lifetime finally found its own nest. Anna felt joy and happiness from the bottom of her heart. And she will give everything to dominate her inner joy and happiness. What are you doing, little Anna? Get to work. Jiang Wang looked back at Anna, who was standing there in a daze. This shouldn't be the case. Did he become lazy after evolving? Or is it because his injury hasn't fully healed yet? But as Anna threw herself into his arms, he realized that the little girl had grown taller. It's no use being a spoiled brat, get to work, there are so many genes, how many evolutionary points do we need to provide? Jiang Wang was curled up on the sofa, and Anna was beside Jiang Wang, making various genetic annotations. The huge insect nest gradually began to feel like home as Anna added sofas, beds, snack barrels and all kinds of new things. On the other side, the two generals Hung and Ha have arrived at the novice village. Countless bright little dots in their minds gathered in the novice village. This is the benefit given to them by the primordial world. Humans have a public screen, and the corresponding beastmen also have such a map. In order to complete the mission, the two beasts began to check one by one. And under Jiang Wang's instructions, everyone stayed in their positions and were not allowed to move. A large number of Zerglings are guarding the novice village, controlling the situation. The Wind Wolf quickly shuttled through the novice village. He had clearly memorized the smell of the clothes. As long as the person was in the novice village, he would never escape his nose. And there are undercurrents in the novice village. Chapter 26. The search continued all night. The two generals hung and haw stood at the foot of the wall. Looking at the map in my mind, I was confused. Are you sure it's here? Xiao He looked at the Wind Wolf with distrust. That's definitely it. After Jiang Wang surrounded the area with a swarm of nearly 30,000 insects, he began to order them to dig downwards. Jiang Wang was watching this scene in the insect nest. The military shadow he explored last time was obviously twice as strong as the one he crushed to death. If you can fight in a group, don't give yourself the chance to be beheaded. Today's stable. As a large number of Zerglings surrounded the area, Leon in the safe house also found that he was exposed. But he was not in a hurry to leave as a substitute for Shadow. Firstly, there is a limit to the number of substitutes. Even with his current military rank promotion, there are only 5 of them. Moreover, if one is destroyed, it will take a month to restore one, which means that he currently only has 3 available. Secondly, he wanted to see how Jiang Wang found him. Due to the rapid digging of springtails, the soil layer of more than 10 meters was reduced to only half a meter thick. Collapse. Li Ang broke out of the ground and saw Jiang Wang not far away. Suddenly, murderous intent arose. But he calmed down the next second. He had already seen that it was the larva Jiang Wang. Puff! In the moment he was distracted, a springtail scratched his calf with its sharp blade. Leon's martial arts field unfolds, covering a 3-meter range around the body. He moved left and right, easily avoiding the attacks of the jumping insect. His eyes were constantly searching for something. The larva Jiang Wang also noticed Li Ang's actions. Chance. Then the larva's body instantly exploded with nearly half the volume of his mental power, covering Li Ang. Li Ang, who was enveloped, stopped struggling and spoke calmly to Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang, there's no need to do this. Kaiwan world is coming soon. How about you and I put aside our past grudges and cooperate? Okay, don't leave. Then there's nothing to discuss. Swish. The Zergling's sharp blade pierced through the stand-in shadow. The human-shaped shadow turned into a ball of shadow and dissipated on the spot like water. The larvae also gradually collapsed. Following Jiang Wang's order, the Wind Wolf ran quickly towards the novice village with a large number of larvae. Just when Li Ang was replaced, a bright spot suddenly appeared out of nowhere among the many bright spots in the novice village. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang rubbed his fingers. He was actually shaken for a moment by Li Ang's last words. He also didn't want to have another scheming and powerful enemy. But put yourself in their shoes. Someone killed your brother, forcing you to kill a regiment leader in public, and then used a large number of people to hunt you down. When lives are in danger, you wave your hand, resolve all grievances, and choose cooperation over war. Can you believe it? Anyway, Jiang Wang didn't believe it, but became more determined to get rid of him. And he must be eliminated in the original world. On the other side, according to Shadow's report, Leon saw countless Zergs running towards him. Leon quickly hid in a crowded place. Just before he was replaced, he saw the orcs who were not Zerg. There is no way to hide anymore. Only in a crowded place can the map in the orcs' minds be obscured. Looking at the countdown in my mind, there are only 3 hours left until the extradition. At this time, Jiang Wang was moving towards the novice village under the protection of a large number of Zerglings. There is no way. Li Ang ran towards the logistics camp. Even he himself guessed that he didn't have many substitute shadows left. But to kill him with only Zerglings within 3 hours, he had to use himself as bait and bet that Leon also wanted to kill him. Novice village. Led by the Wind Wolf, Countless Zergs have surrounded the logistics camp. Countless people were driven out by the Zerg and checked one by one. What? I heard they were hunting down Leon. Oh my god, could he have hidden here in disguise? Who knows? By the way, who are you? The Wind Wolf stood far outside the camp, checking one by one. Whenever he wanted to walk towards the camp, he would feel uneasy. Suddenly, he seemed to smell something. The smell of blood. Help! Liang is behind us. He saw a man with blood all over his face, staggering towards him, constantly asking for help from the surrounding Zerg. And his back was indeed a mess. Countless springtails surrounded it. Wind Wolf stared at the man covered in blood. Leon looked at the Wind Wolf and took 2 steps back. Orcs! Prepare to fight! Hearing Leon's words, the Wind Wolf felt relieved, looked at him with contempt, and then focused his attention on the insect swarm. Suddenly. Wrong! Wind Wolf, activate your innate skill and dodge backwards. Bang! Liang was covered in blood. Seeing that his attack missed, he used his martial arts skills and quickly rushed forward. Seeing this, the black tiger not far away, with a faint glow all over its body, charged directly towards Liang. Court death! Suddenly, a military shadow appeared under Liang's feet, holding a long sword and slashing straight at the black tiger. Liang didn't care and trapped the Wind Wolf in a 3-meter martial arts field. The long sword in his hand is flying. Every knife was slashing at the fatal point of the Wind Wolf. Not really, big brother. The Wind Wolf was chopped and blood splattered everywhere, but it avoided the fatal points. Liang saw that the Zerg were surrounding him. The sword skills in his hand became more and more fierce. Seeing that the Zerg's rescue was too late, the Wind Wolf looked at Liang fiercely, activated the power of his bloodline again, and fled directly towards the Zerg. Seeing that the decapitation was about to fail, he looked at the already weak and powerless Wind Wolf in the swarm of insects. Liang gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, if they don't die, I will die." Each man with a knife, charged straight towards the swarm of insects. Damn, what a huge vengeance! Seeing that the Wind Wolf was unwilling to let him go at this time, he also became ruthless. He walked tremblingly towards the deeper swarm of insects. I just don't believe it. Can you kill me in 1 second with a 100-meter swarm of insects? Liang, who was wrapped up into a ball, released all the shadows he had hidden in his chest and rushed towards the Wind Wolf. Seen from above, it looked like a lone arrow-shaped army carving out a path through the insect swarm with unstoppable force. Seeing Liang getting closer and closer, the Wind Wolf was almost scared. This guy is such a ruthless person. And Leon is also gritting his teeth and moving forward. Although the Shadow's combat power crushed the Zerg, there were too many Zerg. It has come to this point now. If we give up, we may not have such a good chance to kill this wolf dog. It was only 20 meters away. Liang's whole body was glowing red. Chop with one knife. All Zerg within 15 meters were killed with one blow. Shadow rushed forward quickly. Just 10 meters. Junmu Shadow risked his life to open up a path. Liang fiercely swung the long knife in his hand towards the Wind Wolf that was already unable to move. Die. Etc. Puff. Chapter 27. Jiang Wang was still one step behind despite his haste. The Wind Wolf was nailed to the ground by Leon's long sword. The long knife pierced through the heart, and the Wind Wolf's eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that he was going to die like this. Cough. Blood kept gushing out of his mouth and body. Bang. The stand-in Shadow was knocked to the ground. One step faster. Just one step. The black tiger also quickly ran to the Wind Wolf. Feeling the Wind Wolf's vitality gradually disappearing, he was a little bit unbelievable. He fought his way out of the many geniuses in the clan, and didn't die at the hands of Jiang Wang, but died at the last step. Jiang Wang looked at the unwilling Wind Wolf and slowly squatted down. The Wind Wolf was doomed to die. Li Ang was not a fool. The knife was smeared with poison, which had spread from the heart to the whole body. Dead, but can be transformed into Zerg, just blink if you want. The Wind Wolf used up his last bit of strength to close his eyes, but he didn't have the strength to open them. Jiang Wang did not hesitate either. Under Anna's guidance, the modified Zerg genes were injected into the Wind Wolf. Under the suppression of the dominant bloodline, countless genes were integrated into the flesh and blood of the Gale Wolf. Jiang Wang's complexion gradually turned pale. Okay. Anna was so anxious that she almost came out of the Lord's space. Jiang Wang sat on the ground, breathing heavily. He paused for a moment and said to the black tiger in front of him. What? With such a good opportunity, you won't kill me? A hint of surprise flashed in He Hu's eyes. I've thought about it, but not to the extent that if you die, he has to die too. He didn't hide it either. He did think about just killing him directly. He was so powerful that he would definitely be able to advance his bloodline. But later I gave up. He didn't believe that Jiang Wang was unprepared. Besides, there was a spiritual seed in his head. Even if he was killed, not only himself but also the Gale Wolf would die. Looking at the film gradually forming on the body of the Wind Wolf, tenderness flashed in his eyes. A beast love. Saying. The black tiger's sharp claws stretched out directly. Okay, I understand. I won't ask. Jiang Wang said seriously. The moment he caught Black Tiger, he knew that this was a tigress. But the Wind Wolf seemed to not know it yet. After placing the Gale Wolf into the Lord's space, Jiang Wang discussed the remaining matters with Black Tiger. Looking at the countdown in my mind, which was less than 2 hours. Jiang Wang said, looking at the Black Tiger in front of him. Help me keep an eye on all the spots of light. As they spoke, the surrounding Zerglings rushed towards each tent. He wants to take a gamble. When I shot the stand-in to death just now, it didn't feel right. He definitely took a picture of Li Ang and seriously injured him. He bet that Li Ang didn't dare to be in the main camp, so he could only be in a safe house. So it's very easy to find him, as long as everyone leaves the city. Moving tens of thousands of people is difficult, but it would be easy if there were an equal number of springtails. Countless people were driven out of the tent by Jiang Wang, and under the watchful eyes of the Zerglings, they slowly moved toward the outside of the city wall. Jiang Wang was on the city wall, scanning every person with his mental power. Jiang Wang, do you really have to kill everyone? Have you really become a bug and want to use everyone as food? Looking at Li Ang's words on the public screen, Jiang Wang smiled. He had made the right bet. Li Ang felt the changes in the outside world in the safe house, his face gloomy and uncertain. He didn't expect Jiang Wang to be so determined to kill. If he wasn't very sure of the memory in his mind, he would have thought that Jiang Wang was a relative or boyfriend whom he had tortured, killed, kidnapped, or murdered. Besides, he has run out of tricks. Only 3 shadows were seriously injured, and the rest all died in the previous battle. If Jiang Wang was allowed to move everyone like this, it would only be a matter of time before he was exposed. Panic. Jiang Wang also responded indifferently on the public screen. Although Jiang Wang completely ignored Li Ang's psychological warfare, others thought otherwise. This is how human nature works, even if most people think Jiang Wang wouldn't do that. But, what if? People queuing to leave the city looked at the ruthless compound eyes and sharp blades of the springtails. Reminds me of how Jiang Wang treated those illegal fighters. Everyone was frightened. How are you going to kill them? Kill them with a knife or poison? Hack him to death. This isn't the first time you've done this, right? Li Ang constantly stirs people's hearts. Jiang Wang looked at the restless crowd and nearly half of the people who had not left the city. He took out a map and said to He Hu. Mark the location of the light spot in your mind for me. Because all the people were gathered at the city gate and outside the city gate. So the labeling is also easy. looking at the densely packed dots at the city gate. Within 20 minutes, everyone must leave the city in an orderly manner. Anyone who fails to leave the city will die. Jiang Wang's voice rang out on the city wall. He didn't waste time explaining, but told everyone his standards in the most blunt manner. He Hu looked at Jiang Wang in surprise. He always thought that Jiang Wang was a kind but stupid lord. In his eyes, as long as Jiang Wang slaughtered everyone, Li Ang would have nowhere to escape. After all, it took him less than 10 hours to slaughter the Zerg. For a moment, everyone stopped worrying about whether Jiang Wang would kill them. When someone suspects you of planning to kill them, you'd better actually be able to kill them. Jiang Wang's tyrannical remarks instantly aroused everyone's desire to survive. 9 minutes left. Watching the time pass by, Jiang Wang patiently scanned everyone. Wait, I found it. It's right under my feet. Bang! 3 shadows rushed out directly. Instead of heading straight for Jiang Wang, they wantonly killed innocent people around them. Li Ang took the opportunity to rush towards the crowd outside the city. Swish! Puff! Bang! Puff! Li Ang spit out blood, but successfully entered the crowd. Jiang Wang consumed too much mental energy and was unable to kill Li Ang immediately. Li Ang was in the crowd, moving quickly and killing anyone who got in his way. Jiang Wang! Come! Kill us! Li Ang pulled a girl in front of him and looked at Jiang Wang with a crazy face. He loves this feeling so much. Just like in all justice movies, in the end the heroes who uphold justice always hesitate to compromise at such moments. Blood continued to flow out of Li Ang's body, and his eyes were full of madness. The girl almost suffocated and fainted under his powerful strength. And she used up her last bit of strength to look at Jiang Wang. Save me! Ah ha 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 ha, come on Jiang Wang! Come on! Li Ang's crazy look frightened the people around him. Those outside didn't know what was going on, and those inside tried desperately to stay away from Li Ang. The bloodthirsty red eyes stared at Jiang Wang with a cruel smile. He is gambling. Jiang Wang didn't dare to kill him without restraint. And he succeeded with this trick time and time again. Unfortunately, Jiang Wang is not a hero. In the past years, he was just a ruthless tool. Looking at the girl who was almost suffocated to death, Jiang Wang also made up his mind in an instant. Weakness will only bring greater death. Countless springtails rushed into the crowd and strangled Leon. 7 minutes left. The springtail let go of its hands and feet and approached Leon at an extremely fast speed. For a while, screams and wails continued to ring out. Jiang Wang! Xiao Yan glared at Jiang Wang. In order to catch Li Ang, Jiang Wang saw a series of actions. Whether he agreed or not, at least Jiang Wang never thought of attacking ordinary people. But now, Xiao Yan felt that Jiang Wang had gone crazy. Jiang Wang glanced at Xiao Yan indifferently. Ruthless and indifferent. Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment. Jiang Wang looked at him as if he was looking at a stranger or an object. He never doubted his instincts, but Jiang Wang seemed like a different person now. It's like another personality or another mode. A ruthless fighting mode? But for a moment, Xiao Yan was stunned. At this moment, Li Ang moved left and right, even using innocent people to block the knife. Until he was sure that Jiang Wang was the same kind of person as him, who regarded human life as worthless. Jiang Wang held the primordial stone in his hand, constantly recovering his mental strength. His current mental strength is only enough for him to attack once, so he is waiting for an opportunity. A chance to avoid trouble forever. There is 1 minute left. There were corpses all around Li Ang. Leon was breathing heavily, blood almost covering his eyes, and he used his martial arts to mechanically kill the Zerg that kept besieging him. The poisonous cockroaches continuously sprayed spores and poison around Leon. He was barely hanging on to his life thanks to his martial arts. Right now, it seems that Li Ang is the lone hero, and Jiang Wang is the sinister villain. But Jiang Wang doesn't care. Puff! The black tiger instantly appeared behind Leon. With no other options to evade, he could only let the shadow help him take the attack. Shadow died on the spot, and Liang was slapped and flew out. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Ha 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 ha. Leon laughed wildly in the air, he held on. Countless beams of light descended from the sky. Bang! 0. Finally, when Liang was most relaxed, Jiang Wang took action. The huge mental power grasped Liang's spiritual world like an invisible hand. Puff! Liang vomited blood and fainted on the spot. Jiang Wang also fell into a coma. Chapter 28. I finally survived. Woo. Ah! My leg! My leg! Hey, why doesn't it hurt anymore? Similar scenes continued to play out at the reception. Jiang Wang was leaning against the back of the hall, as if he was asleep, and the primordial stone in his hand continued to glow. Everyone was broken up and reunited. Crying and joy were happening everywhere. Suddenly, a huge pressure came, and everyone was instantly unable to breathe. My lords, I am the president of the Lotus Chamber of Commerce, Feng Tianxing. First of all, welcome to the Kaiwan world after successfully resisting the invasion of the Beastmen. On behalf of the Lotus Chamber of Commerce, I welcome you all. Now, please enter the rest area in an orderly manner. There is everything you need. After everyone left in an orderly manner, Feng Tianxing stood in front of Jiang Wang. He had already noticed the strange Jiang Wang. But although Jiang Wang's breathing was normal, his mental power was huge and complicated. This is clearly a sign of advancement. Suddenly, he saw the glimmer in Jiang Wang's hand. Primitive stone. It's not that he's not strong enough to fully explore. But the primordial stone itself is a special existence, and it is not something that can be given by a certain force. Instead, it requires the approval of the original world. Just when he wanted to take Jiang Wang to a more secret and safe place for advancement, 2 business cards suddenly appeared in front of me. Star Alliance, Aunt Li Shuet. Anos family, Su Bo. Feng Tianxing was stunned at first, then he was delighted. Quick, take him to the VIP room and feed him the soul-soothing serum I treasure. Su Bo is not for the time being, the third son of Anos sits down as the #1 servant. This Aunt Li Shuet is an extraordinary woman with an incredibly high status and vision. The youngest son of the Elemental Alliance wanted to be her disciple, but she was not happy about it. Unexpectedly, she could get a chance. Even if Aunt Li Shuet comes, I can still do her a favor, it won't be a loss either way. Jiang Wang was carried into the luxurious VIP room. As the soul relief serum was fed drop by drop from his lips, his mental strength gradually calmed down. On the other hand, Aunt Li Shuet also felt that her business card was stimulated. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Aunt Li Shuet at this time is not similar to the one in the original world. Although the one in the original world is also very beautiful, the difference between the two is huge. Only the temperament is the same. Although it was an unconscious smile, many young nobles around him secretly swallowed their saliva. Mr. Wang, I have something else to do, so I will leave first. Aunt Li Shue's coquettish look made Mr. Wang roll his eyes. If you want to leave, just leave. Stop talking nonsense here. Hee hee. Aunt Li Shuet smiled mischievously and flew away into the distance. As Aunt Li Shuet walked away, it was unknown who among the many noble children was the first to sigh. Ah ha 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 ha, Mr. Wang, Aunt Shuet is still so charming. Li Yulan, who was next to Wang Tianfeng, said jokingly. What's the point of being charming? You still can't find a partner, right? Look at what you said. With just one word from Aunt Shuet, people chasing after her can line up from the primordial realm to the 10,000 races territory. Shit. The 2 big men were flirting, but it gave the noble children behind them some hope of a happy marriage with Aunt Li Shuet. This hope exists every year, but no one has ever realized it. Aunt Li Shui, who had changed her appearance, flew towards Jiang Wang. This trip to the primordial world to wander around was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. Jiang Wang's business card was an unexpected surprise, and it was made casually. Although Jiang Wang's army is not strong and his talent is probably not high, Jiang Wang's mental strength always gives her a warm and tenacious feeling. For newcomers who have just arrived in the original world, mental power itself is the thing that best reflects a person's nature. The mental energy of a person who is murderous and cruel in heart will appear red. A kind-hearted person will appear green. Most people's hearts are colorful and intertwined. Jiang Wang is a special milky white color without any other colors. Relying on her inner feelings and Jiang Wang's uniqueness, she gave the only business card. After a while, Aunt Li Shui arrived at the reception area managed by the Lotus Chamber of Commerce. Feng Tianxing had already been waiting at the door. Assistant Professor Li. Feng Tianxing bowed slightly and spoke to Aunt Li Shui, who had changed her appearance. "You know me?" Aunt Li Shui asked in surprise. "I just accidentally triggered the protection mechanism of the business card. I will wait here after I settle my friend down." Feng Tianxing still has his signature smile. What a smart man! No wonder he is the president. Aunt Li Shui smiled knowingly. "Thank you for your kindness. Please come this way." Feng Tianxing turned around and walked towards the VIP room where Jiang Wang was without even looking up at Aunt Li Shui. A faint floral scent came from behind. Feng Tianxing suddenly quickened his pace. Soon, Aunt Li Shui met Jiang Wang again. Jiang Wang's mental strength was much greater than last time. He could feel the mental fluctuations remaining in the air and the smell of the soul-soothing serum. Yes, what a smart man! Compared to the slightly sarcastic words above, this compliment is much more sincere. It's not Aunt Li Shui's fault. After all, with her identity, there are countless people who want to get in touch with her through such designs. It should be. I forgot to tell you that the business card of Su Bo from Anos has also been activated. I think he is on the way here. Okay, got it. Aunt Li Shui said lightly. Then you chat. Feng Tianxing left quickly and closed the door. Only after walking a long way did I dare to take a deep breath. And his face also revealed an ecstatic look. The Lotus Chamber of Commerce is only a third-rate chamber of commerce, barely qualified to host a reception area. With the mentality of giving it a try, I sent out my treasured soul-soothing serum and went to wait at the door. I didn't expect that I could actually get a chance to ride on Aunt Li Shui's ultimate white and smooth thighs. VIP room. Looking at Jiang Wang's milky white spirit ball, there were wisps of black and gold spirit power floating in the middle like seaweed. Aunt Li Shui fell into deep thought. It was fine when I came, why did it turn dark? Although it still feels warm, what's up with this touch of black and gold? And Jiang Wang finally woke up slowly. His mental power suddenly erupted, but was quickly controlled by Jiang Wang. Looking at the unfamiliar woman in front of him, Jiang Wang opened his mouth and shouted, "Sister Li! Aunt Li Shui? Am I so bad at disguise? Call me Auntie Shui. It always feels weird to call me Sister Li." In fact, Aunt Li Shui is only 28 years old, but because of her name, people older than her have to call her aunt. Your mental power seems to be raging. What's wrong? Did you fight before you came out? Well, there was a strong enemy. I don't know if he was killed. Jiang Wang spoke as if he was drinking water. Aunt Li Shui narrowed her eyes slightly. Jiang Wang's tone sounded like a murderer who would disregard human life, but his mental power was pure milky white. Could it be that streak of black gold? Oh? Then tell me and I'll help you kill him, okay? If someone familiar with Aunt Li Shui was present at this time, they would know that she was digging a hole again. And Jiang Wang's next words will directly determine his fate. No, that's my grudge against him. Chapter 29. Jiang Wang's words were quite standard, not annoying, but not pleasing either. But Jiang Wang's mental strength doesn't lie. His mental power just now showed a brief moment of surprise, confusion, and firm rejection. He just absolutely didn't want Aunt Li Shui to get involved in anything he thought was dangerous. The good thing about newcomers is that they don't know how to hide their mental strength. Aunt Li Shui nodded with satisfaction and continued. So where do you want to go next? Star Alliance. As if it had been decided long ago. Why? Why don't you go to Anos? Is it because of me? Aunt Li Shui asked curiously. It had been a long time since she met such a person who kept chatting with her but whose mental power did not turn yellow. Except for those old guys. Jiang Wang? Looking at Aunt Li Shui, whose temperament and expression did not match hers, he thought about it and decided to answer her 3 questions. Based on the manual, the Star Alliance's series of measures are most suitable for outsiders like us. Although the Anos family treated me well, I didn't really like the family-style service. As for the last question, Jiang Wang paused briefly and then spoke under Aunt Li Shui's proud gaze. Isn't this the business card you sent me? Aunt Li Shui was petrified instantly. The most important thing. There is not even a slight fluctuation in mental strength. This shows that Jiang Wang was not lying. He went to Xingai purely because Xingai suits him. This was the first time she encountered such a situation since awakening her succubus realm. This was the first time someone rejected her so frankly. Except for that old man Wang. You're good, you're great. After saying this, Aunt Li Shui slammed the door and walked out. Bang! Jiang Wang scratched his head. Assistant Instructor Li. Uncle Su still had that smiling face. Yet, Aunt Li Shui had already sensed that he was waiting not far away outside, but she was too angry to say much. Then, Su Bo said in confusion. Go ahead. Didn't you give your business cards too? Whoever gives the business card will be recruited first. I abide by the rules, Aunt Li Shui said calmly. Su Bo was also a little unsure of what this witch was thinking. But remembering Jiang Wang's potential, he hesitated and opened the door. Uncle Su. Jiang Wang was a little surprised. Are all people in the other world so harmonious and friendly? My dear Jiang Wang, are you injured? Oh, it's my fault. I was delayed on the road. Uncle Su said with a smile, as if he was an elder whom Jiang Wang had not seen for a long time. It's nothing serious, Uncle Su. I just wanted to come over and ask you where you are going. Our third young master. Before Su Bo could finish his words, the door was suddenly pushed open. Aunt Li Shui walked up to Jiang Wang in a hurry. Boy, if you want to come to Xingai, I will be your master. Then he smiled apologetically at Su Bo and went out again, leaving behind a bewildered Jiang Wang and shocked Su Bo. Well, Uncle Su, I plan to join Xingai. Jiang Wang said calmly. I understand everything, but Jiang Wang, please remember that it is not easy to be assistant teacher Li's apprentice. Although the news was too shocking, Su Bo still wanted to try to save Jiang Wang. Thank you for your kindness. I have made up my mind. Looking at Jiang Wang's determined expression, Su Bo sighed in his heart. As expected, no one can resist Aunt Li Shui's charm. What a pity. Such a good seedling. This is the business card of my third son. He will also go to the Star Alliance. Young man, we can have a chat. Then Su Bo stopped wasting time. Aunt Li Shui has already stated such conditions, so what's the point of playing? Hurry up and recruit the next one. Wait. Uncle Su, have you ever given a business card to that Li Ang? Jiang Wang still misses Li Ang. Oh that, I haven't posted it before, is there anything special about him? Oh, it's nothing, it's just a friend of mine, I'm worried that nothing happened to him and I'm worried about him. After Jiang Wang waved goodbye to Uncle Su, he saw Aunt Li Shui not far away, who had returned to her previous calm and elegant, yet charming appearance. Actually, it's not Aunt Li Shue's fault. It is determined by her talent and military type. Okay, let's go. Aunt Li Shue took Jiang Wang to the teleportation array. The news that Flower of the Star Sea had accepted a male apprentice spread like wildfire. On the other side, Jiang Wang made the final blow with all his strength. Although Liang wanted to resist, he was powerless. Jiang Wang's mental power turned into a big hand and directly crushed his spiritual world. Now he is not even a mental patient. At best, he is an unconscious fool, a walking corpse. He was also treated as a frightened lord and became the lowest-ranking house slave in the reception area without being registered. Tisk, damn, what bad luck, there are no powerful lords, but there are a lot of fools. Grass. Li Tian, the young master of the Li family, severely beat up the fools in front of him. It doesn't matter even if I get beaten to death. Anyway, these people are not registered. Young master, I heard that assistant teacher Li has recruited a new lord as his disciple this time. What did you say? Check it for me. This scene was also happening in front of the children of princes and nobles everywhere. At this moment, Jiang Wang was sitting in Aunt Li Shue's luxurious-looking aircraft heading for the teleportation array. Wang Tianfeng frowned as he looked at the news in front of him. Nonsense. Block the news. Let Aunt Li Shue come to see me. Also, check this Jiang Wang. Inside the shuttle. Aunt Li Shue handed Jiang Wang a personal terminal. If you want to know anything, just check it yourself. Also, don't come in, don't touch anything. Then he walked towards the lounge. The elegant long skirt perfectly outlines Li Sui's curvy figure. Wait. Aunt Li Shue curled her lips into a sneer. Humph, the fox's tail is finally exposed. There's a code. Dead silence. Jiang Wang just suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura, but it suddenly dissipated. Aunt Li Shue said elegantly, terminal, authorization. Although the voice is nice, it always feels a little shaky. Jiang Wang didn't care about the details. The terminal's virtual screen is mapped directly in front of you. Virtual? Quantum? Jiang Wang rubbed his fingers in thought, but soon his attention was attracted by the information in front of him. Survival Guidelines for Novice Lords. The distribution of power in Kaiwan world. 36 moves that every lord must know. Jiang Wang's eyes kept scanning the relevant content quickly. Kaiwan Empire. According to historical records, the Kaiwan Empire was vast, covering galaxies and territories within billions of light years, and it continued to win battles with all races and expand its territory. The reason behind this victory is precisely due to the existence of them, the lords of the alien world. It took Jiang Wang nearly 2 hours to finish looking at the basic power distribution and history. But Jiang Wang keenly noticed that it seemed as if all history was deliberately beautifying, or hiding something. And all these things seem to involve one person. Ye Chen. Chapter 30. This aroused Jiang Wang's desire for knowledge. The slender fingers quickly swiped across the terminal. Ye Chen. Gender, male. The founder of the Star Alliance, the destroyer of all races, the breaker of Kaiwan. Apart from these introductions, all the content about Ye Chen seemed to have been erased by an eraser. When a man wants to know something, or wants to know a certain website, then this matter will not end until death. His fingers searched and browsed as fast as an afterimage. Finally, Jiang Wang found some information in a corner of a forum. Ye Chen. It also came from the primordial realm. And his world seemed to be a world of cultivation, so he became a martial arts lord. The Kaiwan world at that time was far less friendly to newcomers from the original world than it is now. Self-guided talents and arms from the original world. At first, it can provide fresh blood for the empire. But slowly, as more and more lords became stronger, they gradually began to squeeze the cake of the original forces. The Kaiwan world began to resist and even assassinate lords whose strength reached a certain level. But Ye Chen fought back powerfully under such circumstances. With an advancement speed that ordinary people could not understand and various adventures, he managed to kill all the assassins and continued to advance in battle. In just 300 years, Ye Chen punched the old nobles, kicked the central royal family, and slapped the elemental alliance who were watching the show. Sheng Sheng established a force exclusively for the original lords, the Star Alliance. And under his friendly communication, various forces reached agreements one after another. During this period, countless powerful lords emerged, which ensured that even if Ye Chen broke through the void and escaped, the prosperity of the Starry Sea could be maintained. As for more content, Jiang Wang couldn't find it for a while. But these few pieces of information also want to show Jiang Wang that the Kaiwan world is not as friendly to them, the lords of other worlds, as it appears. Then Jiang Wang seemed to have thought of something and looked back at the closed lounge. The finger tapped on the virtual screen, Li Suolian. Swish. Information that fills the huge virtual screen. There were even falling petals surrounding the virtual screen, and a few large words slowly floated out from the center of the petals. May my angel be happy every day, love you wrong. Jiang Wang's expression is like that of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. It's just exaggerated. Li Suolian, the flower of the alliance. Age, top secret. Relatives, Wang Tianfeng, uncle. The youngest Platinum Lord. The battlefield of all races fights against the Platinum Beast tribe. There are countless suitors. Rejected the application of the Elemental Alliance's youngest son to become his disciple. She politely declined the marriage proposal from the third prince of the central royal family. A series of honors and past achievements are like a pie with no end in sight. After seeing all the honors, Jiang Wang turned his head and looked at the lounge with the closed door. My first reaction was, it's over. He is a little dull, but not stupid. In the primordial realm, girls like Wai Wei had their lovers willing to risk their lives for them. Even Jiang Wang had some doubts. If it weren't for Wai Wei, he and Li Ang wouldn't have had such a feud. And now, the flower of the alliance. That is not a fairy. Isn't this the dream of hundreds of billions or even trillions of young boys? How many liquors does that require? Jiang Wang's handsome face fell instantly. I should have gone to Anos if I had known this. Sure enough, beautiful women are roses with thorns and meteorites that bring disaster to the country and the people. The storm outside came much faster and hotter than Jiang Wang. But fortunately, Wang Tianfeng's energy is strong enough. Apart from a few people, not many people know Jiang Wang's portrait and abilities. But the more they act like this, the more anxious the crowd of spectators becomes, jumping up and down like badger in a melon field. Star Alliance Senior College, cafeteria. Have you heard? Assistant Li has accepted a disciple. Ma En said to his good friend, his fat face full of disbelief. I just don't believe it. How can a goddess find a male disciple? This must be fake news from some stupid public account. The tall and thin man opposite him looked disdainful. That's hard to say. Assistant Li is old enough. What the FK did you say? Say it again. Suddenly, a group of people behind Ma En stood up and glared at Ma En, who had spoken out of turn. The furious group of people picked up their plates and started fighting. There was a group of people gathered at the school gate, waiting for Aunt Li Shui's return. Ong! Ong! Jiang Wang looked at the contact on the terminal that kept vibrating. The note clearly reads two words, stupid. For a moment, Jiang Wang didn't know whether to hang up or answer the call. Ding ding ding! Idiot, there's a phone call. Aunt Li Shui, who was thinking about why she lost her composure, was stunned when she heard Jiang Wang's words at the door. Bang! Who are you scolding? Aunt Li Shui glared at Jiang Wang at the door. The nightgown, made of unknown material, perfectly highlights Aunt Li Shui's already hot figure. Ahem! Jiang Wang turned his head away somewhat awkwardly and placed the terminal in front of Aunt Li Shui. No, that's what I'm talking about. Aunt Li Shui realized something was wrong and snatched the terminal away. Bang! The strong wind from the closing door blew in my face. You can see how powerful it is. On the other side of the door, Aunt Li Shui's face was blushing. It's not like she was deliberately seducing or flirting. Although she is in the realm of succubus, she is actually extremely conservative in her heart. She wore pajamas just out of habit. You know, except her apprentice and uncle, no one else could ride her shuttle. If not, Jiang Wang was so angry that he lost his mind. Ong! Ong! Beat, beat, beat! Beat you! You're going to die! Aunt Li Shui cursed at Li Rong. Oh my dear Shui, I am so happy to hear your voice. Li Rong was really happy. It was the first time he felt the different tone of Li Sui's voice. You have something to say? Aunt Li Shui said coldly after she recovered. Dear Shui, I heard that you accepted a male apprentice. None of your business. Hello hello, hello. Beep, beep. Li Rong looked at the terminal that had been hung up with a dull expression. Bang! The terminal was smashed to pieces by Su Rong. And the other side. Aunt Li Shui was still a little angry when she looked at the terminal she had thrown on the bed. Due to the Alliance's regulations, if an assistant teacher wants to become a professor, he or she must train an A-level apprentice to ensure the long-term prosperity of the Alliance to the greatest extent possible. I have also found several female disciples with excellent talents, but because of Jiang Wang's peculiar mental power, it is now difficult to end. If the disciple is a female, then everyone will be happy. Some people even want to please themselves so that their female disciples will benefit as well. But his willfulness has put Jiang Wang in the spotlight. Ong! Ong! Aunt Li Shui started to have a headache when she saw the video of her uncle. Change clothes quickly. Hey dear uncle, what's the matter? Aunt Li Shui's appearance as a good girl is enough to win her any love and sympathy. Where are you? Wang Tianfeng looked serious and didn't buy it at all. I'm on my way back to school. Where is Jiang Wang? On my hyper shuttle. Bang! A loud noise was heard in the video. Wang Tianfeng's desk couldn't withstand his pressure and broke directly. I have connected to your super shuttle. Wang Tianfeng's face was so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. Oh, Aunt Li Shui responded aggrievedly. Chapter 31. Wang Tianfeng directly used his authority to go through special channels. Aunt Li Shui's shuttle covered the distance that would normally take 2 hours in just 20 minutes. The portal opens directly to the door of your home. The shuttle went through the back door and stopped directly at Wang Tianfeng's small attic. Puff! The super shuttle door slowly opened, and a black shadow instantly jumped out. Uncle! Aunt Li Shui, who is 1.7 meters tall, looks like a little girl in front of Wang Tianfeng, who is over 1.9 meters tall. Wang Tianfeng glared at Aunt Li Shui, who was trying to act cute. Jiang Wang followed closely behind and walked down the shuttle. A muffled groan. As soon as his feet stepped firmly on the ground, he felt an extremely strong pressure. Jiang Wang continued to use his mental strength to resist the mental force that was like Mount Tai. Fine beads of sweat kept sliding down his cheeks. Even the stone bricks on the ground were cracked. Whenever Jiang Wang adapted to the current mental intensity, Wang Tianfeng would immediately increase the pressure. Gradually, a hint of surprise flashed in Wang Tianfeng's eyes. With the current strength of mental power, not to mention Jiang Wang's small black iron, even bronze would have been crushed to the ground. Time passes by every second. Aunt Li Shui also looked at Jiang Wang a little nervously. Bang! The floor shattered and Jiang Wang fell straight to the ground unconscious. Good boy, you have guts. After Wang Tianfeng praised them, he took the unconscious Jiang Wang and Aunt Li Shui back to the house. Looking at the dead body of Jiang Wang, Wang Tianfeng hesitated for a moment and said to Aunt Li Shui, "This boy has excellent resilience and outstanding strength, but for now, he can only be regarded as a registered disciple. Hearing Wang Tianfeng's words, Aunt Li Shui breathed a sigh of relief. According to the Alliance's system, mentoring is a very serious rule. Once the apprentice makes a mistake, the master is responsible for cleaning up the mess. If the apprentice betrays the master, he will basically have no way to survive and will be killed by anyone. On the contrary, if the master encounters a great disaster, the apprentice will basically not be spared. But if the apprentice wins multiple honors and his strength improves rapidly, the master's status will also rise with him. There is also a supervisory bureau responsible for supervision to prevent masters from maliciously suppressing their apprentices. Let the masters be open and impart all they know to the greatest extent possible to ensure the strength of the alliance. If you let outsiders catch you because of an inexplicable impulse. After discussing the process, Jiang Wang was carried away by people arranged by Wang Tianfeng. The breeze blew across Jiang Wang's face, and he slowly opened his eyes. Clean room, simple desk. For a moment, Jiang Wang seemed to return to earth. Hiss. The pain of mental exhaustion came and brought Jiang Wang back to reality. After a long time, Jiang Wang slowly stood up. Put on the light blue uniform and a terminal bracelet on the desk. As soon as the bracelet was put on my hand, a virtual screen popped up. Star Alliance, C-level students. Name, Jiang Wang. Lord type, insect type. Notice *2. Jiang Wang clicked on the notification. School announcement, at 7 o'clock tonight, all other world lords will arrive at the Great Hall for the opening ceremony. Auntie Li Shui, Xingai Novice Survival Manual, don't say that master didn't help you. By the way, you are now my registered disciple. Don't embarrass me during the novice trial. Thinking of the somewhat neurotic Aunt Li Shui, Jiang Wang shook his head. What kind of people are they? Jiang Wang packed up his things and walked towards the direction of the Great Hall. Along the way, people kept looking at him. Jiang Wang gradually quickened his pace. Classmate, are you Jiang Wang? Suddenly, several students in dark blue uniforms appeared on the road that Jiang Wang had to take to get to the Great Hall. Yes. Jiang Wang said frankly, unable to avoid it. There is no doubt that the news that he was Aunt Li Shui's registered disciple had spread, otherwise he would not have been blocked on the road by someone who named him as soon as he entered the school. Ah ha 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 ha, classmate, don't be nervous. I just want to tell you something. Then they surrounded him. I'm not nervous. Just tell me what you want to say. I'm on my way to the Great Hall. Jiang Wang looked at the three people who surrounded him and said coldly. The three of them were stunned. They didn't expect this little brother to be so tough. Ah ha 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 ha, you don't really know the rules, so I have to teach you a lesson. As he spoke, the leader released his mental power and pressed towards Jiang Wang. Ah? How do I teach? Jiang Wang looked at the senior in front of him with a harmless face. Are you kidding? Wang Tianfeng can handle it, so why would he be afraid of you little lickers? Seeing Jiang Wang appearing to be fine, Buck looked unhappy. How could a newcomer have such strong mental strength? You know, he is at the bronze level 3, an upper middle level in a C-level academy. Then he used all his strength to launch a mental attack on Jiang Wang. Needle stabbing, knife hacking, sledgehammer smashing. It did make Jiang Wang feel a little uncomfortable. Seeing that their mental power was not enough to knock Jiang Wang unconscious, the two people nearby prepared to take action directly, knock Jiang Wang unconscious and carry him away to complete the task. Jiang Wang narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the two people gradually approaching. The huge mental power directly swept over the three of them. Puff! Buck vomited blood and fainted. The other two also fainted after feeling a sharp pain in their heads. Jiang Wang's face turned a little pale. After all, Wang Tianfeng had just finished reaching the 9th level of bronze, and his mental strength was already depleted. After looking at the three people who had fainted and making sure that no one was dead, Jiang Wang quickly ran towards the auditorium. Tisk, what trouble? Jiang Wang said helplessly. In this farce, these three people are just pawns. Through his understanding of Aunt Li Shui on the terminal, these three people were probably just sent out to test him, or to be more precise, to serve as tools to test Aunt Li Shui. Once I lose, then. Sure enough, the more beautiful a woman is, the more trouble she causes. The news of Jiang Wang's crushing victory over three bronze-level seniors quickly reached the ears of those who were interested. Inside a private club, under the dim light, the virtual screen showed Jiang Wang defeating three seniors. The waiter, dressed in a bunny girl outfit in black stockings, placed the goblets on the plate on the table. Bang! Ethan rubbed his round buttocks and spoke to the person next to him. Interesting. Just after entering the iron level, he was able to leap forward a level and defeat three bronze players. That's quite a feat. Humph. No matter how strong an ant is, it is still an ant. The figure in the middle of the three snorted coldly and said, "Deal with it during the novice trial, don't let it affect the adult's plans." As he spoke, the shadow stood up and left, revealing a pure black mask under the dim light. Tisk, these people are so boring, Louis, do you want to play with me for a while? Another dark figure stood up, with golden hair and a charming smile, like an angel from God. Ah ha 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 ha, Master Yi is in a good mood, but I have some business to attend to. I'm sorry I can't accompany you. With Louis' departure, there is a charming scent in the air. Chapter 32. Jiang Wang stood in the conference hall, a little shocked. It's no wonder that the name contains a big character. Although countless humans were killed or injured in the original world, nearly 40% of them still entered the Kaiwan world alive. 1/10 of them joined other forces, and the remaining 30% all joined the Star Alliance. All these people entered Xingai College for basic trial teaching in order to integrate into the Kaiwan world as quickly as possible. The college is divided into 4 levels, S, A, B, and C. Dust Bronze are all in C rank. Silver is in Class B. Gold in Grade A. Platinum is at S level. Once you reach Platinum, you can be said to be a big boss. The conference hall was filled with noise. Hey, what kind of troops are you? I am a dwarf. I am a demon wolf. I rely on A-rank troops, sir. This scene was played out in every corner of the lobby. It is human nature to stick together for warmth. Quiet. The voice rang out from the center of the hall, spreading to the surroundings with endless pressure. Jiang Wang was speechless. Why do these people love this move so much? They feel uncomfortable if they don't show their dominance. Hello everyone, I am Wang Tianfeng, welcome to join the Star Alliance. Wang Tianfeng's face was reflected on the virtual screen hanging high in the air. Let's make it short. The Star Alliance has a long history and is inclusive. 3 hours later. Finally, all students who receive an S-level evaluation in this original world will receive a 3-star C badge. 3-star C badge winners will receive the following benefits. It's free in the cafeteria. Private room. 1 free entry into the Star C trial. The recipients of this medal are, Marcus, Xiao Benbega, Jiang Wang. A total of 143 people. The badge flew directly out from the center and hovered in front of each recipient. The virtual screen also showed the faces of the medal winners. Jiang Wang felt the envious, jealous, and greedy eyes around him, and calmly held the badge in his hand. The content and details of the meeting will be sent to everyone's personal terminal. Finally, I sincerely warn you that in the Kaiwan world, strength is paramount. No matter how high your status or how powerful you are in the original world, here, everything is reset to 0. As long as you have strength, you can have everything you want. Countless people had red eyes and clenched their fists. They are eager to achieve success in this world and restore their glory. Money, power, desire. The most primitive impulse aroused everyone present. Wang Tianfeng smiled as he watched this scene. With the disbanding of the meeting, countless people poured out of the synagogue. Those medal winners have become even more popular, surrounded by countless people, comparable to international superstars. Jiang Wang had the foresight to slip away before the meeting ended, and successfully escaped from the conference hall after covering his face. Lying in his own single room, Jiang Wang looked at the various materials about the meeting and given by Aunt Li Shuet. Vertical Day. Jiang Wang arrived at the classroom on time, and the lecturer was a young senior. This is a good opportunity for them to earn points. Points are the currency in Xingai Academy. In addition to completing tasks issued by the Academy, they can only be obtained by killing orcs in Xingai trials. At the podium, the senior student was using an outdated PPT that was from an unknown year. It narrates the contents projected on the screen like a robot. At the beginning of the empire. To them, these seem like established facts, which they have understood since childhood. For example, if you were asked to add 1-to-1 in front of a group of adults, you would find it boring. Although he had already understood and learned these contents through various channels, he still listened carefully. After all, even through the changes in tone, Jiang Wang could understand that the information had special significance for these people in the Kaiwan world. Suddenly, a mythical photo filled the virtual screen. The surrounding lights gradually dimmed. Pieces of broken stars appeared around. Countless giant ships comparable to planets are lying across the universe, ready for battle. In the 1,289,327th year of the Kaiwan calendar, the 10,000 races broke through the borders, plundered 273 star systems and 1,723 star clusters, and countless people died in this catastrophe. And at this critical moment, the founder of our alliance, Ye Chen. With his own strength, he crossed the battlefield, killed 3 ancestral beasts, and seriously injured 2. He turned the tide and saved the building from collapse. It is known in history as the Battle of Dingguo. The surrounding light, temperature, and even the environment began to change. Everyone seemed to be there. Jiang Wang looked around. There were no classmates or classrooms around him, only giant ships 10,000 meters long and all kinds of soldiers exuding a terrifying aura. On the other side of Jiang Wang, there are giant beasts as big as planets, and densely packed tribes. Suddenly, a huge beam of light passed over Jiang Wang's head and slammed into the Wanzu. I saw a man with laws flashing all over his body, killing all the races. The battle is about to begin. Jiang Wang is ready to summon the Zerg in an instant. However, an indescribable restraint blocked Jiang Wang's Lord space. Just when Jiang Wang was about to use his mental power for a final fight. Suddenly, the picture froze. This is a fragment of the Dingguo War. The voice came from the podium. The surrounding light curtain slowly faded away. Everyone is still immersed in the grand battle. Many people have become emotional and even collapsed because they cannot release their troops. Calm down, everyone. I have just activated the forbidden magic circle to prevent you from losing control of the troops. Lin Sheng paused briefly and then continued. The Battle of Dingguo, just from the video recording, has already begun to possess the power of laws. Since the power of your lords is not high, today's demonstration of our battle for national sovereignty ends here. Get out of class dismissed. Lin Sheng packed up his things on the podium and left. The segment of Dingguo War is a compulsory course for every novice lord. It is also the most convenient way to help newcomers broaden their horizons. Lin Sheng has left the classroom, but Jiang Wang is still immersed in what just happened. You will definitely die. Just now he saw Ye Chen rushing towards the 10,000 races. He kept thinking about how he should survive if he were in such a battle. But the result was that no matter how you looked at it, he and his Zerg could not even withstand an aftermath. Jiang Wang laughed at himself. A show of force. In the teaching building, some people covered their crotches and left in shame, while others were still crying helplessly in the teaching building. But more people are longing for strength. Jiang Wang walked towards the cafeteria calmly. Thanks to the first lesson of the Dingguo War, all the determination to become stronger was ignited. But in subsequent courses, apart from basic common sense and history, battles were rarely mentioned. A week later. That's all for today's class. Tomorrow will be your novice trial. I hope you will take it seriously. As your substitute teacher for the first week, I would like to remind you that in addition to the various situations we have talked about, such as gaining points to become stronger and being assigned to classes, the novice trial also has an important function. It is to make you recognize the cruel reality that one general's success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers. Please take it seriously. Get out of class dismissed. Chapter 33. Vertical Day. All freshmen gather in the playground. A serious atmosphere condensed over the playground. I believe everyone has learned the details of the novice trial in the past week. So, let's get started. A vice president wearing a 5-star black robe finished speaking to everyone. A curtain of light slowly opened behind him. Everyone entered the novice trial in an orderly manner. Jiang Wang slowly passed through the dark blue light curtain. Suddenly, his eyes went dark and his mental power seemed to be tightly grasped by a big hand. Suddenly, he felt suffocated and died. The next second, he was standing on a vast expanse of land. There were also quite a few people standing around. Those who came in first have formed various small groups. After Jiang Wang stopped, he quickly moved to the back of the crowd. Now everyone! If you don't want to die, report your military type. Talent. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Wang left the crowd, the groups that had already summoned their troops threatened the Lord who had not yet recovered. In the novice trial, you must not only be wary of all races, but also be wary of your own people. The Lord will gain points by killing all races, and if his own people defeat his own people, he will gain the original 10 points and all the points on him. The personal terminal will record the Lord's actions, points, etc. in the novice trial and upload them in real time. Another important function is to automatically teleport the Lord when he is on the verge of death. However, if it is just trauma, or other situations, the personal terminal is not responsible for transmitting back, unless the self terminates, triggering the near-death transmission. In a sense, the novice trial can be said to be even darker. FK. FK him. Ah. Behind Jiang Wang, there were sounds of fighting. Jiang Wang moved quickly with an expressionless face. Such evil gangs that bully others can be found everywhere. When far enough away from the crowd, Jiang Wang summoned 500 springtails to act as the vanguard. And summon a small number of elite Zerglings to protect the surrounding area. Although there are a large number of Zerg reserves in the Lord's space, before the Zerg nest is developed, large-scale marches can only be the target of powerful orcs. Ouch! Look at the Zerg like Windwolf taking the lead. Jiang Wang smiled. He was really depressed during the period of insect transformation. During the evolution period, the selection of genes and appearance also intentionally or unintentionally became more like the husky in Jiang Wang's impression. Zerg, Alps, Wind Lord, Lord of Speed, King of Support, Chatterbox. Life, 100. Combat Power, 100. Intelligence, 150. Skill, can you see the tail light? Increases our speed by 100%. In view of the fact that Gale Wolf was a talkative person, Jiang Wang ignored his objections and simply named him Hua Wang. In order to express his resistance, he added a bunch of prefixes. Jiang Wang sat on the springtail that Anna had designed specifically for him, leisurely eating potato chips. His days in college always made him feel a little restrained and uncomfortable. After searching among many springtails, Jiang Wang finally chose a suitable territory as the location for the nest. As a large number of larvae transformed, one insect nest base after another sprang up from the ground. On the other hand, the middle and senior management of the academy were also watching this trial closely. Billions of lords were assigned to various battlefields. According to statistics, there are 84,936 dual S-level lords and 3,894,823 single S-level lords. The secretary in a robe reported the intelligence to everyone in the conference room. Wang Tianfeng and Aunt Li Shui were also on the list. I heard that assistant instructor Li's registered disciple is also in this trial. The first one, a white-haired old man, smiled and said to Aunt Li Shui, "Yes, Principal Zhou." The virtual screen also switched to Jiang Wang's picture in a timely manner. I saw teams of springtails quickly leaving the hive, and groups of worker bees carrying all kinds of supplies. It is rare to be able to use the insect lord to this extent. This registered disciple is pretty good. The principal was also a little surprised when he saw the real-time data flashing on the virtual screen. The insect lord has always been a mediocre type of lord because of the high requirements for materials and mental strength. Jiang Wang is at the top level in terms of the speed of his troops, the defense of his base, and the variety of his troops. What is even more shocking is that black iron alone can control such a huge swarm of insects, which shows how powerful Jiang Wang's mental strength is. In this trial that was watched by all the top leaders, Jiang Wang was completely exposed to the public because of the principal's words. In the trial battlefield, Jiang Wang watched the genes in front of him continue to recombine. Except for the Queen's guards who are still standing still in the Lord's space as a trump card. The rest of the arms are arms that Jiang Wang can expose. He is not afraid of being seen by someone with ulterior motives. The strength of the Zerg is the result of its evolution every minute and every second. Bang! Another gene chain was broken in front of Jiang Wang. Ah! Shit! Jiang Wang rubbed his hair, which looked like a mess, in helplessness and rage. This is the 2798th failure. FK, I don't believe it. Jiang Wang, who refused to admit defeat, started genetic recombination again with red eyes. No wonder Jiang Wang is so crazy. This time, as soon as he entered the novice trial, this land gave Jiang Wang a surprise. The worker bee actually brought him back an egg-laying insect. Oviparous babies are not rare, but what excites Jiang Wang is that oviparous babies can have multiple babies in one package. And in the upper limit of genes that Jiang Wang looked at, up to 3 babies can be in one pack. If this gene is integrated into the current military, Jiang Wang's troop expansion speed will reach an unprecedented level. Bang! Failure! Bang! Failure! Bang! Failure! The 3246th time. Ding! Success! Complete the bronze level gene sequence, oviparous. Obtain 10,000 evolution points. Jiang Wang looked at the soft and rhythmic gene sequence in front of him. I was a little obsessed for a while. There was not even enough time to pay attention to the genetic points. The more Jiang Wang learns about biological diversity, the more he marvels at the greatness of genes. Jiang Wang rubbed his slightly stiff face. The ovipositor cells from 0 to 1 have been reorganized, and the next step is to inject them into the soldiers. But before that, he needs to evolve himself first. All 5,000 evolution points are invested in evolutionary talents. Talent evolution completed. C-level talent, evolution, 0/100000. Function, initially change the host gene. Initially improve the tolerance of the troops to the gene sequence. As the evolution was completed, a burst of energy gushed out from deep within his genes and quickly enveloped Jiang Wang's entire body. Screening the gene pool. Suddenly, 2 gold and 1 black appeared in front of Jiang Wang. Choice 1, SS End Level Divine Mind User. Introduction, communicate with gods through divine thoughts. Function, can greatly enhance the host's mental power range, toughness, quality, etc. Choice 2, SS End Reincarnation. Introduction, immortality, eternal reincarnation. Effect, greatly improves the host's physical strength. Choice 3, Level Destroyer. Introduction, the Judge of the Gods, the Savior of all living beings. Function, unknown. Jiang Wang looked at the three options in front of him and fell into deep thought. The three evolutionary directions represent three paths. Chapter 34. Jiang Wang can give a general analysis of the diviners and the reincarnators through his introduction. It's nothing more than one improving the spirit and the other improving the body. And it is most likely derived from the two situations you are currently in. Because as the rank increases, the soldiers can feed back to the host, so that the host's body will not become too weak. This is why so many summoning lords can cross the void. If the first and second options are based on your own choices, then the third. Jiang Wang glanced at Jiang Wang in front of him and the Zerg army displayed not far away. Then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The gambler's genes have been activated. Choose 3. The direction of evolution is determined. Begin to evolve. There's nothing to hesitate about. All the energy in the hive is gathered around Jiang Wang. The huge amount of energy eventually turned into a thin crystal shell that wrapped Jiang Wang. The cells in the body collapse and reorganize, and new gene chains are completed. As Jiang Wang absorbed more energy, the already weak crystal shell became even weaker. At this rate, the entire hive would be shut down before evolution was complete. Anna, who was standing by, changed her expression and gave the order quickly. All the Zergs on the periphery went crazy. Their overlord now needs energy, lots of energy. If Anna was not unable to open the Lord's space without permission, she would have wanted to mobilize the Queen's guards. Countless Zergs poured into the plains and forests. All living things except humans, even minerals, are taken back to the hive to replenish energy. FK, that big guy is washing the picture through the gap. Oh my god, I saw it too. Our team was killing monsters, and hundreds of bugs rushed out and were snatched away by the monsters. FK, can you believe it, I'm taking a shit. Thousands of bugs are flying over my head. The commotion was so loud that it even alarmed the observation team within the academy. Assistant Instructor Li, you are an incredible registered student. Yes, in just 2 hours, we have reached the top of the list in District 13. Aunt Li Shui was polite and courteous to all the uncles. At the same time, I was a little confused about what Jiang Wang did. If the crystal shell hadn't blocked the messages on his personal terminal, he would have wanted to see what Jiang Wang was up to. Inside the insect nest. As the Zerg killed crazily and the worker bees carried the objects, Jiang Wang's crystal shell began to thicken gradually until it could no longer absorb energy. Just in case, Anna integrated the egg-laying gene chain into the springtail and worker bee genes. It's not that the genes of other arms cannot be integrated. The stronger the soldiers, the more energy they need. For soldiers like poisonous cockroaches and tanks, once they lay eggs, 2 or even 3 parties will compete for energy in order to raise more powerful poisonous cockroaches or tanks. As the energy of the hive gradually increased, a terrifying race began to emerge from this moment. Jiang Wang knew nothing about the outside world at the moment. He seemed to be traveling in deep space, and the densely packed stars around him were filled with all kinds of genes. Whenever Jiang Wang wanted to get closer, the genes in the stars would fall into an unstable state, as if I saw my family members whom I hadn't seen for a long time. Excited. Enthusiastic. I can't wait to rush into Jiang Wang's arms. However, due to the obstruction of the outer light curtain, once the gene becomes unstable, the light curtain will emit a scorching light curtain to disperse Jiang Wang. He just wandered around aimlessly, and he had a companion by his side. Primitive stone. For unknown reasons, the primordial stone also followed him into this unknown space, and continued to emit a faint light around him, dispelling the darkness of the universe. I don't know how long it took, but as the genes around him became fewer and fewer, Jiang Wang seemed to have reached the end of the universe. And in front of him, there suddenly appeared a gene without a light curtain. It's so big and so small. It's like a black hole. The small body actually caused the surrounding space to distort. As Jiang Wang approached, the black gene suddenly moved. At this time, the original stone that had been obedient also began to move. It kept circling around Jiang Wang, as if it wanted to take Jiang Wang away. The black gene seemed to be too heavy, and as it started slowly, its speed increased. Finally, it was like a black meteor, about to crash into Jiang Wang's body in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the primordial stone suddenly attached itself to the black gene and entered Jiang Wang's body. The surrounding space was instantly shattered, and countless genes scattered. Well. Jiang Wang seemed to hear a sigh when the space was broken, but it didn't seem real. When he opened his eyes again, 3 days had passed. Jiang Wang. Gene Sequence, Destroyer/Original. Effect 1, Absolute Balance, all attributes are on par with the highest attribute. Effect 2, Endless Life, can quickly absorb various necessary substances in the void, and has the ability to heal and create. Effect 3, Absolute Destruction. When causing damage to everything, it will be absolutely destroyed. Every strike has true damage plus critical hit. Rank, Dust 3 stars. Spiritual Power, 400. Stamina, 400. Jiang Wang looked at the brand new panel, his rank which had dropped instead of risen, and his greatly increased physical strength. The unparalleled benefits that the genetic sequence brought him made him have the illusion of dominating everything for a moment. All in all, Jiang Wang had never felt so refreshed. Mental power instantly covered the entire insect nest. If Aunt Li Shui looked at Jiang Wang's mental power now, you will find that the black mental power has occupied 1/3 of the total mental power. Notice, all 13 district members' scoreboards. First place, Jiang Wang 13,947 points. Reward, 1 drop of Requiem Serum. Second place, Sangzhen Regiment, 3,947 points. Reward, Mechanical Empire Standard Special Operations Equipment X24 sets. Third place, Skyfire Regiment, 3,723 points. Reward, 1 Rule Reference. Rewards are now being distributed to the top 10. The top 100 individual positions are now announced. I hope all the lords will strive to be the first and have a prosperous military fortune. The next moment, a huge map appeared on Jiang Wang's personal terminal, with himself marked very conspicuously with a golden origin. Not far away from me, the 3rd and 7th place were moving quickly. Well. Jiang Wang sighed, the tree wanted to be still but the wind did not stop. Publishing such a highly targeted list at this time is clearly intended to encourage competition, but the problem is. Jiang Wang looked at the darkness that occupied 3/4 of the map. You've already started raising goo before you've even finished fighting all the races? Jiang Wang looked up into the void. In the observation room, Jiang Wang's face almost occupied the virtual screen, and his eyes seemed to be able to see through the virtual screen to everyone sitting there. Interesting. The first principal raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he had discovered something interesting. In fact, this kind of fight between the strong was originally scheduled for the middle and late stages, but it was brought out in advance now, obviously to increase the difficulty, but the principal's decision obviously disrupted the original arrangements of the remaining 29 districts. But the principal got everyone to pass the resolution with just one sentence. Kaiwan and the alliance need stronger people who can turn the tide and lead the alliance to the next glory. All district leaders no longer objected. Because the strong ones are not only facing all races, but also humans. What's more, there are terminals as a guarantee. Chapter 35. The many battle groups around Jiang Wang became more frightened the closer they got to Jiang Wang's location. Wherever the swarm of insects passed, there were few plants or trees, let alone animals, as all were pulled back to be used as energy. Moreover, they also discovered that there was a team of about 300 springtails following closely not far away. And every time they tried to get closer, the springtails would leave at an extremely fast speed. This made Li Wang very upset. Xiao Yan, you said you were from the same primordial realm as him, so first tell us what you know about him. Li Wang looked at the deputy head of the group, Xiao Yan, who was standing behind him. Because Li Wang was originally a fire lord, and his troop type was an S-level fire demon, and Xiao Yan happened to also be a fire lord, and was even an elemental lord. As soon as he came in, he was promoted to deputy leader by Li Wang, and could share more resources, which also made Xiao Yan envied by many people. I advise you not to provoke him. Hey? You mean that all of us are no match for a bug? Zhang San, who had always been unhappy with Xiao Yan, snorted coldly. Technically, yes. Xiao Yan didn't care about Zhang San's shocked and angry expression at all and continued speaking. I know that Boss Li is also a person who defeated several lords of all races in the primordial realm, but Jiang Wang is different. Li Wang narrowed his copper bell-like eyes and spoke in a muffled voice. What's the difference? I want to ask, Boss Li, did you defeat the leaders of the myriad races by relying on the delay of other lords in the primordial realm? Yes, if there weren't several equally powerful lords at that time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to break through the siege. That's the difference. Jiang Wang, with his own strength, killed all the tribes in a few hours, and dominated all the lords of the 10,086 districts. Zhang San suddenly said in a stern voice. Xiao Yan, stop talking nonsense. How can one person kill all the races? Why don't you blow his finger and crush the primordial realm? Xiao Yan looked at Zhang San coldly, but he ignored the clown. Instead, he said to Li Wang. Boss Li, if you insist on robbing Jiang Wang's points, I'm sorry I can't accompany you. Except for the resources I deserve, I will return the rest. Li Wang looked at Xiao Yan's serious expression, his face was terribly gloomy. But the next second he suddenly laughed and patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. Brother Xiao, what are you talking about? How can I not believe you if you are willing to tell me such valuable information? Since you've said so much, I won't risk the future of my brothers. After all, we've only opened up a quarter of the map, so we have plenty of points. As he spoke, Li Wang hugged Xiao Yan, looking like a loyal elder brother and a willful younger brother. Can. That's enough. I am the boss of the Skyfire Regiment. Zhang San wanted to continue speaking but was interrupted by Li Wang in a harsh voice. Xiao Yan sighed inwardly, damn, why is it so difficult to get along with people? In front, Li Ang killed people mercilessly with silver coins, and in the back, Li Wang used both kindness and force to control people's hearts. Could it be that the primordial world is intelligent? Under the persuasion of Xiao Yan and the leadership of Li Wang, the Skyfire Regiment successfully escaped the disaster. However, the 7th Yesen team, which was only a few dozen miles away from them, was not so lucky. At this time, the De Yesen team was in a mess. Looking at the endless Zerg swarms, they felt extremely desperate. They originally wanted to carry out a decapitation operation directly, but the sudden appearance of the Zerg put their assassination team into an extremely passive situation. Jiang Wang. If you are a man, come out and fight us. The only response he could get was a ruthless blade. Although the teams that dared to come and rob were all top fighters and could kill springtails as easily as chopping melons and vegetables, they simply could not handle the sheer number of them. Both the elements and summons were buried by the sea of insects. This scene is also happening elsewhere. Jiang Wang sighed softly as he watched the teams being recalled by the terminal due to fatal injuries in the insect nest. Why bother? As the yellow dots around him disappeared, Jiang Wang began to slack off again. The scene of him surrounding and killing many robbers was seen by all observers. The principal frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied, and said to Wang Tianfeng beside him. Old Wang, I think this guy is a rare talent, but why is he a little lazy? Ah ha 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 ha, it's all thanks to the principal that thinks highly of him. Aunt Shui said that this kid is indeed a little different, but I know very little about him. Aunt Shui, give your principal some advice. Wang Tianfeng threw the question to Aunt Li Shui with a smile. He had only known Jiang Wang for a few days. Aunt Li Shui secretly cursed her uncle for passing the buck, then her eyes flashed. Judging from the fact that this boy didn't look at her beauty for the first time, but looked at the advantages of the alliance, this boy is a pragmatic person, so. Aunt Li Shui slowly stood up and said with a smile. Uncle Zhou, I'm a registered disciple, and I'm good at everything except that I won't do anything without benefits. How about you put the biological warrior from the biological empire that you treasure among the prizes? And by the way, let me say a few words to him, I guarantee it will work. Zhou Jian was stunned when he heard this, then he laughed and scolded. Okay, so you are waiting for Uncle Zhou here. You know, when the biological empire was destroyed, a few items were left as treasures, and the rest were all destroyed. The one in his hand happened to be an unfinished product of the biological empire. If we only talk about its rarity, it is ranked among the best in the entire Kaiwan Empire. Unexpectedly, Aunt Li Shui actually set her sights on him. Seeing that Zhou Jian was still hesitating, Aunt Li Shui saw that there was a chance and added more firewood. Uncle Zhou, there is an old saying among the people of the other world, 1,000 gold coins can buy a horse bone. Even though he didn't understand the culture, Zhou Jian, who had lived for hundreds of years, understood the meaning of this sentence instantly. He looked at Aunt Li Shui deeply and said, well, let's see if he has the ability to do this. But let's be frank. If he can't get it and it's taken away by someone else, then not only will you have to compensate me, but you will also have to practice hard. After saying this, Zhou Jian directly issued a district-wide notice without waiting for Aunt Li Shui, whose face instantly fell, to say anything. Region-wide notice. This reward has been changed. Changes are as follows: Platinum level prizes added, Biological Warriors. Current Platinum level prizes are Seed of the God of Fire, S-level military contract, 100 grams of tranquilizing solution, Platinum level Star Shuttle battleship, the Rhythm of Martial Arts, Biological Warrior. District champions will receive gold level prizes. The regional champion can choose any platinum prize. Everyone looked at the increase in the prize pool with some confusion. But the other responsible persons were greatly shocked. Although this platinum level reward cannot be said to be useful to everyone, it basically covers all seeded players. The biological warriors that the principal temporarily added privately may not look impressive by name, but they are real imperial legacies. You know, the biological empire was able to compete with the Kaiwan Empire in the past. This biological warrior is extremely precious. On the other side, Jiang Wang was looking at the prize notification and the message sent to him by Aunt Li Shui. Notify. Auntie Li Shui *2. Boy, don't say that I, as your master, don't take care of you. Did you see that biological warrior? Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. TMD, if you dare not get that biological warrior, you will be dead. Expressions of waving claws and fangs. With the first message, she could still maintain her dignity as a master, but when she thought that if this kid didn't live up to her expectations, she would suffer a great loss, she became angrier, and finally sent the second message. Jiang Wang fell into confusion after reading Aunt Li Shui's message. Ding! Message from Aunt Li Shui. Biological Warrior, semi-finished product legacy of the Biological Empire. Contains the most perfect gene chain of the Biological Empire. Legend has it that once it is completed, it will be possible to create a powerful person who can break through the void. Auntie Li Shui, take care of yourself. In Jiang Wang's eyes, this message has 3 key points. Biology, the most perfect, genetic chain. In an instant, Jiang Wang's mentality of slacking off, protecting himself, and collecting genes changed. He was already interested in genes, and after creating many genes himself, he developed an endless desire for more knowledge about genes. Chapter 36. Immediately, Jiang Wang continued to devote himself to genetic research, and his evolution points grew rapidly. Jiang Wang did not stop creating for the entire day. Others have to practice or kill thousands of races to become strong, but I am different. As long as I have enough evolution points, I can become a platinum tomorrow, a master the day after tomorrow, and a powerful void-breaking expert in 3 days. But the problem is also evolving. Because of this evolution, not only did he regress to the 3rd level of dust, but the evolution points required for his improvement also increased significantly. After a day of hard work, he was finally promoted to the 5th level of dust. In order to deal with other dangers that might occur in the future, Jiang Wang began to expand outward and station troops internally. But based on Jiang Wang's current state, although his personal strength has evolved greatly, his Zerglings are not good enough. After a short period of training in the academy, these lords are basically strong enough to face dozens or even hundreds of them without being at a disadvantage, or even facing the risk of being wiped out. Improving the attack and other aspects of the Zerglings requires a huge amount of evolution points, which is unacceptable to Jiang Wang, who is currently very poor. Therefore, Jiang Wang took a different approach. Through the use of oviposition and proliferation, his Zerg army had a terrifying rate of explosion. For a full 15 days, Jiang Wang continued to develop troops and research new gene chains. There are so many springtails that you can even see dozens of large black spots when looking from above. And this is just the surface. Under the ground, countless worker bees are continuously transporting ores to the hive. The entire underground is almost hollowed out. There are even many Zerg hiding underground. Outside the hive, the fungus has expanded outward for 8,000 meters. Around the hive, there are many buildings, all kinds of magical buildings standing among them. And these buildings are not like those in TV dramas, with wriggling flesh and mucus. On the contrary, under Jiang Wang's design, it is full of biological beauty, not only clean and tidy, but also arranged in an orderly manner. The fungal blanket is piled with supplies brought by the worker bees. Although the hatching energy of springtails is small, Jiang Wang cannot afford to make any mistakes in order to compete for the championship. The energy reserves ensure that Jiang Wang can enter the overload mode at any time. Even all types of troops have undergone dozens of waves of updates and replacements within these 15 days. Jiang Wang's actions have confused the big guys in the observation room. Why did they become even more cowardly after the rewards were announced? At this time, it is the front line against all races. No. I can't stop it. At this time, the Skyfire Corps, which had escaped the disaster, were numb when they saw the overwhelming crowds of races. As a result of the robbery and infighting in the early stage, 20% of the lords left the trial battlefield. The consequence at this time was that facing the aggressive races, humans could not be said to be powerless to resist, but they were defeated step by step. It was all thanks to a few brave men who held the battlefield and turned the tide to save several breakthrough points. Boss, retreat! Zhang San saw with his own eyes a fierce man charging into the myriad races, and then being besieged and killed by the leaders of the myriad races who were lying in ambush on the side, without even having time to be summoned back by the terminal. That's how war is, nothing is foolproof. High danger on the front line. Everyone assemble. If we block it, even if you hide, it will only delay the time. Only when everyone unites can we resist the invasion of all races. The person who made the announcement on the district channel was a big shot from the front line. The Frost Lord once froze to death nearly all the races within a radius of several hundred meters, and even killed many leaders. It can be seen that the front line is in crisis. At this time, Jiang Wang's combined arms corps was already on its way to the front line. A legion has 100,000 poisonous cockroaches and tanks alone, and as for springtails, the starting number is 200,000. And such a legion. Jiang Wang has 30. He glanced at the 99+ information bar. I didn't even click on it to see it, there must be a lot of people scolding him. Although his points have now dropped to 9th place, many people are still impressed by him. And that is exactly the case. Bang! Han Binjian slammed his fist on the table. This Jiang Wang. He really wants to reap the benefits. The other people present also had different expressions, some were angry, some were disdainful. Humph! Just seeking fame and reputation. With someone like this, even if he lives longer, his rating will definitely be lowered. Li Si said disdainfully. Forget it, we can't hold this place anymore, let's find a way to retreat. Xiao Yan guessed that Jiang Wang must be hiding somewhere and continuing to attack other soldiers, but he didn't know when he would come out. Retreat? How? Where can we retreat to? Han Binjian looked at Xiao Yan and shouted angrily. Looking at the emotional Han Binjian, Xiao Yan hesitated to speak. He really had no qualifications to command Han Binjian. Although there are mostly selfish people in this world, there are also pure idealists. And Han Binjian is one of them. The fearlessness and sacrifice he showed for the front line and all the lords made Xiao Yan feel a little ashamed and incredible. Looking at the silent Xiao Yan, Han Binjian gradually calmed down. The front line is about to collapse. If we retreat, there will be huge casualties. So someone must cover the rear. Without further ado, I will just say one thing, I am willing to cover the rear. Please stand up. Han Binjian glanced at the various big guys and powerful men in the account. Everyone he saw lowered their proud heads. Although there is a terminal as a means of protection, it is not 100% effective. As long as you are targeted by several leaders, you will die before you even have time to teleport. Silence. Someone couldn't stand the inner test and said to Han Binjian. Why bother? We finally awakened powerful abilities, and we can create huge value as long as we stay alive. That's right, why are you pretending to be a good person at this time? For a moment, the crowd was excited. People are like this. Once someone becomes so brilliant and great, you dare not look at yourself directly. People will try every possible means to extinguish this light, or make this light less pure. This way, everyone is on the same level again. Han Binjian looked at the righteous faces of those people indifferently, and a trace of sadness rose in his heart. Sizzle. There was a sound of a stool being pushed off the ground. Han Binjian looked at Xiao Yan, who had a relieved look on his face. He smiled knowingly. Then they left the tent side by side. No regrets. Han Binjian looked at Xiao Yan, who had a relaxed expression. It's okay. I feel a little regretful, but I can bear it. Xiao Yan joked. But in fact, he was relaxed and happy at this moment. In the original world, he was also a young man full of vigor and vitality. He bravely took the lead for his friends and brothers, just like the man who died yesterday. Standing in front of everyone, blocking the black tiger. But later, a series of actions by Jiang Wang destroyed him. He thought Jiang Wang was wrong, but he did not stop Jiang Wang, nor did he dare to. He thought Li Ang deserved to die, but when Tang Si really died in front of him, and when the warm blood and cold hands grabbed him tightly and smeared on his face, he was terrified. He fears death. So he was no longer the high-spirited young man he used to be. He joined Li Wang's team, even though he knew that Li Wang was also a selfish and sinister person, even though there were so many people in the team that he despised, threatened, robbed, and insulted. When these things happened in front of him, he actually acquiesced. Until I met Han Binjian, a pure idealist. He hopes that his power can bring warmth to his fellow tribesmen in this alien world, although he is an ice type. Chapter 37. So when this moment, when he stood side by side with Han Binjian in front of the position, he seemed to feel that everything had returned to him. He returned to the time when he was full of vigor and vitality, and returned to the time when he was desperate. He is still that young boy. Xiao Yan took a step forward. In an instant. Flames shot up from his body. Black iron into bronze. He is a top genius, an S-level talent, an S-level fire lord. It should be so high-spirited. Han Binjian looked at the pressure emanating from Xiao Yan in amazement. He said with a hearty smile. Brother Xiao, it's my honor to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Then, one ice and one fire, like a dragon and a tiger, fiercely crashed into the myriad races. The Lord, who had already been defeated, stopped and stared at this scene in a daze. Some people turned away with tears in their eyes. Some people joined the fight, shouting and cursing. FKU. When all races were overthrown, some people cried and held their heads in their arms, some people hid and survived, but we Han people have the backbone of the Han people, even in a foreign world. I would rather die singing in the rain than live under someone else's roof. Some of these people may be rescued by the terminal and brought back to the academy, but some will remain on this battlefield. Ice and flames are flying, roars and screams coexist. Inside the observation room, many big guys watched this scene. In the world of Kaiwan, there were countless heroes like them who could snatch away piece after piece of land inch by inch from the hands of the fierce and brutal tribes. Although the people in the trial battlefield are as weak as ants, but their spirit moved many people in the alliance. Ready to start there, wait. Zhou Jian was just about to open the terminal in advance to save these future pillars, when he suddenly saw something and stopped. Behind the battlefield, Zhang San looked back at Xiao Yan, who was tightly surrounded by all the tribes. Tisk, stupid. But when he turned around and retreated, he suddenly seemed to see something. Hey, boss, what do you see that black spot? Zhang San stopped Li Wang, who was about to leave. If Zhang San had not been his little brother for several years, Li Wang really wanted to kill him right now. The huge smoke and dust, if it's not from the 10,000 races, then could it be reinforcements? Boom boom boom. The sound was getting closer and closer. The sound was so loud that all the tribes were stunned. Could it be that more troops were coming from the rear? Zhang San finally saw the species beneath the dust. Bugs, bugs, bugs. Zhang San's tenor voice made everyone react. The swarm of insects is not scary. What is scary is the swarm of insects that is all over the mountains and there is no end in sight. Jiang Wang's first batch of troops arrive. Countless springtails attacked the myriad races. Although the quality of individual soldiers is not as good as that of the 10,000 races, Jiang Wang wins in numbers. Ah ha 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 ha, we don't have to die. The wounded Xiao Yan said to Han Binjian behind him. Based on his understanding of Jiang Wang, once he starts taking action, he will be unstoppable. Ahem, let's talk about it while we're still alive. Han Binjian said weakly. Xiao Yan was promoted to bronze and was able to fight for so long, but he was still at black iron 9 stars and almost died. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang was also watching the battle closely. Anna directed it personally and Jiang Wang supervised it. To be on the safe side, Jiang Wang sent out 2 more armies to encircle the enemy from behind. When the Zerg go to war, not a blade of grass will grow. I'll scatter your ashes. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the tanks leaped high and then slammed heavily among the myriad races. The poison mantis's covering attack also creates combat space for the springtails. Each branch of the army fights independently but cooperates perfectly. It was a really primal and violent fight. This is the first sigh that comes from the heart of everyone who sees the Zerg fighting. Inside the observation room, Aunt Li Shui smiled proudly. My apprentice. Did you see that? My first apprentice. That expression was just like that of Wang Yuzheng, a subordinate of Li Yunlong, but because of the different appearance, there was a different kind of cuteness and beauty in him. Some of the elders present couldn't help laughing. Assistant Li's disciple is not a simple one. The director of the resources department said to Aunt Li Shui with a smile. That's right. It seems that our Principal Zhou's treasure can no longer be protected. The director of the finance department also gloated. Aunt Li Shui also felt a little embarrassed. It's all thanks to the college leaders. If it weren't for the cultivation of all the uncles, aunts, and sisters, I wouldn't have Aunt Li Shui's sharp eyes. Aunt Li Shui smiled shyly. These words caused everyone in the hall to burst into laughter. Ah ha ha ha, yes, that's it, ah. Wang Tianfeng was also in a good mood because of Aunt Li Shui's teasing, but when he saw her cute expression, he seemed to think of something. A trace of pain flashed in his eyes and he sighed unconsciously. Everyone present was a smart person and immediately understood what Wang Tianfeng was thinking. Then the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Aunt Li Shui, who had been so clever just now, also sat down looking somewhat dejected. What are you doing? Isn't she just a royal family, a succubus? As long as we get rid of the succubus, we won't be afraid of the royal family. Zhou Jian's face suddenly turned cold, and he exuded a terrifying aura, and said in a stern voice. Uncle Zhou. Aunt Li Shui looked at Zhou Jian, who was always gentle and kind. Auntie Zioxiu, if you don't want to, no one is forcing you, be good. Zhou Jian suddenly smiled again and said to Aunt Li Shui. Aunt Li Shui smiled stiffly, but lost her previous spirit. Seeing this, everyone around her sighed inwardly. Aunt Li Shui can be said to be the person most likely to become the next void-breaking powerful one after Ye Chen, although she has just entered Platinum. But she has double SS and arms and talents. There is only one person like this among trillions of people. SS and level troops, Succubus Lord. You can enter the enemy's spiritual world, charm the enemy, and kill people invisibly. It can also seduce enemies in reality. Those who are seduced will become slaves. After being drained dry, they will turn into flying flowers. Once they are contaminated by the flying flowers, they will be marked by the Lord of the Succubus and can enter the spiritual world. They can also control the other party through mental means. Although extremely powerful, it has a very serious flaw. The Succubus Lord can no longer be considered a type of soldier. She is even considered a person, a species. No person wants to be controlled by others, let alone a Succubus Lord. So she wanted to occupy Aunt Li Shui's body all the time. The succubus gets stronger every day, and Aunt Li Shui must also get stronger every day to suppress the succubus. But once she gets stronger, the succubus will also get stronger, and they are trapped in a vicious circle. Another point is that there will be one day every 3 months when Aunt Li Shui will be extremely eager for a man, and once she really loses her virginity, she will be quickly possessed by the succubus. And the virginity will provide half of the cultivation of the man on the other side. But the royal family can pay a huge price to deal with the succubus, but the price is that Aunt Li Shui has to marry the emperor. This is also the reason why the alliance is wary of the royal family. They have reason to suspect that the old emperor is likely to use Aunt Li Shui to break through the void. SS and level talent, soul stealing. Effect 1, Mental Aura, enhances the host's mental attributes, greatly increases mental quality, and adds succubus mental attributes. Effect 2, Lord of the Succubus. Anyone who has a crush on the host can have their inner voice heard by the host, and anyone who develops a favorable impression of the host will be unable to resist the host's requests and orders. Effect 3, Succubus Lord draws upon the host's heartthrob's spiritual power and cultivation. Therefore, Aunt Li Shui has been strictly protected by Wang Tianfeng since she was a child and has never come into contact with a man. But even so, there are many people in the entire Kaiwan world who like her and want to get her by any means necessary. Chapter 38. This was also the reason why Wang Tianfeng was extremely furious after learning that Aunt Li Shui had accepted a disciple and was living in the same room with him. Wang Tianfeng did not want to test Jiang Wang at the beginning. He really wanted to beat him to death. But after repeated tests with Aunt Li Shui, he found that Jiang Wang had extremely strong resistance to Aunt Li Shui's charming mental power and the Lord of Charm, or even immunity. It's like, he has no interest in women. As long as she was within Jiang Wang's spiritual range, she would feel a gentle sensation, instead of the constant heat that the succubus gave her. This is also the most fundamental reason why Auntie Li Shui felt that Jiang Wang was unique and wanted to talk to him and even take him as her apprentice. Different from the somewhat dull atmosphere in the observation room, on the trial battlefield, the fight between Jiang Wang and the 10,000 races has begun to enter a white-hot stage. After a brief period of chaos, all the races quickly adjusted their strategies, and a large number of elite races gathered on the flanks, determined to keep the Zerg out. Nearly 500,000 tribes, under the command of various leaders, like the Great Wall of Beasts, slammed into the black wave. Everyone stared in amazement at this unprecedented scene. Blood and limbs flew everywhere. The Zerg are fearless and brave, but the orcs are not the little Karamis from the original world. The purpose of the novice trial was originally to reach an agreement between all races and humans. It is both a trial and a contest. Besides, the humans here are all newcomers from another world, while the people from all races have all heard of, seen, and received training. For a moment, the difference in combat skills was immediately apparent. The Wanzhou who blocked the Zerg gradually began to exert their advantages. Although they were not as fierce as the Zerg, they were not bad in bloodiness, especially the individual strength of the Wanzhou and Jiang Wang's lack of air control means. The Zerg gradually fell into decline. The springtails and the poisonous cockroaches behind them have begun to suffer considerable casualties due to the continuous sneak attacks from flying beasts in the air. Seeing this, Anna began to sweat coldly. I was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Don't panic, take your time. Jiang Wang's calm voice sounded beside Anna. You are the queen of the Zerg, second only to the one who rules over all the other Zergs. You must not panic. With the soothing of her mental power, Anna gradually calmed down. His expression was stern and orders were issued quickly. Groups of poisonous cockroaches appeared in the rear under the cover of tank troops, ready to go. Anna calmly examined the situation. Due to the lack of aerial capabilities, the enemy's aerial beasts often attack above and in front of the poisonous cockroach position in order to strike more comprehensively and efficiently. Now, just waiting for an opportunity. Suddenly, Anna's eyes fixed. The time is now. All poisonous cockroaches are fired at the same time. And the target is the poisonous cockroach position. At this time, above the poisonous cockroach position, a huge griffin was looking at the venom that covered the entire area. Let out a desperate roar. Even retreating at full speed would be of no avail. In an instant, the overwhelming swarm of poisonous cockroaches destroyed all the air forces of the 10,000 races. Not only that. Because the poisonous cockroaches directly dealt a devastating blow to the front positions, the poisonous cockroaches and springtails also suffered devastating blows. But Anna still looked stern. With waves of tanks in front, it took the poisonous cockroach a full minute to reload successfully. This time it was not venom, but deadly spores. In front of the 10,000 races position, Xiao Yan and Han Binjian also evacuated quickly after making sure that everyone had evacuated. Slow down. Slow down. Please. Slow down even more. Xiao Yan kept shouting in his heart. Pong pong pong. The sound came from not far away. Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment, then he sped up a bit. Run. Waves of spores attack, Su Jin launches barrage style. It instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Xiao Yan and Han Binjian also ran out of the attack range at the last moment and saved their lives. And in the spore smoke, a springtail with mushrooms growing all over its body still fiercely stabbed the sharp blade in its hand into the chest of the Wanzhou in front of it. For a moment, it was purgatory among the beasts. The Zerg used up their last bit of life and strength to deliver the final blow to the Overlord. However, the orcs within the range of the spores were almost in despair. Countless races injured on the battlefield were the first to grow mushrooms. However, those leader-level tribes with slightly stronger strength could still barely resist. It's not that the spores have become weaker, but that the opponent has become stronger. In addition, Jiang Wang has not found a good gene to enhance spores. But even so, wrapped in the poisonous fog, only a few thousand-liter level creatures staggered out of the range of the spores. But what greets them is a new round of despair. The second legion, which had come from behind, also arrived. Shoo! All the colorful peacock's feathers fell off. Behind her, tens of thousands of jumping insects and even a dozen tanks had fallen. A road of corpses of all races and Zerg was formed. She is the only one of the myriad races still fighting on the battlefield. As the highest commander of this army, she fell to this state in just half a day. Even the other lord was not seen. Seeing that he couldn't kill all the springtails, Kong Yu's eyes were filled with sadness. Shoo! Suddenly, a blood force rushed up into the sky, and under the guidance of the blood force, she left the battlefield in the blink of an eye. She could have done without the power of blood to guide, but the 500,000 tribes on the front line were all wiped out, and there was not even one person who could deliver the message. She could only burst out her blood to alert the remaining tribes in the rear. Jiang Wang felt a little sorry when he saw the colorful chicken disappear in the blink of an eye. In the siege just now, except for the low and medium level races, basically all the ones that looked high-ranking left in this way in the end. But Jiang Wang also killed several of the Wang clans with weak bloodlines at lightning speed. The second legion that arrived did not waste any time and quickly entered the battlefield, finishing off those who needed to be killed and dragging away those who needed to be dragged away. After all, the first legion also suffered heavy losses, and how could it increase its troops without energy? As for life or death, the fungal blanket doesn't care whether you live or die. The worker bees quickly carried various corpses to the rear. Human front. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze. 500,000 races. Since there are 500,000 pigs, they will have to kill them all in a day and a night. But Jiang Wang only took half a day. Kill the animal, transport it, and digest it. Apart from the mushrooms on the ground and the land soaked in blood, no one would believe that a battle of 1 million level had just taken place here. Zhang San looked at the orderly Zerg in a daze and swallowed his saliva. Boss, he probably doesn't know that we were going to rob him, right? Snap! Shut up your crow mouth! Li Wang slapped Zhang San hard. Damn it, bringing this up at this time, are you trying to wash his pants? On the other side, under the protection of a large number of springtails, Jiang Wang began to move the nest. Chapter 39. First of all, his current location was far from the battlefield, which was not conducive to the transportation of supplies. Secondly, all the surrounding materials, whether on the ground or underground, have basically been dug up. What's more, when the second and third corps took a detour, Jiang Wang discovered a more perfect venue than the current one. For the Zerg, there is no need for any geographical advantage. As long as there is a vast plain, it is the best battlefield. What's more, the resources are abundant. Jiang Wang also had a rare break from his busy schedule and was finally able to take a short rest. You know, he fought for that biological general. I only sleep 3 hours a day at most. Even the donkeys in the production team didn't dare to do this. If it weren't for the talent to absorb energy from the void. He was afraid that he would become the first Zerg Overlord to die of exhaustion. Jiang Wang and Geu were lying on the sofa, while Anna was giving Jiang Wang a careful massage. There was no trace of his previous serious and indifferent look. How does it feel? Is it familiar now? Jiang Wang said to Anna with a smile. Anna lowered her head in embarrassment. She really had a feeling of dominance just now, as if everything was under her control. A large number of myriad races and Zerg died in her hands, and not only did she not feel anything else, she even felt a strange sense of gratitude. It felt like pleasure. Jiang Wang looked at the shy girl, smiled and stopped teasing her. Let's start reviewing today's battle. Although Anna was a little nervous at the beginning, once she got into the state, every decision and timing could be said to be accurate. And what Jiang Wang was thinking was, where should the entire air force go? Or, what is the prototype for creating an air force? On the other side, in the bright lobby. This is a trial battlefield composed of many noble families, and the contestants are also Earth Lords recruited by each family. Li Tian, the young master of the Li family, stared at the virtual screen in boredom. Really? Why did the old man insist on having me watch over him? He also said that we shouldn't look down on people from other worlds. Tisk, Xiao Li, I think you people from other worlds are trash. What do you think? Li Tian glanced at Li Ang next to him. Master is right. If it were you, no genius from another world would be worthy of carrying your shoes. Li Ang smiled flatteringly. Ever since Li Tian brought him home, Li Ang has been acting stupidly, and the Li family was planning to throw him out on the street to be a beggar. Unexpectedly, an idea suddenly came to his mind. But only Li Ang knew that his sudden inspiration was not there. Jiang Wang's original world, the last slap, crushed his spiritual world alive. And he too was in a state of confusion. Finally, with strong unwillingness, he pieced the two fragments together and got a chance to breathe. Although the two pieces were put together, the talents and arms were in an unusable state. When Li Ang found out that he was not registered, he stayed at the Li family for the time being. Although the Li family is not a famous family, it is also a good third-rate family. With his eloquence and shamelessness, he successfully climbed to the position of Li's young master's lackey. I'm tired, Saner, you stay here and watch while I go have some fun. Li Tian stood up with his arms around the two delicate beauties and a lewd smile on his face, and gave instructions to Li Ang. Li Tian gave Li Ang the name San Er because he thought Li Ang didn't sound good. Okay, master. You are busy. Just call me if you need anything. Li Ang nodded and bowed hurriedly. When Li Tian walked out of the hall, many people looked back at the situation here, and Li Ang also bowed and nodded to everyone. When everyone stopped paying attention to this little guy, a hint of viciousness flashed across Li Ang's flattering face. Looking at the novice trials on the virtual screen, he knew that Jiang Wang must be among them. But when he thought of the alternation between light and darkness at this moment, he licked the corner of his mouth unconsciously. Novice Battlefield. Jiang Wang has completed the move. Even various kinds of buildings have been built. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang ignored the various genes in front of him and plunged headfirst into the flying gene. He couldn't stand a day without air superiority. The right to fight externally was given directly to Anna, and she was told to defeat all invading enemies and protect the hive. After that, Jiang Wang started his research. In the dense flying genes, Jiang Wang even saw quite a few creatures similar to those on Earth. There were giant bird beasts similar to pterosaurs. There are also mosquitoes as small as flies and mosquitoes that are hated by people. Jiang Wang was thinking, and he couldn't help asking himself a question. What is the most important thing in air combat? Is it attack power? Flying ability? Survival? Of course, Jiang Wang wanted all of these. For the race, the ability to fly is by far the most important. There are many types of flying abilities. Jiang Wang suddenly had an idea. Meganeuron dragonfly. Right. This is a species that originated during the Cambrian period on Earth. Powerful hovering and flying capabilities are exactly what Jiang Wang needs right now. As for the rest, can we add more slowly? Now, Jiang Wang is going to use its genes as the blueprint for future flying arms. Just do it. Jiang Wang quickly retrieved the genetic chains of several species that were most similar to dragonflies. Then start creating it yourself. Recovery ability. Attacking genes. With the continuous injection of new gene chains, the originally harmonious and beautiful gene chain suddenly became bloated. Jiang Wang immediately gave up this gene chain. An overly bloated gene chain will not only bring various conflicts to the created species, but will also activate various eliminated genes. The final product is likely to be a pile of mucus. Jiang Wang frowned and thought. Soon, an idea came into his mind. If injection is not possible, then fuse them and allow the genes to freely select and combine. Jiang Wang directly retrieved hundreds of labeled high-quality gene chains from the gene bank and began a long experiment. And Anna began to take over the battlefield completely. A week later. FK. I'm so FG awesome. Jiang Wang's hair was disheveled and his face was dirty, but his eyes were the only thing that sparkled with amazing light. And in front of him is his final product. A genetic chain spiraling upward, along with a photo of what the initial estimate of the finished product might look like. Rare, Alien Dragon. Flight Speed, 50. Survivability, 80. Attackability, 75. Independently create the rare soldier type different dragon. Get evolution points plus 50,000. The Allosaurus was nearly 8 meters long and had a wingspan of nearly 12 meters. By integrating the pterosaur genes obtained this time, the dragonfly's originally fragile and transparent wings were successfully transformed into special leather wings. And on the basis of the original dragonfly, the genes of the insect mantis were added. It has 2 large and sharp sickle blades. It was then integrated into the genetic chains of various bacteria, including parasites. Every time it flies, it can produce corrosive liquid, which is stored in the nozzles on both sides of its body. The tail end is inhabited by alien species and sharp blade parasites that can spray or pound. Even blood is corrosive. The entire dragon can be said to be a sickle in the sky. It can attack both air and ground targets, a double killer. Jiang Wang looked at the complete killing machine in front of him. As a scholar. Some feelings, creation. This is God's authority. Chapter 40. Soon, the hatching pool quickly hatched according to Jiang Wang's requirements, but the alien dragons that came out of the hatching pool could not take off immediately. Although this was not a problem, once the war became intense, this little bit of time could determine the direction of the battlefield. Jiang Wang went forward to check the various functions of the dragon. Look left and right. He really didn't know what he was talking about. Perfect. This is the aerial killing machine he created. Then, the strange dragon slowly took off. Jiang Wang summoned a tank not far away and ordered the dragon to attack. Swish! Bang! Soon, the battle was over. The tank's hard armor was vulnerable to the huge tail hammer of the alien dragon. It doesn't say how powerful the tail hammer is. Rather, due to the existence of parasites and pores, gas will be ejected every time the tail hammer is swung, instantly accelerating the swing of the tail hammer, and the spikes on the tail hammer are the most deadly weapon. But this is not the reason why tanks fell so quickly. The parasite on the tail will absorb the gas produced in the body of the dragon and produce a biological reaction, spraying out highly corrosive liquid. It can even condense into small balls for long-range attacks. The recovery ability of the alien dragon is also terrifying, it can even be said to be void recovery. They can recover quickly with the help of various gases produced during flight and biological bacteria. Judging from the battle just now, as long as the injury is not fatal, he only needs to fly out for 10 or 20 minutes before he can join the battle again. Jiang Wang immediately turned around and returned to the insect nest. The most urgent task is to quickly design an incubation tower specifically for the mutant dragons. Anna looked at the busy Jiang Wang and hesitated to speak. The soldiers are hard to make, but the buildings are very easy to make. After a while, an insect nest building called Spire came into being. Added new insect nest building plus 2000 evolution points. Soon, a new building was erected outside the hive. The massive spire rises into the clouds like a sentry tower. The huge sphere in the upper middle part of the spire is an incubation pool, where the dragons can go directly into battle as soon as they are born. Above are some protective measures for the spire and a resting place for the dragon. Just as Jiang Wang was admiring his masterpiece, Anna's soft voice sounded behind him. Dominate. What's wrong, little Anna? Jiang Wang, in a good mood, rubbed Anna's head. She had worked hard during this period. Anna did not complete the task assigned to her by the Lord. Looking at the happy Jiang Wang, Anna's little face instantly fell. Instantly, Jiang Wang thought of countless possibilities, but looking at the millions of elite hoppers around him and in the Lord's space, his heart was relieved again. What's the matter? Inside the observation room, Aunt Li Shui looked at all the elders present with some embarrassment. My dear uncles, Aunt Shui really didn't lie to you. When I recruited him, I really felt that he could do it. Who knew he would be so powerful? The disciple you casually accepted slaughtered more than 6 million people from all races in 7 days, the director of the resources department said with an exaggerated expression. More than 1 million a day. What level is he at now? The director of the information office agreed seriously. Okay, stop teasing Aunt Shui for now. With such strong students, we will be more confident in the next Kaiwan secret realm. Wang Tianfeng tried to smooth things over with a smile. Wait, look at this. Zhou Gan suddenly spoke. On the virtual screen, what was projected was the alien dragon and spire that Jiang Wang had just created. What is this? Why haven't we seen him use it before? When several people saw the new type of soldiers, they all thought it was Jiang Wang's backup plan. But the principal's next words shocked everyone. Tell me, is it possible that he created it? Look, the wings and torso of this creature. Hiss, isn't this the wing of a pterosaur? Although the shape has changed, this kind of leather wing is only possessed by the pterosaurs of all races. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression became solemn. Genetic engineering. Didn't they all perish? Isn't he from another world? Director of the Resources Department Su Kai said in shock. The biological empire was destroyed not only because it wanted to create a powerful void-breaking being, but more because their interference with genes threatened everyone in the Kaiwan world. But even so, the Kaiwan world paid a huge price to destroy the biological empire. Okay, that's it. The biological empire has been destroyed, and all the remnants have been wiped out. Zhou Gan's eyes suddenly became stern, and he spoke in a serious voice to everyone. Everyone looked at Wang Tianfeng and then at Zhou Gan, and nodded slightly. On the other side, Jiang Wang looked at Anna who was about to cry. You killed 6 million monsters. Yet. Anna pouted, feeling a little aggrieved. We suffered heavy casualties. Jiang Wang continued to ask. About 900 W. Jiang Wang thought about it and thought, it's okay, it's not a lot. And you? Wow, I didn't defeat them. Wow, they hid in a barrier and wouldn't come out. Anna couldn't defeat them. Wow. Anna's tears fell one after another like beads from a broken string. Jiang Wang stood there in amazement. What a bad guy who made the first move to complain. You were killed by someone and couldn't leave your house, and you cried out of grievance. After Jiang Wang comforted her with potato chips and coke, Anna finally got over the feeling of failure. Click on the public screen. Private message 999 plus. Notification 999 plus. Friend request 999 plus. Jiang Wang opened the private message with the mentality of giving it a try. Swish. The virtual screen mapped on the personal terminal was instantly full, refreshing at a speed of 999 per second. Good man, this plus limits your terminal. It took Jiang Wang an hour to take a general look at the news. Most likely they asked for it directly. The services here include, but are not limited to, bed warming, massage and other services. 20% made Jiang Wang blush. Including but not limited to, giving birth to monkeys, twins, triplets, transsexuals, etc. In a word, there is nothing they can't think of that they can't express. When Jiang Wang clicked on the notification. Notice, the novice trial will be held in 1 week. Currently, the completion rate of the novice trial in Area 13 is 99%, ranking first. When the completion rate reaches 100%, mysterious rewards will be given to the entire region and MVP. Notification message from District 3, District 13 is so powerful. Notification message from Area 6, I am so tired, is the difficulty of each dungeon different? Notification message from District 17, I don't think anyone has opened it. Notification message from District 13, yes, yes, yes. Regional notification messages are visible to the entire region, but the cost is also very high, 1k points per message. To send a message, you need to kill 1000 dust myriads, or 100 black iron myriads. Jiang Wang's name also spread in various regions. Chapter 41. Notice from Area 1, just brag if you want. You can win all by yourself? Why don't you say that the monsters are lining up to jump into the river? Zone 13, believe it or not, I won't talk about it anymore, I don't have any points. Zone 6, 99% progress but no points. Zone 13, it's really gone, all the points are in the hands of Jiang Wang. Bye, I'm getting off the plane. Jiang Wang looked at the notifications sent 3 days ago and the notifications that were constantly updated. Adhering to the principle of Earthlings helping Earthlings. All districts are talking about the strength of the 10,000 races and the techniques and methods to become stronger. Each region shared their own techniques for fighting the 10,000 races and the strengths and weaknesses of some of the 10,000 races powerful races. Of course, except for the 13 regions, there is no sharing. All the districts despised and disliked the behavior of District 13, but the people of District 13 said that it was really unfair. They didn't even touch the monsters a few times before they were defeated by Jiang Wang. After Jiang Wang finished scrolling through the notifications, he smiled slightly. It was really nice to be praised. Then he started living the life of a capitalist, petting his dog, drinking Fat House happy water, and eating potato chips. Then they continued to send troops to harass the last territory of the 10,000 races. Northeast corner of the map. All the remaining races huddled together. They used their own blood to activate the protective formation that was originally left here. What's the point of us persisting like this? Those bugs will rush in and eat everyone sooner or later. A giant ape with a green face and fangs was on the verge of collapse and shouted to a golden lion in front of it. Yes. Boss Jin. Let's go. What's the point of holding on? Besides, even if we hold on, how much blood can we save? Boss Jin, leave a way for our brothers to survive. The black snake next to the lion also spoke. Each and every one of them is from a well-known group among all the groups, and they were sent to the trial field with high hopes. However, they did not expect that what they encountered was not the path to becoming stronger, but an endless swarm of insects that appeared and disappeared mysteriously. The golden lion slowly opened its eyes, its golden mane becoming somewhat dim due to the loss of bloodline power. However, the moment it opened its eyes, it made all the other races feel tremendous pressure. Why? Since we opened up the trial battlefield, we have never been forced into such a situation by humans. Even if we are as strong as Ye Chen, we have never surrendered. What do you think the barrier under our feet is? Is it to protect us? The golden lion's eyes were wide open. No. This is our trace. This is our mark. The proof that we were once powerful. This is the altar where blood was sacrificed for humanity and to comfort our ancestors. If humans achieve 100% completion, I'm afraid that even if you go back, you will become waste in the clan. The golden lion spoke passionately, his blood boiling. If there is any blood. A burst of applause sounded. The lion was originally pleased with his speech. Then he suddenly realized something and turned around. Damn it, everyone here is a monster, who the hell will applaud? Outside the barrier, the larva version of Jiang Wang looked at the passionate lion. I didn't expect it. Brother Lion is so wise and righteous. I admire him. The aliens looked at Jiang Wang in front of them and realized that who else could be standing here at this time except the owner of these insects. All the ferocious beasts stared at Jiang Wang fiercely, their eyes were so vicious, as if they wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Come on, you guys kill us humans to sacrifice to the gods, so it's not too much for me to kill some exotic animals to satisfy my hunger. Jiang Wang pretended to be very scared. This scene also made everyone in the observation room laugh. Auntie Li Shui was amused, but she had her own thoughts. This little Jiang Wang was extremely mature in both his dealings with people and his mind, which meant he was not stupid. So, was he really not interested in her at all? Everyone was watching this scene. Since the opening of the trial battlefield, never before had all races been slaughtered to such an extent as today. It's not that humans in the past were too useless, but every time the killing reached a certain level, the party being killed would replenish their manpower, and the same was true for humans, with a total of 3 chances. And Anna was killed by all the reinforcements. Hey, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Next, I will have the Zerg attack day and night, and I will also have people come here to check in and take pictures. If you don't want your face and embarrassed appearance to appear on various platforms of Kaiwan, it's not too late to leave now. Jiang Wang said playfully to all the races in the barrier. He had just tried this barrier. The blood of the bloodline was just a trigger. Its real effect was actually the accumulated blood of the human lords and many other types of soldiers who had been sacrificed in the past. Killed humans and used their blood to protect themselves. Jiang Wang looked playful, but a hint of coldness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Humph! Lowly human! Do you really think you have won? The whole region will be conducting a trial soon, and all of you will soon become food for my 10,000 races. Slaves! Come on, if you have anything, just bring it over. The Golden Lion said to Jiang Wang very arrogantly. Good. The next second, waves of ripples appeared on the barrier. Just now, Jiang Wang used his mental power of nearly 1k to perform a powerful hammer attack. In addition to the ripples, he was also affected by the emotions of fear and killing that many humans and soldiers experienced before their deaths. But Jiang Wang's attack really scared the myriad races inside. After evolving through evolution points, Jiang Wang has now returned to Bronze 1 star. But the quality of his spirit is no longer what it used to be. The mental power that a larva can mobilize alone is much stronger than before he evolved. Seeing that it wasn't going to work, Jiang Wang turned around and left. FK, I was so scared. Black Snake secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Following Jiang Wang's call, all those who wanted to witness the leaders of all races gathered in the northeast corner. The look on his face was as if he had seen a new animal in a zoo. Damn, this lion's head is so FG big. The braised lion's head must be delicious. You know nothing. Did you see that black snake? Take the snake's gallbladder and boil it into soup. It will strengthen your virility. Strengthen your virility. That gorilla is so small. Alien beasts are alien beasts after all. If you ask these lords to fight against all races, they may not win. But if you ask them to curse and insult all races, then I can only say, Zon pianist, go to civilization. The dirty bugs couldn't stand listening to the words anymore and retreated away to avoid being heard by Jiang Wang accidentally. Inside the insect nest. Just tell me if you have any solution. Jiang Wang said while looking at Aunt Li Shui on the virtual screen. Don't be impatient. Wait a minute. There are also many sounds coming out of the video. Inside the observation room. Hey, old Su, I have something I want to ask you. How do you activate the heavenly sacrifice formation of the 10,000 races? Hey? Don't know? Old Zhao knows? Okay, I'm hanging up now. Hello. Many bigwigs have begun to use their own connections. Chapter 42. Soon, a method for activating the altar was sent to Jiang Wang's personal terminal. Look at the detailed operation plan in an old video. Jiang Wang clicked on the video. The surroundings were slowly taken up by the scenes in the video. The breeze, the blue sky, the green mountains and the myriad races that cover the sky. Countless roars and shouts came from Jiang Wang's ears. Looking at the altar not far away, the voices of all races were filled with excitement. On the altar, countless humans and soldiers were piled up like pigs and dogs. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with broken limbs and arms. The humans who were not completely dead emitted faint gasping sounds. Jiang Wang was like a bystander among all the races. In front of the altar, a dozen humans were cut into pieces like human pigs. They squirmed, he screamed. They raised their heads with all their strength and looked at all the races with their empty eye sockets. It seems like I'm looking directly at Jiang Wang. It also seems to be looking directly at everyone watching the video. They opened their mouths as if shouting something. But what came out was not a sound, but blood gushing out due to excessive force. The myriad races around laughed even louder. This was a victory for all races, and also a massacre for all races. A blood-red curtain of light rose into the sky. First came the corpses of soldiers, then the corpses of humans, and finally the human pigs. Blood oozed out from all parts of their bodies and drifted into the deep space. The process was slow and painful. But those human pigs did not struggle, they still looked into the distance and shouted silently. The sacrifice ended quickly, and a few golden raindrops floated out. All the tribes roared with excitement, this was a reward from their ancestors. The video suddenly stopped. Jiang Wang stood there with an indifferent look on his face. Through the information at hand, he also learned that those human pigs were famous talented young men at the time. They were killed and captured to be turned into human pigs in order to cover the human race's evacuation from the trial battlefield. In order to publicize their strength, the 10,000 races posted the entire process to the human network. Although the authorities responded quickly, it still caused an uproar. But none of this matters to Jiang Wang. He just looked at it again and again. The gaze from the empty eye sockets is hotter than the sun. There was a hint of a smile beneath the ferocious appearance. It's as if telling those who come later, don't be afraid, I will stand in front of you. Jiang Wang has never had any feelings for this world. Everything is a tool for Jiang Wang to progress. Killing all races is just to obtain genes and become stronger. Aunt Li Shui was chosen because of her identity. Everything he did was for his survival. But now, he was being scrutinized by these eyes. He suddenly remembered a friend from his previous life who died in front of him to protect him from being abducted by other countries. He smiled and told Jiang Wang not to be afraid and to leave quickly. He was an excellent soldier, a warm husband, and a compassionate squad leader. He is a very nice person. But he died in front of Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang suddenly walked out. Countless Zergling armies roared angrily. The Zerg swarmed out in overwhelming numbers. The lords who kept cursing around the barrier also became a little discouraged. FK, what is Diao Wanzu? You don't fight back when you're beaten, and you don't talk back when you're scolded. You're really rubbish. Who says it's not? Even though the two of them were being weird, all the races within the barrier remained indifferent. Suddenly, several people seemed to have discovered something. Wait, brother, do you think there's something wrong with this Zerg? Damn it! I was just about to say that they were looking at me like they wanted to kill us all. Several people were feeling uneasy. They are the kings of the public screen, the keyboard pianists, the top on myojus. But unfortunately, their fighting ability is very weak. Commonly known as, death in the light. They were all hired by Jiang Wang to curse the beasts. But at this moment, I felt extremely nervous. Because the Zerg is in a very bad state, and even hisses in anger. The swarm of insects that covered the sky in the distance also confirmed their conjecture. Strange dragons obscuring the clouds and mist, and insects covering the earth. Looking at such a huge swarm of insects, all the races within the barrier became a little panicked. When Jiang Wang stood in front of the interface again, he had a different feeling. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the position in the video just now. He stood outside the barrier and watched everyone being sacrificed. It doesn't matter if there are too many bugs. If you have the guts, come in and kill us. The chimpanzee challenged Jiang Wang loudly outside the barrier. Hearing this, Jiang Wang suddenly smiled. The position did not change, but the one being worshipped did. Jiang Wang ignored the shouting of the 10,000 races and ordered the Zerglings to make way. Just on the way, he posted the video on the district-wide channel. Everyone saw that scene. Some are angry, some are afraid, some don't care. But when he told them that they only needed to contribute a little blood to make all the races within the barrier suffer the same fate. Everybody is here. Jiang Wang looked at the long queue. He smiled knowingly. I, Jiang Wang, promise everyone that 100 ml of blood can be exchanged for 10 points. I will not let you come here in vain. Brother Jiang, what are you talking about? If it weren't for you, I might have lost my life, not to mention my blood. Jiang Wang also made full preparations. With the arrival of pairs of medical staff, the blood donation ceremony began on the spot. The people who were close to them immediately cut their arms. Blood flowed down his arm into the soil around the barrier. The activity lasted for half an hour, and nearly 100,000 people donated blood. All the races within the barrier were already terrified. As the blood was injected into the barrier altar, their ability to recall blood had long been sealed. This ban was originally used to deal with humans. Ah ha 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 ha, Jiang Wang, do you think you can destroy the barrier like this? Ah ha ha ha, so naive. The Wanzu laughed at Jiang Wang crazily, but the laughter was full of stiffness. Jiang Wang looked at the Wanzu who were trying to cover their ears and steal the bell and smiled slightly. Not only do I know that the altar is activated with human blood, I also know that you can no longer be called away. Jiang Wang stopped talking halfway, which frightened the already extremely nervous Wanzu half to death. What else do you know? The golden lion stared at Jiang Wang with red eyes. I know. What else do I know? Jiang Wang smiled but said nothing. He turned and walked away, ignoring the shouts and curses from all the tribes. If they had not released the video in order to undermine human morale, the altar would not have been broken into by hateful humans. If it weren't for. But Jiang Wang didn't tell them. Waiting for death in anxiety is much more terrifying than knowing about death directly. Chapter 43. There is still half a day before the merger. The blood donation activity lasted for a day and a half. During this period, nearly millions of people donated blood. Despite Jiang Wang's repeated calls, a maximum of 100 ml per person is sufficient. But there are some ruthless people who donated 1000 ml just by watching the video. After that, they were taken away by the Lord next to them for treatment. The soil around the barrier was filled with blood and the smell of blood. The Zerg around have evacuated, and in their place are silent lords. Jiang Wang looked at the golden lion with bloodshot eyes in the barrier. Guess, do I know how to open the altar? His cold tone suddenly made the golden lion feel like he was falling into an icy cave. Ignoring the reaction of the golden lion, Jiang Wang began to operate on his own. All the races, sensing something, shouted loudly at Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang! You can't! You are violating the agreement signed between humans and all races. Jiang Wang! Please! We are willing to serve you as our lord. Jiang Wang, listen to me, we don't need to. As long as you are willing to let us go, our tribe will definitely give you a lot of resources. We are all. Wanzu's plea for mercy did not stop Jiang Wang's actions. And all human beings are waiting in silence. Jiang Wang! Aren't you afraid that all races will declare war if you do this? Aren't you afraid that we will vent our anger on other people next time? The golden lion is still making its final struggle. After hearing this, Jiang Wang finally paused. He raised his head, opened his thin lips and spoke softly. What does it have to do with me? A burst of red light shot up into the sky, and all the races within the barrier roared at Jiang Wang with hatred and viciousness. Jiang Wang, you will not die well. You all of you humans will not die well. The blood of all races oozed out of the body. Wisp by wisp, thread by thread, the bodies, blood, and souls of all races. The inside of the barrier is like hell. The mysterious deep space where the blood and energy were heading suddenly opened a red eye, staring at everyone. You will have to pay the price. The old and majestic voice echoed throughout District 13. Bang! Pretending to be your horse. Another voice sounded in the deep space, and the giant red eye quickly moved away as if it had suffered some kind of injury. With the end of the sacrifice, the original golden rain turned into red blood, flying straight towards Jiang Wang. In the blink of an eye, it was inside Jiang Wang's body. This is the mark of all races. Once marked with this mark, all the races will fight to the death with Jiang Wang. But he didn't care. He is not for this world, he is just for the guardians who were made into human pigs. They stood bravely in front of everyone and encouraged the rest of the people with their smiles. Or rather, he was doing it to commemorate his friend. Jiang Wang's actions quickly spread across major platforms. Goose platform. FK. It feels so good. So beautiful. What are you looking at me for? Pick up some food. I asked my kid if brother Jiang Wang was handsome, and he hesitated. I beat him and he cried. Brothers, did I do the right thing? This scene is happening everywhere. A green planet. Grandpa. Look. Lin Nanzheng, who was lying in a rocking chair basking in the sun, suddenly heard his grandson calling him. What are you looking at? If you bring me black thigh-high stockings again, I'll break your legs. Lin Nanzheng shouted loudly. No. No. Look. The boy panted and placed the video in his hand in front of his grandfather. The content of the video is exactly the whole process of Jiang Wang's blood sacrifice to all races. After watching the video, the old man was stunned at first, tears unconsciously fell from the corners of his eyes. Okay. The old man suddenly stood up from the rocking chair. Okay. Woohoo! My son! Finally someone has avenged you. Then he spoke to his grandson. Pack your things now and go to the Star Alliance. Inside the observation room, the principal and others looked at each other in bewilderment. The giant red eye just now was exactly an ancestor among all the races. And the one who spoke was a strong man among them humans. Do you want to send the video to Professor Lin? Wang Tianfeng looked at Zhou Jian who was in the first place and asked. It has been sent. It can be regarded as a comfort to the souls of his two sons in heaven. Alas! When Lin Nanzheng was mentioned, everyone present shook their heads and sighed. Lin Nanzheng was the one who taught Jiang Wang how to operate the altar. 90 years ago, his second child was chopped into a human pig during the novice trial and a blood sacrifice was performed. He conducted research day and night, and witnessed the death of his own children every time he conducted research. The youngest and most talented professor in the entire Kaiwan Academy turned grey overnight. In the battlefield of all races, Jiang Wang returned to the insect nest and gathered the blood that had merged into his body into a ball, trying to expel it from his body. But I found that I couldn't move it even a little bit no matter what I did. Oh no! Jiang Wang became interested. If soft tactics don't work, you have to use hard tactics. Isn't it just a matter of bloodline? The destroyer, the primordial, the bloodline of the Zerg Master. Surrounded on three sides, they moved straight towards the blood-red bead. After a period of pursuit and interception, Jiang Wang collapsed on the sofa, gasping for breath as he looked at the blood-red beads wrapped in layers of crystal shells in front of him. FKU, you can run pretty fast. Anna was distressed and served tea and poured water. A long time. Jiang Wang slowly stood up and said to the blood bead in the crystal shell. Just wait, little BD. Directly put the crystal shell and blood beads into the differentiation pool. And disconnect the decomposition pool, leaving only one energy supply device. Supervise the entire process by yourself. Avoid obtaining your own information by reversing the decomposition pool. Soon, the decomposition pool began to operate. The blood beads rushed left and right in the decomposition pool, but were stopped by Jiang Wang's mental power. The decomposition lasted for an entire afternoon, and 3 energy supply devices were replaced. Only 1/10 of it has been decomposed. Attention all regions, a merger is about to take place. Battlefield upgrade. To protect our Lord, we will have city-states. Please be brave in fighting and killing, and do not rely too much on city-states. Please all Lords take back the troops into the Lord space. Countdown to server merging, 1 hour. Battlefield? Merge? Jiang Wang looked at the information that appeared in front of him and sneered. After several battles, Jiang Wang has come to understand that the Zerg is a race born for war. Time passed by minute, and Jiang Wang still did not take back the Zerg. Instead, he worked overtime and let most of the Zerg search for supplies on a large scale. Only a small number of Zerg were left to guard the home. Inside the observation room. Do you want to remind him? When merging regions, the types of troops will not be transferred. Wang Tianfeng looked at Jiang Wang looting the trial battlefield like he was robbing, and said with a twitching mouth. I already told him, he said it's okay. Aunt Li Shui said somewhat embarrassedly. On the other side, Jiang Wang looked at the countdown with 10 seconds left. Just one thought caused a large group of insects in front of him to enter the Lord's space. Then comes the mental scan and recovery. With 3 seconds left. Jiang Wang is the only one left in the entire insect nest. All the insect swarms enter the Lord space, and all the energy in the hive is moved into the Lord space. 3, 2, 1. Transmission start. Chapter 44. It is still a very annoying transmission experience. But fortunately, it is efficient enough. Have most people stand with both feet on the ground before vomiting. Jiang Wang rubbed his slightly swollen temples and looked around. There is a desolate desert all around. The sky was filled with yellow sand and billowing smoke. Transmission completed. Trial battlefield, Giant Rock Star. Trial period, 60 days. Human architecture, the Eternal Wall. 10,000 races building, Giant Wilderness Nest. Victory conditions, 80% of the myriad races are reduced or the victory crystal in the Giant Wilderness Nest is destroyed. Gentlemen, this novice trial concerns your future, please take it seriously. I wish you all good luck in martial arts and a forward-looking future. As Jiang Wang finished reading the news in front of him, his mental power was fully exerted. Because it was a random drop, Jiang Wang was attacked by something at the beginning and was killed as soon as he landed. I don't know whether it is fortunate or unfortunate, even though he expanded his spirit to the maximum. We covered an area of 10 kilometers but didn't find a single living creature. Jiang Wang opened the map. Although the giant rock star has the word rock in its name, it is not that desolate. Instead, it was chosen as a battlefield in order to better help the diverse lords of mankind. But Jiang Wang was unlucky. The place where he was located was the largest desert in the entire giant rock star. Desert of Death. Coordinates, Eternal Forest. Is there any big guy who wants to team up with me to go to the Eternal Wall? Coordinates, the spirit of the water is asking for help from the boss. Coordinate. On the public screen, countless people began to announce their coordinates and headed to the Eternal Wall in groups. But Jiang Wang observed for a long time and found that most of the human beings were concentrated in wilderness, forests, swamps and other places. Only a few thousand are left alone in the desert of death. Forget it, let's just make the best of it. There aren't many people around anyway, which is good. As he spoke, Jiang Wang summoned a large number of Zerg and began to search for a suitable location for the Zerg nest. Inside the observation room. At this moment, Jiang Wang's virtual screen is already at the top position. Why is he in the Death Desert? Isn't this the location where all the races would deploy? Several bigwigs began to wonder. Although the teleportation placement is random, you will not be directly dropped into the nest of all races. It is only delivered within certain fixed ranges. And we will judge your troops and deploy them in the appropriate environment. And Jiang Wang, who was unlucky, was thrown on the border between humans and all other races. This is also the reason why there is no living thing around him. And it is also very far away from human buildings and the Eternal Wall. On the other side, Jiang Wang has found a good position. Although there is yellow sand everywhere in the desert. But the resources beneath the yellow sand are indeed different. The location Jiang Wang chose happened to have a huge underground river and several mineral veins right under his feet. At the sacrificial offering of the larvae, Zerg buildings are rising from the ground. Countless worker bees and springtail lords swarmed out of the space. Because of the characteristics of the sand, the worker bees can easily burrow into the ground. What surprised Jiang Wang was that springtails were also very adaptable to the desert terrain. I was very worried that the Zerg's combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced in the desert, but I didn't expect that. Because of the presence of webbed feet and hooded wings, springtails can actually run on the sand at a faster speed than usual. This made Jiang Wang feel a little relieved. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang looked at the blood beads surging up and down in the decomposition pool, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Let me explain this on two sides. Inside the giant's nest, dozens of people from all races are gathering together. Some are big, some are small, but without exception, they all exude surging blood energy. These are the leaders from other districts, and they gather here for only one purpose. Humph, that rubbish of the Golden Lion was actually sacrificed by humans. What a disgrace to us! Han Tianxiang said with disdain, shaking his huge nose. That can't be said. Although the Golden Lion is not very strong, it used up 3 full support opportunities and was still slaughtered. This man named Jiang Wang must be extremely powerful. A pure white fox said coquettishly. A giant beast that looked like a dowdy suddenly spoke in human language. No matter what, the Golden Lion of Area 13 was sacrificed in blood. This is a great shame for our race. The ancestors have already issued an order to kill this man and take back the G-bead. The one who kills can personally receive the blood baptism of the heaven-swallowing ancestor. After saying this, whether it was the ferocious Han Tianxiang or the white fox, all the tribes except the dowdy had red eyes and unconsciously increased their breathing. The blood baptism of the heaven-swallowing ancestor. That was a master-level baptism, only one step away from becoming a void-breaking powerful one. Dowdy's eyes, filled with hostility, swept across the entire audience. However, since entering the battlefield, the feeling of the ancestor towards the blood bead has disappeared. The ancestor suspects that the despicable humans have tampered with the blood bead, and ordered us to find Jiang Wang as quickly as possible and take back the blood bead. Roar! All of a sudden, all the tribes in the giant wild nest came out in droves. The everlasting city. Didn't you contact Jiang Wang? Sun Qiantian looked at the huge virtual screen in the Eternal City and spoke to the person next to him. No, Jiang Wang never responded. Listening to the reply from his confidant next to him, Sun Suanation's eyes flashed with a hint of annoyance. Keep looking. It's similar to the situation in Giant Wilderness Nest. The top experts from each district also gathered around Sun Qiantian. He, Sun Qiantian, is the best among them. Sun Qiantian. S-level troops, 4-winged angel. S-level talent, shrouded in holy light. The casualty rate of the zone he was in on the battlefield was second only to Jiang Wang because of the presence of his angel. Let's ignore Jiang Wang for now and formulate a strategic plan first. At the current speed, we can gather 80% of the lords on the 3rd day. The deployment of supplies and legions are all headaches. Sun Xiantian turned around and said to the crowd. On the other side, after a day of exploration and excavation, Jiang Wang has already figured out the surrounding material environment. Jiang Wang looked at the 3D model in front of him with excitement. Who would have thought that beneath the reputation of the Death Desert, there is such a huge mineral deposit hidden? Mineral veins like giant dragons are sleeping quietly underground. Thanks to the efforts of countless worker bees, Jiang Wang expanded the swarm by 2 in just one day. Countless springtails protect the worker bees as they explore and mark the Death Desert. These are all backup hidden energy sources. The edge of the Sea of Death. Several teams of the 10,000 races stopped. Why can we go to the Death Desert and Pig Girl go to search the Eternal Forest? The huge lizard said angrily, sticking out its long tongue. If you had that big pig butt, you could go to the Ever Forest, too. The sand snake next to him glanced at him and said with disdain. You. That's good. Everyone can adapt to the desert environment and there's no need to fight each other. How great! Besides, although the probability of meeting Jiang Wang in the Death Desert is not high, it means that the probability of death is not high. A huge beetle covered in a shell said this to smooth things over. Since the giant wilderness nest is a bloodline, strength determines everything, so it is extremely efficient. While humans are still discussing strategies, all races have sent countless teams to go deep into various areas, not only to search for Jiang Wang, but also to prepare for subsequent reconnaissance. Chapter 45. 3 days later. Jiang Wang looked at the figures of the Wanzhou in the surveillance. These are the only living things Jiang Wang has seen in the desert so far. Instead of killing the surrounding springtails quickly, he observed them. In the past, when he encountered various races, most of the time it was a fight to the death, and he rarely observed the habits and social methods of the various races. Surrounded by countless Zergs, several teams of the 10,000 races basked in the sun in the desert. This is their current state. Day 1, nervous, afraid to actually meet Jiang Wang. The next day, how could it be such a coincidence? Day 3, start the show. Tisk, the quality of this sand is really good, much better than the sand in my hometown. Who says it's not? Look at the sun. The fluidity of the sand is top-notch. The sand snake was already buried in the sand and was so comfortable that it didn't want to talk. The lack of water, high temperature, and ubiquitous quicksand, which are fatal to humans, are no problem for these tribes that originally belonged to the desert. It was so comfortable that I felt like I was in the Maldives. Jiang Wang was a little surprised when he saw some of the Wanzhou people who were almost done drying their skin and switched sides to tan. Based on the information he obtained from the Kaiwan world, all races are bloodthirsty, crazy, value strength above all else, and have a strict bloodline system, and are irreconcilable with humans. But from his observation, all races are actually just like humans. They can enjoy life, have language communication skills, and have a complete social system. In some ways, they are also like animal versions of humans. The other side. Humans have almost gathered in the everlasting city, and a large number of humans are pouring into the city. The large-scale evacuation of humans also created great convenience for all races to search for Jiang Wang. Inside Yang Jian's command room. What is the Wanzhou doing? Sun Xiantian looked at the myriad races on the virtual screen, which looked like stars in the sky, and fell into deep thought. The densely packed tribes outside the city really put a lot of pressure on him. Humans have just entered the city, although they are making legion-style changes based on the original districts. But there is still some confusion after all. Once all the races attack at this time, he cannot guarantee how the battle will go. The nest of the giant wild. Dowdy looked at the information fed back by each leader and glanced at the leaders around him. Humanity has completed its assembly. What do you think we should do? Dowdy was not an overbearing monarch, he was very good at getting everyone to brainstorm, but whether or not they listened was his business. Then Jiang Wang is 80% likely in the everlasting city. As long as we capture the everlasting city. Han Tianxiang's eyes flashed with excitement. Tisk, brute elephant, have you forgotten the ancestors' order? The white fox looked at its own claws, glanced at the white elephant and said with disdain. She really despises people like this who don't use their brains. Then you say. Han Tianxiang said unconvinced. Humans have always been prone to discord. Let's first attack the everlasting city for 3 days. If we see Jiang Wang's insects swarm, we can alienate them or start a decisive battle. If not, we can also ask humans to help us find Jiang Wang. All they need to do is make some promises. The white fox said casually. The surrounding leaders also echoed. White Fox's method is in the interests of most leaders. Okay, let's do as White Fox said. Heaven-shaking phenomenon, saber-toothed tiger, crocodile dragon turtle, and colorful peacock will serve as the vanguard of the army. Following Doughty's order, all the leaders began to take action. Behind the leaders, a trace of struggle flashed in the black tiger's orange eyes. Vertical day. Outside the Forever City, a large number of races began to gather. The everlasting city was built in a canyon. Its walls are 3,000 meters high and 100 meters thick. From a distance, it looks like a shield standing firmly between heaven and earth. We, the 10,000 races, are here today only for Jiang Wang. As long as you are willing to hand over Jiang Wang, we are willing to coexist peacefully with you until the end of the trial. In the command room, Sun Xiantian listened to the earth-shaking voice outside the city. Turn around and look at everyone. What do you say? Let's not even consider that Jiang Wang is not in the everlasting city. Even if he is, we can't just send one of our generals away right away. Yes, ceding 5 cities today and 10 cities tomorrow? Then we don't have to fight. After a brief discussion in the command room, a result was quickly reached. Just as Han Tianxiang was anxiously waiting for humans' response. The only response from the everlasting city was an overwhelming attack. Boom boom boom. The myriad races were unprepared and tens of thousands of exotic beasts were instantly evaporated under this wave of attacks. Damn it! My boys! Follow me and kill them! Han Tianxiang's eyes turned red instantly, and his huge body rushed out first. Under the leadership of several leaders, all races launched a charge, and hundreds of millions of them swarmed towards the everlasting city like locusts. Although everyone was prepared for the battle, when they really faced this scene, everyone felt a little scared. Can it really be stopped? Under various types of arms and attacks, 10,000 races can be said to have 10,000 bloods in one step. Countless people from all races fell on the way to the charge. But there were also countless tribes charging forward carrying the corpses of the former. They will pave the road with corpses. In the sky, millions of creatures were circling and constantly harassing the city walls. The group of huge sky-shaking elephants acted as the vanguard and were the first to arrive under the city wall, while countless races quickly built a slope by overlapping their bodies. And as more and more races join in, the slope becomes higher and higher. The other side. Jiang Wang also learned the news that the everlasting city was under siege through the public screen. He looked at the tens of thousands of people searching for him on the surveillance camera, hesitated for a moment, and still did not kill them. According to the information provided to him by Black Tiger through the spiritual seed. Currently, everything the Wanzu are doing is to find him, Jiang Wang. As for why he didn't go to the everlasting city. First, the everlasting city is not suitable for his Zerg warfare. Second, according to the news just sent back by Black Tiger, the primary target of the 10,000 races is him, and he does not believe in human nature. So he can't expose himself so early. Accumulating strength is the most important thing at the moment. The myriad races who were basking in the sun did not know that they had just been to the gates of hell. Under the peaceful desert of death, millions of worker bees continue to dig for minerals. And the number of worker bees is still increasing. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang looked at the various information decomposed from the blood beads. He finally understood why all the races had to find him first. Inside the blood bead, there are tens of thousands of gene sequences arranged, and even some social information of all races is displayed. This also includes how to cast the mark of all races. Blood beads, also known as sky beads, can transform humans into all races, and can also enhance the blood power of all races and increase the room for promotion. It is honey to all races, but arsenic to humans. The sinister intentions of that blood-red eye were evident. But this also fulfilled Jiang Wang's wish. He looked at the various advanced genes of all races displayed in front of him and smiled. Chapter 46. Early morning of the third day. The everlasting city. The shouts and cries of killing shook the sky. Under Doughty's personal command, all the tribes attacked for 3 days without regard for life or death. All races did not stop. Humans never closed their eyes. Sun Xiantian stood on the city wall, looking at the myriad races that were so close at hand with a solemn expression. The four-winged angel behind him continuously emitted holy light attacks, and everyone under the cover of his holy light gained all-round bonuses. Boom! The more the tribes under the city were killed, the more corpses piled up. Underground, in the sky, on the cliffs on both sides. The omnipresent myriad races are destroying human nerves. There were even several damaged sections of the city wall. If several leaders had not arrived in time, the wall might have been broken. Sun Xiantian already felt a little regretful at this time. Although there are still many lords in the city, they are unable to give full play to their strength due to the limitations of the city walls. The fighting lasted until noon. At this time, both humans and all races were exhausted. Let's retreat. Doughty looked at the city wall and said to the white fox beside him. The white fox was a little stunned. But although humans and all races are in a stalemate right now, as long as we continue to attack for another 3 days, we will definitely be able to capture it. Retreat. Our first priority is not to capture the turtle shell. Don't forget, there are hundreds of millions of humans behind that wall. If we break through now, it will be a decisive battle. It will be unknown who will live and who will die. Doughty said calmly. It's not that he doesn't dare to fight. The human city wall is only the first line of defense, there are several traps and defense lines behind it. We can still stop now, but once the attack is broken, all the races in the trial field will have to participate in the battle, and then the weakness of all the races will be revealed. Withdrawing troops at this time can not only demonstrate the iron-bloodedness and terror of all races, but also appropriately deter humans. Following an order. All races are like a receding flood. Humans, this is just a lesson. We are always capable of breaking through the walls you are so proud of and enjoying the pleasure of killing, but our great ancestors of all races choose to live in peace. But the prerequisite is to hand over Jiang Wang. Doughty personally shouted to humans. With the blessing of his bloodline power, his words actually had the aura of his ancestors' great power. People were afraid when they heard them. Sun Xiantian looked at the corpses of millions of tribesmen under the city, and a hint of murderous intent flashed across his eyes. He also wants to hand over Jiang Wang. Damn it! A black mask suddenly found him and said that as long as he killed Jiang Wang in the trial battlefield, he would have countless wealth and glory, and even get the chance to become a six-winged angel. Even if Jiang Wang choked to death while drinking water, he would still complete the mission. Otherwise, he would be dead if he failed to complete the mission. He now wants to find Jiang Wang more than all the other races, but the problem is that he can't find him. At this time, Jiang Wang was busy adding points to himself and his troops. Beneath the hive, there are nearly 80 million Zerg hiding in the peaceful Death Desert. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the Yangjian city had been relieved. If the 10,000 races really break through the Eternal City, then I can only make a long-distance raid to rescue them. By then, he would most likely be caught in a situation where he was attacked from both sides. But at this moment, Inside the giant's nest. You just said you don't want to fight anymore? What does that mean? Isn't my son's life his life? Shaking the sky roared at Doughty angrily. Although the other leaders were not as angry as Han Tianxiang, they were not much better. Bang! The terrifying aura of Doughty enveloped the entire place. All the strange beasts seemed to be targeted by their natural enemies. The trembling in their blood prevented them from having the heart to resist. Here. I'm the boss. The ancestors' mission is to find Jiang Wang. Do you understand? Doughty walked in front of Han Tianxiang, and his powerful aura forced Han Tianxiang to kneel on the ground. Understand, understood. Han Tianxiang squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Then Doughty turned his attention to the other leaders. Clear. Very good. Doughty nodded with satisfaction. Then he said to the White Fox. Tell me your speculation. The White Fox cleared his throat and spoke slowly. Through our tribe's actions over the past few days, we can basically confirm that Jiang Wang is not in places like Yangjian, Yangsan, and the swamp. She walked to the map with enchanting steps. Then there's only one place. Everyone looked at where the White Fox was pointing. Desert of Death. Inside the insect nest. Jiang Wang received He Hu's message and his eyes fixed. What is coming will eventually come. Countless Zergs emerged from the ground. There was no point in hiding at this time. The army led by Doughty himself had already set out. A conservative estimate is 10 million tribes. There is no need to hide at all. It would be better to expose your position and set an ambush. Following Jiang Wang's operation, an explosive insect specially made by Jiang Wang with the mark of all races hid towards the trap. Countless springtails have arrived at the designated location. Just waiting for all races. And in this quiet moment before the war, there was a heated discussion among the humans. People thought that it was Jiang Wang who caused the 10,000 races to riot, so they split into two factions. One faction, Jiang Wang asked all the tribes to look for him like this. He must have some outstanding qualities, we should find Jiang Wang as soon as possible. Another faction believes that it is better to let Jiang Wang stay outside, so as to reduce the pressure on the Wanzhou. And a discussion was launched on this. Zhang San, I think Jiang Wang should be brought back to the city. Only in this way can we fight against the 10,000 clans. Li Si, if Jiang Wang comes back, it will only lead to a stronger attack from the 10,000 races. What if the city is breached? Wang Wu, I think what you said is right, but what about Jiang Wang? Countless people have tried to contact Jiang Wang, but since He Hu told him that the main goal of the 10,000 clans was to find him, he has not contacted anyone. But now, it doesn't matter. At Li Si, it doesn't matter, I will take action. Jiang Wang was rarely naughty. Jiang Wang! Jiang Wang! Where are you? I'm in the Death Desert. Okay, I won't say any more. I'm going to start killing monsters. Jiang Wang directly closed the public screen. In the next battle, Jiang Wang is going to teach all races and humans a hard lesson. What the hell? Group warfare. After countless races sensed the mark of all races, those flying in the sky and running on the ground all rushed towards it. Just like a pig lured by a carrot, it ignored the mark of the myriad races that had not appeared before but suddenly appeared now. Something's wrong. The White Fox stopped Han Tianxiang next to him and said. What's wrong? The mark is already there. What's there to hesitate about? As he said this, he was about to rush towards the mark. He said he would fight for the ancestors' reward no matter what. Looking at the huge but fast-running Han Tianxiang, the White Fox smiled coldly. It's hard to persuade the damned one with kind words. As all races defeated the Zerg who were symbolically holding out with great force. A poisonous mushroom bomb shot into the sky, marking the beginning of the war. Chapter 47. Boom! The violent explosion and the mushroom cloud rising into the sky declared its anger to everyone. Boom boom boom! The ensuing chain of exploding insects and spore bombs exploded one after another. Roar! Countless races became birds in the sky or charcoal-roasted beasts. Even Han Tianxiang was seriously injured. You know, it was no big deal for him to fight for 3 days in a row under the everlasting city. Dowdy looked at this scene with some excitement. He was not sad about the loss of all races. Instead, he was happy that he had found the right direction. Damn bug! I found you! Dowdy took the lead and rushed towards the springtails that emerged from the ground. Roar! It's like a tiger among a flock of sheep. In front of the Dowdy, the springtails are like ants, and it can be caught one at a time. But in order to attract all races, Jiang Wang placed a lot of jumping insects around the trap. Millions of springtails emerge from the surrounding sand, rushing towards all races. Suddenly, a big melee started. Although nearly 1 million of the 10,000 races were blown away by bombs and various means, there is still a huge gap in strength between the two sides. Under the leadership of Dowdy, the Zerg were slaughtered one-sidedly. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang stroked his fingers, looking at the 10,000 races that were constantly killing and going deeper. His eyes were cold. On the battlefield, as all races fought more and more courageously, Dowdy gradually sensed something was wrong. Although the resistance of the springtails is very tenacious, but it is too weak. With this level, how could it be possible to dominate a region? Just as he was about to retreat, something strange happened under the sand. Several huge sandworms broke out of the ground. He breathed out fiercely towards all the races involved in the battle. The flames mixed with poisonous gas were like a blowtorch, instantly turning all the tribes in front of them into ashes. Dowdy was also the focus of a sandworm. Faced with the gushing flames, a huge mouth suddenly appeared in the belly of the Dowdy, and the flames were all swallowed up. Then he condensed the flame into a fire bomb and shot it at the sandworm again. Just one hit. The sandworm, which just looked like a demon, was seriously injured. The corrosive blood corroded the surrounding sand, causing it to sizzle and smoke. Jiang Wang was watching this magical scene in the insect nest, feeling somewhat surprised. What is this? A great shift in the universe? On the other side, Dowdy killed a sandworm in the shortest time. But before he could be happy, the huge sandworm corpse suddenly surged and swelled up. Sensing the danger, Dowdy retreated immediately. Bang! All the races in the center of the explosion melted instantly. Corrosive liquids fell from the sky. Although Dowdy retreated in time, he was still a little embarrassed due to the wide range of the sandworm explosion. And at this moment, a steady stream of Zergs emerged from the sand in all directions. The white fox who was healing the wound of Han Tianxiang suddenly changed his expression when he saw the overwhelming Zerg. Jiang Wang's mouth curled up into a sneer. When friends come from afar, we serve them with green onion, ginger, and spicy food first. In order to attract these 10,000 races, Jiang Wang sent out 3 million springtails as bait, and used 50 million springtails and 10 million alien dragons to surround the 10,000 races layer by layer. And took out the sandworm that had just been created. Giant sandworm, defective product. Level, B-class soldiers. Skills, flame gushing out, self-destruction. This sandworm is a creature that worker bees encounter when they are digging for mineral veins underground. Not only does it move fast, do high damage, and have thick skin, it can also spray flames. This caused a lot of trouble for Jiang Wang at that time. In the end, he had to do it himself and put in a lot of effort before he finally obtained the sandworm's genes. However, due to the tight schedule and heavy workload, Jiang Wang had no time to properly study the evolutionary direction of sandworms. Simply based on the characteristics of sandworms, it has been implanted with a self-destructive gene sequence, and once it enters a near-death state, it will explode directly. There are sandworms inside that constantly act as troublemakers among all races. There are countless Zergs surrounding us. Jiang Wang's mouth curled up into a smile. Today he wants to swallow up all these tribes. Inside the observation room, there was a moment of silence. This kid has something. Wang Tianfeng couldn't help but sigh. What's scary is his speed of expanding his army. In just 3 days, he has expanded the Zerg to nearly 100 million. If he is allowed to enter the battlefield of all races. Su Kai, director of the Resources Department, also expressed some emotion. In the vast Kaiwan world, there are people who can produce more troops than Jiang Wang. Star Alliance Academy has it. Slime, an S-end grade soldier, can split infinitely but its size will become smaller. As long as the division is fast enough, there will be countless molecular level slimes in an instant. Then they are omnipresent, and can be said to be the best type of soldiers whether they are fighting alone or in groups. But this kind of large-scale combat cannot be compared with Jiang Wang's. A sentence. No one can produce troops faster than Jiang Wang, but none is as destructive as him. No one is more destructive than Jiang Wang, but none is as fast as him in exploding troops. This created an almost unsolvable situation for Jiang Wang. I think I care more about his character than his military branch. Zhou Jian spoke slowly. They keep an eye on what Jiang Wang does. Old Wang, what do you think of this kid's characteristics? Zhou Jian asked Wang Tianfeng with a smile. Characteristic? Wang Tianfeng pondered for a while. Calmness, ruthlessness, and mercilessness are the qualities that Jiang Wang displayed on the battlefield, not his characteristics. Looking at Jiang Wang on the screen, he suddenly came to his senses. Careful. Zhou Jian also smiled knowingly. Wang Tianfeng thought exactly the same as he did. The characteristics they gave to Jiang Wang were thorough and impeccable. In fact, in their observation, Jiang Wang made at least 12 preparations. What if the 10,000 races don't fall into the trap? What if the 10,000 races escape early? Myriad races. Jiang Wang made more than a dozen contingency plans, and he even budgeted for what to do if the 10,000 races broke through the siege. And for this purpose, various types of soldiers and weapons of war were created. It's like a well-crafted machine, impeccable. Although Zhou Jian and Wang Tianfeng have very high opinions of Jiang Wang. Hearing the high evaluation of her apprentice from her respected elder, Aunt Li Shui smiled instantly. An expression that said, "My apprentice. Come on, praise me." The people sitting there were delighted. On the battlefield, the setting sun is blood red. The shouts and roars were deafening. The broken limbs of the Zerg and the myriad races were scattered randomly on the battlefield. Because of the infiltration of blood, the sand gradually began to develop in the direction of the bloody swamp. After nearly a day of fighting, the doughty leaders were all covered with wounds. Among these leaders, Han Tianxiang was the worst. It was already seriously injured, and because of its huge size, it attracted the special attention of the alien dragons and springtails. If the white fox hadn't kept him alive, he would have fallen into the Zerg long ago. Under the sand, the only 3 remaining sandworms kept swimming under the sand, waiting for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the 10,000 races. There is only a glimmer of red sun left in the distance. Doughty was breathing heavily, and the big mouth on his abdomen was constantly bleeding due to overuse. Hasn't the support from Giant Wilderness Nest arrived yet? He stared at the endless Zerg with ferocious eyes and spoke viciously to the white fox. They are also being held back by the Zerg. The white fox said helplessly. As the only clan with healing abilities among all the clans, she had almost no chance to take any action and had to go back and forth treating various leaders. Chapter 48. Chief, let's break out. Han Tianxiang shouted to Doughty. He really couldn't hold on any longer. He now wishes he could lose weight and become as thin as an elephant, because once he appears on the battlefield, he will be targeted by all kinds of fire. If the fighting continues, he might become the 3rd leader to die. Yes, 2 weaker 10,000 races have already died under the siege of the Zerg. Something kept flashing in Doughty's eyes. Finally, I gritted my teeth. withdraw. The remaining 10,000 races finally received the order to retreat. They had long lost the will to fight again, but under the pressure of their bloodline, they had no choice but to continue fighting. Moment. The pressure from the surrounded Zerg doubled. Under the leadership of several lords, all the races formed an arrow-shaped formation and broke through in different directions. Because of Hantai Angxiang's huge size, the number of tribes that tried to break out with him was the largest. However, the White Fox and Dowdy had already hidden in each breakout team. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang felt the disappearance of Dowdy and the White Fox, frowned slightly, and gave his orders. All 3 sandworms broke out of the ground. One that blocks the biggest breakout team. The other 2 rushed towards an inconspicuous team of all races. Because the team changed too quickly, from being disorganized at the beginning and breaking out on their own to charging in an orderly and fearless manner later on, Jiang Wang couldn't help but become suspicious and took a gamble. Among the crowd of thousands of creatures, Dowdy couldn't help but curse inwardly as he watched the 2 sandworms rushing towards him. Damn, you despicable bug! As the sandworm gets closer, Dowdy launched a surprise attack. If these 2 sandworms were really allowed to wipe out this tribe of tens of thousands, then I would truly be fighting alone. Roar! Bang! Bang! One sandworm exploded instantly under his sonic attack, and the other was also seriously injured. Blood oozed from the corners of Dowdy's mouth, and his bloodline power was almost exhausted. Although he could also kill the enemy in close combat, if he did that, the myriad tribes behind him would not be safe, so he had to choose this more costly method. The other side. The heaven-shaking phenomenon still attracted most of the firepower. One of the pure white and strong teeth was broken in the fierce breakout battle. However, as the sandworms followed and strangled him and shook the sky, he gradually lost his strength. The originally large team fell apart when it was on the verge of breaking out. The huge sky-shaking phenomenon fell heavily on the edge of the breakout. He tried to struggle to stand up countless times, but the myriad races behind him simply passed over him in order to break through quickly. Overwhelmed his final struggle. He stared with eyes as big as copper bells, watching hope gradually fade away. The White Fox hiding in it looked back at the fallen Hantai Angxiang, sighed helplessly, and turned away. The outskirts of the Death Desert. The few 100,000 remaining alien beasts were desperate to escape from the desert. From time to time, a few spikes would suddenly appear from the desert and pierce the abdomen of all races. But the 10,000 clans who were only concerned with escaping had no time to rescue, so it was now a matter of luck, otherwise it would be a dead end. Not only were there ground spikes, but even the sudden outflow of Zerg made the entire fleeing team terrified. The original team of hundreds of thousands was reduced to only tens of thousands when they broke out of the Death Desert. Seeing that something was not right, the White Fox quietly left the team and hid in a secret corner. Waiting for these strange beasts are the Queen's guards who just intercepted them. The other side. After a bloody battle, Dowdy finally broke out of the Death Desert. It was even worse for those around him, with only a few hundred of the 10,000 races. At this moment, Dowdy sees enemies everywhere. Exploding bugs, sudden spikes on the ground, flying dragons in the sky. Dowdy was simply given the closest care by Jiang Wang. But he still underestimated the strength of this leader of all races. During the pursuit, Jiang Wang had at least 3 opportunities to kill him. But Dowdy actually directly devoured all the tribes that broke out with him, and suddenly increased his health and strength. He also used his magical powers to devour the springtail that was biting his tail. This caused Jiang Wang to lose control of his whereabouts for a while, which gave Dowdy a glimmer of hope. Following his inner intuition, after devouring all the surrounding creatures, Dowdy did not escape directly towards the giant wilderness's nest. Instead, he hid to both sides. At this moment, Dowdy is on the verge of collapse. The big mouth on the abdomen had already collapsed and eroded. And he himself was in a state of depression. After a night of searching, Except for the White Fox and Dowdy, all the tribes that came to search have been buried in this death desert. And Jiang Wang also paid a price of nearly 40 million Zerg. The blocking force commanded by Anna herself suffered heavy casualties when facing 30 million Wanzu. If it weren't for the addition of the Queen's Guard, perhaps the surrounded Dowdy could really wait for reinforcements. By then, under attack from both sides, Dowdy might be able to break through and head straight for his lair. Jiang Wang sat on the sofa in a daze. He had already overestimated the bloodlines and magical powers of these myriad races. But even so, I still underestimated their weirdness. Jiang Wang sighed slightly. Drag back all the corpses of the 10,000 races and prepare for a fierce battle. If Dowdy was a truly far-sighted leader, the first thing he would do once he returned to the giant wilderness nest would be to send troops. Use all your forces to fight a decisive battle when the Zerg have no chance to catch their breath. In that case, Dowdy still has an 80% chance of winning. Once Jiang Wang completely digests these more than 10 million tribes, it will be unknown who will live and who will die. In fact, Dowdy did exactly what Jiang Wang said. But the difference is that Dowdy was seriously injured and fell into a coma just after giving the order, and Beihu, as the commander-in-chief, could not convince the others. The will of all races to fight was not strong enough, which bought Jiang Wang some time. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang looked at the genes of Han Tianxiang and fell into a crazy transformation. He really needed this kind of soldiers who could charge into battle for him and attract a lot of firepower. He invested all the evolution points accumulated during this period into the E-level talent proliferation and various types of soldiers. A full 120,000 evolution points. It was possible to evolve C-level talents to B-level. But a big battle is about to begin, and Jiang Wang needs to improve his strength quickly in the fastest and most direct way. C-level talent proliferation plus 0/100000. Evolution completed. Function: increase the host's explosion speed by 300%. Zumping max evolution completed. Poisonous cockroach max evolution completed. Tank max evolution completed. Advance. Black Iron level 4. Advance. Black Iron level 5. Advance. Bronze 5th level. Jiang Wang has made huge improvements to all existing arms. Because the arms become stronger as the host becomes stronger, Jiang Wang also upgraded himself to Bronze 5, but because of his talents as a destroyer and primordial, Jiang Wang's intelligence and physical strength at this moment have reached a terrifying 5,000 points. It may not seem like much, but Jiang Wang's mental power has been compressed again and again because of the existence of the original one. If the mental power density was only 1 before, then the density is at least 10 now. Moreover, with the improvement of Jiang Wang, the density is still increasing. The spiritual power at this moment is like an ancient pond with no bottom. Jiang Wang felt the endless power in his body and the vast spiritual force, and he felt a little safer. In fact, it only cost 40,000 evolution points to upgrade the troop type, but it took 80,000 to upgrade myself to Bronze 5. Because his base is higher, the spiritual power of Chen Hui, who is at the 5th level, is just over 100. Because of his talent, his original mental power of thousands was compressed directly to 400. As a result, Jiang Wang needs a huge amount of evolution points every time he advances to a higher level. Chapter 49. As Jiang Wang's mental strength increased, when he looked at the gene chain of Han Tianxiang again, his ears and eyes became clear instantly. Countless ideas burst into Jiang Wang's mind. At the same time, with Jiang Wang's exposure, the nest was no longer hidden, and the fungal blanket quickly extended outward. With the hive as the center, the entire area with a radius of 50,000 meters is covered with fungal mats. On top of the fungal mat, various supplies are densely piled up. The entire Zerg race entered war mode, and the worker bees kept going in and out of the sand like they were full of energy. Inside the hive, thousands of hatcheries have springtails or new species being created every second. And as a huge figure gradually emerged from the hatching pool, the Zerg finally had their own heaven-shaking phenomenon. Jiang Wang walked out of the insect nest and looked at the soldiers that were genetically modified based on the foundation of the heaven-shaking phenomenon. Created an unknown soldier, Thunder Beast. Army level, A level. Thunder Beast, evolvable. Attack, 888. Speed, 666. Life, 9,999. Evolution points obtained, 10,000 points. The Thunder Beast generally inherited the appearance of the heaven-shaking elephant, and is roughly the appearance of a mammoth. But it is even bigger. In order to make the Thunder Beast more resistant to attacks, Jiang Wang implanted some unknown beetle shells into it, making its skin harden like bones. Jiang Wang also made changes to the Thunder Beast's fangs. The original fangs only had a piercing effect, but Jiang Wang changed the fangs into sharp blades like sickles. Since it is a modification at the genetic level, the fangs have been extremely sharp since their creation. In order to enhance the Thunder Beast's ability to withstand blows, Jiang Wang incorporated the mineral diamond into it for the first time. The effect is that the originally bony surface epidermal armor is covered with a layer of diamond material, making it more resistant to impact. Originally Jiang Wang wanted to make more changes, but time did not allow it. The White Fox sent back a message in the giant wilderness nest. The awakened Dowdy suppressed the internal disputes and let the White Fox lead 80 million people of all races to guard the home and prevent sneak attacks by humans. He dragged his seriously injured body and led 10 leaders and 40 million tribesmen to attack Jiang Wang. The 40 million myriad races were so powerful that even humans far away in the City of Eternal Strength could observe the movements of the myriad races. The fighting monsters that Jiang Wang is talking about is not about fighting the myriad races, right? Someone raised a question in the command room. We observed that Dowdy once led nearly 10 million of the myriad tribes to the Death Desert, and only a few of them escaped after a day. Deputy Commander Sunyo said at this time. Because of the characteristics of the Lord, he was divided into battlefield logistics work. You mean Jiang Wang killed 10 million of the Wanzu in one day? Sun Xiantian said with some disbelief. Statistically speaking, yes. Although Sunyo didn't believe it, he still said it coldly. I think this is the best time for us to send out troops. Take advantage of the lack of troops in Giant Wilderness Nest and win the trial in one fell swoop. There was some excitement on Sunyo's cold and proud face. What do you think? Sun Xiantian did not answer Sunyo's suggestion, but threw the question to all the legion commanders present. Han Binjian and Xiao Yan were also among them. I think what Deputy Commander Su said is right. We not only have to attack Zhuyi, but also need to send troops to help Jiang Wang eliminate the 40 million Wanzu. Han Binjian said very passionately. But some people expressed different opinions. I don't think the Dowdy will be completely defenseless. We are completely unfamiliar with the terrain of the giant wilderness nest. If we attack rashly, we will only suffer greater losses. I think we should do our best to rescue or help Jiang Wang. Xiao Yan said calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, there were different opinions in the command room. But they are roughly divided into two factions. Radical and conservative. The conservatives believed that part of the troops should be sent to rescue Jiang Wang, and take advantage of the divided troops to establish a stronghold outside the Yangjian city, gradually eroding the 10,000 races. The radicals believed that Jiang Wang should be used as bait and the entire army should attack directly to the enemy. Sun Xiantian had a smile on his face. His purpose was simple, to kill the king, and he led mankind to victory. Perfect. So he did not agree to Sunyo's plan immediately, but raised the question. Seeing that the discussion was almost over, Sun Xiantian spoke slowly. We need to send out soldiers. But not to rescue Jiang Wang. Instead, we need to get the Lord out of the city. We need to establish a territory and fully deploy our advantages. Sun Xiantian glanced around with cold eyes. Jiang Wang thinks highly of himself and did not contact us at first. Being besieged by all races can be considered as his last contribution to mankind. Of course, we haven't completely given up on Jiang Wang. I will post a message on the public screen. If Jiang Wang escapes, we will go to the death desert to pick him up. Sun Xiantian spoke generously and awe-inspiringly. Although this statement did not receive support from the radicals, it did help the two sides reach a balance. We must not give up Jiang Wang. His troops are the best choice to deal with the 10,000 races. He is definitely worth rescuing. At the very least, we can send troops to besiege the 10,000 races. Or... Enough. Xiao Yan was interrupted by Sun Xiantian before he could finish his words. 60 million. Who knows how many other races are in the giant wilderness nest? What if they send troops to support us? Are we going to put all humans on the gambling table just for Jiang Wang? Sun Xiantian angrily scolded Xiao Yan with a serious face. Xiao Yan lowered his head and clenched his fists. He could be said to be one of the few people in the world who understood Jiang Wang. He knew very well how powerful Jiang Wang was, but... He looked up suddenly. Then I'll go by myself. The chivalrous young man Xiao Yan decided to go and take a look, even though he might have to face internal suppression and external attacks from all races. Captain Xiao, even if you want to die, do your subordinates also want to die? Those are your brothers. They are your companions who have entrusted their lives to you. Sun Suanation's words were harsh and sharp, hitting Xiao Yan like a heavy hammer. I know you come from the same primordial realm, but, my condolences. Sun Xiantian walked to Xiao Yan, patted his shoulder and said. Then. This operation is named Operation Nesting. The leaders of each army begin to expand outward. Captain Xiao, due to personal reasons, Han Binjian will temporarily take over as the commander of the corps. Yes. In the command room, all the legion commanders received orders and began to walk out. Only Xiao Yan was left standing there dejectedly. If Commander Xiao can gather enough men, I can allow you to enter the edge of death to investigate the military situation. Sun Yo walked up to Xiao Yan and said slowly. Xiao Yan suddenly looked up at the woman in front of him who was incompatible with him. Xiao Yan is the Lord of Fire, Sun Yo is the Lord of Water. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiantian turned around suddenly. Looking directly at Sun Xiantian with a fierce look, Sun Yo said calmly. As the deputy commander, I can still issue orders that I think are correct without violating the general direction, right? Commander Sunday. Sun Xiantian looked directly at this woman who had always been cold, arrogant, and capable, and suddenly smiled. Certainly. Chapter 50. Outside the Yangjian city, nearly 100 people gathered around Xiao Yan. These are the people who trust him and are willing to fight with him. Deputy Commander Su, I won't say anything else. If you don't die on this trip, you will be my brother from now on. Xiao Yan looked at Sun Yo and Han Binjian in front of him with a generous expression. If Xiao Yan hadn't persuaded Han Binjian to leave by saying that he was worried about handing the army over to others, Han Binjian would have been in his team at this time. Sun Yo's smiling face instantly turned cold, but he still opened his thin lips slightly. Just don't die. After waving goodbye, Xiao Yan embarked on a path he believed was right. Death Desert, Insect Nest. With the blessing of Jiang Wang's talent and egg-laying. In just half a day, the lost springtails were replenished. Moreover, the newly born springtails are evolved and modified by Jiang Wang. Faster, stronger, more powerful, and longer lasting. The Thunder Beast core displayed not far away and the sandworms surging underground also increased Jiang Wang's chances of winning. On the other hand, Jiang Wang tried to delay the march of the Wanzu. It can be said that every possible means are used. Bomb bugs, ground spikes, spore traps, springtail bait. But these are ultimately insignificant in the face of huge numbers. In the army of all races, Dowdy was lying in a specially prepared tent. Although his spirit was weak, his eyes were bright. His blood is almost exhausted now. If he delays for a few more days, he may not be able to command these leaders of all races. If Jiang Wang develops by then, their race will be in great danger. Another reason that supported him to rush at night was that he needed to kill Jiang Wang to gain the blood power of his ancestor. Otherwise, with the injuries he suffered, even if he returned to the 10,000 races, he would fall from the ranks of geniuses. According to the tradition of their Dowdy tribe, it would be better to just die. He has already taken a gamble and has no way out. The vanguard of all races soon arrived at the edge of the death desert. No living creature can stand in the way. But Jiang Wang did not waste his troops at this time. With the information sent back by the sky myriad races, the location of Jiang Wang's insect nest has been determined. The army of all races was divided into 3 groups and marched towards the insect nest in a mighty force. On Jiang Wang's side, the Thunder Beast Corps was dispersed within the various Zergling Corps, forming a joint corps to guard in all directions at a distance of 40,000 meters from the hive, leaving a 10,000 meter fungal carpet as a battlefield. Inside the insect nest, King Jiang held his breath. Soon, flying dust began to appear on the virtual screen, followed by the flying creatures that covered the sky, and then the creatures that seemed like a wave. There was no communication. Kill as soon as you meet. The combined corps also began to charge, with the Thunder Beast taking the lead. Its huge fangs and massive body gave off an endless sense of oppression with every step. Bang! The Thunder Beast and the original Gene's earth-shaking phenomenon collided fiercely. Howl! The roar of the earth-shaking elephant shook the sky, and the broken tusks also proved the incomparable power of the Thunder Beast. The myriad races and the Zerg races killed each other fiercely. Although the combat power of the Zerglings has been greatly improved after evolution, they are still unable to fight against all the races one-on-one, and even 3-on-1 is difficult. After just one encounter, the Wanzu race advanced 1 kilometer. The Dowdy assisting the Central Army watched this scene from afar. He frowned, not because the 10,000 races were attacking too quickly or was suspicious. But it's too slow. You know, when they broke through, he led only tens of thousands of the Wanzu to kill nearly 1 million Zerg. But now the Zerg's improvement and reproduction speed are too terrifying. And that giant beast that can shake the sky. Looking at the fearless Zerg, Dowdy suddenly trembled all over. If he doesn't die, a catastrophe will happen to all races. Thinking of this, he immediately sent out all 3 leaders around him. You must use the fastest speed. The strongest strength. The most overwhelming combat power. Destroy Jiang Wang. The insect nest was hit like this on 3 sides. In just 1 hour, the Wanzu advanced the battlefield by 10,000 meters. It is only 30,000 meters away from the insect nest. And the pace of breakthroughs has not slowed down. Inside the observation room, everyone looked at this scene with a frown on their brows. The gap is still too big. Zhou Gan couldn't help but sigh that Jiang Wang brought him so many surprises. He hoped that Jiang Wang could bring him another big surprise, or even a miracle. But he was still disappointed. In the face of such powerful strength, all Jiang Wang could do was to die slower. Then, Principal, Aunt Li Shui said anxiously. She didn't want her new disciple to die in the trial battlefield before he could even enjoy his freshness for long. Zhou Gan frowned and thought. Let Mr. Qian take action. Wang Tianfeng also spoke. It's not that they don't have the ability to rescue the people themselves. But the top leaders of both sides are watching this war. If we act rashly, the consequences will be disastrous. It's the only way. Zhou Gan also nodded in agreement. As for the master-level moves, they are willing to hide it, provided that the other party's ancestor level is not keeping an eye on the scene. The other side. Anna's forehead was already covered with sweat. A dozen days ago, she was still a queen who could only command hundreds of thousands of people. And now, he has to command nearly hundreds of millions of people, and even fight on 3 fronts. This added to her stress. The 10,000 races have advanced to within 20,000 meters of the insect nest. Jiang Wang looked at the battle line that was constantly being pushed forward and suddenly spoke. Start! As Jiang Wang's voice fell. And he took over the battle directly. Today he wanted to let these races know the combat effectiveness of the Zerg on the fungal blanket and outside the fungal blanket. These are two different things. All the dead tens and Zergs on the fungal blanket were absorbed into the fungal blanket in just a few minutes and directly supplied to the Zerg on the front line. Dozens of sandworms also jumped out of the sand. Flames gushed out towards all races. As a large amount of energy poured in, the hatching pool that had been prepared in the insect nest started to run at high speed. It was directly connected to the fungal blanket, and a hatching pool was built not far from the 10,000 races. The larvae implanted with the genes of thunder beasts and sandworms were directly transported to the back of all races by the fungal mat. With the huge energy supply, it turns into a thunder beast or a sandworm in the blink of an eye. For a while, the insects that appeared everywhere instantly disrupted the attack rhythm of all races. Doughty, who was at the back, stared at the stopped attack with narrowed eyes. He could even see the huge insect nest. But, these damn Zerg actually still have the ability to resist. Doughty's eyes were almost red, and he used the last remaining power of his blood to pressure all the races to charge forward and fight regardless of life and death. And the 10,000 races did cause greater damage to the Zerg. And that's all. As Jiang Wang spread his spiritual power to all Zerg, all the Zerg's spiritual valves were completely opened. We are the executors of the great sovereign's consciousness. A sudden spiritual will suddenly emerged. Jiang Wang instantly locked onto the source of consciousness. It was a springtail. It is Jiang Wang's first Zergling. Considering its current strength, it is an unparalleled luck to be alive. The Zerglings of the mainstream troops have gone through several rounds of replacement, and Zerglings like it have become the nutrients of the Zerg. Because fighting means committing suicide. But he survived tenaciously and gained consciousness. Complex genes were injected directly into the body of the springtail through the fungal mat. In just a dozen seconds. This old broken car. It instantly turns into a supercar Ferrari. It instantly became the Zerg's highest combat force. Dominate. The nascent will expresses its endless loyalty in the most superficial way. Just call me Hiraz. Chapter 51. Jiang Wang didn't know the reason for Hiraz's birth of consciousness, nor did he know what his birth meant. The only thing he cares about now is whether he can wipe out all these tribes in one fell swoop. With the help of the fungal blanket, the Zerg successfully blocked the myriad races, but the myriad races gradually discovered the strangeness of the fungal blanket. They began to specifically destroy the fungal blanket in large quantities. Although it was not enough to completely destroy the fungal blanket, it did cause some trouble to the Zerg. There are 3 troops, and the one closest to the hive is only 10,000 meters away. For a moment, the two sides fell into a strange balance. All the tribes were mad with killing intent, but they could not break in no matter what. The Zerg were fearless and brave, but they were unable to repel the enemy. Doughty's eyes were bloodshot. Almost, just a little bit. Notify the white foxes. Come out in full force. Doughty made a prompt decision. The terrifying growth power displayed by Jiang Wang was too terrifying. The myriad races absolutely cannot tolerate the appearance of another Ye Chen. He tried to gather the leaders to carry out a decapitation operation, but the overwhelming number of alien dragons not only made them return empty-handed, but also almost killed 2 leaders. When the 10,000 races and the Zerg were evenly matched, Doughty knew that the 2 sides were no longer truly evenly matched. But Jiang Wang was ready to launch a counterattack. Doughty looked with an unpleasant expression at all the races that had already penetrated deep into the fungal mat. There is no way to retreat. And inside the nest of Juye. Even though Doughty has already explained to all the leaders that if this battle is lost, he, Doughty, will bear all the responsibility. To be honest, in the eyes of the White Fox, Doughty, apart from being a little arrogant, showed decisiveness when facing Jiang Wang, worthy of being the descendant of the top beasts among all races. Can. The white fox looked at the leader who was still arguing. I sighed helplessly inwardly. Why does he think that he, Doughty, can shoulder such a big responsibility? After all, we are here to kill humans to gain a chance to evolve. He is a top race, and if he fails, he has his elders to back him up. What about us? Several emotional leaders said angrily. It's not their fault. From his point of view, what Doughty did was to eliminate a huge hidden danger for the entire 10,000 races. But from other people's perspective, it means revenge. He led his team to a Waterloo, his bloodline was damaged, but he made all the races pay the price. Bang! That's enough. Beihu couldn't bear it any longer. She had experienced the battle with Jiang Wang, and she also understood Doughty's intentions. She gathered the strength of all races and strangled Jiang Wang directly to eliminate the trouble forever. Her seductive eyes scanned all the leaders. White Fox, a first-class race, is only a step away from the top. When she put down her seductive charm, the gigantic fox demon figure appeared behind her. Leave 40 million people to guard the heart of giant wilderness. Everyone else, go to the death desert. This was her compromise, taking away only 40 million exotic beasts. She had lost her patience. Every second these leaders wasted, hundreds or even thousands of people from all races would die on the front line. Under her iron-blooded wrist, 40 million exotic beasts quickly set off. The other side. Seeing that he could not break through the Zerg's defense line, Doughty finally gave the order to retreat. Through several battles with Jiang Wang, he has come to understand that once a stalemate occurs, the longer the stalemate lasts, the greater Jiang Wang's chance of winning. Doughty coughed up blood and patiently responded to the leader who came to question him. You have also seen that the strange mycelium will quickly help the Zerg replenish its troops. Although our soldiers are brave and good at fighting, they cannot sacrifice themselves in such a meaningless way. Today we have killed at least 30 million Zerg. I have notified White Fox to come to support us. When the time comes, we will unite our forces and we will definitely be able to kill Jiang Wang. At this moment, Doughty no longer has the raging demonic flames and domineering aura it had before. Instead, it appeased several leaders. Seeing that the leaders in front of him still didn't buy it, Doughty restrained his smile and spoke slowly. Don't worry, when the time comes, Jiang Wang's life or death will be decided by you, I won't get involved. Doughty directly gave up Jiang Wang's life and death, which was equivalent to giving up the reward from the ancestor. Having said this, a few leaders responded to Doughty sporadically. Watching these leaders leave, blood oozed from the corners of Doughty's mouth. He already knew that the White Fox was on the way with only 40 million of his tribe. He hated them. He hated these leaders for being short-sighted. He hated himself for not choosing to break out at the first opportunity, but putting his hopes on these rubbish. He naively thought that as long as the support was in place, he would be able to counterattack Jiang Wang. He hates. But now he could do nothing about it. Inside the insect nest. As all races withdrew from the fungal mat in an orderly manner, the Zerg's pursuit came to an end. Jiang Wang frowned as he looked at all the races standing ready around the fungal blanket. He is not afraid if all races continue to attack, because the Zerg themselves survive by fighting. As long as you are on this battlefield of fungal blanket, the harder you fight and the more people die, the stronger the Zerg will become. But now that all the races have suddenly withdrawn, he can only think of one possibility. Waiting for backup, thunder strike. This is also Jiang Wang's most important shortcoming at present. His development time is still too short. If he were given another 3 days, let alone 40 million, even if all the races came, he would not be afraid as long as they were fighting on the fungal mat. Jiang Wang stopped the gene sequencing at hand and sat on the sofa to think. Suddenly, he swiped out the public screen. I am Jiang Wang. I have tied up most of the Wanzu's forces, roughly 4 kilowatts, and there should be reinforcements from the Wanzu that continue to enter the Death Desert. Preliminary estimates are 2 kW 6 kW. I hope everyone can seize the opportunity. To prove their authenticity, Jiang Wang posted several videos directly on the public screen. These are all scenes of today's battle between the Zerg and the 10,000 races. In the command room of the Eternal City, everyone watched the video uploaded by Jiang Wang. There are countless races covering the sky and the Zerg that seems to have no end. Blood, broken limbs. It's like a giant meat grinder. Even though everyone had experienced siege warfare, when faced with such a scene, they still felt infinite fear in their hearts. Two questions arise in everyone's heart. Can I survive on such a battlefield? How strong is Jiang Wang? The one with the most interesting expression belonged to Sun Xiantian. His mind is now full of MMP and greetings to the masked man. Let me kill Jiang Wang. What can I use to kill him? Looking at the extremely ferocious Zergs and the thunder beast that knocked down all the races with one charge, Sun Xian is sick. I think that since Jiang Wang has the ability to stop the 10,000 races, we should seize this opportunity. Whether it's rescuing Jiang Wang or attacking Zhuyi's nest, we should make a decision instead of standing still. Sun Yo was the first to break the silence. I suggest that the 1st, 3rd, 6th, 9th, 13th, 16th, and 24th Corps, a total of 50 million people, rush to the Death Desert. Rescue Jiang Wang. The cold voice echoed in the command room. After a long time, Sun Xiantian slowly spoke. No, our ultimate goal is victory. As long as we win, we can still save Jiang Wang. On top of Deputy Commander Su's original strength, we will add the 2nd, 3rd, 7th, 15th, 19th, and 26th Corps, totaling 70 million people. We will divide our forces into 2 groups and attack Huanglong directly. Gentlemen, may your military fortunes flourish. May your military fortune flourish. Chapter 52. Unlike all the other races who can go into battle by just raising their legs, it is relatively more troublesome for humans to go on expeditions. Leave the city in batches, who goes first and who goes later, which corps will assist in reconnaissance. After working for nearly a whole morning, the team finally started to move slowly. And Sun Xiantian was also in the team. He repeatedly watched the videos released by Jiang Wang while thinking about how to play this time. In fact, fighting at the tens of millions level is very difficult, and the orcs also have the command and suppression of bloodlines. But humans can only communicate, so the efficiency is actually relatively low. And this is exactly what Sun Xiantian sees. Only by dragging it out slowly like this can Jiang Wang be killed at the hands of the 10,000 races, and then he can take advantage of the situation to devour the already exhausted 10,000 races, or directly win the trial. Not only did you complete the task, you also received the reward. Perfect. Looking at the people all over the mountains, Sun Xiantian felt a sense of heroism. On the other side, Xiao Yan, who had already arrived at the Death Desert, was stunned when he saw the video sent by Jiang Wang. Boss, do we really need to rescue them? The younger brother beside Xiao Yan stuttered. With only 100 or so people like them, let alone a rescue operation, if the 10,000 races army gets lost, they will all become desert fertilizer. Since we're here, it's okay if you don't want to watch from afar. Xiao Yan was also a little uncertain. The other side. The White Fox also received the news that humans were sending troops on a large scale, but she no longer cared about that. As long as they can win the battle quickly, it should not be a problem for her to hold on until they come back with the backup plan she left in the giant wilderness's nest. And now she has reached the edge of the Death Desert. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the news that humans had sent troops to attack the giant wilderness nest. To be honest, he didn't think these people would come to save him. After all, they didn't have much affection for each other. Moreover, his current points were at the top of the list. If he died, it would be a good thing for those behind him. Jiang Wang shrugged slightly. As long as he could send troops to contain the 10,000 races, it would be fine. After all, it would not be a good idea to allow the 10,000 races to send troops continuously like this. Reassured, Jiang Wang plunged back into researching genes. All the arms that can be upgraded have been upgraded. Jiang Wang could only focus on more weapons. Research targeted spore bacteria and bombs based on the genetic characteristics of all races. Moreover, he squeezed out a drop of dominant blood, which was named by Anna. This drop of blood not only contains Jiang Wang's dominant power, but also some genes of the original destroyer. Just in case of need. The camp of all races. Doughty's aura became increasingly weak. The original blood overdraft was not limited to this. As long as he recovered well, although he could not recover to his previous strength, at least he would not die. But in order to intimidate the leader, Doughty not only did not rest well, but even stimulated his blood several times. At this moment, no one can save him except the ancestor. He had already begun to regret it. Would it have been better if he had rested well, defeated the human race, and then told the higher UPS about Jiang Wang? But it was no use regretting it. He was arrogant and conceited at first, thinking that the rewards from Jiang Wang and the ancestors were easy to come by, which led him to make the wrong judgment at first. One wrong step, all wrong. Chief. The White Fox Chief is here. Hearing these words, Doughty's eyes suddenly lit up. Quick, let her come. As soon as he finished speaking, the White Fox walked into the tent. Leader. Feeling the Doughty's weak breath, the White Fox felt a little sad. Good. You're here for the best. As long as we unite our forces, we will be able to defeat the Zerg this time. Soon, a battle plan gradually took shape through the discussion between the two. After half a day's rest, the troops brought by the White Fox and the remaining troops of the Doughty, as the sun was setting, all the races decided to launch a frontal attack. Because as long as they are on the fungal blanket, no matter which direction they attack from, the Zerg's support will always be much faster than that of the other races. It's better to face it head-on. And outside the insect nest, countless newly hatched Zergs are ready for battle. After continuous military expansion, Jiang Wang only had 30 million troops. Zerg, 80 million. 10,000 races, 70 million. The difference in military strength is not big. Following the order from the White Fox, all the races launched a charge. Although Jiang Wang modified the genes of the Zerg, he was still unable to resist the attack of the 10,000 races. Countless poisonous cockroaches spewed out poisonous spore mist. Some of the myriad races lost their combat effectiveness at the first touch, while others were not affected at all. This is a spore bomb developed by Jiang Wang based on the genes of the Wanzu. But even so, the battle line was still being pushed forward rapidly. 50,000 meters. 45,000 meters. 40,000 meters. In just 1 hour, the entire race advanced 10,000 meters. Jiang Wang is also under increasing pressure. There are countless hatching pools spread out near the insect nest. Continuously provide fresh blood to the front line. The Zergling fearlessly charges at an enemy that is several times stronger than it, just to inflict a wound on the enemy before dying and stop the enemy from moving forward. The tank jumped into the myriad races and was blown up in just a dozen seconds. Sandworms spewing flames. The thunder beast let out an angry cry. Ruined creep. All races launched an attack on the insect nest with the force of thunder. 35,000 meters. 30,000 meters. 25,000 meters. The battle lasted a day and a night. 50 million Zerg have been killed. If it weren't for the constant replenishment of life energy, Jiang Wang would have been pushed home long ago. And 20 million people from all races were killed. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang's eyes were red and Anna was exhausted. This time is different from the last time. Last time Jiang Wang was trying to wipe out the Doughty, so he had some spare strength. This time he really can't hold on. Even the Windwolves were sent out by Jiang Wang to add buffs to the Zerg. Jiang Wang clenched his fists, the offensive momentum of the 10,000 races still did not stop. 20,000 meters away from the battlefield, Xiao Yan and others watched the shocking scene in the night sky. The starry sky is full of stars and the bright moon hangs high in the sky. On the battlefield, the flames spewed out from the sandworms from time to time allowed Xiao Yan and others to see the densely packed myriad races and Zerg. The breeze carried a burning smell and a strong odor of blood. This. Xiao Yan was silent. He had S-level talent and was an elemental lord who could enter the form of a fire god. Whether among humans or in the Kaiwan world, he belongs to the first batch of geniuses. Therefore, he had the capital to scold Sun Qiantian, and he had the arrogance to come to the rescue. He wanted to let Jiang Wang see that he was no longer the Xiao Yan from the original world. But when he saw the battlefield under the moonlight, he was silent. Suddenly, he smiled suddenly. What a FG pervert! He is relieved. If you can't compete, then don't compete. It's no big deal. I can't beat you, but there are so many people who can't beat you. I can accept one more person. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart knot was suddenly untied. They lay on this sand dune. They no longer considered whether or not they could rescue Jiang Wang. If you can save it, save it. If you can't, forget it. Don't take on a job that you don't have the skills to do. Suddenly, Xiao Yan seemed to sense something and stood up abruptly. He had the highest rank among them, and he had just clearly felt that several powerful leaders of all races were circling not far away. Chapter 53. Several hidden leaders of all races also discovered Xiao Yan and his group. But if we go and kill those humans, this action will inevitably be exposed. Finally, under the command of the White Fox, they decided to focus on Jiang Wang first. At the edge of the fungal blanket, they attacked Jiang Wang's nest at the fastest speed. And the moment they stepped onto the fungal mat, Jiang Wang sensed their presence. Not to mention that these are all leader-level beings, how many Zergs are needed to stop them? The urgent war situation on the front line alone did not allow him to mobilize troops again. Jiang Wang rubbed Anna's head helplessly. Little Anna, I'll leave the frontal battlefield to you. I'm going to be out for a while. Anna certainly knew what Jiang Wang was about to face. But she could only suppress her anger and continue to calmly command the battle while tearing apart all races. Because the Lord said that for a general, anger is always a negative emotion. And Jiang Wang also walked out of the insect nest. He wasn't actually panicking. Because his statistics are not very strong. But because of the destroyer's absolute balance, his speed, strength, stamina, and intelligence are of equal quality. The cool wind blew on his face. The smell of gravel mixed with blood gradually cleared Jiang Wang's originally turbid mind. In front of him, there were several small dots approaching rapidly from far away. Beihu and several leaders also saw Jiang Wang for the first time. The black hair, black shirt, sparkling eyes, and handsome face in the moonlight made Beihu lose his mind for a moment. Is this the existence that defeated the Doughty and caused the deaths of countless races? Jiang Wang always has a special temperament, which is as gentle and elegant as his spiritual power. Under the moonlight, Jiang Wang's master style was fully displayed, and the leader of all tribes was a little unsure for a moment. Both sides were in an awkward situation for a while. You leaders have come from afar. Are you ready to let Jiang treat you to tea? Jiang Wang opened his thin lips slightly, and his calm expression and pleasant voice made people think that the leader in front of him was a good friend whom Jiang Wang had never met before. Swish! A pitch-black stinger stopped 10 centimeters behind Jiang Wang. The huge mental power prevented the poisonous needles of the Scorpion Lord from penetrating even a bit. Jiang Wang was somewhat helpless, as he thought that his martial arts master's outfit could scare off all these races. It seems that you do not want tea. Bang! It was as if the actual mental power was directly slapped down. The black scorpion hiding in the sand was instantly hit hard. Not only was the shell shattered, but even the mental power was covered with dense cracks. Behu majored in mental power. He expected that a lord who could command such a huge Zerg race must have a lot of mental power, but he didn't expect that Jiang Wang's mental power could be as terrifying as a physical entity. But since they had already chosen the decapitation operation, the several major leaders no longer hesitated and swarmed forward. For a while, Jiang Wang and the leaders of all tribes fought in a group. Although he lacked combat experience, Jiang Wang relied on his powerful mental strength to tie with several leaders in a short period of time. Jiang Wang dodged left and right, and if he couldn't avoid it, he would just take it head on. The more leaders I fought, the more frightened I became. They just thought Jiang Wang was a summoning lord, and except for his mental power, he was vulnerable. But it was only after the actual battle that I realized, damn, this guy is even more powerful in close combat. When the two-headed deer butted him, he took 2 steps back and was fine after just showing his teeth. He slapped the two-headed deer and wished he could just blow its head off. The big black bear was looking at Jiang Wang, who was jumping up and down like he was performing acrobatics, with trembling hands and a sad look in his eyes. Those who didn't know would think that Jiang Wang was the one being bullied, but he was a big black bear and even after a few slaps, even his palms were numb, Jiang Wang still couldn't break down. He got slapped on the back of his head and fainted without a sound. On the other side, Xiao Yan also ran towards Jiang Wang. Although he can't play a big role on the battlefield, he is good at small-scale duels and group fights. From the beginning when he saw Jiang Wang fighting against several leaders, he was furious and thought that Jiang Wang would fall in front of him. Now he sees Jiang Wang full of energy and even fighting back and forth. The total distance covered was no more than 3 kilometers. No, at the beginning he was jumping up and down because he was beaten, and he thought Jiang Wang couldn't hold on for long, but now he was almost in front of him. Why was he still jumping up and down? Why do those leaders seem to be dying? But he couldn't care less. Directly activate the strongest form and prepare to join the battle. Jiang Wang, I'm here to help you. Wait. Go fight that big black bear. Jiang Wang finally had time to say to Xiao Yan. He also didn't know how strong Xiao Yan was. If he rashly joined the battle here, it would only disrupt the current balance. When Xiao Yan heard Jiang Wang shouting, he thought that Jiang Wang was afraid of the big black bear. Then the flames that shot up into the sky hit the big black bear that had just recovered. Xiao Yan was full of confidence. He had just seen clearly that this black bear was trash. Even Jiang Wang couldn't beat him. He had to make a quick decision and then defeat them one by one. The angry black bear looked at the human who suddenly appeared in front of him and roared to the sky. For a moment, the power of the flame and the bear collided. Bang! The flaming phoenix that Xiao Yan had just rubbed with his hands was shattered by a slap from the black bear. The bear's paw, with its remaining power, hit Xiao Yan directly. Bang! Just like skipping stones on water, Xiao Yan bounced several times on the sand. Big black bear, I'm so fierce. Xiao Yan, why is it so fierce? Jiang Wang, are black bears so fierce? After a brief moment of confusion, Xiao Yan stopped underestimating his enemy and rushed towards the big black bear again. This time he fought back and forth with the big black bear. But the more he was beaten, the more frightened he became. If this black bear was created by Jiang Wang, what about the rest? At this time, Jiang Wang was holding the black scorpion's tail in his hand and waving it constantly, and the huge poisonous needle had already been broken by Jiang Wang. He was covered in wounds, but his spirits were very high. The leaders in front of him retreated one after another in fear of the black scorpion's giant turtle, especially the burning ox, which was famous for its defense and thick blood. Its fat and meat were as brittle as paper in front of Jiang Wang. I wanted to slap him to pieces. Little did he know that he was not the only one who felt this way, all the leaders felt the same way. Jiang Wang's absolute destruction is true damage plus critical strike. Even if he throws a lot of punches, Fenyu will be broken if he gets hit by a few more punches. At this point, the decapitation operation had turned out to be such a failure that several leaders realized it had failed. The White Fox's mental strength couldn't shake Jiang Wang at all, and her charm was like flirting with a blind man. The speed of the swift mouse in front of Jiang Wang was like an old man sprinting. It was really a real amateur and ridiculously slow. At one point it suddenly appeared behind Jiang Wang, ready to pierce his heart and end the fight. As a result, Jiang Wang appeared behind it the next second. A powerful shot almost sent it to death. As for the Black Scorpion, there is no need to mention it. The iron-black shell was full of cracks, and the scorpion looked like it was dying. Only the big black bear that fought with Xiao Yan didn't suffer any serious injuries except for a few pieces of burnt fur. The White Fox, who had already seen the situation clearly, suddenly attacked Xiao Yan. Damn it, if I can't beat Jiang Wang, I can't beat a little jerk like you. Xiao Yan lost consciousness for a moment due to the mental interference of the White Fox, and the big black bear seized the opportunity and slapped Xiao Yan with great force, sending him dozens of meters away. Are you sick? The White Fox shouted angrily at the big black bear. Chapter 54. She was really convinced. She just wanted the big black bear to kidnap Xiao Yan. Unexpectedly, the big black bear slapped Xiao Yan and sent him flying dozens of meters away. Jiang Wang, who had reacted, was already standing in front of Xiao Yan. He was even worried about Xiao Yan's safety and didn't even have time to take the big black scorpion. Seeing that there is no chance, White Fox directly ordered a retreat. The swift rat dragged the black scorpion away and disappeared, while the other races quickly retreated while being wary of Jiang Wang's sneak attack. Looking at the retreating tribes, Jiang Wang sighed. What a great opportunity! If it weren't for Xiao Yan, I might have been able to keep two. If the unconscious Xiao Yan knew what Jiang Wang was thinking at the moment, he might get up and vomit another 2 liters of blood. When Xiao Yan's brothers arrived, the battle was over. With no place to vent their passion, they could only take turns carrying the unconscious Xiao Yan. Inside the observation room, a lot of big guys are already numb. They were worried that Jiang Wang would die after being touched in the face, and they were even ready to send people to rescue him. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wang not only had strong mental strength, but also had other abilities as well. What a loser! Wang Tianfeng was heartbroken. With the abilities demonstrated by Jiang Wang, he could not only keep all the invading leaders of all races, but at least keep more than half of them. The result was that the other party was disabled and Jiang Wang was slightly injured. Aunt Shuet, Jiang Wang's combat skills need to be improved. Zhou Jian also said with some regret. Aunt Li Shui deeply agreed and finally found a direction to teach. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang specially opened a new ear chamber for Xiao Yan and his little brothers to live in. And he took over the command of the battlefield again. Because the leaders were carrying out decapitation operations, there was no one among the 10,000 races to suppress them. Although the attack was fierce, they were able to resist. Jiang Wang also took advantage of the absence of the leader of all races and launched a counterattack. Roar! One by one, the Thunder Beasts launched a charge, and the surrounding Zerglings followed the trajectory of the Thunder Beasts' charge, finishing off the 10,000 races that were still alive. Jiang Wang took advantage of this opportunity to throw his Blood of the Dominant into the incubation pool. He understood that even though he had repelled the Lord of all races, but in terms of positive hard power, there is still a long way to go. If there is no support, it is only a matter of time before the hive is breached. Originally, Jiang Wang wanted to decompose his own genes. Without saying too much, as long as the power of absolute destruction is extracted, the improvement to the Zerg will be unprecedented. But unfortunately, the decomposition pool exploded as soon as it took in its own genes. As a last resort, Jiang Wang had no choice but to put his product into the incubation pool. With Jiang Wang's choice, countless Zergs carrying the blood of the Overlord are about to be born after consuming countless energy. The camp of all races. Doughty looked at the black scorpions in front of him, all of which were injured and breathing heavily, with a look of shock on his face. You mean, you found Jiang Wang, and he invited you to have tea? And then you refused and got beaten up. Well. The white fox lowered his head in shame. But Doughty just felt dizzy and confused. After a long time, Doughty spoke slowly. There are only two options now. Either we attack Jiang Wang with all our strength and take down the hive within 3 days, or we retreat quickly and attack humans with all our strength and win in 3 days. Doughty sees things very clearly. Once you defeat Jiang Wang, no matter how difficult your next move is, it won't be more difficult than facing a crazy growing Jiang Wang. If Jiang Wang cannot be taken down, then we can only attack humans within 3 days and take down the everlasting city. For more than 3 days, Doughty couldn't imagine what Jiang Wang's Zerg would become after devouring so many races. No matter which one, all of them only have 3 days. He left the choice to the remaining tribes. He was tired, he wanted to move, but he couldn't carry it. A group of superior race leaders went to behead a summoner lord. With no Zerg around, they were discovered, one of them was half dead, and many were seriously injured. Vote it. There is nothing more heart-dead than this. But just as the leader hesitated, Jiang Wang's first batch of domination blades were born and have arrived at the front lines. The first batch was a full 5 million. Blade of Domination. Introduction: the Zerg were created by the Overlord using his own blood. Effect: each attack has a 10% chance of causing true damage and critical hit effects. And with the addition of these Zerg, the Zerg instantly tore a hole in the Wanzu's defense line. A 10% probability may seem small, but when the base number reaches a certain level, it is no different from a 100% critical hit. When a sky-shaking elephant is attacked by tens of thousands of Zergs, its death is almost instantaneous. The camp of all races. The white fox has made his decision. Retreat. In her calculations, the trial had already failed. The Wanzu are a race that only cares about results, they don't care how promising your opponent is when you destroy him. When they learned that you had killed a human, tens of millions of people died, and even lost the trial. Then you are a loser, a leader with no investment potential. Since failure is inevitable, the white fox can only think about how to get her back to an important position. There is only one way. It's natural to want to fail. That is what makes Jiang Wang so powerful. This would not only allow the top leaders of the 10,000 races to pay more attention to Jiang Wang and kill him in advance, but would also make their own failure less glaring. He will even become the chief advisor against Jiang Wang because of Doughty's half-disability. Although it is a tiger that brings trouble, but as long as the tiger eats other people, it has nothing to do with you. Doughty glanced at the white fox who was determined to retreat and smiled. He already understood the white fox's thoughts. But it doesn't matter. As the order to retreat was issued, countless races began to retreat. For these strange beasts, they are the lowest level of existence. Because of the suppression of their bloodline, they cannot even carry out the most basic resistance. So they could only fight desperately. Kill humans and kill everything that can help them advance. As long as they advance, they will no longer be controlled by others. But unfortunately, there are strong people who have emerged from the war. But most of them don't become stronger step by step. Some have potential power in their blood, which allows them to gradually become stronger and achieve high positions. But I made it purely by relying on my own luck and strength. Yes, but there is only one among all the races. All races retreated like a flood. The bodies of his fellow tribesmen were left behind. Their deaths mean nothing to all races, they are just numbers in the hands of the higher races. What died were not only the bodies of the lower class of all races, but also the dreams of the lower class of all races. The Zerg are still chasing us. At first Jiang Wang suspected it was a trap. But after considering the overall situation, I soon realized the twists and turns. In some ways, the Zerg is a more harsh human society. After all, the Zerg have bloodlines, and humans also have something similar to bloodlines. For example, the family. After figuring it out, the Zerg then began their pursuit without any worries. He just doesn't have high combat skills, but his brain has always been good. The Zerg, which had just been facing a desperate situation, suddenly felt a second spring in the next moment. Alas, in the final analysis, it's all about resources and power. Jiang Wang said slowly. Anna behind them tilted her head with a confused look on her face as she looked at the master who was leading them to victory. Chapter 55. Jiang Wang immediately released the information about the retreat of all races to everyone through the public screen. It also explains the combat capabilities and various situations that all races currently possess. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Holy crap! Jiang Wang is still alive? Is it really the Zerg that is fighting for supremacy in another world? Don't talk nonsense. Didn't you read the message? If the 50 million tribes attack the coalition forces directly, they will find us in a day at most. Good fellow, Jiang Wang can drive away so many tribes by himself, so why should we be afraid of the tribes when there are so many of us? Ask the person above, did you participate in the siege of the city by all races in the first 3 days? No, but do you think that humans can survive with such a tall wall? Aren't all the races only meant to be beaten? And you still say that all the races are terrifying? If people are not good, don't blame the uneven roads. Awesome! Just as Jiang Wang was refreshing the public screen and preparing to warn everyone about the power of the 10,000 races, I was suddenly at by someone. Sun Qiantian at Jiang Wang, if the 10,000 races launch an attack on our army, can you come to support us? Jiang Wang, no. The Zerg have suffered heavy losses and cannot conduct long-distance raids. Sun Qiantian, not at all. Jiang Wang, the losses are huge, and there is no point in sending troops rashly. If support is needed, it will be 3 days at the earliest. What Jiang Wang said was true. Although the Zerg could fight back and forth with the 10,000 races on the fungal mat, once they entered the plains or forests to fight, only those who outnumbered the 10,000 races by dozens of times could achieve the same effect as on the fungal mat. After receiving Jiang Wang's exact reply, Sun Qiantian looked at everyone in the coalition command room. Okay, Jiang Wang has made it clear that he can't provide support. Now, the biggest problem is, what should we do if those 50 million Wanzu come straight at us? What if there are still myriad races left in the giant wilderness nest, and they rush out towards us? The atmosphere in the command room was depressing. I suggest a frontal attack. Even if those 50 million myriads attack our coalition forces, they will be a tired army. Then we can cooperate with the flanking troops to divide and defeat them. Oppose. We have all witnessed the terrifying execution capabilities of the 10,000 races. As long as the leader is alive, there will be no rout. Once our army collapses first, we will be lambs to be slaughtered on the plains of the wilderness. Both sides held their own opinions, and Sun Qiantian tapped the table anxiously. He didn't expect that tens of millions of people failed to kill Jiang Wang, and he didn't expect that his original advantage of slow marching would become a burden. Now, whether we retreat or attack, we may be ambushed. I suggest we establish a battle line right here. A legion commander suddenly stood up and took a middle approach. Sun Suanation's eyes suddenly lit up. In his opinion, the risks of either attacking or retreating were too great, and this plan just hit the spot. That's it. The various legions set up positions around us. I don't believe that Jiang Wang can repel tens of millions of people alone. Do we need to retreat when there are so many of us? For a time, although each legion was unhappy, it was still within an acceptable range. After all, whether attacking or retreating, there is always a vanguard and a legion that retreats first. Now each legion regards the people under its command as its own team, and try their best to protect it in order to maintain their sudden power. The other side. Jiang Wang is going to see how Xiao Yan is recovering. As soon as I came in, I saw Xiao Yan leaning on the bed, with a group of people surrounding him, making a lot of noise. Hey, what are you doing? When the people around saw Jiang Wang coming, they all made way for him. I saw a person holding a personal terminal with saliva flying. Let me tell you. At that time, our boss dodged and kicked. He kicked the big black tiger leader more than 100 meters away. Facing the siege of more than a dozen leaders, he was not afraid. He attacked from both sides. Jiang Wang's smile disappeared and he played a single 6. When Xiao Yan saw Jiang Wang coming, his originally slightly red face suddenly became even redder than when he was in the elemental state. Bang! Xiao Yan slapped Lu Qinghao. Boss, you hit, ah ha 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 ha, Boss Jiang is here. Lu Qinghao instantly put on a smiling face. Jiang Wang smiled and said nothing. After checking that Xiao Yan's injuries were not serious, he left. Before leaving, I felt a little sad when I saw them having so much fun. The other side. Under the command of the White Fox, all the races rushed straight towards the coalition forces. Through the initial siege, she already had a basic understanding of human combat power. Except for the pervert Jiang Wang, most humans are still at a normal level. And the normal level means that as long as they are in the wild, all races will not be afraid of humans at all. Moreover, all races are in urgent need of a victory now. A magnificent victory. To make up for the morale lost at Jiang Wang's place. 50 million soldiers from all races were divided into 3 groups and moved towards the coalition forces' positions. Inside the observation room, Zhou Jian frowned slightly as he watched the Lord begin to build fortifications on the spot. Madness! No wonder Zhou Jian said that. Everyone was seriously warned 1 week before they entered the trial. Lords, especially summoning lords, should never engage in field battles with the myriad races before reaching the silver level. That's why we went to so much trouble to build the everlasting city. When Sun Xiantian received the news from Jiang Wang, he did not choose to evacuate or send reinforcements to the rear immediately. This is in contrast to the fact that an immature calf must be given to a hyena. Times of day. With the help of troops and elemental lords, the position was initially formed. There are fortresses rising from the ground, various traps on the periphery, and endless types of soldiers. These are his confidence. He is the strongest in District 1. 50 million troops. Several legions. He doesn't believe there is no way to fight. On the side of the 10,000 races, the White Fox determined the coalition forces' positions and fortifications through various reconnaissance operations. The reason for the delay in attacking was that all races also needed to rest, and the White Fox had also become much more cautious. She is always on guard against the movements of the Death Desert and the Everlasting City. When it was sure that there was no ambush, the Snow White Fox revealed a cruel smile. Kill! At once, the 3 armies of the 10,000 races launched attacks from different directions. Chapter 56. Wang Zhang, if the 10,000 races really confront the coalition forces head-on, who do you think has a better chance of winning? Xiao Yan looked at Jiang Wang anxiously. It depends on the determination of the 10,000 races. I haven't fought with humans many times, but I think that given the current situation, the coalition forces have little chance of winning. Jiang Wang answered Xiao Yan while combining the genes. So many people have no chance of winning. If you think you can win by having more people, you are very wrong. If there is a battle of 100,000 people, humans have a higher chance of winning, because if there are even 30,000 summoners among the 100,000 people, then the number may be more than 100,000 more than the myriad races. But once the scale reaches tens of millions. Speaking of this, Jiang Wang began to recall the bloody scene when the 10,000 races launched a large-scale attack. There are too many variables. Xiao Yan was still a little confused. At the level of tens of millions, if human lords reached tens of millions, with those types of troops, it would be very easy to have tens of millions more than the myriad races. If the number reaches tens of millions, it's not that simple. Do you know what will happen if there is a rout or the army loses its morale? Jiang Wang also stopped what he was doing, turned around and looked at Xiao Yan and spoke seriously. Once you flee, tens of millions of people are no better than tens of millions of pigs. Kill! Zhang Jiang on the city wall roared with blood on his face. But the next second, a griffin grabbed him and tore him in half in mid-air. And this scene is happening everywhere. The originally tall and solid fortress was destroyed like a rotten wood with the cooperation of all kinds of strange beasts from all races. Report. The outermost line of defense has been broken. The myriad races are beginning to advance towards the fourth line of defense. Report. Commander Zhang Ruoxin is leading hundreds of thousands of troops to retreat towards the fourth line of defense. Requesting support. Report. The 27th Legion requests support. Report. Bang! What on earth does Zhang Ruoxin do for a living? In the command room, Sun Suanation's eyes were bloodshot. Zhang Ruoxin was the commander-in-chief of the fifth line of defense appointed by him. He was also the first strong man to surrender to him. Sun Xiantian gave him the most troops and even asked people to help build traps for him. He didn't expect that in just half a day, the 10,000 races broke through the outermost defense line. Actually, this is not Zhang Ruoxin's fault. Although he has many types of troops and many summoners under his command, the Kaiwan world has told everyone an iron rule from the beginning: do not fight against the myriad races below the silver level. The main reason is that the summoners below the silver level cannot summon troops of the same level as him. This means that a bronze 5th level summoner may only have bronze 1st level soldiers, or even lower. Although other lords are not as exaggerated as the summoning lords, their strength will also decline to varying degrees when facing the myriad races of the same level. For example, the martial arts lord, at this moment, is simply unable to fight against the primitive instinctive beasts of the same level, as he has not yet comprehended the laws to that level. Although traps and troops also caused great damage to all races. But under the suppression of killing and blood, all the races withstood the pressure and launched a powerful siege. Due to the shortage of time, it is called a city wall, but in fact it is just a small mound of several dozen meters. When the battle turns into hand-to-hand combat, it can basically be declared over. Under the stimulation of evolution, all races frantically harvested the lives of the escaped lords. Zhang Ruoxin also chose to retreat when he was powerless to save the situation. On the city wall, the white fox looked at the broken limbs and arms all over the ground and curled the corners of his mouth slightly. An idea arose in the minds of all the leaders. That's right, this is how humans should behave when facing the great myriad races. Jiang Wang is just a monster. But when they really thought of Jiang Wang, they shuddered again. What kind of summoner lord can fight against tens of millions of tribes in the bronze stage, and can also hold down 7 leaders and beat them up? The strange beasts whizzing past them brought the leaders back to reality. Obviously, attacking such a fortress is much more fun than attacking Jiang Wang's. Some exotic beasts have not only evolved their bloodlines, but their strength has also greatly improved. Follow the team that was just let go and be ready to attack at any time. Beihu said calmly that she had just let Zhang Ruoxin and others leave on purpose in order to break through the fourth line of defense. Tell Money Rat to hurry up. As the strange beasts next to it retreated under orders, the white fox seemed to have regained its original confidence. On the other side, Zhang Ruoxin and his confidants retreated towards the fourth line of defense. Behind him, hundreds of thousands of lords fled for their lives. Zhang Ruoxin frowned as he looked at the Wanzu who had been following him. He was not a mediocre person, and he had also come out of battles along the way. When he saw all races driving all humans towards him, he felt something was wrong. But there was nothing he could do. He doesn't want to die. Sun Xiantian also realized that this time the 10,000 races were more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Tell Zhang Ruoxin not to approach the fourth line of defense. I will have people open up a path through the fourth line of defense, but have him set up a position in front of the fourth line of defense to block the enemy. If he leads the deserters to charge, they will all be killed as members of the 10,000 races. Sun Suanation's eyes were cold. There was dead silence in the command room. What's the point of opening a road? Aren't the legs of all races faster than humans? Besides, how can such a narrow path accommodate hundreds of thousands of people? Sun Suanation's order was basically a death sentence for the 3 million people in the fifth line of defense. But Sun Xiantian had no choice. There are traps everywhere outside the city. Once you arrive, you have to destroy some of them first. Although humans are fighting in the city, once all races are allowed to attack the city, it will not be long before hand-to-hand combat occurs. Therefore, they can only rely on traps and long-range attacks to consume the enemy. We strive to eliminate 10 million of the Wanzu before they break through the fourth line of defense. FK. Damn Sun Xiantian! Zhang Ruoxin cursed loudly. Looking at the trusted followers who were guarding him and the humans who were fleeing with him, Zhang Ruoxin hesitated. He was originally a small executive, who was lucky enough to awaken a good talent. By flattering and taking the lead in placing bets, he became the leader of the fifth line of defense. When he felt the admiration of countless people, he felt the taste of power. Suddenly, he turned around and faced everyone and shouted. I'm Zhang Ruoxin. Command Center's order. Everyone, set up a defense line. Someone will be here to pick us up soon. In an instant, the crowd was excited. FKU. I'll beat you up if I want to. FK, isn't that going to kill us? Ignore him. Go ahead. For a moment, the scene was very chaotic, especially for the people in the back who were being chased by the 10,000 races. Although the Wanzu received the order to drive them to the fourth line of defense, it did not specify how many people to drive away. Therefore, all the races did not restrain themselves. If anyone fell behind or slowed down, all the races would rush forward and kill them. The people in the rear had already collapsed under the threat of death, and now they only wanted to rush into the fortress in front of them. Chapter 57. As the defeated soldiers and the myriad tribes got closer and closer. At the command of the commander of the fourth line of defense, countless attacks covered the entire area. Hundreds of thousands of people died in the attacks of their own people. Those who didn't die immediately were wailing, cursing, and getting angry. But gradually, they died. Buried with them were only tens of thousands of exotic beasts. The myriad races that came from the fifth line of defense gathered outside the attack range. Seeing such decisive humans, all races continued to gather more alien species, preparing to launch the next wave of attacks. Inside the insect nest, Xiao Yan was cursing angrily. Jiang Wang looked at the information report on the public screen. I was speechless for a moment. From the perspective of war, Sun Suanation's approach was correct, and even the observation room affirmed Sun Suanation's decisiveness. But from the perspective of human nature, Sun Xiantian is wrong and cruel. But war is not about right or wrong. The hive has absorbed all the genes of the dead races, and with Jiang Wang's further transformation, its combat power has been comprehensively improved. Jiang Wang closed his eyes and concentrated, thinking about what he would do if he were the 10,000 tribes, and what he would do if he were the leader. Outside the hive, the Zerg army is growing every minute. Suddenly, Jiang Wang opened his eyes. He immediately decided to lead 40 million Zerg to the everlasting city, including nearly 5 million blades of the Overmind. Anna took charge of the insect nest and sent 30 million to the giant wilderness nest just in case. Only 10 million was left. The war goes on. All races were attacking cities and conquering lands without caring about life and death. The coalition forces were exhausted from dealing with the situation and kept asking for help from Yangjian City and Jiangwang. The people of Julia's Nest also left in full force, and less than 10 million people were left to defend it. Countless races began to gather. Beihu and other leaders have made plans. Or 2 days later, Jiang Wang led his Zerg out of the Death Desert and killed them all, resulting in complete failure. Or they could seize the slim chance and bet that Everlasting City would send troops to support them, and then they could take advantage of the situation to attack Everlasting City and fight to the death to win the victory. After all, given the solidity of the Everlasting City, even if they gathered all the races to attack, it would not be enough to take it within 3 days. The attack on the coalition forces is just a cover. Only if the Eternal City sends troops to help them will they have a chance. Otherwise, it is better to let Jiang Wang break through the Julia core, or the death rate reaches 80%. Inside Yang Jian's command room, Sun Yao looked at the many legion commanders who asked to fight and still firmly chose to refuse. Deputy Commander Su. The coalition forces are in danger. As long as we send troops at this time, we can definitely join forces with the coalition forces to repel the myriad races. The legion commander who requested to fight still had some hope. Our mission is to hold on to the Everlasting City and protect the core. Sun Yao shouted coldly, expressing her attitude firmly. Deputy Commander Su. Is victory so important? We all come from the same planet. Countless people died in the primordial realm. Even if we win, what can it bring us? Those are our compatriots. Zhang Rou's eyes were filled with tears as she kept persuading Sun Yao. It's no wonder that she is like this. Sun Suanation's strength is deeply imprinted in her mind, and she is also one of the first people to join Sun Xiantian. In her eyes, Sun Yao is not helping the coalition forces at this moment in order to eliminate dissidents. As long as she can clearly show her support for Sun Xiantian at this time, then she. Jiang Wang has already contacted me. He will be there to provide support in 2 days at most. The 10,000 races may raid Yangjian City at any time. Sun Xiantian has 50 million people. There is no need for us to take such a big risk. Besides, we are not here to win, but to survive. Sun Yao's cold eyes seemed to see through Zhang Rou. Seeing that persuasion had no effect, Zhang Rou suddenly spoke in a stern voice. Sun Yao, you ignored the facts, delayed the opportunity to fight, and used the 10,000 races to eliminate dissidents. You watched your compatriots trapped in the sea of fire and did nothing. You don't dare to send troops. I do. Then he turned and left. Sun Yao looked at Zhang Rou's back coldly. In her opinion, sending troops might not necessarily save Sun Xiantian, and it might also allow all races to wipe out humanity's advantage in one wave. Within the coalition, Sun Xiantian has lost his former composure. The 10,000 races attack was really too fast. It was too crazy. The 4th line of defense has been captured, and the 3rd line of defense will be captured in an instant. He had sent several messages of support to Yangjian City, but Sun Yao repeatedly refused to provide support, saying that there might be an ambush and she had to defend Yangjian City, and said that Jiang Wang would provide support in 2 days. This almost made him burst into curses. Given the current situation, who knows if he will still be there in 2 days? He can be cruel to his own people, but not to himself. All the races also became ruthless. Even if we lose, we must kill all these people with excellent talents before losing, improve our bloodlines, and go back to report. In the Everlasting City, Han Binjian stood in front of Zhang Rou. According to Deputy Commander Su's order, if Zhang Rou's troops force their way through the door, they will be killed on the spot. Oh, she doesn't dare to rescue us. And she doesn't let others rescue us. Let me see if she dares to kill all of us. Zhang Rou said with disdain. Several legion commanders who were preparing to send troops along with her also echoed her words. Just as the two sides were pushing each other and preparing to exchange fire, Sun Yao suddenly appeared. You can send troops, but you can only open the city gates halfway. Otherwise, let's see who is stronger. A powerful aura enveloped everyone. After all, Zhang had a large number of people and the situation outside the city was calm, so Sun You chose to give in. Zhang eyes changed several times, and finally she chose to compromise. As several city gates slowly opened, the troops began to leave the city in an orderly manner. The money rat lying in ambush not far away was excited when he saw the city gate slowly opening. More and more troops gathered in front of the city gate. The golden money rat and a group of other tribes that were good at hiding and attacking were lying in ambush not far away. As a team of soldiers successfully left the city, the golden money rat transformed into a flash of lightning and quickly rushed out. Whoosh! It chose the time when one corps had just finished leaving the city and the next corps was preparing to leave the city. In just a few blinks of an eye, the golden rat instantly rushed into the city gate. The lords around were still wondering where this golden rat came from. The next second, sharp claws scratched their throats. The money rat instantly controlled a city gate. And the many tribes behind him also rushed towards the city gates. For a moment, there was great chaos at each city gate. The army of all races lying in ambush in the distance began to rush madly towards the everlasting city. The white fox of the coalition forces that was besieging the city received the news and immediately gathered all the tribes and began to attack the everlasting city. There is no time to gather them and let them continue to attack the city. Under the eternal city, Zhang troops were in chaos. The myriad races that were approaching from afar made them desperate to return to the city. However, there were so many strange beasts or human corpses gathered at the city gate that everyone was blocked at the entrance. Sun You and Han Binjian were quickly clearing out all the tribes that had entered the city. But the golden money rat did not fight with them at all. Instead, it ran back and forth in front of the city gates, killing those who wanted to close the city gates at all costs, and letting those who were blocking the outer gates in. Get out of the way! Relying on his impressive strength, Zhang squeezed directly into the city. But Sun You saw that it was almost too late. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He waved towards the crowded crowd at the city gate. Bang! The people who were originally crowded at the city gate fell silent in an instant. Close the city gates. Chapter 58. Zhang who had just squeezed in, saw Sun You being so decisive. His expression changed several times and he began to kill the people crowded at the city gates. Soon, some of the weaker tribes were killed on the spot by the legion commanders who rushed over. The money rat was also in danger, and even took several heavy blows in its attempt to prevent the city gate from closing. Boom boom boom! The people on the city wall launched a mad attack on all races. An agile black tiger dodged left and right. It was Xiao He who informed Jiang Wang. Several leaders took the lead, and they still understood that this might be the only chance to turn the tables. Inside the city gate, with Sun You's thundering actions, almost all the city gates were closed. There are only 3 remaining city gates blocked by alien species at the risk of their lives. The rat also had blood oozing from the corner of its mouth and a layer of ice on its body. The several leaders opposite him were not in a good situation either. Zhang abdomen was scratched open, and Han Binjian fought for his life but was also seriously injured. But even so, it still kept wandering around the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity, ready to strike anyone at any time. Seeing the footsteps of all races getting closer and closer, Sun You's long hair suddenly flew. Streams of blood flew out from the dead bodies and transformed into sharp blades that floated in the air like bloody raindrops. Suddenly, the blades changed direction and attacked the 3 city gates indiscriminately. Sniff sniff sniff! At the 3 city gates, both strange beasts and humans died under the bloody blades. And Sun You's face turned pale. The golden money rat also seized the opportunity and rushed straight towards Sun You's heart like a golden lightning. Dream! In a hurry, Han Binjian transformed into an elemental state and stood in front of Sun You in ice crystal armor. But even so, Han Binjian's right shoulder was almost completely broken. If it weren't for the elemental state, Han Binjian would have died from this blow. Bang! Bang! Seeing that 2 city gates had been closed and the only remaining gate was about to close, a trace of struggle flashed in the eyes of the golden money rat. Then he gave up and rushed out of the city gate. In its opinion, even if Jiang Wang came out of the death desert at that time, it would not necessarily die. But if it stayed for the sake of all races now, it would definitely die. They have an ancestral motto, money rat. Dead beasts, immortal rats. Shushu, I'm leaving first. But just as he was about to rush out of the city gate, a black figure suddenly crashed into the city gate. Bang! Under the heavy blow, the city gate was shaking a little. The one coming is Black Tiger. Relying on her gifted bloodline, she finally rushed over. It was this strike that gave all races a glimmer of hope. When the money rat saw that there was hope, he turned around and rushed back into the city. All the tribes outside the city gate, bearing wave after wave of attacks, finally reached the bottom of the city wall. The city gate that was about to close was slowly opened amid wave after wave of attacks. The Black Tiger was resting nearby, exhausted from the recent attack. She was actually a little conflicted. In a way, she had an unshirkable responsibility for Doughty's disability and the current situation of all races. She can almost be said to be a traitor to all races. But on the other hand, she is from the 10,000 races, she has lofty ideals, she needs killing to advance, and she needs strength. So she did not hesitate and resolutely chose to crash into the city gate. She fights for herself. The city gate was completely opened. Even though the city gates were guarded by the largest number of legion commanders and men. But once the gap is opened, it is not easy to close. The corpses of all races had piled up into a small hill at the city gate. But even so, all races are still rushing in like crazy, and the golden rats are also wantonly reaping human lives. As the city gates were breached one after another, the real hand-to-hand combat began. The other side. Jiang Wang was speeding towards the everlasting city among the Zerg. When he put himself in the shoes of the 10,000 races, he found that there were only 3 ways for the 10,000 races to get out of their predicament. The first one is to defend it stubbornly, which is the stupidest way. The second option is to gather all the troops to attack the everlasting city. This is a more ideal option because the everlasting city is tall enough to support him or the coalition forces. The third scenario is the worst-case scenario for him, where all races break through the wall and head straight for the core of humanity. In order to prevent this situation from happening, she not only sent 30 million troops to the Julian Nest, but also specifically explained the pros and cons to Sunyo, and said that she would be able to provide support in 2 days at most. But through the public screen, he knew that the worst had happened. At this time, it would take him nearly half a day to reach the everlasting city. Within the coalition, with the withdrawal of the White Fox, their pressure suddenly decreased. But before they could be happy, they received the news that the city gate had been breached. Bang! What on earth is Sunyo doing for a living? Sun Qiantian almost smashed the table with a hammer, as if all the fault was Sunyo's. He completely forgot that he had cursed Sunyo for his ruthlessness and asked for help from the commanders of the major legions in Yangjian city. Sun Suanation's expression was uncertain. Then he suddenly looked up excitedly. All troops! March towards Julia City at full speed. As long as he can capture Julia City before the human core breaks through, he will be the biggest winner of this trial. At that time, even if the man in black comes to your door, you don't have to be afraid. In the everlasting city, Han Binjian continued to retreat with the exhausted Sunyo. Although the outermost city of the everlasting city was broken. But due to Sunyo's caution, she continued to strengthen the defenses in the city after receiving Jiang Wang's reminder. As long as the command is proper, we can't completely wipe out the invading enemy, but we can definitely hold them off for 3 days. The Black Tiger, which had almost recovered, continued to reap the lives of human lords along with all the races. And as she killed, waves of energy continued to strengthen her bloodline. This is why humans cannot coexist with all other races. Especially for the human lords coming out of the original world, because they have the lord space, they can further increase the chances of their bloodline promotion. There is a saying among all the tribes. Greedy humans have plundered the world's last bit of energy, and we are simply recycling it. Inside the observation room, Zhou Gan and others were also silent. They couldn't comment on anything because they had never experienced such a large-scale battle. Many middle and senior executives outside are also paying attention to this battle. FK. Even if a flying dragon hits your face, you can lose. Tisk, the lord space bestowed by the original world is wasted. What a waste. To be honest, this Jiang Wang is quite strong. This is the first time I have seen such a strong newcomer. The last time I saw him was yet. A certain young master seemed to realize something and shut up instantly, and the pressure on his body also indicated that when he said that name, he was not far from death. All of a sudden, the atmosphere became depressing. Chapter 59. Kill. Han Binjian dragged his seriously injured body and continued to kill the myriad tribes in front of him. The blood all over his body and the corpses around him showed the intensity of the battlefield. Under the pursuit of all races, humans were unable to form any effective resistance. When they reached the penultimate line of defense, Han Binjian took action boldly, severely wounding a leader of the 10,000 races, and killed Zhang Ro, who was only concerned with escaping. This stopped the escape trend. After paying a bloody price, mankind finally gained a firm foothold. At this time, White Fox and her army had arrived at the bottom of the city wall. She jumped over the hill of corpses and the bloody pits one after another. The whole body is snow white, just like an elf in the forest. She took a deep breath of the air filled with resentment and death, her face intoxicated. She is in a good mood now. The resentment and death energy from the large number of dead humans have made her strength continue to increase, and she is about to win. Suddenly, her expression changed drastically. Destroy the human core as soon as possible. Jiang Wang is coming to kill us. When Dowdy saw the Zerg, he immediately sent a message to the White Fox on the front line. Inside the giant wilderness nest, Dowdy commanded the remaining 10,000 races to continuously harvest the lives of the Zerg by relying on the terrain within the 10,000 races nest. It's not that he didn't expect Jiang Wang to come and kill him, but he didn't expect it to be so fast that he didn't have time to rush to the shelter he had found. After returning from the Death Desert, he has been in the giant wilderness's nest. On the one hand, he can recuperate, and on the other hand, he can be on guard against certain tribes that might kill him and devour his bloodline. But Jiang Wang's arrival directly disrupted his plan. The Zerg that have emerged from the fungal blanket are still unable to fight the 10,000s one-on-one. Moreover, due to the terrain, even with Anna's personal command, there is no chance of taking down the giant wilderness core in a short period of time. Within the coalition, Sun Xiantian selected the most elite troops and they are still on the way to Zhi's nest. And Jiang Wang could already see the outline of the everlasting city. In the everlasting city, second line of defense. There were corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river between the human and White Fox armies, and from time to time, wailing could be heard, not sure whether it was from humans or other races. Kill. Following the order from the White Fox, countless races rushed towards the second line of defense. The White Fox and the Black Tiger are also among them. Bang! All the races crashed heavily into the city wall under the attack. The dull impact made everyone on the city wall tremble. Sun Yo had awakened at this time, and looking at the densely packed tribes, she knew that she might not be able to hold on, so she prepared to fight to the death, and she had already made arrangements for the last line of defense behind her. Although there were originally nearly 50 million people in the city, but in the short half-day that the 10,000 races rushed into the city, 2 legion commanders were killed, and a large number of humans on the city walls were also killed by the 10,000 races that rushed up. Everyone was in chaos, and no one could gather people's hearts and minds to form a combat-effective resistance. And she also fell into a coma at a critical moment because she forcibly used abilities that she had not mastered. If Han Binjian had not stepped forward at the last moment, the human casualties would have been even more severe. After all, the fleeing humans were like defeated infantrymen, slaughtered at will by the cavalrymen behind them. Humans were defeated infantrymen, but the myriad races were not cavalrymen. They were more ferocious and bloodthirsty than the cavalrymen. Puff! Humans continued to kill all the tribes that climbed onto the city walls. Although the casualties among all races were huge. But even so, as the corpses of the 10,000 races piled up, more of them climbed onto the top of the city walls. Withdraw! Following Sun You's order, each legion began to evacuate in an orderly manner. Sun You followed the next group of people to evacuate. At this time, outside the city wall, the mountain of corpses was almost level with the wall. All races quickly crossed the city wall like a swarm of locusts. When Sun You retreated to the last line of defense, flames shot up into the sky. The huge explosion echoed in the valley. Countless races flew into the sky. This was Sun You's gift to the Wanzhou. Long before the Wanzhou broke through the city gate, he had left various explosives at various key points. The purpose is just in case. But unexpectedly, at the critical moment, the explosives were fine, she was unconscious, and there was no one who could help. The fire was burning fiercely. They flew across the flames one by one, like messengers from hell. There is no room for breathing. Boom! 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 Several leaders of all races attacked at the same time. No one held back. It was no longer a matter of winning or losing, but a matter of life and death. The White Fox's enormous mental power instantly bewitched thousands of lords, causing a commotion on the city wall for a while. The two-headed deer that followed closely behind slammed heavily into the city gate. The commanders of various armies also went to fight. A variety of arms, gorgeous elemental attacks, and even mechanical lords' turrets and robots. Roar! The strange beasts attacked at the city gate, and the strange beasts in the sky also kept harassing the top of the city. Just half an hour. Roar! A strange beast stood on the city wall and roared loudly, announcing the victory of all races. Sun You and Han Binjian were seriously injured and dying. The latter, paved with corpses of all races, made humanity begin to fall into despair. Suddenly, insect! In the canyon behind the 10,000 races, a thunder beast gradually revealed its figure. Boom boom boom! The heavy footsteps made the earth begin to tremble. And the countless zerglings around the thunder beast moved forward in coordination. Ong! Above the thunder beast, Jiang Wang's mental power exploded. In an instant, all the races in the canyon seemed to be shrouded by demons. The various leaders who were just preparing to reap the lives of the human lords now looked extremely ugly. Shoo! The white fox howled. All the races rushed towards the crystal like crazy. He even passed by the human lord who was within his reach. This is their last chance. As long as I can be before Jiang Wang. The money rat was the fastest, and it ran towards the crystal madly. He even gave up the chance to kill a super high-quality lord in just a few tenths of a second when he passed by Sun You. Almost there. Almost there. The money rat looked at the crystal that was so close. Dong! Bang! Familiar figure, familiar movements, familiar flying movements. The golden money rat was volleyed by Jiang Wang and fiercely kicked into the mountain wall. Bang! The huge force was evident from the splashing of broken boulders. The thunder beast, which was originally so powerful, was now wailing on the ground. The dense cracks on his forehead also fully demonstrated how much effort Jiang Wang put in to arrive in time. Jiang Wang stood in front of the crystal, like a god of war. The battlefield suddenly fell into an eerie silence. At this moment, all the races that participated in the beheading operation were as if dead. They are well aware of Jiang Wang's power. The look in Black Tiger's eyes was more complicated. Jiang Wang's cold eyes swept across all the tribes in front of him. At this moment, the White Fox and other leaders gathered together and suddenly rushed towards Jiang Wang. Kill! Damn it, try your best to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Black Bear takes the lead. But as he glanced, the little white fox that was side by side with him just now had disappeared. Roar! The battle is about to begin. Bang! Bang! Dong! Jiang Wang is like a god of war guarding the goal. Not only did he block the leaders of all races who were rushing towards him, but even the strange beasts that tried to sneak in were kicked to death by him. Chapter 60. The Zerg have already fought with the alien beasts. The situation of all races is hopeless. The white fox had soiled its proud white fur and was quietly slipping away to the outside world like a piece of black coal. The golden money rat also rushed out of the canyon with one breath. Although Jiang Wang sensed the movements of the two 10,000 races with his mental power, the constant entanglement of the 10,000 races in front of him forced him to give up chasing the two beasts. The big black bear and other tribes are also suffering terribly. Jiang Wang's mental power was firmly locked on them, so they couldn't escape even if they wanted to, and could only try to break the crystal. The humans around them also recovered and joined the battle. Soon, the battle is over. In front of the human core, corpses were everywhere. The leaders of all races who had been so arrogant just now had now all turned into cold corpses. Some of the living people stared into the distance in a daze, some murmured and kept turning over the corpses on the ground looking for the person they were looking forward to, some hugged each other and cried, and some burst into tears. This battle. The everlasting city was breached, with nearly 40 million humans killed and countless others injured. Except for 3 leaders and a few strange beasts who escaped, the rest of the tribes became fertilizer for the fungal blanket. On the other side, Sun Xiantian had just run to the entrance of Giant Wilderness's nest when he saw Chang Wei, and saw the Zerg fighting the 10,000 races. He just shouted and was about to go up and collect the kills when he suddenly received a notification from the entire area. The loss of the 10,000 races has reached 89%, and the victory conditions have been met. Human race wins. In order to capture the Yangjian city, the White Fox mobilized all the remaining military forces of the myriad races. And everyone in Julia's nest was killed by Anna. Except for the lords who escaped and the tribes scattered everywhere, the rest were basically killed by Jiang Wang. As the 10,000 races were summoned to evacuate the battlefield, the battle that was supposed to last for nearly 2 months was forced to end early by Jiang Wang because of the arrogance of the 10,000 races and the orders of the ancestors. When Sun Xiantian learned that Jiang Wang won vs 8 leaders of all races and was not at a disadvantage, he gave up the idea of assassination and returned early. After announcing the victory, Jiang Wang led the Zerg back to the hive, digested all the corpses of the 10,000 races, and spread the Zerg all over the battlefield. Anyway, there was still a long time before 2 months, and Jiang Wang not only had to digest all the Zerg, but also fleece all the wool on the entire battlefield. 15 days later, Wang Tianfeng looked at the screen with a dark expression. When does this BD plan to come back? It's no wonder he's angry. Jiang Wang has almost hollowed out the entire battlefield in the past 15 days. He said it will be soon. Aunt Li Shui said softly. How fast? Wang Tianfeng frowned. Damn, he said it would be soon 12 days ago. He said the digging is almost finished. Aunt Li Shui also felt a little embarrassed. Bang! The table is up 100. Hey, Lao Wang, don't be angry. Look how many people are waiting for him to come out outside. It's better to let him stay inside so that he won't have to come out later. Zhou Gan stopped talking halfway through. Because of Jiang Wang's outstanding performance in the novice trial, the gate of the Star Alliance is almost broken. What marriage, sponsorship? Even the royal family wanted to meet Jiang Wang. Of course, if that were all, it wouldn't be a headache for the Star Alliance. There are always undercurrents beneath a great reputation. There has even been a bounty on the black market. Alive Jiang Wang, 1 billion gold coins. 1 gold coin equals 1,000 silver coins equals 100,000 copper coins. 1 gold coin is enough to support a middle-class person's consumption for a year. One can imagine Jiang Wang's current situation. After all, some people would never hesitate to sacrifice other people's lives in order to make their descendants stronger. Inside the insect nest, Jiang Wang was eating potato chips and petting his dog. On the screen, various genes are constantly being deduced. With the evolutionary points brought by the fusion of a large number of genes, Jiang Wang has become a first-level silver guy. However, his mental strength reached nearly 10,000. This means that all of his values are close to 10,000. It can be said that it is a silver belt that can reach the sky, and it can also fight with gold. Looking at Anna in the crystal shell not far away, Jiang Wang couldn't help but sigh. As expected, only war is the fastest way for the Zerg to evolve. The spirit spreads outward. There is no end to the Zerg. The surging sandworms, the fully evolved thunder beasts, the springtails. Among the Zerglings, there was a lavender-colored Zergling, Hiraz, who was also the first Zergling to be born with wool. What surprised Jiang Wang even more was that he actually had an independent panel. Zerg, Hiraz, evolvable. Speed, 1000. Strength, 800. Stamina, 900. According to Jiang Wang's research, Hiraz is higher than ordinary Zerg in the rank of Zerg, but less than the Queen. It is a special Zerg of general level born from a unique type of troops. Theoretically, each of Jiang Wang's arms can produce one such arm. But he did not know the method of birth. Click. A slight cracking sound came from behind. Jiang Wang patted the potato chip crumbs on his hands, smoothed his hair, and looked at Anna, who was about to break out of her shell. Click, click, click. Master. Following Anna's intimate call, a purple figure suddenly rushed into Jiang Wang's arms. At this time, Anna has changed from her previous appearance of 12 or 13 years old to a graceful 16-year-old. If it weren't for the tentacles on her head, Anna would have been at Jiang Wang's nose. The snow-white skin and purple scales are as harmonious as ever, even better than before. Her unusually enchanting yet pure beauty makes it hard for people to associate the girl in front of them with hundreds of millions of followers, and that she herself is also a cruel and ruthless Zerg Queen. Anna was dressed, of course. Zerg Queen, Anna. Combat power, 1000. Intelligence, 10,000. Talent, deduction. Jiang Wang was amazed at Anna's new talent. Can Zerg also have talents? As for the role of deduction, it has been automatically fed back into Jiang Wang's mind. Deduction, as long as you are intelligent enough, I can deduce that you will doubt your life. I don't care what level you are at, I am definitely above you. Jiang Wang just said 2 words after reading it. Abnormal. With everything finished, Jiang Wang was ready to return. After all, who would be a good person if he was asked about his life one after another every day and asked when he would go back every day? And this good person is definitely not Aunt Li Xuet, Jiang Wang didn't say. As Jiang Wang's mental power enveloped them, all Zergs entered the Lord space. The Lord space was further expanded due to Jiang Wang's promotion. Jiang Wang even suspected that as long as he was strong enough, his Lord space could even be comparable to the universe. Following a beam of light, that sickening teleportation feeling came back. Because of this matter, Jiang Wang even asked Aunt Li Xuet specifically. Her answer was that the stronger the feeling of nausea, the safer the transmission. Simply put, comfort is for the dead. In response to this, Jiang Wang's answer is 6. Chapter 61. Jiang Wang tried hard to suppress his nausea. Without even opening my eyes, I suddenly heard applause all around me. Many students who have slept in class know that when they don't know anything and people around them suddenly applaud, they will also applaud for no reason, even though their eyes are not open. That's Jiang Wang. As he gradually opened his eyes. Only then did I realize that there were a bunch of people surrounding me. Almost all the middle and senior levels of the academy have arrived, and even those who are not of sufficient rank are on the periphery. But Jiang Wang didn't know anyone except Wang Tianfeng and Aunt Li Shui. He was like a child who was dragged by his parents to meet all his aunts and uncles when he returned home for the Huxia New Year. Although he didn't know any of them, Jiang Wang was fully polite and handled all kinds of interpersonal relationships perfectly. When he returned to the dorm, he had only one thought in his mind. If I had known, I would have rotted in the trial battlefield. According to the notice from the academy, he will hold a commendation meeting for the entire academy in 3 days, and even other forces in the entire Kaiwan world will come to participate. As for the rewards, they will be distributed at the conference 3 days later. Okay, got it. If nothing else, I'll leave first. Jiang Wang said angrily, damn it, formalism is killing people. If you don't give me a reward now, what the hell? Hey, wait! Aunt Li Shui shouted hurriedly as she watched Jiang Wang turn around and leave. Jiang Wang? Seeing Jiang Wang seeming impatient with her, Aunt Li Shui had an inexplicable emotion, the kind of... It's not annoying, but rather a bit fresh, even exciting. I heard that you got a primordial stone in the primordial realm, and I just happened to apply for one. Jiang Wang's eyes lit up instantly. Now that you say that, I'm not sleepy anymore. You know, when I evolved, the primordial stone was able to enter that unknown space together. It must not be a simple object. Looking at Jiang Wang's expression, Aunt Li Shui smiled slightly. Originally, the primordial stone was a treasure that only appeared at the platinum level. Your master had to beg and plead for it to be included in the gold reward. Although the platinum level cannot be distributed in advance, the gold level can. As she spoke, a pendant appeared on her plump yet slender hand. The pendant was inlaid with the original stone, which was even bigger than his own. Okay, thanks. Jiang Wang stretched out his hand and prepared to take it. After all, his gold level was not good enough, so the primordial stone was a real bargain. Unexpectedly, Aunt Li Shui's hand suddenly dodged and she smiled slyly. It was hard to imagine that this mature and charming face could make an expression like a little girl playing a prank on someone. I can give it to you. After all, Master has worked so hard to get it. Can you just call me Master? I have to say, she is really good at it. Whenever Aunt Li Shui makes a request to Jiang Wang in a condescending or threatening manner, he will turn around and leave. But this half-coquettish and even slightly pleading look in her eyes made Jiang Wang a little confused. Who can resist a young lady with a plump figure, excellent temperament, and full of charm? Jiang Wang can. Give it to me if you want. Jiang Wang said lightly and turned away. Hey, give it to me. Seeing that Jiang Wang was not buying it at all, Aunt Li Shui directly handed the primordial stone to Jiang Wang. Here. How can a master take his apprentice's things? After saying that, Aunt Li Shui turned around and left. Even his cheeks were slightly flushed. Just now, in a hurry, he actually grabbed Jiang Wang's hand. This was her first contact with a boy since she awakened her military branch. Unless the boy was much stronger than her and had good self-control, she would not do anything out of line. Those who are of the same age or slightly older than you, let alone touching them, even having normal conversations with them will make you imagine a lot. So she can easily see the desire in men's eyes, see their longing. But Jiang Wang is a special case. He is also the only person who treats her indifferently and even coldly, so she not only doesn't hate him, but even cherishes him especially. Hey Professor Li, good afternoon. Wang Chao saw Aunt Li Shui finally appear and hurriedly greeted her pretending to be indifferent. Aunt Li Shui just took a glance and left. Looking at Aunt Li Shui's arrogant and indifferent expression, and her swaying and graceful back, Wang Chao wished he could execute her right there and then. But he still maintained his appearance. Aunt Li Shui felt the malice and desire coming from behind her, and she couldn't help but feel even more disgusted with other people. In his personal dormitory, Jiang Wang held the primordial stone on his head to see if he could discover more mysteries, but he was almost asleep, and the primordial stone had no effect other than giving him a slightly cool feeling. Then he just put it in his pocket. Originally he wanted to wear it directly around his neck, but after picking up the necklace that was obviously worth a lot of money and even had a fragrance, he decided to put it in his pocket. Everything from ancient times to the present tells us this. A beauty that topples the whole country can bring disaster to the people. All beautiful roses have thorns. Zhang Wuji's mother herself said that you should never trust women, and the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Jiang Wang has entered the college and successfully demonstrated his value. Now he just wants to stay away from Aunt Li Shui. The farther, the safer. Inside the luxurious villa, Aunt Li Shui lay on the bed, savoring the gentle and soothing feeling that Jiang Wang's spiritual power brought her. Even the loose teaching uniform can't hide her plump figure. At this moment, Aunt Li Shui had already begun to unconsciously imagine what reason she should find to call Xiao Jiang Wang out next time. She might even suddenly swing her legs shyly. But she didn't know that Jiang Wang was already prepared to never have anything to do with her again. 3 days passed in a flash. Jiang Wang changed into the clothes Aunt Li Shui sent. He was confused. Do clothes really need to be sent by a professor of this level? Star Alliance Plaza. All major media outlets and even major families sent people to show their support. There were heads everywhere as far as the eye could see, and there were all kinds of banners in the sky and on the ground expressing the importance that people from all walks of life attached to this commendation. Even many families have already prepared various gifts early on, and the women are ready to recruit a few talented people who have long been favored by them. The commendation ceremony was held as scheduled. Jiang Wang was not among the crowd, but in the Star Alliance exclusive team. On the one hand, it shows to the outside world that this person is ours. On the other hand, it is also a protection for him. In the team, Jiang Wang breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the professor next to him, and greeted him politely. But what I thought in my heart was, fortunately it wasn't Aunt Li Shui. In fact, Aunt Li Shui was originally planning to stand beside him to protect and guide him, and to suck some of Jiang Wang's energy at the same time. But due to her special physical condition, in order to avoid embarrassing other faculty members, he was forcibly brought to Wang Tianfeng's side. Friends. After nearly 2 months of hard work, the novice trial event was successfully held. Kaiwan World and the people of Earth have worked together to overcome difficulties and challenges, and finally ushered in a new life. During this novice trial, Jiang Wang. He saved the building from collapse. He turned the tide. He performed outstandingly. He is hereby commended. And Principal Zhou Gan. Principal Zhou's special reward, Biological Warrior. Pa 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 pa. At the same time, the outstanding students this time include Pa 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 pa. Okay. Now, please welcome Jiang Wang to give a speech. Jiang Wang? Wang Tianfeng, I advise you not to add more drama to my play. Chapter 62. Aunt Li Shui, who was beside Wang Tianfeng, was also a little surprised. Isn't this part of the original process? In fact, this speech was added on at the last minute, and all the leaders agreed to it. The reason Wang Tianfeng gave was that Jiang Wang must speak a few words, and he could not ask for a manuscript, because only true feelings could resonate with all the people from other worlds. He never mentioned how his back teeth almost broke every time he saw Aunt Li Shui making a fuss to look for Jiang Wang. And Jiang Wang could only go up to the podium. Jiang Wang's face was reflected on more than a dozen large virtual screens around him. To be honest, although Jiang Wang is not particularly handsome, he is extremely good-looking, especially with his unique temperament, cool and gentle, just like a gentleman. Although Jiang Wang's fighting is extremely brutal, it does not affect the fact that some people have already started to praise Jiang Wang's appearance. "Ah, so handsome." The constant calls made Jiang Wang feel a little embarrassed. As Jiang Wang fell silent, the scene fell into an eerie silence. He had actually prepared a speech in his mind, so giving a speech was not difficult for him. But every time he wanted to open his mouth to make a perfunctory response, his mind would always think of the people in the primordial realm who spoke up for him, the people who donated blood for strangers or even people they had no relationship with during the novice trial, and the people who sacrificed their lives bravely in the everlasting city. Indeed, along the way, many Blue Star people died, and in the face of death in the unknown world, some chose to compromise, some chose to indulge their desires, some chose to sacrifice themselves generously, and some turned into flames to illuminate a direction for everyone. He was just lucky, having awakened good talents in arms, so he had the opportunity to stand here, speak to everyone, and make the voice of Blue Star heard, so he threw the prepared speech out of his mind. Just when Zhou Jian and others thought Jiang Wang was about to fall over and were about to step forward to remedy the situation, Jiang Wang's voice suddenly sounded. "Don't listen to the sound of leaves being blown by the wind, why not just hum and walk slowly? A bamboo stick and straw sandals are lighter than a horse. Who's afraid? A raincoat and a straw rain hat to protect you from the wind and rain throughout your life. The chilly spring breeze sobers me up from my drunken stupor. Slightly cold. The slanting sunlight on the top of the mountain greets it. Looking back at the bleak place. Go back. There is no rain or shine, and there is no clear sky. Finish." Jiang Wang felt that nothing could encourage the hearts of all the people from other worlds better than this song Ding Feng Bo. The spirit of indomitable spirit soars to the sky. When Jiang Wang read out the first sentence, the eyes of the princes and dukes in the audience instantly turned red, and they even held their wives' hands tighter. He had a good job in Blue Star, his parents were alive, he had a wife who loved him, and he had friends. But under a blue light, everything changed in an instant. In the primordial realm, if it wasn't for Jiang Wang, his wife might have been defiled by the beast Li Jin. In the novice trial, if it wasn't for his good luck, he and his wife might have died in the eternal city. But even though he had no fighting power, he still stood firmly in front of his wife. No matter how difficult the situation was, he was like a man, like a pillar, holding on tightly. But he hates it. He is not as strong as Jiang Wang, and he doesn't even have the strength to protect his wife. He could only barely survive by relying on Jiang Wang's name and Xiao Yan's care. But even so, his wife still stayed with him, supporting him gently and firmly. He has been living stubbornly for his family and friends. But at this moment, his tense expression completely collapsed as a tear fell. Not only him, but all the Huxia people around him instantly understood the meaning of Jiang Wang's poem. Foreigners, however, accurately understood the meaning of this poem thanks to Kaiwan World's precise translation. In an instant, many people thought of the scene of their friends dying in front of them. Many people recalled the moments they had never dared to look at. The body of a friend, the instructions of a relative, the expectation of a child. Even Jiang Wang, who has always believed in cold-bloodedness as his life creed, was moved and his eyes turned red. Unconsciously, he clenched his fists. From now on, if there is no torch, I, Jiang Wang, will be the only light. This is his declaration and his promise to everyone. If you are poor, you should take care of yourself, if you are rich, you should help the world. As the last sentence came out, all the big guys behind Jiang Wang changed their expressions. Of course, they heard the meaning and fearless spirit contained in Jiang Wang's poem, and they heard the determination in Jiang Wang's last sentence. Jiang Wang could have become a respected strong man, recruited by various forces, and enjoyed the best resources, but he still chose a difficult path. Zhou Jian, Wang Tianfeng, and others behind him all put away their contempt. Because the original intention of the Star Alliance was to allow every alien to live with dignity. The commendation meeting ended successfully with thunderous applause. And Jiang Wang also fulfilled his promise. In the afternoon of the same day, Jiang Wang established an association. Blue Star Federation. Wang Ho was also hired by Jiang Wang as a member of the federation. Although some people resisted Jiang Wang's group behavior, in the face of the silence of senior leaders such as Zhou Qian and Wang Tianfeng, everyone could only complain. It was already late at night when he returned to his dormitory. Jiang Wang sat on the bed, wondering if he had been a little impulsive today. With so many people, how much trouble will it cause? How much blame will I have to bear? But when he saw the tears in the eyes of the kings and princes and the gratitude in the eyes of more ordinary people, he still sighed. 1 week later, Jiang Wang has just finalized some important matters within the Federation. Okay, that's it. Jiang Wang stood up and left, while Xiao Yan, Han Binjian, Sun You, Wang Ho and others stood up. Looking at the figures standing up one after another, Jiang Wang suddenly stopped and said, "Thank you for being willing to help others." After saying that, Jiang Wang left. He still had to participate in Aunt Li Shui's special combat training. When Jiang Wang selects talents, although strength is an important part, other abilities are more important. For example, Wang Ho has excellent management skills and can handle all matters in an orderly manner even in the busiest early stages. Jiang Wang is walking on his way to the training room. During this period, members of the Federation continued to greet him. The strong are always a minority, but the weaker people, because of the existence of the Federation, have a sense of warmth for a while. With this unique quality, it quickly became a well-known alliance within the Star Alliance Academy. Arriving at the door of the training room, Jiang Wang suddenly stopped and took a deep breath. Only after calming down did he open the door. Chapter 63. At first glance, the entire training room was snow-white, and Aunt Li Shui stood in the center of the training room in black. Her curvaceous figure is still faintly visible even under the training clothes. The unique coldness of black combined with Aunt Li Shui's own charming temperament actually has an inexplicable charm. 10 seconds. Aunt Li Shui's voice just reached Jiang Wang's ears. The next moment, Jiang Wang found himself in a primitive jungle, surrounded by alien species. There are no less than 30 of them, big and small. Jiang Wang needs to kill all the tribes of the same level as him within 10 seconds. Bang! Jiang Wang raised his leg and stepped on the venomous snake hidden deep in the ground to death. His mental power quickly expanded, and he rushed into the alien group like a flash of lightning, constantly attacking left and right. During this time, he kept doing various evasions. If you look closely, every time Jiang Wang dodges and attacks, he uses the least amount of effort and the smallest dodge range to cause the greatest damage. Although the battle was fraught with danger, the result was a crushing victory, and this was also the achievement of Jiang Wang during this period. Just when Jiang Wang was about to complete the task, he suddenly sensed something and instantly blocked his right arm to his chest. Plan. Jiang Wang flew out instantly, and Aunt Li Shui's figure appeared, and the time was frozen at exactly 10 seconds. The embarrassed figure flew more than 10 meters, and he kept using various methods to relieve the force during the flight. Finally, he managed to stabilize his body 2 meters away from the wall. A gleam of light flashed in Aunt Li Shui's eyes. Not bad, kid. The next second she appeared beside Jiang Wang and swept him with another blow. Jiang Wang, who had just stabilized his body, rolled over and a strong wind flew past his scalp. Jiang Wang turned over and leaned over to hug Aunt Li Shui. It wasn't that he wanted to take advantage of Aunt Li Shui. Instead, she swept sideways and then followed it with a whip kick. Given Aunt Li Shui's long legs, he was now unable to retreat from the attack range. He could only try his best to stay close to her to minimize the damage and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. But the next second, Aunt Li Shui kicked Jiang Wang away with such force that Jiang Wang felt like he was going to die in the air. Jiang Wang hit the ground one after another like a stone skipping stone and finally hit the wall hard. Aunt Li Shui appeared beside Jiang Wang in an instant, looking at Jiang Wang who had his eyes closed, with an obviously nervous expression. Just when Jiang Wang pounced on her, she was a little flustered and used fighting skills that were not available at this stage, and her force was a little too strong. Puff! Cough cough cough! Jiang Wang exhaled a breath of foul air and started coughing violently, and his body almost fell apart as he coughed. After a long time, Jiang Wang looked at Aunt Li Shui who was a little embarrassed but too embarrassed to say it out loud and said, "How did you perform that kick?" Seeing that Jiang Wang finally spoke, Aunt Li Shui finally felt relieved. "In that last move, I saw you were trying to pounce on me, so I was anxious and used a more advanced technique. So, you've passed this little test." Aunt Li Shui said slowly, her bright eyes seemed to tell Jiang Wang, "Do you want to learn? I will teach you." Looking at Aunt Li Shui's feminine attitude, Jiang Wang was a little confused. This woman was pretty, had a good figure, a good family background, was rich, had a good background, and was capable, but why did she seem to have a bad brain? In fact, this is also related to Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang's unique mental power made Aunt Li Shui let down her guard. It was as if Aunt Li Shui was the linking lion cat that had tasted catnip and was extremely fond of Jiang Wang. But if that's the only reason we can conclude that Aunt Li Shui is big-breasted and brainless, then Witch Li will let you know why the outside world gives her the title of witch. Of course, Jiang Wang didn't know all this. She just thought that Aunt Li Shui was easy to talk to. Apart from being a little strict in training and a bit clingy, she was a very good instructor. "Teach me," Jiang Wang said, rubbing his chest. "Okay." Aunt Li Shui's eyes curved into crescents and she said with a smile. With the sound of ping-pong in the training room, Jiang Wang began today's training. It was not until the evening that Jiang Wang walked out of the training room step by step, and Aunt Li Shui handed a tube of reagent to Jiang Wang. "Remember to add it when you take a bath at night. Just 2 drops will be enough. You won't be able to handle more." Then he seemed to have thought of something. "Well, I can't absorb it. I'm leaving. Remember to come on time tomorrow." Looking at Aunt Li Shui's jumping figure, Jiang Wang felt secretly resentful. "Damn it! I will beat you sooner or later." As the sun sets, Jiang Wang is like an old man on his last legs, slowly dragging his body back to the dormitory with an iron will. Jiang Wang fell asleep directly while lying in the constant temperature bathtub where the reagent had been dripped. Every cell in his body greedily absorbs all the nutrients it can. On the other side, Aunt Li Shui was reporting to Wang Tianfeng about Jiang Wang's recent training situation. "Uncle, Jiang Wang is a martial arts genius. I taught him absolute control today, and he actually had some basic skills when he left." Wang Tianfeng listened to Aunt Li Shui talking about Jiang Wang's deeds and said impatiently, "What's the big deal? Professor Zhao's disciple has mastered absolute control in just 2 days. Why don't you say that he is a martial arts genius that only appears once in a century? Really? I think Jiang Wang can control it for at most 4 days. No. He can also have absolute control in 3 days." Looking at Aunt Li Shui's proud expression, Wang Tianfeng felt a headache. Damn it, why was she talking about pigs when she was just talking about cabbage? The next day, Jiang Wang's body, which was almost scrapped, was full of strength again, and the improvement in his physical fitness even led to an improvement in his mental strength. He took a look at the biological warrior who was still soaking in the decomposition pool and then went out. His life is now extremely regular, attending classes, union meetings, getting beaten, taking baths, and watching biological warriors. It has been almost 4 days since he got the biological warrior and soaked in the decomposition pool. The unknown substance on the periphery only dropped by 1 centimeter, and it was a substance without any genetic information. Jiang Wang went out as usual. And the other side? Sun Qiantian said helplessly as he looked at the masked man in front of him. "I really have no choice. You can see that there are a bunch of bugs around him. How can I kill them? Looking at the cold eyes of the masked man in the video, Sun Xiantian swallowed and continued. But it's different now. Isn't Jiang Wang trying to show off? Isn't he trying to be the head of the Blue Star family? We can make him look bad, and when he is hated by everyone, won't we have a chance? Yeah, okay. Sun Xiantian hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. He originally wanted to use his good performance in the novice trial to find a backer to fight against the man in black. But since he saw the methods of the man in black, he has become obedient. Li's courtyard. Li Ang sneered as he looked at the news about Jiang Wang brought by his servants. At this moment, he has recovered his original strength, and because of the destruction and reconstruction and the resources of the Li family, his strength has been further improved and is approaching that of Bian. Saner Li Tian called out to him. The originally vicious Li Ang's expression changed instantly, and he walked towards the inner room with a flattering face. Star Alliance. Federation. Jiang Wang looked at the unexpected guest in front of him with some confusion. Hello, Jiang Wang. I heard from Uncle Su that a talented person has come to the Star Alliance, and he asked me to come and make friends with him. I just came back from the 10,000 races battlefield. It's true that hearing about her is not as good as meeting her in person. She has an extraordinary temperament. Oh, by the way, my name is Anos Gaia, you can call me Gaia. Chapter 64. Jiang Wang looked at the tall, blonde, blue-eyed nobleman in front of him, who looked like he came out of Greek mythology, and extended his hand politely. Gaia, the third son of Anos family, was also the person Su Bo wanted to introduce to him. Anos' eldest son, Lyle, was also in the academy, but the two sides did not seem to get along well. This information can also be found on the internet. Ah ha ha ha, it turns out to be Master Gaia. I've often heard Uncle Su talk about him. Would you like to come in and have a cup of tea? Although Su Bo never mentioned it once, Jiang Wang, who was already in charge of the Federation, knew very well that his own strength alone was not enough to support the long-term stability of the Federation. Exchanges with the forces of the Kaiwan world were inevitable. He could take advantage of Gaia's visit to gain some experience in dealing with the people of the Kaiwan world. Ah, no, next time, my teammates are waiting for me to submit the task. Gaia pointed at a few people in the distance, said hello and left. It was as if he really just stopped by to see Jiang Wang. Looking at Gaia's departing back, Jiang Wang turned around and walked into the Federation. However, after only a few steps, Jiang Wang received a message from Sunyo. Jiang Wang, someone is looking for you. He said he is here to thank you. He is very powerful. Looking at Sunyo's message, Jiang Wang had a headache, but there was nothing he could do. It was because his superiors wanted to establish some kind of federation at that time. Now he could only bite the bullet and deal with all kinds of people. Listening to Xiao Yan's laughter coming from the conference room, Jiang Wang pushed the door open and walked in. President! President! Sunyo and Wang Ho stood up and spoke at the same time. Jiang Wang nodded and looked at the person on the sofa. If Sunyo hadn't told him in advance, Jiang Wang would have thought that this was a real Blue Star person. The red plaid shirt, big black glasses, thin body and slightly fragrant long hair make him look out of place. These were the clothes Lin Sun had picked out after specifically understanding Lan Xing's characteristics, a plaid shirt, jeans and large black framed glasses. They not only suited his job, but also his honest temperament. Hello, I'm Lin Sun. Thank you for avenging my uncle. Lin Sun bowed deeply to Jiang Wang. Why? Jiang Wang hurried forward and held Lin Sun's arm. No, may I ask who your uncle is? Jiang Wang looked confused. He thought this person would come to discuss cooperation or recruit him, but he didn't expect him to come up and give such a gift. My uncle is Lin King Ai, and he was the one at the front when all the races were offering sacrifices. Lin Sun's eyes were red. After some narration, Jiang Wang finally understood the whole story. The method to open the altar in the trial battlefield was not given to him by anyone else, but by Lin Xuan's grandfather, Lin Nanzheng. The warrior in the video who was cut into a human pig but still smiled and encouraged humanity was Lin Nanzheng's second child. And he was ordered by his grandfather to come in person to thank him and to let him know if he could be of any help. Looking at Lin Xuan's grateful face, Jiang Wang really didn't know what to say. It's just a simple thing. Anyone would do the same after seeing a video like that. It's okay. I've already received your thanks. Go back and tell your grandfather about it. No. My grandfather told me to join the Star Alliance Academy to protect you and keep you from being harmed by other people and the myriad races. Otherwise, break my legs. Lin Xuan said with his neck stiffened. Looking at Lin Xuan's appearance, Xiao Yan was also amused by this stubborn guy. Then how do you protect our president? Lin Xuan looked at Xiao Yan, then at Jiang Wang, and said excitedly. Is it because I'm strong enough that you guys will take me in? Jiang Wang nodded slowly. Looking at Lin Xuan's eyes that were shining brightly, he suddenly had an ominous premonition. Boom! A powerful mental force burst out from Lin Xuan, even making Jiang Wang feel boundless pressure. You should know that Jiang Wang's mental strength has reached 10,000. This shows how terrifying his mental power is. At the same time, Wang Tianfeng's office suddenly felt something. Why is there a fluctuation of Lin Logui's spiritual power? Inside the meeting room, Lin Xuan looked at Jiang Wang somewhat nervously, fearing that his strength was not enough. Xiao Yan was already gasping for breath, and Sun You's eyes were filled with shock. She sensed that Lin Xuan had a huge amount of energy, but she didn't expect it to be so strong. Although Jiang Wang's expression looked a little strange, he still held himself together. After asking about Lin Xuan's strengths, he was placed next to Wang Ho. When everyone left the meeting room, Jiang Wang quickly opened the terminal to search. But there is very little information about him on the internet. There were just rumors that Lin Xuan had schizophrenia, so the Lin family rarely allowed him to go out in public. His grandfather is very magical. Lin Nanzheng, former president of the Academy of Sciences. Lord of Wendao. Because of the tragic death of his beloved son Lin Qing'ai, he gave up literature and turned to martial arts. First suspected to be the second-level master. The main research includes the death ship of all races, the 10,000 races Star Destroyer cannon. Main achievements. A Diamond Level 5 warrior was on the battlefield of all races, and he could kill a Diamond Level 7 alien with just 3 words. The Diamond 8th level escaped from the hands of the Grand Master 3rd level Ran Sen. It can be seen that Mr. Lin's sentiment against all races is extremely high. As for Lin Xuan's father, he is also quite mysterious. All we know is that they are stationed on the battlefield of all races all year round. Jiang Wang looked at the only information in front of him and thought for a while, then got up and went to the training room. Many people along the way looked at Jiang Wang sideways. Because Jiang Wang spoke at the conference and his mentor was Aunt Li Xuet, people in the college often watched him. But today I found that there was something wrong with these gazes. Just when Jiang Wang wanted to expand his mental power, a woman came towards him. She had a slim figure and pretty face, but her eyes were tearful and she looked as if she had suffered a great injustice. Seeing the woman's dazed look, Jiang Wang walked in another direction, trying to get away from the woman, but the woman also changed direction and rushed straight towards Jiang Wang, and her speed was getting faster and faster. He narrowed his eyes and changed direction several times, and the woman changed direction as well, just when the two were about to collide. Jiang Wang dodged by leaning sideways, but the woman was still unwilling to give up and threw herself into his arms. Jiang Wang took several steps back and saw the woman, who had missed her target, fall to the ground in a daze. Then he shouted loudly. Jiang Wang! You are a beast in human form. You RD me and took my body. Why did you do that to my sister? The girl's eyes were red and pea-sized tears kept falling. Her crying appearance instantly attracted the sympathy of the people around her. Is it really him? Someone just sent me a message and I didn't believe it, but I didn't expect that they would force me to abdicate right now. Wow, he plays 2 games. I thought he was a big shot at the conference a few days ago. I didn't expect that. FK, the videos are all here, check them out. Jiang Wang looked at the people around him pointing and talking, and knew that something was targeting him. Just as he was about to leave, a dozen strong men walked out of the crowd and surrounded Jiang Wang. Hello, we are from the Inspectorate. We have received a report that you are suspected of murder, illegal transactions, etc. Please come with us. After saying that, he took out a pair of strength-limiting bracelets and prepared to take Jiang Wang away without giving him time to refuse. Chapter 65. Jiang Wang's eyes were cold. Who are you trying to fool? Just as someone blocked the road and complained, the next moment someone from the inspectorate came to arrest him. Inspection office? Why are you arresting me? What evidence do you have? Jiang Wang took a step back to avoid the hand that was about to control him. Seeing that his action failed, the leading man simply took out the psychic weapon he carried with him. You're resisting arrest. Looking at the psychic weapon that had begun to accumulate energy, Jiang Wang quickly sent a message to Aunt Li Shuet. Square dot. After saying this, Jiang Wang raised his hands and remained alert. Seeing that Jiang Wang did not take the next step, the leader Cass sighed inwardly. They suddenly arrested Jiang Wang in this way in order to make him resist and then kill him. In this way, they can not only give an account to the people behind the scenes, but also have a well-founded basis when facing Aunt Li Shue's criticism. But it doesn't matter, as long as I can bring a suppressor. What do you want to do? Aunt Li Shue's voice came from not far away. Jiang Wang's mouth corners slightly raised. He actually didn't want to be a gigolo, but the information he could get was too little, and he didn't even know who wanted to deal with him. The appearance of Aunt Li Shui instantly made the male animals around her tremble. Cass forced himself to suppress his inner desire, swallowed his saliva and spoke confidently. Jiang Wang is suspected of RG others, persecuting colleagues, trafficking in human beings and other illegal activities. We are only making a routine arrest and investigation. When he heard Jiang Wang's crime, his big eyes, which were originally flashing with danger, were stunned for a moment. Jiang Wang? What does this have to do with that? How could she not know if he had such evil intentions? She hung around Jiang Wang every day, but Jiang Wang never showed any reaction, which made her a little unconfident. She thought her succubus physique had improved, or that Jiang Wang was not good enough. And now you tell me that Jiang Wang RD me? Okay, since someone has reported it and you have evidence, I'll go there. Jiang Wang doesn't care. The main reason why I didn't want to be arrested just now was because it was obvious that these people were hired by someone to sue me. But now that there is someone here, there is no need for that. He didn't believe that these people would dare to kill him in front of Aunt Li Shuet. If they had the ability, they would not use such despicable tactics. Another reason was that Jiang Wang wanted to try out the suppressor. Although this inhibitor can suppress mental power and spiritual energy and seal the Lord's space, he wants to try whether it can suppress various data such as speed and physique that have become stronger due to absolute balance. Sure enough, as soon as the suppressor was in hand, the mental power that could originally cover tens of thousands of meters was instantly suppressed by 1/3, but a series of data such as speed and physique did not change. Looking at Jiang Wang who had been arrested, Cass's face was as gloomy as water. If they had not failed to control Jiang Wang in the first time, they could have captured Jiang Wang before Aunt Li Shuet, and created an illusion on the way that Jiang Wang tried to resist and the inspectorate was forced to shoot him. But it was too late to say anything now. They did not expect Jiang Wang to react so quickly and contact Aunt Li Shui directly without even protesting. Looking at the cold light that flashed in Cass's eyes, Jiang Wang sneered inwardly. As Jiang Wang and Aunt Li Shui arrived at the inspectorate, the college's union has exploded. The president was arrested on suspicion of R and other crimes, which was a huge blow to the prestige and confidence they had just established. The rumor that Aunt Li Shui went to rescue someone for her apprentice spread instantly. Even the video has gone viral. In the inspection department, Jiang Wang looked at the male and female protagonists in the video, a little dazed. Is the face-changing technology in Kaiwan world so advanced? In the video, Jiang Wang fought against many heroes, and played extremely perverted. The woman's cries and Jiang Wang's wild and lewd laughter were extremely impactful. Anyone who has watched the video will feel a deep-seated disgust towards Jiang Wang. Truly speaking, Jiang Wang in the video is such a FG inhuman. Aunt Li Shui's ears turned red and her face turned pale after just one look. Jiang Wang! Calm down, can you believe me if I say this isn't me? Looking at Jiang Wang's cold expression, Aunt Li Shui's reason also prevailed. The main thing is that she actually thought that was Jiang Wang at that moment, and she also associated a series of Jiang Wang's uninterested performances in order to get close to him. 10,000 words omitted here. Bang! Not you. The evidence is all here, and you still want to quibble. Cass looked at Jiang Wang and shouted. Sir, if you are not eager to make a contribution, then you are too unprofessional. If the faces of these heroines were replaced with other people's, would you arrest them all? Jiang Wang said calmly. Although Jiang Wang in the video is very similar to him in every aspect, including his face and some details on his body, they are almost exactly the same. But there are still some omissions. For example, there is a small scar on Jiang Wang's chest. When Jiang Wang revealed the scar on his chest, Cass's face became even uglier. Then Cass produced a series of evidence. Forcing women into prostitution, trafficking in human beings. Looking at the pile of evidence, Jiang Wang was stunned. As the saying goes, it takes only one mouth to spread a rumor, but it takes a lot of effort to refute it. When a pile of carefully crafted evidence appeared in front of everyone, it was inevitable that Jiang Wang would be scolded. Even if Aunt Li Shui believed Jiang Wang, the evidence still needed to be refuted one by one. Jiang Wang has been detained in the inspectorate, and is under joint supervision by people sent by Aunt Li Shui to ensure Jiang Wang's safety. In the monitoring room, Jiang Wang closed his eyes and concentrated. His mental power can already break through the limitations of the inhibitor, and he can open the Lord space at any time. But these are just some means of self-protection. He was wondering who wanted to get him and why. What is certain is that the inspectorate, as the administrative law enforcement unit of the Kaiwan world, must be a person in a high position of power who can command him and spend huge costs to produce evidence and frame him. But it had not been long since he returned from the trial battlefield. So it's not that I have offended some people, but that my existence makes some people unhappy. So it is easy to conclude that there are only 4 reasons. 1. He was a disciple of Aunt Li Shui and was hated by certain powerful people. 2. Some people don't want to see the aliens unite together and want to sow discord among themselves. This is also very easy to understand. Judging from the evidence shown by Cass, most of the crimes committed by Jiang Wang were against the people of Blue Star. He doesn't need to think about it to know that the video or various evidence, or various headlines will be widely circulated throughout the Star Alliance Academy and the Federation. For example, the president of the Federation who claims to protect the people of Blue Star is actually committing all kinds of atrocities such as and robbery. 3. His performance in the trial battlefield was too outstanding, and some people coveted his biological generals or his troops. This reason is not impossible. Jiang Wang accidentally found a piece of information when he obtained information from the internet before. The Empire destroyed the biological empire, eliminating the possibility of stealing other people's talents from the source. As for 4. Because he sacrificed blood to all races, he was hated by all races. Although he was not killed in the trial battlefield, the same might not be true in the Kaiwan world. After all, there is no shortage of lackeys at any time. Although Jiang Wang thinks the possibility is small, it is not impossible. Chapter 66. Inside Siren Academy. Just as Jiang Wang expected, the messages were brewing and spreading rapidly. Especially this character who was established as a star a few days ago. For a time, there was a wave of condemnation against Jiang Wang within the college. How can such a beast become the president of the Federation? I was actually deceived by him. He is a beast in human form. The evidence is irrefutable. Why hold a trial? Just execute him directly. You know nothing. I heard from someone in the inspectorate that the academy is already preparing to rescue him. Do you guys from Blue Star really think Jiang Wang is the same as you? Federation. In the conference room, all the senior executives have arrived. I suggest that Jiang Wang be removed from all positions immediately and publicly announced that what Jiang Wang did had nothing to do with the Federation. Sun Xiantian stood up and said. He had joined the Federation a few days ago just for this moment. His reputation has always been good, and he immediately attracted a lot of people to agree with him. The nature of this matter has not yet been determined. Isn't it a bit too ruthless for us to do this now? Han Binjian said with some embarrassment. Although he had a good impression of Jiang Wang, the videos and some evidence that were circulated made him doubt. Although Xiao Yan wanted to defend Jiang Wang, he couldn't find the angle. He felt that Jiang Wang was wronged, but there was no evidence to prove that Jiang Wang was wronged. Wang Ho wanted to argue something, but he always stopped talking. Lin Xuan next to him watched coldly. I think that Jiang Wang should be retained until the dust settles. After all, the establishment of the Federation does not rely on you, but on Jiang Wang. Moreover, everyone present here owes Jiang Wang a favor. Sun You said calmly to Sun Xiantian and others. She only does what she thinks is right, and she doesn't think Jiang Wang is really as rumored. But the voices supporting Jiang Wang were still very weak, and ultimately the Federation voted to remove Jiang Wang from all his positions. Sun You will take over temporarily, and Sun Xiantian will assist him as vice president. Somewhere in a luxurious villa. The masked man frowned slightly as he looked at the information sent back by his men. Let's proceed to the second step of the plan. As the executioner of the royal family, the only purpose of the masked man and the shadow guard is to ensure the interests of the royal family. Jiang Wang was destined to be dead the moment he became Li Sui's disciple. Wang Tianfeng's residence. Uncle. I know, Jiang Wang is not that kind of person, but where is the evidence? Wang Tianfeng said helplessly as he looked at Aunt Li Shui who was looking aggrieved in front of him. Don't worry about this matter. It's not as simple as you think. But. No buts. Seeing her uncle's resolute attitude, Aunt Li Shui returned to her room like a deflated ball. Looking at Aunt Li Shui's appearance, Wang Tianfeng felt a little regretful, wondering if he was too serious. Then he received a call from Zhou Jian. What do you think? The Shadow Guards, the Li family, the Wang family, the Zhao family, these forces are all involved. What can I do? I just sit back and watch. Wang Tianfeng said unhappily. Jiang Wang cannot die. Zhou Jian ignored Wang Tianfeng's complaints and spoke directly. This Blue Star summons has the largest number of people in the past 500 years. We have already compromised by throwing inexperienced newcomers into the trial field. We cannot compromise again. I know that, but... No buts. We must protect Jiang Wang, not only for the aliens, but also for us. After saying that, Zhou Jian hung up the phone. Wang Tianfeng touched his prickly crew cut. What the hell is this? Jiang Wang's guess was basically correct. They were indeed the people he expected, but he didn't expect that these people actually wanted to kill him together. The next day, Jiang Wang slowly opened his eyes. After a night of thinking and sorting out the ideas, he had guessed a direction. Alas! I might as well go to the battlefield. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Okay, got it. Feeling the bloody battle intent coming from Anna, he smiled. Star Alliance Academy. Oh my god, the latest gossip. Jiang Wang actually killed someone to silence them in order to eliminate future troubles. Quick! Send it to me. Soon, a highly inflammatory story went viral. Jiang Wang used his power to force Nanako to have S***X. Then her boyfriend came to confront Jiang Wang and was beaten to a cripple. He appeared as a witness yesterday and was silenced today. Aunt Li Shui was stunned when she saw the message in front of her. The Federation was also confused. Some of them knew about the affair between Nanako and her boyfriend Wang Rong, and it even caused quite a stir at the time. But what happened is totally different from what has been circulated. These two are not a couple, but husband and wife. Relying on Wang Rong's outstanding strength, Nanako successfully passed the original world under his protection, but in just 1 week in the Kaiwan world, he hooked up with a Kaiwan native and had a relationship with him. However, since Wang Rong worked hard to improve his strength to protect Nanako, he did not notice it. However, on the trial battlefield, in order to protect Nanako, Wang Rong had his arm bitten off by an alien species, and his strength was greatly reduced. Nanako cried bitterly at the time and swore to follow him through life and death. As a result, she flew into someone else's bed that night. After returning to Kaiwan world, the friend who couldn't bear it told Wang Rong everything about Nanako. Wang Rong even fought with his brother because of this. That day he rode alone for 1,000 miles to find Nanako. As a result, when he saw Nanako, she came out of someone else's dormitory in a disheveled state. Wang Rong was furious and went forward to argue. But all he got was a slap from Nanako and some cold sarcasm. You are already a useless person, what can you use to protect me? You can't even protect your own woman, why do you ask me to follow you? Nanako spoke with confidence, and even her adulterer joined forces to beat him up. Although Wang Rong, who was filled with rage, fought back frantically, he lost one arm after all. Not only was he beaten half to death, he was also arrested by the inspectorate. Finally, Jiang Wang heard about this and not only beat up the adulterers, but also redeemed Wang Rong at a considerable price. Many people in the Federation knew about this matter, and Jiang Wang also arranged Wang Rong's subsequent life. This incident became a hot topic within the Federation for a while. But who would have thought that Jiang Wang had just been imprisoned, and the situation would turn around? Several people quickly opened the terminal. A huge blood-red title came into view. Jiang Wang is so powerful that he can play with others. Nanako asked and cried, saying that she and Wang Rong were a loving couple, but Jiang Wang, a good wife, forced Nanako to have S**X with her, and after Wang Rong found out, she pushed the blame onto other righteous people who were ready to help Wang Rong. Then Jiang Wang came forward to win over the hearts of the people and consolidate his position. He could also increase the Federation's hostility towards the indigenous people and maintain the Federation's rights. In this article, Jiang Wang became a conspirator with ulterior motives. He helped Wang Rong just to win people's hearts, and this matter itself was planned by Jiang Wang. Wang Rong is still a warrior charging for love, but Jiang Wang has become a villain. Chapter 67. Xiao Yan and others became furious after reading this article. Absolutely impossible. Damn it. I was the one who arranged this. The prince simply couldn't help himself. He was the one who told Jiang Wang about this matter, hoping that Jiang Wang could do justice. There was no doubt at all about the nature of this matter, that Nanako had an affair, and Wang Rong was beaten when he asked for an explanation, and Jiang Wang could not bear to see it and helped Wang Rong. But now the article is well illustrated with pictures and text, the logical chain is self-consistent, and there is also a video of Jiang Wang threatening people. It feels like a ruthless hand is playing with the people in its hands. After the final video of Wang Rong's death was released, people's emotions were pushed to a climax. Even several nobles spoke out. Such aliens will only bring disaster to the civilization of Kaiwan world. I suggest that they be executed immediately. Wang Zhang was clearly very powerful and had enough strength to spare in the trial battlefield, but he still let the everlasting city be breached. If he had gone to the everlasting city first, so many people would not have died. This is murder. Murder for power and honor. The noble's words actually won praise from many members of the Federation. Little did they know that they had to enter the trial battlefield without sufficient preparation due to the oppression of these nobles, and they were just lucky to survive with the protection of King Jiang, while some of the other trial battlefields were even completely wiped out. But the truth will never be exposed to them. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. Jiang Wang listened to Aunt Li Shui talking about what was happening outside with a calm expression. When Aunt Li Shui talked about Wang Rong's death, Jiang Wang's spirit finally began to waver. This brave and passionate boy actually died? Then, Aunt Li Shui handed the video to Jiang Wang. In the video, Jiang Wang issued an order through the college's channels, saying that anyone who dared to provide evidence to the prison would be killed. The next photo is of Wang Rong's death, with his eyes wide open and a letter of complaint and evidence beside him. Jiang Wang didn't say anything, just watched. But Aunt Li Shui actually discovered a hint of crimson in his spirit. That's anger. It is an incomparable anger. Jiang Wang thought that someone would attack the people around him, and even specifically asked Aunt Li Shui to protect the people around her. But he didn't expect that Wang Rong, whom he had only met a few times, would become the butcher of these people. Looking at Jiang Wang, who seemed somewhat dazed, Aunt Li Shui sighed. The academy is under great pressure at the moment. All the nobles are putting pressure on it, trying to force the academy to make a statement, while Wang Tianfeng and others can only refute one piece of evidence at a time. A lot of evidence has been proven to be false, but no one will continue to pay attention to these pieces of evidence that have been overturned. Reason always belongs to a minority of people, and sometimes it is not useful to prove your innocence. Is there any way? Jiang Wang asked calmly. We have already rejected the previous evidence, but subsequent evidence is constantly being added, and someone wants you dead so. Looking at Jiang Wang's calm eyes, Aunt Li Shui hesitated for a moment and continued. So if things get out of hand, we are prepared to take back your reward and exile you to the Shura battlefield of the 10,000 races battlefield. Aunt Li Shui lowered her head with some guilt. Through the investigation of Jiang Wang in the past few days and his own understanding, he was just a person who wanted to survive in the other world and, if he had the energy, he wanted to help others survive as well. She is at least half responsible for Jiang Wang's downfall. Seeing Aunt Li Shui's somewhat guilty expression, his expression eased slightly. It's okay, as long as I can stay alive. Although this time it was aimed at me, I think it should be aimed at all the aliens. If I'm not mistaken, it should also be aimed at the Star Alliance. Jiang Wang's calm eyes frightened Aunt Li Shui. Just relying on the information learned on the internet, we can make a rough judgment about what is happening in the outside world. Looking at Aunt Li Shui, who has been running around these days, Jiang Wang felt a little warm in his heart. Although I wouldn't be so miserable without Aunt Li Shui, it would be almost the same. In fact, I am still alive now because of her. If I'm not mistaken, you must have something you want, or some powerful person wants to use you to form a marriage alliance with the Star Alliance. But it doesn't matter. You should pay attention to your safety. Only by becoming strong can you get out of the current predicament. After Jiang Wang finished speaking, he stood up and prepared the monitoring room. By the way, help me find out who killed Wang Rong. With the departure of Jiang Wang, only Aunt Li Shui was left with a look of shock. And someone's bedroom. Snap, snap, snap. It's all your fault. While performing piston movements, Kappa slapped the round buttocks left and right. Nanako said a little aggrievedly. It's all Wang Rong's fault. If he hadn't insisted on proving Jiang Wang's innocence, he wouldn't have died. He deserved it. That's enough. Stop talking. I've already killed him. Another person sitting on the sofa said. There are 3 men and 1 woman in the room. Although Nanako is not good looking, she is quite sexy. Unexpectedly, they failed to control the behavior of their lower bodies and ended up getting themselves involved in this matter. Let's go back to last night. What's the matter? Wang Rong looked at his former wife with a stern expression. Nanako was a little embarrassed and resistant. Looking at Nanako's expression, Wang Rong said no more and turned away. Wait, I was wrong about what happened before. Nanako hurriedly hugged Wang Rong from behind. Wang Rong seemed to be stuck by something disgusting, and he shook it off instantly, glaring. Don't FG touch me! Looking at Wang Rong's expression, Nanako shouted with red eyes, feeling a little aggrieved. Wang Rong! Wang Rong! Listen to me, are you going to help Jiang Wang prove his innocence tomorrow? Don't go! Wait a minute, I have some evidence here that may be able to help you. When he heard that it was about Jiang Wang, Wang Rong stopped, relaxed his expression, and took the materials handed to him by Nanako. But when he opened it and read the contents. Are you crazy? You actually want me to join you in slandering Jiang Wang? Wang Rong's eyes instantly became bloodshot, and even blood oozed from his broken arm due to his excitement. Listen to me. As long as you join us in slandering him, not only can we, but you can become rich and powerful instantly. Someone will also provide you with a prosthetic limb. Not a blue star prosthetic limb. The kind that looks just like your own hand. Then we can live together. Nanako's eyes flashed with blazing flames, as if she had already seen the carefree life that Wang Rong would live after he got the money. Looking at Nanako's crazy appearance, Wang Rong's expression slowly calmed down. He originally felt that it was because he was not strong enough and could not provide Nanako with a sense of security that she looked for other people. But now he understood. Wang Rong threw the materials in front of Nanako and said coldly but as if relieved, Jiang Wang is my benefactor. I will not go along with you. Don't look for me again from now on. Looking at Wang Rong's ruthless look, Nanako's face twisted instantly. Wang Rong, you are so selfish. Can't you just lie for me once? Wang Rong ignored everything Nanako did. The next moment. Chapter 68. 3 people suddenly rushed out from the darkness and used all their strength to control Wang Rong. What are you doing? Because Wang Rong had a broken arm, his strength was greatly reduced and he was no match for his opponent at all. The 3 of them firmly controlled Wang Rong and then spoke to Nanako. You come. I saw a person throwing a thin thread in front of Nanako. Ah? You can just kill him directly. Nanako said with an awkward giggle. If he doesn't die, you will die. Looking at the cold eyes of the 3 people, she knew that there was no room for turning back. She suddenly picked up the silk thread on the ground and walked quickly behind Wang Rong. The silk thread was directly tied around Wang Rong's neck. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Die. Die. Nanako tightened the silk thread like a madman. Wang Rong's life force was shattered, and his wide-open eyes were filled with anger, sadness, and unwillingness. In the end, he repaid Jiang Wang's kindness. After several people left in a hurry, Sun Xiantian walked out from the shadows. Really? How can we deal with it when it's like this? Because of the conflict with the Federation, they were naturally targeted by Sun Xiantian, who put pressure and threats on them in the identity of masked men. As expected, these people chose to take action under pressure and dissatisfaction with Jiang Wang. Looking at Wang Rong lying on the ground with his eyes open, Sun Xiantian curled the corners of his mouth into a sneer. Tisk, how pitiful, but I have no choice. I was forced to do it. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being blind and finding a woman who kills people. The other side. Wang Tianfeng was having a headache at the moment. Zhou Jian was in the front, while he needed to find clues among the numerous carefully compiled evidences. Squeak! Looking at Aunt Li Shui who pushed the door open with a dazed look on her face, Wang Tianfeng was a little confused. Didn't you tell Jiang Wang? What's wrong with you? Aunt Li Shui pondered for a while and then told everyone the contents of the inspection room. You mean, he guessed your characteristics based on the information he knew before? And he also predicted most of the current situations. Be calm in dealing with things and remain calm in times of crisis. Although Wang Tianfeng was a little frightened, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that Jiang Wang had this ability. Alas, what a pity! If only he had come 500 years earlier. Uncle, I apply to escort King Jiang to the Shura battlefield, and apply to be tested in the trial battlefield for 1 year. Nonsense! Wang Tianfeng, who was still sighing just now, stood up instantly. Don't forget! Your period is about to start. Aunt Li Shui clenched her fists and bit her lips. But this is all because... Auntie Shui! All this is not because of you. Jiang Wang even has to thank you. If it weren't for you, if someone wanted to deal with him, he would have died in prison now. Seeing Aunt Li Shui's somewhat self-blaming expression, Wang Tianfeng suddenly comforted her with some heartache. Uncle, I can't live under your wings forever. Aunt Li Shui suddenly looked up and said with a firm look in her eyes. In the final analysis, Aunt Li Shui is actually the pearl of their star alliance, their child. Because of her special physique, they have been carefully protecting her, even though she has grown up, but now... Wang Tianfeng was silent. After a long time. We'll talk about it later. Go back and have a rest. No, I still have to help Jiang Wang find out who killed Wang Rong. All right. Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang. Go and have a rest. I'll go check. Okay uncle, check it out quickly uncle. Aunt Li Shui smiled slyly and walked out of the office. Looking at Aunt Li Shui's back, Wang Tianfeng pondered for a while and dialed Zhou Jian's number. Aunt Shui is going to the 10,000 races battlefield. What? Now? Yes, I don't know what stimulated him. He insisted on going, saying that he didn't want to live under our wings. What's wrong? Am I old? Am I old? Wang Tianfeng suddenly said loudly as if stimulated by something. Oh, why are you so excited? It's good that the child has grown up and has her own ideas. Whose jurisdiction are you going to let her go to? When it came to serious matters, Wang Tianfeng became serious and thought for a while. Lin Qinjia. Lin Qinjia. Zhou Jian's shocked voice came from the phone. Yes, it's Lin Qinjia. Hasn't his grandson Lin Sun come to our college? Doesn't Lin Nanzheng still owe him a favor? Okay, I'll go talk to you. Zhou Jian said helplessly. On the other side, after Lin Nanzheng received the message from Zhou Jian, he pondered for a while and replied. Xiao Sun has already told me, Aunt Li Shui, you can go, but Jiang Wang cannot die. If you can't protect him, I will do it instead. Also, as long as he can walk out of the Shura battlefield alive, we will send him to Qinjia. Inside the monitoring room, Jiang Wang looked up at the ceiling, but his mind had already penetrated deep into the Lord's space. In the decomposition pool, the biological warfare general had been decomposed to only a thin shell. Through the dim liquid, a slender human figure can be vaguely seen. After a not too long wait. Click! As the first crack appeared, the entire thin shell shattered in an instant. Thump! The moment the liquid flows into the decomposition tank, a large amount of genetic information suddenly flooded into the gene bank. The amount of information was so great that Jiang Wang and Anna both felt a mental pain. Warning! Unknown gene sequence invasion. Hundreds of genetic sequence data detected, opening the first-level biological lock. Thousands of genetic sequence data were detected, opening the secondary biological lock. Hundreds of millions of genetic sequence data detected, check-in level 10, biological lock. Meet the requirements of the Empire's heir. All biological locks have been opened, unlocking the ultimate weapon Alice. Blue Beast Gene 2 Star, has the ability to breathe freely in the ocean and swim quickly. This ability also applies to Giant Turtle 4-star, with a powerful shield gene and extremely strong self-healing ability, can be integrated with the genes of Cloud Softworm to obtain extremely strong all-round armor. Water Bear 6-star. Ultimate Weapon Alice, semi-finished product, 10-star, an immortal created by combining the Empire's most perfect genes, a man-made powerful void breaker. Successor, hello. When you see this message, I believe you have obtained the inheritance of the Empire, and the biological Empire no longer exists. The Empire tried to change humans from the genetic level, but it went against its will. Under the siege of the Kaiwan Empire and many other forces, only the inheritance can be left. I hope you can inherit the mantle of the Empire and unlock the secret of the endpoint of the genetic sequence. After reading all the information, Jiang Wang rubbed his temples, placed the primordial stone on Anna's forehead, and asked Anna to go see Alice when she felt better. Judging from the name, this should be a woman, and she was not wearing any clothes when she entered the decomposition pool. After a long time, Jiang Wang looked at Alice, who was wearing Anna's little skirt, standing expressionlessly in the insect nest. And most of the energy of the insect nest was also absorbed by her. This made Anna very angry. Wearing her clothes, absorbing her energy, and taller than her, with a better figure. Anna's angry look made Jiang Wang laugh. As Jiang Wang's spirit descended, Alice suddenly turned her head and looked into the void, wondering what she should say. Those who play with genes are good at it. There is no flaw in Alice's face from any angle. The bright white teeth and slightly heroic sword-like eyebrows made the originally very gentle face more sharp. Her tall and straight nose and lips as soft as jade make people fall in love with her the moment they see her. Different from Aunt Li Shui's charm, elegance, and mature beauty. Alice is like a goddess, with a slender and upright body and waist-length hair. If Jiang Wang were to give a summary, she would be the ceiling among mature women. Suddenly, Alice opened her thin lips. Dominate. Chapter 69. By the time Jiang Wang received all the information, Alice had already entered the Zerg sequence. His rank and authority are only second to Jiang Wang, and even on par with Anna. You have to know that Anna was evolved by Jiang Wang and fed with various bloodlines. And Alice was rated as queen level without any blessing. Anna, who was originally angry, felt even more aggrieved, especially after seeing Jiang Wang's slightly appreciative look. She felt a little aggrieved besides being angry. After all, she is no longer the ignorant queen who knows nothing. Jiang Wang instantly caught the subtle fluctuation of mental power. Little Anna. Ah. Unhappy? No. Oh, okay. Seeing Jiang Wang turning his head away and not asking any more questions, Anna's big eyes suddenly became misty. Seeing that Jiang Wang was almost done, he quickly went to comfort poor little Anna. Okay, don't cry, you are still the queen of the Zerg, the queen of Alice's so-called race, okay. Jiang Wang actually had no choice, Alice's position was determined by the genetic sequence. That is to say, except for Jiang Wang's orders and the Queen's Guard, Alice has the right to command any Zerg force. And have absolute responsibility and loyalty to Jiang Wang and the Zerg. For the Zerg, once they are within the genetic sequence, their loyalty to the Overlord is absolute. In other words, among the Zerg, any lack of loyalty means absolute disloyalty. After comforting Anna, Jiang Wang turned his gaze to Alice. Ultimate Weapon Alice, semi-finished product. Intelligence, 18,000. Stamina, 20,000. Speed, 23,000. Attack, 25,000. Skills, infinite self-healing, transcending limits, absolute calmness, XN. Comprehensive combat power, 30,000 70,000. Disadvantage, unable to become a powerful person in the void-breaking realm. When Jiang Wang saw Alice's nearly 10-page list of skills and talents, he finally understood why Alice was called the ultimate weapon by an empire. And these are Alice's silver level 1 data, which means that as Jiang Wang becomes stronger, Alice will gradually unlock the genetic restrictions and become stronger. This is the ultimate killer weapon. Jiang Wang found Alice's location in an instant. Isn't this a pure female killer on the battlefield? Where else can Alice's strengths be better utilized than on the battlefield? Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. The spirit walked up to Alice. Do you have feelings? Alice will resolutely carry out the Lord's orders. Jiang Wang stared at Alice in front of him. Although it was still very faint, Jiang Wang felt a trace of Alice's emotion. Suddenly, Jiang Wang seemed to think of someone. Violet. There are no orders. I hope you can have your own emotions like her. Yes. After arranging the rest of the things, Jiang Wang left the Lord's space. Alice and Anna were left staring at each other with eyes wide open. After all, they were both beautiful girls, none of them had small eyes. And Jiang Wang digests the information in the gene bank. As long as you are busy, time flies. During that period, Aunt Li Shui came several times. 10 days later. The academy can no longer withstand the pressure. It is no longer a question of evidence, but a confrontation between old and new forces. Lin Sun has even reported to Lin Nanzheng several times whether he should take Jiang Wang back directly. The only reply I got was, "Don't worry about it, let him come back first." Just one day after Lin Sun left, the college issues notifications to everyone. Due to some personal problems and external reasons of Jiang Wang from our school decided to confiscate all the rewards given to Jiang Wang and send him to the 10,000 races battlefield, Shura War Zone, and he will leave in one day. One stone stirs up 1,000 ripples. Within the Star Alliance, the top leaders are all gloomy, while the old forces are celebrating. Because the Shura War Zone is equivalent to a death sentence. Call. Jiang Wang stepped on the sunlit ground and took a deep breath. The golden sunlight shone on his face. Soft hair, angular face. Aunt Li Shui was stunned for a moment. Compared with all the people she had seen, Jiang Wang's appearance was not outstanding, but at this moment, Jiang Wang was unique. After greeting Wang Ho, Sun You, Xiao Yan, and Han Binjian in front of him, Jiang Wang saw an unexpected figure. Gaia. He first greeted Aunt Li Shui, and then spoke casually to Jiang Wang. Ah, it seems there is no way to have tea. It's not too late to drink now. No, I'd rather wait until you come back from the 10,000 races battlefield before drinking. Uncle Su is very optimistic about you, and I represent the new forces, so if you come back alive, don't just talk about drinking tea, you can do whatever you want. Gaia suddenly said seriously. After saying that, Jiang Wang turned around and left. He didn't know why he came today. All the people from the new forces thought that this was a complete failure. But when he met Jiang Wang for the first time, he felt that Jiang Wang would never die so easily. That's why he took some risks and came to meet Jiang Wang again. Jiang Wang was walking back to the dormitory when people kept pointing and talking at him. But because of Aunt Li Shui who was standing next to them, everyone put away the rotten eggs and vegetable leaves in their hands. All the way in silence. Jiang Wang temporarily lives in Wang Tianfeng's mansion. Seeing Jiang Wang acting as if nothing had happened, Wang Tianfeng became furious. I thought you had to lose a few pounds in there. Fortunately, thanks to Master, I am not hungry. Jiang Wang said with a smile on his face. After hearing this, Wang Tianfeng turned around and left. Night. Jiang Wang slipped out the door quietly. Wang Tianfeng happened to be smoking at the door, as if he had expected Jiang Wang to sneak out. Why? To seek revenge. Wang Tianfeng was smoking and glancing at Jiang Wang behind him. And Jiang Wang is not shy about it. Aren't you afraid of really dying? I can't die. If I were to die, they would be waiting for me in the Shura War Zone. They are just a few small shrimps. How about I avenge you? Wang Tianfeng still wanted to persuade Jiang Wang not to kill anyone at this critical moment. Jiang Wang suddenly remembered the man's stubborn and strong expression. I remember that he insisted on contributing his part under such circumstances. Thinking of his eyes that refused to close before he died. Need not. Jiang Wang was gentle but firm, and turned away. Looking at Jiang Wang's figure, Wang Tianfeng took a deep puff of his cigarette. Good. Jiang Wang just walked calmly on the campus, on the road to killing people. When he pushed open the door, the cigarettes and alcohol scattered on the floor, the pungent smell filling the room, and the 4 naked figures on the bed told Jiang Wang what a crazy night they had spent. Do not go gentle into that good night. And don't let your enemies die gently. Under the influence of Jiang Wang's spiritual power, several people died miserably, not physically, but mentally. He died in a very miserable way. When Jiang Wang walked out of the room again, he let out a breath. This was the first time he killed someone with his own hands, but it would definitely not be the last time. He had to get used to it. But it felt good. Humming a little tune, Jiang Wang slowly returned to the mansion. Chapter 70. The next day. There were no onlookers, and no rotten eggs to send off. Jiang Wang boarded Aunt Li Shui's private ship early and flew towards the battlefield of all races. Watching the ship leave, he ultimately failed to persuade Aunt Li Shui. This time, the ship not only has multiple rooms, but also has simple training rooms and entertainment rooms. In Aunt Li Shui's words, more training means a greater chance of survival. Jiang Wang was lying on the sofa watching everything about the Shura War Zone. Shura War Zone, also known as the Death War Zone. Because of its unique membership composition and the battlefield it is heading to, it creates a unique war zone. The people of the Shura War Zone may not be the strongest on the battlefield, but their density and death rate are definitely among the best. On average, a battle involving tens of millions of people occurs every 3 days, and a battle involving hundreds of millions of people occurs every 7 days. The death rate was as high as 89%. A legend spread in the Shura War Zone. There are no friends in Shura War Zone. Anyone who can survive in the Shura War Zone for a year is considered a golden reserve. Anyone who can survive for 3 years will have the qualifications of platinum. As for the next 10 years, they will definitely be diamond powerhouses. No matter whether you are gold or platinum, you must be prepared to die in such a high-intensity battlefield. This is the Shura War Zone. Even Jiang Wang found a few videos. It's basically extremely chaotic, with a wide variety of arms and abilities. Strange beasts in all kinds of races from all directions. Even Jiang Wang, who had fought in wars involving tens of millions of people, frowned. Oh, now you feel nervous. Aunt Li Shui took out a bottle of wine that looked very valuable from behind the counter. I'm not nervous. I just want to learn more in advance. Jiang Wang put down the terminal and picked up the wine glass. The reddish slurry reflects an attractive luster in the glass cup. Don't worry, I will also go to the battlefield of all races this time, and I will protect you then. Aunt Li Shui took a sip, and her charming eyebrows wrinkled slightly under the stimulation of alcohol. Jiang Wang smiled slightly, took a light sniff, and swallowed it in one gulp. It's okay, you won't die, just do what you need to do. This kind of place is suitable for me. The spicy feeling instantly penetrates the heart and lungs, but after the burning sensation, there is a light aftertaste and a unique flavor that fills the nasal cavity. Thanks to the alcohol, Jiang Wang's expression did not change, but his mental strength was not as calm as it appeared. How can I not be angry? When the chivalrous spirit of a cold-blooded boy was ruthlessly extinguished, when his friends died tragically because of his negligence, when he was imprisoned and powerless. Jiang Wang never claimed to understand human nature, but he also never trusted human nature. But, well, when he looked at Aunt Li Shui, his eyes did not change, but the subtle fluctuations in his spirit showed that he was, at least at this moment, a little depressed. Anyone who has such a stunningly beautiful master, who is open-hearted and uncomplaining, will also develop some other emotions. But Aunt Li Shui, who was not drunk, keenly caught this slight change. Her eyes turned several times, first surprise, then anger, and finally a hint of sadness. After 3 rounds of drinks, the two returned to their own rooms. Midnight. Jiang Wang looked through the window at the light of the stars exploding in the distance, at the gorgeous nebulae, at the black hole that could swallow everything. Suddenly, the door slowly opened. Jiang Wang turned his head and saw Aunt Li Shui standing at the door in her silk pajamas. The proud curves of the body are outlined vividly. The slender and white legs are like a dragon hidden in the clouds, and they are stunning at first glance. The lofty mountains, the perky buttocks, it was as if Aunt Li Shui was the only daughter beloved by God, who had given him all the beautiful and tempting things. But all this could not compare to Aunt Li Shui's eyes full of love and temptation at this moment. Little Jiang Wang. The smell of alcohol made Jiang Wang frown. This shouldn't be the case. Although Aunt Li Shui is usually not very serious, she has always been very careful in this regard. Why is she so? A fragrant breeze blew over. The snow-white arms were placed on Jiang Wang's shoulders, and the towering peaks were flattened bit by bit. Hot body temperature, strong smell of alcohol, light body fragrance. The room was filled with a charming atmosphere. In an instant, Jiang Wang's mental power underwent the greatest fluctuation in history. But when he met Aunt Li Shui's eyes, everything stopped. Who are you? Jiang Wang's cold and angry voice echoed in the room. This is not Aunt Li Shui. At least, it is not the Aunt Li Shui that she knows who is controlling her body now. What are you talking about? I am the master. Little Jiang Wang with a rosy face and flaming red lips, she exhaled hot and humid air in Jiang Wang's ear, and even exposed her chest intentionally or unintentionally. Although the movements were very stiff, it was still extremely tempting. I'll ask again. Where's Aunt Li Shui? A huge amount of mental power exploded instantly, and more than 10,000 high-quality mental powers were all concentrated in one room. In an instant, Aunt Li Shui, who was possessed by the succubus, felt boundless pressure. The pressure he was under was even greater than that of Wang Tianfeng. Seeing that it wasn't going to work, the succubus like Aunt Li Shui gave a charming smile. Is my body not pretty? You are not interested in me. Alas, Auntie Zioxia's sincerity is misplaced. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, and her already tall and straight breasts were almost visible. The succubus's seemingly indifferent slanting stroke is actually full of temptation. But when he saw that Jiang Wang was angry and cold without any change, he knew that the plan had failed again. A burst of mental power quickly disappeared from Aunt Li Shui, and Jiang Wang seized the opportunity and rushed forward with mental power. He instantly captured a trace of residual mental power and crushed it directly. Ah! A shrill scream rang out in the void. Jiang Wang's face turned pale instantly. Seeing that Aunt Li Shui's eyes had returned to the clear, stupid, and familiar look they had before, Jiang Wang fainted. And this scene shocked Wang Tianfeng and Zhou Jian in front of the screen. How could they leave Aunt Li Shui, who was about to burst into succubus, alone on the spaceship with Jiang Wang? This spaceship can be said to be carefully made. If Jiang Wang makes the next move, he will be killed instantly. In their opinion, 100 Jiang Wangs are not as good as Aunt Li Shui. But Jiang Wang not only held on as Aunt Li Shui expected, he also severely damaged the succubus lord. Aunt Li Shui was standing in front of Jiang Wang at a loss at this moment. As her period was approaching, it was very dangerous in itself, and today her heart suddenly moved, which made the succubus master think it was an opportunity. Moreover, she did not expect that the succubus lord would come with such a strong force this time. The previous temptation was just a look, but this time he actually controlled her body directly. This means that the succubus lord had been hoarding strength and preparing to liberate herself all at once, but he did not expect to meet a monk like Jiang Wang. Aunt Li Shui was both shy and angry. I feel shy because of what I just did. What made me angry was that even though I was in such a state, Jiang Wang didn't take any other action. But the next moment, Aunt Li Shui actually smiled happily, and the look she gave Jiang Wang was filled with a bit more tenderness from the bottom of her heart. All I can say is, women's hearts are as unfathomable as the sea. Chapter 71. Vertical Day. Jiang Wang's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Although he used all his mental strength to retain a trace of the succubus lord's mental strength, it was not without cost. At this moment, his spiritual world was in a state of conflict. One is Jiang Wang's pure white with a hint of black, and the other is a charming pink. The succubus lord was also very angry at this moment. Aunt Li Shui's face was twisted and crazy in her anger. Jiang Wang continued to devour and squeeze the succubus's living space inch by relying on its mass advantage. Seeing that the erosion she was so proud of had no effect, she started to seduce again. Unlike in reality, she couldn't fully control Aunt Li Shui's body. At this moment, she was using Aunt Li Shui's body to seduce Jiang Wang crazily. "Little brother, can you see clearly? Do you want me to push it down further?" The snow-white rabbit is faintly visible through the half-covered clothes. The deep ravine seemed to be able to eat away anyone's soul. The skirt that was lifted to the thighs perfectly showed off Jiang Wang's plump and perfect thighs. The erotic scenes are irresistible even to the most devout pilgrim. But unfortunately, if the succubus didn't seduce Jiang Wang in reality, it would be even more impossible in the spiritual world. Jiang Wang was determined to get her. He didn't know why he was so angry. In fact, after he drank that night, Jiang Wang was moved for a moment. But I restrained myself. And when Aunt Li Shui came to him that night, he began to waver a little. But when he saw the deeper struggle in those charming eyes, all he had left was anger. I don't know why, maybe he was standing up for his master, or he was angry about being fooled, but it didn't matter. This succubus must die. Seeing that her clothes had been removed, but Jiang Wang's mental strength remained unchanged, and even devoured her remaining mental strength mercilessly, she finally collapsed. "Are you still a man?" A look of bloodshot eyes and hysterical screams. After the last piece of mental power was devoured, everything returned to calm. Jiang Wang stood in the spiritual world in a daze. Indeed, Aunt Li Shui's body has unparalleled charm, not to mention with the blessing of the succubus, everyone wants to have a taste of her. But her soul is not Aunt Li Shui. So Jiang Wang just felt disgusted. That was not Aunt Li Shui, but she used her body to do such a thing. When Jiang Wang woke up slowly, Aunt Li Shui was wiping Jiang Wang's sweat carefully beside his bed. The worried eyes flickered as they looked at Jiang Wang, and the two of them exchanged glances. "Yeah, there's soup on the table, drink it yourself." With that, Aunt Li Shui ran out of the room like the wind. After returning to her room, Aunt Li Shui threw herself directly onto her bed. The scene from last night and the look in their eyes just now instantly flashed through her mind. Her cheeks instantly turned red, and even her head was emitting smoke of mental power due to excessive tension. As for Jiang Wang, he remained resolute even when facing a naked body. At this moment, I feel a little more shy. When the two appeared in the living room again, they were both more or less awkward. But as the saying goes, there's nothing a glass of wine can't solve. If so, too. Aunt Li Shui, whose cheeks were flushed from drinking, spilled all her secrets in one breath. Jiang Wang, on the other hand, looked at Aunt Li Shui gently, who was sometimes angry, sometimes funny, and sometimes using exaggerated metaphors. From her talent and military type to the unique feeling Jiang Wang gave her, to the anger and sadness for Jiang Wang in the end due to rumors and persecution. Aunt Li Shui was like a chatterbox, talking non-stop. At this moment, Aunt Li Shui seemed to have become the apprentice, and Jiang Wang seemed to have become the master. Until finally Aunt Li Shui fell drunk on the table. Jiang Wang gently lifted her up and placed her in the room. Before leaving, I saw Aunt Li Shui's crystal saliva and the smile on her face. The other side. I don't know how many pieces of Wang Tianfeng's table have been broken in front of the screen. Old Wang, actually. You can talk, but you can't shut up. Wang Tianfeng's face was gloomy, as if the cabbage he had carefully protected and fed was accidentally pushed away by the wild boar coming down from the mountain. It's too early to tell now. If Jiang Wang can come out of the Shura war zone alive, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Roll. Zhou Jian looked at the phone that was hung up instantly, and guessed that Wang Tianfeng had overturned the table. But on the other side, Wang Tianfeng calmed down after a moment of anger. After what happened that night, he also thought that if Jiang Wang was able to protect Aunt Li Shui in the future, then he would be able to accept the two of them being together. But thinking of Aunt Li Shui's army, that's SS end level. It's not something you can resist the temptation of. Well, a sigh like that of an old father echoed in the huge room. Star Alliance Academy. As the storm subsided, people still remembered the incident, but their attention was gradually drawn to other things. The bodies of Nanako and others were crushed to ashes by Wang Tianfeng and dumped in the toilet. This was also Jiang Wang's specific instruction. As for the investigation, Wang Tianfeng knew nothing about anything. When he checked the surveillance footage, he found that all the surveillance systems had short-circuited that night. The investigators were so angry that their eyes turned red and their necks thickened. They angrily scolded Wang Tianfeng for being shameless. Quantum monitoring has the nerve to say it's a short circuit. Why don't you say it's a power outage? Wang Tianfeng had a shameless look on his face, as if he just didn't know, wasn't clear, and had no evidence. Aren't all of you inspectors in this position anyway? And under Sun You's leadership, the Federation gradually got better. Sun Qiantian temporarily saved his life because of this wave of conspiracy, and obtained a bottle of potential stimulating liquid provided by the masked man, which allowed his strength to quickly increase to the first level of silver in a short period of time, and formed his own party to fight against Sun You. After Jiang Wang left, the nobles gave resources, power, and all kinds of good things, and kept trying to win over and divide the people of the Federation and other Blue Star people. People are grateful to the nobles, to the Kaiwan world, and to everything except Jiang Wang. Just like Che Guevara. But Jiang Wang doesn't care about these. Time flies, and happy times are always short. The ship had arrived at the battlefield of all races without anyone noticing. Jiang Wang looked through the glass and saw the countless vast battlefields. Planets one by one, meteorite belts one by one. There are also countless battlefields with no end in sight, and fortresses suspended in the air. Mechanized armies and lords are combined, and elemental lords and martial arts lords can fly directly in the universe. Soon, a troop in gorgeous uniforms appeared. The leading man's tall and straight figure looked extraordinary and heroic in his military uniform. As the hatch slowly opened. "Hello, Commander Li." The handsome man quickly stepped forward and extended his hand very gentlemanly to support Aunt Li Shui. Aunt Li Shui just glanced at him and passed him by. And he was not embarrassed, after all, he was not the only one who had experienced such a thing. But the next second, he suddenly shouted loudly. "Get it! Presumptuous!" Aunt Li Shui's sudden outburst of momentum made the people around her pause. After Jiang Wang took away some of the succubus's mental power that night, her strength increased a little bit. "My mission is to send him to the Shura war zone. And I am only here to meet an elder. Not to take over." Aunt Li Shui's cold eyes made Carl a little dazed. He could feel that Aunt Li Shui was actually really angry because of this murderer and RT. Angry and jealous looks came from all directions. Jiang Wang smiled helplessly. "This is so. Who can I talk to?" Chapter 72. Jiang Wang followed Aunt Li Shui to meet the elders stationed on the battlefield of all races. And Jiang Wang also fully witnessed how popular Aunt Li Shui was and her great charm. Wherever he went, there were all kinds of noblemen, and the young general showed off his talents in all kinds of ways. In the huge command room, an old man with grey hair but a resolute face kept asking Aunt Li Shui about her well-being. "Come here, Aunt Zioxiu, let Uncle Sun take a look. Oh, you've grown taller again. By the position and the rank on his shoulder, Jiang Wang recognized at a glance that this man was the famous commander-in-chief of the 10,000 races battlefield, Sun Ming Yuan. Since the Star Sea Alliance has always been at the forefront of resisting the invasion of all races, after years of operation, it has firmly grasped the authority of the commander-in-chief. But it was hard to imagine that the old man who could put Jiang Wang under so much pressure even with just a glance was actually like a daughter slave, constantly asking about Aunt Li Shui's recent affairs. After a while, Sun Ming Yuan seemed to have just thought of or seen Jiang Wang. "Are you Zioxia's apprentice?" The mental force filled with coercive aura instantly enveloped Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang's expression remained unchanged, but he couldn't stop shaking his head in his heart. Here it comes, the traditional art of Star Alliance Academy. But Jiang Wang is no longer the same as before, especially after devouring a part of the Succubus Lord's mental power. His mental power instantly soared to 1.6 W. Although it was still like a lone boat in Sun Mingjai Yuan's spiritual power, which was like a vast ocean, it was already a slightly larger boat. Looking at Jiang Wang's resolute expression, Sun Ming Yuan quietly increased his mental strength. But Jiang Wang still maintains the attitude of "I'm still okay with it." Then he suddenly withdrew his mental power, and Jiang Wang's mental power did not riot, and this control over power also won Sun Mingjai Yuan's praise. "Yeah, not bad." Sun Ming Yuan nodded slightly. Jiang Wang smiled politely, but couldn't help but complain in his heart, "What kind of people are these? You guys should leave later. There happens to be someone going with you who will explain some things to you." Sun Ming Yuan explained to Aunt Li Shui. Aunt Li Shui and Jiang Wang sat side by side on chairs in the war room. People kept coming to the command room to report military intelligence. None of the young men could resist glancing at Aunt Li Shui, even the female soldiers. After a long time, the war room was opened. A strong smell of blood wafted into my nose. A middle-aged man with blood on his clothes and shoes walked into the command room. "General Sun." The man saluted Sun Ming Yuan with a standard military salute. "Well, then tell them. Also, remember what you promised us." Sun Ming Yuan obviously disliked the person in front of him, but he didn't say much. He smiled at Aunt Li Shui and left the command room. The man in front of him, with a head full of white hair, soft eyebrows and slightly upturned lips, looked like a handsome young man walking out of a painting, but the military uniform and blood-stained boots on his body were in sharp contrast to his temperament. "Hello, my name is Lin Qinjia, I guess you are Jiang Wang." Lin Qinjia walked straight towards Jiang Wang, took off his white gloves stained with blood, and stretched out his white but calloused right hand. Jiang Wang immediately thought of Lin Nanshen's other child. "Yes, Lin Nansheng is my father. Thank you for standing up for my brother." Looking at Lin Qinjia's gentle gaze, Jiang Wang instantly felt as if he was being stared at by a giant python. If Sun Ming Yuan was like a mountain, pressing down on you with great force, then Lin Qinjia gave him the feeling of being stared at by a giant python, and this python was extremely poisonous. But that feeling was fleeting. After some pleasantries, the two followed Lin Qinjia and boarded his ship. Different from Aunt Li Shui's luxury, Lin Qinjia's ship was much plainer, with a dark red hull, several sharp scratches, and a striking black snake logo on the right side of the hull. But when Jiang Wang got closer, he found that it was not a dark red shell at all, but blood that had been stained for a long time and several huge scratches that had not even had time to be repaired. The conditions in the military camp are average, so we had to find this ship temporarily. "It's really..." Lin Qinjia said somewhat embarrassedly. "It's okay, it's fine." Jiang and Wang said quickly. "Just kidding, a big boss is driving a car that obviously just hit someone and says his car is not good. That is because he is humble and treats you as his own. If you follow suit and say that his car is really broken, then you are ungrateful." The two men sat on the iron seats and fastened their seat belts. With a roar, the ship quickly climbed. Jiang and Wang also understood why they should wear seat belts. Whoosh! The powerful horsepower gave Jiang and Wang the full sense of pushing their backs. As the flight gradually stabilized, Lin Qinji turned around and said to Jiang Wang. Father also mentioned you to me. Although the fighting in the Shura war zone is extremely fierce, I think it is an excellent place for training. I have specially used my connections to find a team for you this time. I believe you will be able to adapt quickly. Lin Qinji kept telling Jiang Wang about things on the battlefield, just like an uncle next door taking care of his nephews. Soon, the ship hovered over a large camp. Through the glass, Jiang Wang saw many people coming and going, some with sad faces, some drunk. But when they looked up and saw the ship's logo clearly, they all moved away with horror, as if there would be some bad consequences if they were a second late. The hatch slowly opened and Jiang Wang had arrived at his destination. Shura War Zone, military camp. Not far away, a tall man in a meticulously dressed military uniform quickly stepped forward and saluted Lin Qinji behind him with an impeccable military salute. Get out alive! This is the fastest way for you to gain strength and freedom. Because of the roar of the ship, Lin Qinji could only shout loudly to Jiang Wang. Just as the ship was about to take off, Aunt Li Shui couldn't sit still anymore and shouted loudly at Jiang Wang. Stay alive! I'll come find you! As a heat wave hit, the ship quickly took off. Jiang Wang watched the ship turn into a tiny dot and then disappear. The soldiers around him seemed to let out a sigh of relief. Damn it, brother, what's the matter? Black Snake delivered it personally. Are you cheating on the Emperor? Ji Wulai took off his hat and loosened his belt while talking. Oh, by the way, my name is Ji Jihe, you can call me GDA. The originally sharp military uniform suddenly became weird. Looking at Jiang Wang's puzzled eyes, Ji Wulai laughed playfully. Don't pretend, brother. If I saw correctly, the person behind Lin Dushi should be Aunt Li Shui. You two have a special relationship. No wonder you have to come to the Shura war zone. You dare to mess with the Emperor's intended wife? Tell me, how does it feel? Looking at Ji Wulai's lewd smile, Jiang Wang became even more confused. Are all the soldiers here like this? He could only find information about the severity of the Shura battlefield on the internet, but little other information. Chapter 73. Jiang Wang looked confused and didn't look fake. Ji Wulai frowned and suddenly thought of something. Brother, you are not Jiang Wang, are you? Jiang Wang nodded helplessly. It seems like you don't even know who I am, yet you're just chatting with me like this. Then Ji Wulai's expression became strange. Are you that unlucky little BD? Jiang Wang? Tisk tisk tisk, come on, I'll lead your team. Looking at Ji Wulai's expression of both pity and gloating, Jiang Wang suddenly had a bad feeling. Hey, Beiji, don't blame me for not reminding you. Ji Wulai said as he ate beef jerky that he had taken out from somewhere. Since you're a newcomer, I'll tell you the rules so that old Tao doesn't deduct my reward. First of all, auxiliary medical doctors and nurses must not engage in any obscene or other forms of insults. Secondly, don't be a deserter. Third, private killing is not allowed in the military camp. Either go to the life and death stage or go to the battlefield. Let me explain first. In the Shura war zone, apart from these 3 rules you must keep in mind, there are no other rules as long as you are strong enough. Remember this. Otherwise, you will only have a 60% chance of dying in the Shura battlefield. But if you violate these 3 rules, you will be 100% dead. Also, in the Shura war zone, there are no military ranks, only badges indicating position and how long you have lived. A star represents a month, a moon represents a year, and as for the sun. As he spoke, his eyes revealed sincere admiration. The sun is not obtained by time, but by establishing great military merit under extremely harsh conditions. For example, Lin Dushi, the one who sent you here, once led a team to raid the rear of the 10,000 clans in a large-scale battle. Not only did he kill the grandson of the ancestor, he also fought back from the rear to the front, and then fought back again. He went in and out 7 times and forcibly reversed the situation. He was awarded the Sun Badge only then. Of course, this kind of thing is nothing to worry about. People like Lin Dushi are not comparable to ordinary people. As they went deeper, Ji Wulai brought Jiang Wang to a military supply office. A few burly men at the door were playing finger-guessing games and drinking contests enthusiastically. "Hey, isn't this Ji Wulai? He's here with his little chick." Several burly men whistled and laughed loudly. "What? Want to try it?" Ji Wulai stopped and said with a teasing look on his face. "Oh, there is such a good thing? Execution on the spot." Several fencing masters instantly became interested. "Well, don't say I didn't warn you. If you can't protect your flower, it will definitely become a man-eating plant in the future." Ji Wulai stepped back a few steps and smiled at Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang looked at Ji Wulai behind him expressionlessly and asked, "Is it okay to be crippled?" "It's up to you, as long as you don't die." Ji crossed his arms weakly, with an expression that looked as if it had nothing to do with me. But when he went to where Jiang Wang was standing again, his figure had disappeared, and his speed was so fast that it left a barely visible afterimage on the ground. Bang! Bang! Plan! Ah! In just a few seconds, several big men were lying on the ground in a twisted state, with their hands and feet twisted to varying degrees, but the footprints on their faces and the teeth on the ground were surprisingly consistent. The next moment, Jiang Wang appeared in front of Ji Wulai, looking at the thin man in front of him with cold eyes. "Oh shit! I was scared to death." "You're awesome, bro." Watching Ji Wulai's exaggerated performance, Jiang Wang tilted his head slightly and glanced at the moon on his chest. "The same as you." Jiang Wang then registered his own information and walked towards the depths of the military camp. In the tents around, some people were exercising, and some were exercising their waists and abdomens. Obscene sounds kept coming from behind a tent, or directly from the tent. The Shura war zone was originally managed as half prison and half military camp. Most of the people here are troublemakers and criminals who are difficult to discipline. In addition, the death rate is extremely high and no one knows whether they can see the sun tomorrow, so basically, apart from the 3 major regulations, they can do whatever they want. Soon, Jiang Wang came to a relatively clean and tidy tent. "Ahem, Big Bear, Second Bear, Third Bear. I've left the people from your team at the door." Then he ran away at a whirlwind. When Jiang Wang turned his head, the door curtain had been lifted. I saw a burly man over 1.9 meters tall standing in front of Jiang Wang, and 2 almost identical heads popped out from behind him. "Is this our new member?" A soft voice came from the tent. When all 3 of them walked out of the tent, Jiang Wang felt as if he was surrounded by 3 huge bears. "Hello, my name is Xiang Chuntian, you can call me Xiang Da. My name is Xiang Xiatian, you can just call me Xiang Er. My name is Xiang Kaihushan, you can just call me Xiang San." Jiang Wang looked at the 3 people around him in astonishment. It is true that the voice and appearance are very inconsistent. Except for Xiang Er, the voices of Xiang Da and Xiang San are like that of a child who has not gone through the voice change period. Can you imagine Schwarzenegger saying it's cool to eat a peach? After some conversation, Jiang Wang found that the 3 men were unexpectedly easy to talk to, and the 2 moons on their chests showed that they were all ruthless people who had survived the trial battlefield for 2 years. And these 3 are triplets, and maybe because they are triplets, they are not only all lords of light elements, they even have the same talents. Their talents can connect to each other and perform treatment or energy transmission through this connection line. There are 3 light attribute players in a team, and their healing ability is maximized, making them the dream team in the Shura war zone. Countless people are scrambling to join. But without exception, except for the Xiangda trio, no one could walk out of the Shura war zone safely. Either dead, seriously injured and dying, or missing some parts. Later someone observed. Since they have no exclusive talents, there is no way to connect. Once these 3 people are on the battlefield and connected, the bonus will triple, and they will rush into the beast pack like mad dogs. The remaining person cannot recover to full health instantly by relying on the treatment of these 3 people, so the mortality rate remains high. For this reason, some people in the Shura war zone jokingly gave them this nickname, and over time, their team was called the Death Squad. But some people are more superstitious and believe that this Yangda trio can absorb other people's luck to replenish themselves, or other similar statements. Anyway, no one wants to play with the 3 of them. Until Lin Qinjia personally arranged him into the Death Squad. Chapter 74. While several people were still talking, suddenly a shrill alarm sounded, and the faces of the 3 Xiongda people suddenly became serious. Big Bear stood up and spoke softly. "Let's go to the battlefield." And Xiong San said to Jiang Wang. "I wanted to tell you a few things to be careful of on the battlefield, but I don't have time now. Let's go. If you stay away from the 3 of us, you won't die." After saying this, several people walked out of the tent. Following the Xiongda trio, Jiang Wang came to a teleportation array not far away. There were already quite a few people standing in the teleportation array. "Hey, is this the unlucky little fellow? It's such a pity that he has such delicate skin and tender flesh." A short, skinny man spoke to Jiang Wang with a gloomy face. Xiongda and Xiong San glanced at him and said nothing. But Xiong Er's voice suddenly sounded. "If you want to die, keep talking." It was amazing how Bear 2 not only imitated Bear Big's body, but he even figured out Bear Big's tone and what he wanted to say. Suddenly, there was a flash of light and a nauseous feeling. The next second, everyone arrived at an unfamiliar battlefield. The sky is filled with yellow sand and the soil on the ground is dark red. It is not difficult to imagine how many people's corpses have been buried in this land. "Follow us." Big Xiong took the lead and rushed out of the teleportation array. The others also scattered. Soon Jiang Wang and others arrived at a huge fortress. The fortress is so big that even the 1,000-meter-high everlasting city is nothing compared to it. But they did not enter the city. Instead, they bypassed the nearby battlefield and ran towards the distance. "Stay away from the battlefield and protect yourself," Xiong Er said to Jiang Wang. Because the main battlefield of the Shura war zone is different from other ordinary battlefields. Humans call it the land of fallen gods. All races call it the tomb of the gods. Because the main battlefield of the Shura war zone is an independent space. No one knows when it was formed, and no one knows what it is. When humans and all other races arrived here, they discovered this mysterious space almost at the same time. The resources contained in this space are coveted even by those who are at the platinum level and above. Both sides invested nearly tens of billions of troops in the battle. But when killing and blood awakened this space, people discovered the weirdness of this space. Every day you stay in this space, a life will be killed, and the number of people entering and leaving will never be equal. Sometimes 100 people go in, but only 50 can come out. That is 50%. Sometimes it's 70% or 30%. The value is uncertain. I remember the worst time in history was 0%. This means that everyone has to kill in this space until the next time the space opens, which usually takes a month. Of course, there are also some strong men who choose not to go back, but to kill and obtain resources to earn points. But such people usually reincarnate 3 or 4 times. Some people also tried to exploit the bug to kill their own soldiers, but this would not change anything except reducing their loyalty and strength. The only way was to kill the people who came in this time. Moreover, the land of the fallen god can be opened multiple times, that is to say, it may be opened 4 or 5 times within 1 or 2 days, and it can be postponed for 1 month based on the time of entry. High intensity and high quality combat often means extremely high casualties. Especially a place like this Colosseum. At one point, some high-ranking officials decided to give up the fight for this land because the casualties were too great. But it was discovered that once the land of the fallen god was opened and no one entered, the space would move randomly, and those covered by it would directly enter the land of the fallen god, and the return time would be extended from 1 month to 3 months. Because of this incident, an entire army in Kaiwan world was completely covered, with hundreds of millions of people. When the space opened for the first time, no living person walked out. It's like a living ghost that needs to be irrigated with blood. But such a severe price is not without benefits. Not to mention the abundant spiritual energy and abundant resources in the god-fallen space. What makes countless people jealous are all kinds of treasures that are unheard of in the outside world, including fruits that can increase mental power several times. There are also fruits that can enable a person to unlock an elemental ability. Some can even directly change their fate and help those who don't have a Lord space to open up a Lord space. In short, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. In the end, the Kaiwan world established a Shura war zone, specifically waiting to enter after the gods' fallen land began. This not only meets the requirements of the gods' fallen land, but also allows more resources to be obtained from it. And many people who have been in a bottleneck period for many years, or those who think highly of themselves, will also have other channels to enter the Shura war zone. But the lucky ones are ultimately very few. Jiang Wang ran around the battlefield. Due to the instability around the Godfall battlefield, all those who entered the Shura war zone needed to use the surrounding teleportation devices. And that means sometimes they need to cross a battlefield. All the mental power burst out. Everywhere covered is a battlefield. The scale is close to billions, and this is only part of the battlefield. The troops in the Shura war zone would just pass by and kill any blind creatures of the 10,000 races that blocked their way. After all, those who fight in this kind of battlefield for a long time are the most powerful among all the troops in the entire battlefield of all races. After more than 10 minutes of running, Jiang Wang and others came to an empty barrier. And all around are destroyed teleportation arrays and various ruins. The exposed bones still sparkle with a certain luster despite the erosion of wind and sand, which shows how powerful they were in life. This is the trace left by the struggle between humans and all other races for the place where God fell. As Jiang Wang took a step forward, he seemed to be scanned all over. The next moment, he appeared on a battlefield. A countdown also appeared on the back of his right hand. The left hand represents the killing value. The more you kill, the more favor you will gain from the land of the fallen gods, and the more chances you will have to obtain treasures. The rich spiritual energy and bloody smell around are like a bloody mist. The deafening shouts and screams in the distance and the aftermath of explosions in the air also showed that the place they were about to land in was probably not a good one. Roar! As soon as the few people entered this place, they ran into an aggressive group of the 10,000 tribes. Superior! The first bear was holding a big hammer and leading the way, followed closely by the second and third bears. If you look carefully, you can see that there is a faint thread connecting them. Boom! With one blow of his hammer, Xiangda knocked the leader of all the tribes flying, and he was also besieged by other tribes. His life and death were in the blink of an eye, but the next second, a burst of holy light enveloped him, and his severely injured body healed instantly. Dimasha, the bear shouted in their native language. The addition of Xiang Er and Xiang San also made Jiang Wang realize what a mad dog trio is, and what a nanny dances with a sledgehammer. The hammer in his hand, which was nearly half a person's height, flew up. Jiang Wang also released Zerg to join the battle. The battles fought by Xiangda and others were almost all at the 9th level of silver, and the Zerg would die instantly if they were touched. Even Jiang Wang had a hard time facing enemies of this level. The two sides are in a stalemate. Although the attacks of the strange beasts are fierce, if they cannot kill any of the 3 members of Big Bear's group with one blow, they will have to face the heavy hammer that has light attribute stun effect. 80. 80. 80. As the Mad Dog trio fought more and more courageously, the balance of victory began to tilt towards Jiang Wang and others. Chapter 75. That's right. It's definitely the energy fluctuations of those three mad dogs. Not far from the death squad, there was a small team approaching them quickly. The leader was a bald man with a scar on his neck and right eye that looked like a dragon. The people around him were almost the same, full of bandit spirit. They are also from the Shura war zone and are killers hired by the Li family. In order to match Jiang Wang and others, they entered the Shura war zone almost at the same time, paid 10,000 killing points to the God-fallen space, and found Jiang Wang's location. This Li clan was the one that Li Ang belonged to, and their goal was to kill Jiang Wang or capture him alive and study his military style. Jiang Wang was targeted by many families, and Li Ang also contributed a lot, even attracting the attention of the masked man. On the death squad's side, the battle was nearing its end as the various races were being hammered to death one by one. Jiang Wang also killed 3 silver rank 7 Wanzu with his powerful comprehensive abilities. The kill value on the right hand also increased to 30. Just when Jiang Wang wanted to help the death squad, his mental power was suddenly triggered. Because of the existence of the blood mist, his mental power was compressed to only 1 kilometer. He looked back at the mist not far away. The death squad also sensed something unusual. Oink oink. Several ice spears in a triangular formation cut through the mist and rushed towards Jiang Wang. Careful! Jiang Wang leaned back, and the ice spear flew past his face. He could even feel the biting cold. But that's all. The bald men rushed out of the mist and looked at the death squad fighting and the lone Jiang Wang not far away, with a flash of cruelty and surprise in their eyes. Superior! Jiang Wang! Come here! Xiangda shouted at Jiang Wang while hammering him. In the fallen god space, murder and robbery, as well as hiring someone to kill are all too common, but even so, Big Bear still chooses to protect Jiang Wang. This may be the reason why Lin Qinjie chose the death squad. But Jiang Wang just took a look and turned and ran in the opposite direction. See you again if we are lucky. It was obvious that this group of people were looking for him, but Xiangda's unhesitating protection made Jiang Wang, who had only been with him for 1 day, very moved, but still a little skeptical. So he chose to go alone, which not only could lure away the bald guys, but also would make it easier for him to use his own methods. Jiang Wang continued to move quickly through the mist. Sniff sniff. Jiang Wang made an abrupt stop and turned to avoid another wave of ice spears. FK, your legs are weak from having sex with a woman? Can you be more accurate? The consecutive mistakes made the bald guy curse loudly. The one being scolded felt very aggrieved. It was as if Jiang Wang had eyes on his back and he could always dodge the ice spears in various ways. Although Jiang Wang's speed was almost as fast as several others due to absolute balance, the distance between them was getting closer and closer with each wave of consumption. Looking at the few people following closely behind him, a trace of cruelty flashed across Jiang Wang's eyes. As Jiang Wang arrived at a plain, he stopped and looked back at everyone. FK. You're really good at running, kid. Run. Why don't you run anymore? A man with a mouth full of gold teeth and a thin body like a monkey, panting slightly, shouted loudly at Jiang Wang. But the next second, he instantly appeared beside Jiang Wang, and the dark red dagger in his hand slashed straight towards Jiang Wang's neck. They were not rookies who were carrying out a hunting mission for the first time, and they also knew that the villains died because they talked too much. Moreover, according to their research on Jiang Wang was capable of mass explosion at any time, so they used this method to quickly decapitate him. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard. As Alice appeared behind Jiang Wang with a spear in her hand, the corners of Jiang Wang's mouth curled up slightly. Everyone, I hope you can take the initiative to explain who hired you to kill me. As Jiang Wang's voice fell, a black swarm of insects slowly emerged from the surrounding mist. If you could look down through the mist, you would see that the vast plain was filled with only a dark swarm of insects, and everything around had been submerged by the huge swarm of insects. The bald guy was also frightened when he saw the Zerg appearing from all directions. Although they knew that Jiang Wang had a strong ability to produce a large number of troops in the later stages, due to the limitation of his personal lord space, everyone outside still thought that Jiang Wang could only store tens of thousands of Zergs. But there are more than tens of thousands of Zerg around. Superior. The bald guy took the lead. They also walked out of a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. No matter how many Zergs there are, just kill Jiang Wang. The big gold tooth just now instantly retreated into the surrounding space, waiting for an opportunity to move. A strong wind blew past me, bringing with it a fragrant breeze. Although he could have used the huge Zerg to kill these people long ago. But Alice's request to fight aroused Jiang Wang's interest, which led to the chase just now. Clang! Bang! I saw that tall figure waving a spear in his hand. With just the strength of the first silver level, he could fight against 7 people alone and was not at a disadvantage. Alice looked indifferent, and the spear in her hand was like a swimming dragon, able to attack or defend from all kinds of tricky angles. As the ultimate weapon, when the biological empire created her, it not only incorporated all the combat skills that could be collected in the world into it, but also implanted the fighting will of many top masters, so that she not only has perfect combat skills, but also has the most powerful and top combat awareness. With a spear in his hand, the bald guy and others were all injured and gasping for breath. But Alice refused to give in. Change people! The bald guy shouted loudly after taking 2 consecutive sweeping attacks. There's no way, it's just too fierce. The bald guy was breathing heavily beside them. Originally, they wanted to drag Alice and then go and kill Jiang Wang, but later they found that this idea was extremely wrong. It was already a great achievement for them to survive Alice's gun. Alice's spear tip was sometimes as light as a feather's probing blow, and sometimes as heavy as Mount Tarzan's striking blow. He could control the importance of priorities and speed freely, and was stronger than any gun master he had ever seen, even comparable to Lin Dushi he had seen before. Now we can only place our hopes on Big Gold Tooth, the only one who took the initiative. At this moment, Dajinya was in great pain. If he hadn't been surrounded by the invisible Zerg, he would have been ready to run away. Although Jiang Wang's close combat skills were not top-notch, he was always able to accurately predict his next move, and even knew where he would attack from. You know, especially in the midst of the gods' fallen battlefield that can block mental power. Countless strong men died because of his strong hidden talent and poison-tipped dagger. Jiang Wang was already feeling a little sleepy. While keeping an eye on Alice's direction, he also took the time to deal with Big Gold Teeth. He didn't quite understand why Big Gold Fang was wandering around in the mist. Relying on his powerful control, he compressed his enormous mental power within a 10-meter area around him. Within this 10-meter range, he was like someone with a perspective cheat. All of Big Gold Teeth's movements seemed to be slowed down in his eyes. Even a breath, a slight contraction of a muscle, or the swaying of a hair were all extremely clear in Jiang Wang's perception. Even though Big Gold Teeth disappeared for a short time, the air currents and mist sliding around would not lie, and they clearly told Jiang Wang the location of Big Gold Teeth. In short, among the same level, within 10 meters, Jiang Wang is invincible. Chapter 76. Swish! The poisoned blade cut through the mist and pierced the air. Big Gold Teeth stabbed Jiang Wang fiercely from behind. He used everything he had in this attack. Whether it was the angle, speed, or the surrounding light, he was in perfect condition. It could even be said to be the strongest attack of his life. But unfortunately, Jiang Wang seemed to have foreseen everything and dodged it by slightly turning sideways. Not only that, he also reached out his hand in advance and firmly grasped the joints of Dajinya at the predetermined position. Just as Dajinya was stunned, Jiang Wang approached him. Boom! A muffled sound. Jiang Wang used his Iron Mountain lean-back kick, and Dajinya's right arm seemed to be torn apart, but everything was not over yet. He used the techniques taught by Aunt Li Shuet. Boom boom boom. One after another, hidden forces exploded in Big Gold Tooth's body. Blood oozed from the corner of De Jinya's mouth and his face turned grim. He instantly kicked back and pulled his right arm down. After all, if Jiang Wang continued to hit him, he would definitely die. It would be better to give it a try. But Jiang Wang is not the newbie he was before. He instantly snatched the dagger in his right arm and threw it out. Phew! The dagger pierced De Jinya's back accurately. Toxic outbreak. Big Gold Teeth's eyes were wide open with anger. Until his death, he never understood how Jiang Wang locked his position, nor did he expect that he would die under the dagger he had carefully forged. On the other side, Alice's battle is coming to an end. The bald guys were almost being beaten. Different from Jiang Wang who cheated with mental power, Alice just had strong fighting skills and awareness. Every move she made was masterful, without any unnecessary movements. All to kill the enemy. Ah! As the people around him died one after another, the bald man tried his best to jump high. The shining long sword reflected a captivating light. Alice's expression remained unchanged, and suddenly the spear fell out of her hand. Puff! The spear pierced the bald man's head. The force was so strong that it sent the bald guy flying. Bang! The butt of the gun couldn't stop shaking on the ground, but the bald man had already fallen silent. There were corpses all around. Each one was killed with one strike. Alice just stood there, blood seeping through the hem of her skirt. I don't know when a drop of blood appeared on the fair face. Like the white spider lily blooming in the land of death, its reddish petals fluttering in the wind. Seeing this, Jiang Wang was silent. He is the master of the Zerg, but when he saw Alice, who was like a killing machine, he felt a strange feeling in his heart, as if pitiful. This reminded him of his former self, a tool. Well, Alice, don't fight anymore. Swish! Alice raised her foot slightly, picked up a long knife, and was about to cut the neck in an instant. Etc. Alice paused, the sharp blade just millimeters away from the snow-white skin. What are you doing? Jiang Wang shouted angrily. Unnecessary tools have no value in existence. Alice had a blank expression on her face, as if her life was worthless. For a moment, Jiang Wang didn't know what to say. After a long time, Jiang Wang slowly spoke. Okay, I get it, put the knife down. Yes. As larvae appeared one after another, insect nest buildings rose from the ground. Alice followed Jiang Wang quietly. Batches of Zerg were summoned by Jiang Wang. It's not that he can't instantly summon the Zerg in the space. The Lord space is a trump card, and Jiang Wang generally doesn't want to use it. In just over 10 minutes, the insect nest had taken shape. All arms are fully equipped directly. On the other side, the death squad looked at the road that had no trace left and stood there worrying. Brother, what should we do? Brother Jiang will not be hacked to death by the one-eyed wolf? Then how can we complete the mission assigned to us by General Linear? Xiang Er looked at Xiang De anxiously. I don't think so. Xiang San also said with some guilt. Forget it. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by God. Big Bear thought for a long time and then sighed. Within the land of Kamioto, countless races and humans fought each other. A life is lost every second. The fight between people and the fight between people and animals. There are some things that you cannot protect just because you want to. Jiang Wang's hive has entered the development stage. Different from the overwhelming victory in the trial battlefield. Even though Jiang Wang has reached the first silver level, the Zerg is still not good enough when facing the 10,000 races who are all above the 5th silver level. But if Alice is sent... Jiang Wang looked at Alice, who was silent and like a puppet, and finally chose to give up. Springtail, I really would thank you. But near Jiang Wang, there were at least 3 teams searching for traces of Jiang Wang. Boom! After a kick, Jiang Wang quickly followed up and stabbed the assassin's chest with his long knife. The surrounding Zerg couldn't even intervene in such a battle. He had no time to rest. He raised his sword again to block an arrow shot from a distance. The archer didn't even have time to bend his bow and shoot again before he was taken down by Alice's smooth little combo. As Jiang Wang and Alice teamed up to take away the last Wind Lord, Jiang Wang was covered in wounds and stood there gasping for breath. Alice wasn't much better. There was a shocking wound on the waist and abdomen, but thanks to its powerful self-healing ability, the bleeding had stopped, but it would take at least some time to heal. How many times has this been assassinated? Jiang Wang was panting and chatting with Alice in a random manner. He knew that this was the nth assassination attempt, but at least he simply wanted to arouse Alice's desire to talk, so that this queen warrior would not really become a dumb killing machine. 5 times. Alice replied expressionlessly. Jiang Wang shook his head helplessly. Since he established an insect nest throughout the wilderness, hunters who had spent killing points to lock on to his location came right after smelling the scent. Although there is heavy protection from the insect swarm. But facing these lords with complete equipment and strong individual combat capabilities, the Zerg's encirclement and beating tactics have failed and can only serve to consume the enemy at best. This is also the biggest pain point for summoning lords. You are not strong enough, and your troops are not strong enough. If it weren't for Alice. Alas! Why is life so difficult? The surrounding worker bees carry the bodies of the invaders into the decomposition pool. Jiang Wang also returned to the insect nest. Seeing Alice covered in wounds and with ragged clothes, Jiang Wang also became furious. Damn it, you made me do it. As more and more Zerg poured out of the Lord's space, a Zerg army numbering nearly 1 billion began to assemble. Not strong enough? Then I will pile you up to death. I will evolve. I will spawn more troops. Let's see whether you have more lives or I have more genetic evolution. The strong sense of crisis made Jiang Wang play all his cards without reservation. As long as you evolve fast enough, you won't need any trump cards. With the rapid reconnaissance of the springtail, Jiang Wang soon discovered an army that was killing all races. And he also saw a familiar figure among the group of people being killed. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his gentle eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Then it's you guys.